Flying Thunder God technique, plus my raise non, see if you are still alive. I don't believe I can't beat Uchiha Madara. A teenager who was about 20 years old shouted. His appearance is not particularly handsome, but he is very delicate, his eyes are very clear, but if you look closely, his eyes are like Hei Tong and his name is Mu Feng. A freshman, because there are very few courses in the school, he often plays games in the dormitory, playing games of Hokage type, because he has liked Hokage since he was a child, and he is also a senior Hokage fan. At this time, Mu Feng is left in the dormitory. He is playing the Hokage Ninja Ultimate Storm game with his laptop. His hands are quickly tapping on the keyboard, just to defeat Uchiha Madara and pass the last level. Mu Feng was just the last step to clear the level, with a look of excitement on his face. At this time, bang! There was a sound. The computer suddenly went blank, and Mu Feng was suddenly sluggish, completely stupid. How could the black screen be black, and he almost cleared the level? What's the matter? It was fine just now. Mu Feng kept pressing the keyboard, hoping that the computer would be better. When Mu Feng was typing on the keyboard, the computer directly sucked in Mu Feng. What? Mu Feng screamed, but it was of no use, and he still couldn't stop him from entering Fire Country, in a small house on the northwest corner of Konoha village. What? It hurts. It hurts. Where am I? A little boy with his whole body tied up in a bandage was lying on the bed, his whole body ached, and even breathing was harder. Mu Feng didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, with long eyelashes and dark eyes, but there was a clear and dazzling light in his eyes, except for the rest of the eyes. All are wrapped in bandages. Mu Feng felt it right. Was he beaten? Mu Feng, you are awake. I will go find my father as soon as you wait. A silver-haired, masked teenager said to his father hurriedly, with a hint of excitement in his voice, but he was still extremely calm. Mu Feng hardly needs to think about seeing this boy. It must be Kakashi. That 55, handsome and powerful man is known as the Kakashi of the Genius Ninja. Kakashi hurried out to find his father. Mu Feng was a little excited when he saw Kakashi. He didn't expect to see the real Kakashi. What's more, Mu Feng is a loyal fan of Kakashi. He has loved Kakashi since he was a child. His experience is really bitter, but Kakashi has really come out and walked out of it. A shadow let him grow up completely. The Hokage that Mu Feng watched is about to come to an end. He doesn't know if this Hokage world follows the plot. Thinking of the godlike man Uchiha Madara, he has a headache. If he really meets him in the Fourth World War, Mu Feng feels that he might have escaped. Mu Feng thought that he was going to find his father, not White Fang, but one of the 8 colors of Konoha, whose strength was still higher than that of Sunin. I have traveled into the Hokage world. Damn it, can it be true? This time it's a big game. In this murderous world, especially those of the Jonin level, it is even more scary, let alone the existence of Madara and first generation. Now it's not even a genin. I didn't expect this body to be really weak. No matter how Mu Feng's physical fitness was exploded before, he jumped up and exploded when playing basketball. Mu Feng looked unlovable. When Mu Feng thought of it, he felt like crying without tears, and moved a little. The pain in his body became more intense, especially his head exploded. Mu Feng couldn't wait to cut his brain open. It was very painful. According to Mu Feng's estimation, it should be before the 3rd outbreak. At this moment, a voice sounded. Ding, the traversal is successful, and the host begins to fuse the body. 1%, 5%, 20%, 100%, host integration is complete. Here is the strongest system. You can call Xiao Qiang, and I will come out. The newbie spree starts. The host gains a full attribute system and recovers physical injuries. Damn it, it's so fierce. Mu Feng was extremely surprised when he heard it. It was so cool that he had a full attribute system at the beginning. Mu Feng looked mean. Why don't you send some extra skills, brother system? Hey, can you just ignore me? Ding, host can acquire any skills based on their contribution points in the future. Those contribution points are contributions to the country of fire. For example, if you complete a D-level mission, you will get 50 contribution points. If you complete a C-level mission, you will get 100 contribution points. Complete the B-level missions to get 500 contribution points, which will be pushed up in turn. Host can also get contribution points based on changing the plot in the Hokage world. The contribution points depend on the mood of the system. It can also be taught by the leaders of the Hokage world. Mu Feng felt that this system was even cheaper than him, and when he opened the store, his eyes widened and he looked like he wanted to swear. This is not cheating. Mu Feng became even more irritable. His uncles, this is not cheating. A 3-body technique is 100 contribution points. Does this still make people live? There are other skills that make Mu Feng speechless. Those who have tens of thousands of contribution points make Mu Feng really want to cry. Is it because he came to the world of Hokage to be abused? This system is a robbery, and Mu Feng has nothing to do with this system. Mu Feng used to cheat someone else's existence, and where someone could cheat him, he didn't expect to fall into the system this time. Then Niu Feng stared straight at the system display panel. Name: Niu Feng. Attribute: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth. Water level: None. Chakra: 100 plus. Physical skills: 0. The existence of 8 gate is opened. Illusion: 0. Ninjutsu skills: 0. Contribution points: 100. The system is giving Mufeng treatment. After a while, Niu Feng felt that his pain was gone, and he was able to move freely. He didn't expect that the system was still useful, and he felt that his whole body had an inexhaustible strength. But when Niu Feng saw the data given to him by the system, he was even more helpless. I am not as good as a novice now, even genin is not even the existence of being beaten. I want to compete with the strongest system, which is the strongest. Niu Feng was very speechless, that is, a body with all attributes, nothing else. Not even some basic ninjutsu. The strength that this world needs more, like the death of some ordinary people for no reason, is very much. They don't want to die either, but this is a world where the weak eat the strong. If Niu Feng really died all of a sudden, who would he ask for reason? Niu Feng shook his head quickly. No way, I can't die like this. I finally came into this Hokage world, and there are many girls waiting for me to save. Especially for a passionate man like Niu Feng, who doesn't want to walk the rivers and lakes, use his sword to pursue his dreams. This is why Niu Feng likes watching Hokage very much. Niu Feng's soul traversed this body boy. This boy was also called Niu Feng. It was a coincidence. Now Niu Feng has borrowed his body and gained his memory. This boy didn't live very well. Because of Hokage's World War II, his parents were both dead. He has no relatives and no reason. This boy is also extremely strong. He wants to be a ninja. This is his dream. From this, Niu Feng knew why this boy was so badly injured. It turned out to be a child of the Uchiha clan. When Niu Feng watched Hokage, he knew that the Uchiha clan was very arrogant and even more powerful, which was also the main reason for the demise of the Uchiha clan. There was a kid named Uchiha Feng who beat him very hard. This Uchiha Wind is under Kakashi, who is known as the next genius. He started Erga Jade a long time ago. Uchiha Wind is very simple to play Mufeng, who knows nothing. He has long been unhappy with Mufeng, and because of Niu Feng's weak strength, Niu Feng was obviously beaten. Niu Feng's eyes became extremely sharp, and his face was even more angry. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Feng's junior grade was so vicious. If he didn't teach him well, he really passed through the Hokage world in vain. This is also the world where Niu Feng feels that the strong is respected. At this time, Kakashi took his father and hurriedly showed his father to see Niu Feng Lei. The middle-aged man looked very much like Kakashi, his eyes revealed a gentle and approachable look, and he was very comfortable to get along with. Wake up, is Niu Feng feeling better? Heitake Shimao looked at Niu Feng, touched his hands and head again, smiled, and said softly, it's better. Thank you for saving me, uncle. I really don't know how to thank you anymore. Niu Feng slowly raised his head and quickly swept across the face of the man known as Konoha's White Fang, and said in gratitude. His tone revealed sincerity, which was not deliberately revealed. Heitake Sakumo had a gentle look, and said apologetically, it's okay, kid, your father asked me to take good care of you. I will definitely take care of you. This time I didn't take care of you well. Heitake Shimao's face became very firm, staring at Niu Feng, his eyes deeper, and he said firmly, there will be no next time in the future. I will definitely protect you. Also, the kid Uchiha Kaze is getting more and more arrogant. Heitake Sakumo had a slight displeasure on his face. Niu Feng also knew that this time was an accident. He didn't expect that Uchiha Feng would catch Niu Feng in the woods and beat him violently. If Kakashi hadn't arrived, he would have been beaten and disabled. In his original memory, Kakashi was also upset with this guy. Uchiha Feng, the guy who often looked for Niu Feng, was like the school bully. Niu Feng must repay this grudge. Niu Feng wants Uchiha Feng to know how he cheated him. Damn, let me hit me once, this time I let you see that your parents who hit you didn't even know you. Niu Feng said to himself. Am I still a child? Of course it is, my Mufeng is a genius. Heitake Shimao finished this sentence, which was nothing but comforting Mufeng. Suddenly looked at Niu Feng and said, you are also very powerful, but this is not enough. The strength of this child is not what you can match. I know, but I am also very good now, but I haven't played well. This time I will definitely practice well when I go back. Niu Feng said earnestly. Well, I am waiting for your performance, and I also look forward to your progress. Heitake Sakumo looked forward to it. I will. Niu Feng was very serious. Heitake Sakumo patted Mufeng on the shoulder. This is the book your father left for you. Take it back and read it. After speaking, Heitake Sakumo handed Niu Feng the ninjutsu in his hand. Okay, thank you. Niu Feng was also very polite, took the book, and said something. You don't have to thank us, you got it for your own hard work. These books are all yours. You study and learn the ninjutsu inside. Heitake Shimao nodded at Niu Feng. I see. Niu Feng took the book, but thought in his heart that the ninjutsu here is indeed very powerful, and they are all very unpredictable, and these ninjutsu, he should have a good understanding of these ninjutsu. After speaking, Heitake turned and left, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi's mood is very complicated. Looking at Mu Feng, he knows that Mu Feng is his brother. Although Mu Feng is still young, he doesn't mind. Neither Mu Feng nor Kakashi knew that this Uchiha Wind was their archenemy, and it was also a big trouble. This is also the future. Okay, Mu Feng, you have a good rest, I'll go now. If you have anything to do, call me, Kakashi said to Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded, and then sent Kakashi away. Mu Feng sat on the bed and began to look at ninjutsu fire style technique. This is a very advanced ninjutsu, fire style Yanlong bullet. Looking at the book, Mu Feng couldn't help sighing, this ninjutsu is really good, it is better to practice less, this ninjutsu is not suitable for him. Mu Feng read it carefully, then put the book in his arms, and then continued to lie on the bed, ready to recharge. Mu Feng took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to enter the state of cultivation. Mu Feng is also very smart, knowing that he is not an opponent of Uchiha Feng at all, so he must improve his strength as soon as possible before he can fight with him. Uchiha Wind fight, only then can life be saved. On the other side, Heitake and Kakashi walked out of the village. Kakashi, what do you think? Heitake asked. I think the kid Uchiha Feng is very powerful, but he is too arrogant, maybe because of arrogance at work, that's why he did that kind of thing. Kakashi analyzed. Well, but I always feel he is a little weird. Heitake frowned. You have also discovered that Uchiha Feng is really a bit arrogant and domineering, and I feel that he seems to be hostile to Mu Feng, but his strength is indeed as good as mine. Kakashi is also very sure. Well, what you said makes sense. It seems that you can't underestimate this child in the future. This time it is the Uchiha family that is really too much. Heitake Sakumo also felt that Uchiha Wind was quite strong. On the other side, Mu Feng was also practicing ninjutsu, and he was thinking about his plan. Although he is only 6 years old now, his brain is the mind of a man in his 20s. What's more, he already has the powerful existence of the system. He must change the world and make up for Hokage's previous regrets. Mu Feng knew that before the Third World War, if he was not strong, even survival was a matter. Mu Feng felt helpless when he thought about it, and he was bored by these big pushes. It seems that this Uchiha Wind is not a good stubborn, and it must be dealt with properly. However, I am not a vegetarian. I will take care of this Uchiha Wind. It will definitely make this Uchiha Wind pay the price, otherwise, I will pay for it. Think of yourself as a soft persimmon, whoever pinches it. Mu Feng said with a sneer in his heart. Mu Feng's eyes were full of murderous intent, and at this moment, the fuzzy figure of Uchiha Feng appeared in his mind. I want to see how good you are. Mu Feng said in his heart. Mu Feng's sleep, it was just one day, but fortunately, today was off. Mu Feng was immersed in cultivation. One day passed quickly. During this time, Mu Feng has read the book Ninjutsu Fire Style Ninjutsu completely. This book contains a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, all of which are intermediate ninjutsu. If there is no powerful chakra, these ninjutsus can't be used at all. Mu Feng didn't know if he would become more powerful after watching these ninjutsu, but his heart was still full of expectations, because he knows very well in his heart that these things are of great help to him now that he doesn't know anything. But Mu Feng is also very fortunate that the name of this ninjutsu is called Fire Style Yanlong Bullet, which sounds like a powerful ninjutsu, and it is one of the most powerful ninjutsu in fire style. Mu Feng remembers that in the original Hokage, the one who is good at fire style is the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family and the Senju family are well-deserved families in Konoha village. The most powerful ninjutsu in this world is wood style, and the fire country and the country of fire is wood style, so wood style can become ninjutsu. Although wood style is not the ninjutsu that Mu Feng's learned, it is still very powerful. Mu Feng doesn't have that kind of physique yet, so he can't learn it at all. The talent like first generation is the best in the world. If one day he can master this ninjutsu, then his fighting power will definitely increase greatly. On this day, Mu Feng walked out of the room. Kakashi, Kakashi, are you there? Mu Feng yelled, standing at the door with a loud voice. Well, you woke up, how are you? Are you still in good health? Kakashi, who was busy in the kitchen, heard Mu Feng's call and hurriedly walked to Mu Feng's side and asked with concern. Well, there is nothing serious anymore, Kakashi, thank you. If you didn't save me in time, I'm afraid I'm still sick now. Mu Feng smiled and said gratefully. Don't say that, you are all your own, this is nothing at all. Kakashi waved his hand and said. Kakashi hasn't become so indifferent yet, maybe he still has his father with him now. Well, you have been working hard these past few days. Let's go to eat first. I'll change my clothes and go downstairs to eat. Mu Feng said to Kakashi with a smile. You go first. Kakashi said. Yeah, I'm going to change a suit. Mu Feng nodded and said. Mu Feng put on a black ninja costume. When wearing this ninja costume, Niu Feng looked even more handsome and handsome. Niu Feng's skin was not white but rather dark, but this did not affect his face looking a bit firm, especially his eyes, which revealed the brilliance of an adult, not at all like a child. After getting dressed, Niu Feng went downstairs to the table and watched the sumptuous lunch. Mufeng, come and taste these dishes, they are all made by me. Kakashi smiled and said to Mufeng. He liked seeing Mufeng happy, and this was Kakashi's first friend. Kakashi's father told Kakashi that friends should cherish it. Hee, okay, then I'm not welcome, I have always liked Kakashi's food. Niu Feng also said with a smile. Niu Feng picked up the chopsticks, put a piece of meat in his mouth, and the fragrance suddenly overflowed. Wow, Kakashi, this dish is so delicious. Your craftsmanship has improved a lot. Niu Feng exclaimed, Kakashi's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Hee, how can it be as exaggerated as you said, as long as you like it? Kakashi said with a smile. Well, of course I like it. With that said, Niu Feng ate it. Kakashi watched Niu Feng eat from the sidelines, feeling very pleased. This Mufeng is worthy of being a friend whom Kakashi valued. After Niu Feng was full, he said to Kakashi, Kakashi, I want Uchiha Feng to settle this account. Niu Feng said to Kakashi. What? Are you looking for him to settle accounts? Look for Uchiha Wind? Let's forget about your strength, let's go to school first. Kakashi said flatly. Niu Feng nodded and said, my current strength is okay. This Uchiha style is really too arrogant. The last time they were really crowded, they bullied me alone. I will definitely avenge this enmity. Niu Feng's eyes were firm, said. Kakashi saw Niu Feng look like this, and shook his head, feeling that this kid was beaten stupid. He didn't know his previous strength. We really have a class today, Kakashi said. Then we will be at the end of get out of class, Niu Feng said quietly. Okay, I really can't persuade you, we will look for him again when the time comes. After Mufeng and Kakashi had breakfast, they walked directly in the direction of Konoha. Kakashi, what class is today? Niu Feng said to Kakashi. I don't know very well, and we are about to be in the upper grades, maybe it's an exam. Kakashi asked unhurriedly. I don't know what to test like this. Niu Feng smiled and said. Well, don't worry, since you said that the two of us are companions, we won't divide each other. I am your good friend, so naturally I won't see my good friend being bullied, Kakashi said lightly. Kakashi is relatively easy to get along with, and Niu Feng knows that he has become such a person because of his father. Well, Kakashi, you are so kind to me, Niu Feng said with a smile. Haha, you are welcome, then let's go to class, Kakashi said quickly. Well, let's go. Niu Feng and Kakashi walked towards the Ninja Academy. Niu Feng knew that the Uchiha family was the head of Konoha's 4 powers, and they had a huge power. Moreover, their 4 powers respectively controlled the entire Konoha territory. The reason why Konoha was able to rule the entire ninja world was also because Konoha's control was too large. 2 top forces, one is the Senju clan and the other is the Uchiha clan. Especially in the era of Uchiha Madara, it was at the top of the world, which shows how powerful the Uchiha family is. Even if Uchiha Madara is gone, the talents of the Uchiha family are constantly pouring out. Now the Uchiha family can organize their own forces to compete with Konoha. If Uchiha attack did not prevent the rebellion, it is estimated that Konoha is still at the lowest point. Mufeng and Kakashi have just entered the gate of the Ninja Academy. Oh, you two are here quite early. Just when Mufeng and Kakashi first arrived outside the Uchiha family, they suddenly heard a weird voice coming from Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun. Their faces were very upset, as if they had encountered something wrong. It's the same thing. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun are both about 13 years old. They are also heroic and handsome, but they have a hint of arrogance in their eyebrows. Mufeng and Kakashi looked at each other and snorted coldly. Mufeng glanced at these two guys, and felt very annoying, very hypocritical. You two, why are you back again? Haven't you graduated yet? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun, mockingly. When Uchiha Yu heard Kakashi say this, her eyes were even more disdainful, and she continued to Kakashi, we are not the same kind of people, you don't care about our affairs. Kakashi is not a good crop, and he has no good impression of Uchiha Yu. Kakashi, let's wait and see, I will surpass you, we will surpass you. Uchiha Yun also roared angrily. I'm waiting to see it, but before that, you beat me. Kakashi was not afraid, and said to Uchiha Yun with a sneer. Mufeng and Kakashi are two people, one is the first person of the Konoha Shinobi School, and the other is the last person of the Konoha Shinobi Village. It's a weird thing that two people can be together. No matter what everyone says, it can't destroy their friendship. Kakashi didn't care about Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun at all. Wait, let's wait and see. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun were also very annoyed. After they finished talking, they turned and left. Kakashi, the brothers Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun, seem to have some hatred with you. I looked at them as if they were enemies. Niu Feng looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Well, yeah, they are seniors. They were defeated by me last time. They were not convinced. Kakashi nodded and said, I have some contradictions with the Uchiha wind of the Uchiha family, and I am not a ninja of the Uchiha family. Naturally, he would not put me in his eyes, and he also thought that we were a group of weak families. In his eyes, they were basically ants-like existences. Therefore, there would be friction between us. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. I'm afraid you will be hurt by them. Niu Feng said. No, I'll be careful, but don't underestimate me. My current strength has improved very quickly, and I am still in a stagnant stage. I believe that when I reach Genin, you can do the task. Kakashi said very firmly. Well, let's work hard together. I believe we will succeed together. At that time, we will become the strongest person in this world. No one can help us. Niu Feng said very confidently. This is also Niu Feng's idea. Since he is here, he will change the world. They came to the classroom and sat in their seats. Niu Feng saw many familiar faces, including Might Guy, Obito, and the older generation of Inoshikacho 3 families. Niu Feng was even more shocked. He didn't expect this to be their young look, exactly the same as Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. This will be Konoha's mainstay from now on. All of them were very surprised, but they didn't expect that Niu Feng would have nothing to do. Wow! Why is there nothing at the end of this crane? Yeah, isn't he fighting Uchiha Feng? How come he is not injured? Yeah, did Uchiha lose the wind? How is it possible? How can such a powerful guy lose to a crane tail? That's right, how can it be possible to win the tail of the crane? Numerous ninjas talked about it, and they didn't know what was going on. Hearing these comments, Niu Feng sighed helplessly. These words made him very depressed. Although Niu Feng didn't like others to point him, but now Niu Feng couldn't refute it either. After all, this matter was a fact, and Niu Feng was a very good dish at the time. He was indeed beaten by the Uchiha wind. Fortunately, he has a system. Otherwise, I am afraid that he is already useless. Of course, he would not let himself be in such a bad situation. His potential has not been fully developed yet. Now, all he needs is time. As long as he has enough time, he will definitely improve his strength very quickly. At that time, he will surpass everyone in the same class, even First Hokage. At this time, the teacher also walked in. The teacher was a male teacher. He was wearing a purple ninja combat uniform, coupled with his green vest, and his figure was slender. His face was carved like a knife, hard and cold. The most attractive thing is his pupils, dark and deep, as if they can see through everything, exuding a cold light. He is Zixiao, one of Konoha's 8 colors, a true Jonin level figure. Today I announce an important thing. Standing on the podium, Zixiao said to the people in the classroom, today we are going to have a test in our class, and the test item in our class is for 2 people to fight against each other. Let more students understand their own strength, enhance their actual combat experience, and let them improve their strength as soon as possible. So, now, please prepare your students and I will start the test. After Zixiao finished speaking, he announced the rules of the battle list and then began the test. Zixiao looked at the list and said, the first 2 students to fight against are Niu Feng and Uchiha Feng. Niu Feng, classmate Uchiha Feng, are you all ready? Niu Feng saw an unfamiliar boy staring at him, and Niu Feng was unwilling to show weakness and looked at him. He found that this boy should be Uchiha style, wearing the clothes of the Uchiha family with the logo of table tennis. He looked a little handsome, but his eyes were very cold and sharp. Everyone was stunned, and the audience was shocked. Everyone knows that Niu Feng is definitely not his opponent, and Niu Feng was beaten to death by Uchiha Feng a few days ago. This time Uchiha Wind will definitely defeat Mu Feng, but Uchiha Wind is in this class. Except for Kakashi, no one will be his opponent, let alone the wind on the tail of the crane. All the attention of the audience focused on the 2 of them. They had already thought about how Niu Feng would be beaten, and it was terrible to think about it. I announced the rules of the game. Zixiao continued, you 2 fight first, you can use the ninja, if whoever wins, it is considered a victory. However, I must emphasize here, do not kill the other party, otherwise, at your own risk. Zixiao's voice was full of majesty, making all the ninjas present in awe, and no one dared to disobey Zixiao. You still have the courage to come up, really overwhelming. Uchiha Feng looked at Niu Feng, with a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth, and then stepped onto the ring. After he stepped onto the ring, Niu Feng walked to the other side of the ring. You come first. Uchiha Feng looked at Niu Feng and said contemptuously. Hearing Uchiha Feng's words, Niu Feng didn't speak, he acted first and rushed straight up. He was extremely fast, and instantly appeared beside Uchiha Feng, raising his leg and kicking it up. Uchiha Feng watched Niu Feng attack, but he didn't expect that Niu Feng would really attack. Suddenly, I didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly swung his fist to meet the enemy. His punch was fierce and domineering, full of brutality, full of haki. With a loud bang, the 2 fists slammed together. Niu Feng and Uchiha Feng both took a few steps back. Niu Feng felt his arm numb, and Uchiha Feng was no better than him. Everyone was stunned. When did Niu Feng have such a strong physical skill? However, they all understood that Niu Feng and Uchiha Feng did not have the slightest advantage, and their moves were very simple, not fancy, and there was no fancy. The two sides played equally and equally, but the moves of the two of them were getting slower and slower. After all, it was one-on-one, and both were defending. Uchiha Feng felt very embarrassed. He didn't expect that the tail of the crane could match his own. It was a shame. K me to death. Suddenly, Uchiha Feng yelled and struck Niu Feng's chest with a punch. Boom! A sharp pain came from Niu Feng's chest, and he backed away a few steps. At this moment, Uchiha Feng directly seized the opportunity, quickly knotted his hands, and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Suddenly, from Uchiha's wind mouth a huge ball of flame came out from his face. This was formed by the condensation of the element of fire. The flame ball grew bigger and stronger, becoming more and more violent, and finally turned into a huge fireball, flying towards Niu Feng. Seeing the flame ball, Niu Feng frowned. He knew that this flame ball was very powerful, and once it was hit, it would be burnt to death. Niu Feng also directly sealed the seal, and the speed of the seal was faster, and he said silently, "Fire style, Yanlong bullet." In an instant, a huge fire dragon soaring to the sky, it met the flame ball of Uchiha Wind. However, at the moment when it is about to be touched, boom, the fireball turned directly into ashes. The fire dragon came towards the Uchiha Wind. What? Uchiha Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He never expected that Niu Feng's strength would be so high, and he could even compete with his ultimate move, which was simply incredible. You know, Mu Feng is the tail of a crane. Such a powerful ninjutsu, Uchiha Feng can't hide it. He quickly used his own ninjutsu, ready to withstand Niu Feng's blow. In an instant, the fire dragon directly changed into Niu Feng's appearance. At this time, Niu Feng had already arrived in front of Uchiha Feng's eyes and hit Uchiha Feng's body with a heavy fist. Uchiha Wind was directly hit and flew several meters away. Puff! Uchiha Feng vomited a big mouthful of blood, and the fire dragon turned into Niu Feng's appearance. At this time, Niu Feng had already arrived in front of Uchiha Feng's eyes and hit Uchiha Feng's body with a heavy fist. Uchiha Wind was directly hit and flew several meters away. Puff! Uchiha vomited a mouthful of blood, and he lost it. He actually lost to the tail of a crane. His eyes were full of unwillingness. All the ninjas here are silly. This is completely bloody abuse. It only took a few minutes to fight, which is too fast. How could Niu Feng's strength become so strong? Niu Feng calmly looked at Uchiha Feng, who fell on the ground. His eyes seemed to become increasingly cold. At this time, the early morning sun shone on Niu Feng, exuding light. Like a god of war, bright. Uchiha Feng is regarded as the strongest genius of the Uchiha family, and he was directly blown up by Niu Feng. Everyone present was stunned to see this place. How can this be? Niu Feng looked at Uchiha Feng with a smile on his face, and said, "Uchiha Feng, what, I have one now. What else can you say?" Uchiha Feng got up from the ground. His face was very ugly, his nose was bruised and swollen by Niu Feng, as if he was a pig's head, and he was extremely embarrassed. He looked at Niu Feng, his eyes full of weirdness, and said fiercely, "Don't be proud." The expression in his eyes changed, and his eyes were full of resentment. He didn't think of Niu Feng, who hadn't seen him for a few days at this time. Mu Feng used to be the tail of a crane. How could it be so strong? He couldn't believe the truth. At this moment, despair hung over his heart. He lost completely. This is not just the Uchiha Wind, but also Kakashi, Might Guy, Ino, Shika, Cho, etc. They all have their mouths open, and time just wants to be still. Even teacher Zai Xiao looked at Niu Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and thought to himself, "This kid is so hidden, so strong, he has not reached Genin yet, he would have used Chunin's ninjutsu." It is estimated that it will not be long before Konoha has another genius born. Aren't you Uchiha family all very proud? Self-righteous. How can you lose a game? It won't work. Do you remember what happened the other day? Niu Feng said contemptuously, his eyes cold. Niu Feng was only 6 years old, and he didn't say what his peers should be. Listening to what Niu Feng said, Uchiha Feng hated Niu Feng even more. This match made him shame in everyone's eyes and insulted him. This will be a stain in his life. Zai Xiao looked at the back of Uchiha Feng's departure and immediately shook his head. If this failure is unacceptable, it means that Uchiha Feng will also be abolished. Whoever says he is a genius is just a difference in physique. A true genius will not be defeated by the faith in his heart. Even if he loses, he will not give in. Niu Feng, you are too arrogant. At this moment, another young man stood up and glared at Niu Feng. Niu Feng glanced at the red-haired boy, his face suddenly became cold, and he stared at the boy with a cold tone. Said, "Who are you? Don't you know me? I'm Uchiha Huomu." Uchiha Huomu said, in a very bad tone. His name is exactly the same as his temper, and his hair is red. Mu Feng felt very upset. This time he and the Uchiha family had completely taken their grudges. Uchiha Huomu, his strength is only slightly worse than Uchiha. Uchiha Huomu? So it's you. Mu Feng snorted and said, you can come up here if you have the ability? Are you coming? Mu Feng hooked his fingers with his right hand to provoke Uchiha Huomu. Mu Feng had just heard what Uchiha Huomu had just said, and his hatred for Uchiha Huomu was even higher. Uchiha Huomu heard Mu Feng's sarcasm and stared at Mu Feng angrily, and said, don't you know who I am? After hearing this, Mu Feng laughed and said, how could I know who you are? Are you a dog of Uchiha Feng? If I knew you were a dog, I would definitely kick you to death. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Uchiha Huomu's pupils suddenly shrank. You call me a dog, is not it? You wanna die, bring it on. Do you think I dare not? Come, let me see what you can do. At this time, Ziai Xiao stepped forward, stopped Uchiha Huomu, and said to him, Uchiha, I warn you, if you continue to mess around, I will kill you immediately. If you dare to mess around, you will be at your own risk. Teacher Zixiao. What's wrong with you? Uchiha Huomu asked angrily, not sure what Teacher Zixiao thought. Ziai Xiao looked at Uchiha Huomu and said, why can't I help him? Not only will I not help him, but I will also teach you not to disturb the order. Hearing Ziai Xiao's words, Uchiha Xiong was speechless. This is his teacher, and he dare not disobey the teacher's order. You should withdraw first. Ziai Xiao said to Uchiha Huomu. Hearing Zixiao's words, Uchiha Mahogany reluctantly stepped back. Mu Feng, you don't have to be proud now. I will let you know how small you are before me soon. After hearing Uchiha Huomu's words, Mu Feng couldn't help but sneered, then I'll wait for you to bully. Mu Feng, we will fight this matter. Don't worry. Uchiha Huomu said, looking at Mu Feng with hatred in his eyes. I'm waiting. Mu Feng replied calmly. Now Mu Feng is not the Mu Feng who was bullied before, and he is no longer afraid of confronting the Uchiha family. You are really arrogant. I remember you. Uchiha Huomu gritted his teeth. I'll show you arrogantly, what can you do to me? Mu Feng said disdainfully. Ha! Our Uchiha family is not a soft persimmon, one day you will beg for mercy. Uchiha Huomu finished speaking, then turned and left here. Ziai Xiao glanced at Mu Feng, and said to Mu Feng, you are good at strength and you have made a lot of progress, but your mind is still lacking. Teacher, thank you for your reminder, I will pay attention. Mu Feng nodded and said. Yeah. Ziai Xiao nodded. Mu Feng said, teacher, you can continue the test now. Ziai Xiao nodded, then looked at the rest of the people. When the others heard what Ziai Xiao said, they nodded one after another, preparing to continue the test. Mu Feng, you go to the side to take a rest first, I still need to do the next wave of tests. Ziai Xiao said to Mu Feng. Yes. Mu Feng nodded, walked to the side and sat down. At this time, the Uchiha family children, a group of people gathered together, the atmosphere was depressed and dull, and no one dared to speak out. They are all afraid of Teacher Zixiao. Ziai Xiao's majesty is not covered, and they also know very well that although Ziai Xiao usually looks very kind, his heart is very cold. No one dared to refute his words, and no one could refute it, because his strength was there. Ziai Xiao looked at the others and said, you have also seen the first battle between Mu Feng and Uchiha Feng. Mu Feng's talent is higher than Uchiha Feng's, and he has made rapid progress. This kind of talent may not be available in the entire Hokage world. I hope you will follow the example of Mu Feng and Kakashi and work hard. Teacher Ziai Xiao felt that the future of Mu Feng was limitless. Mu Feng rested under the ring. Kakashi stared straight at him without saying a word. Mu Feng felt very uncomfortable and asked, why are you staring at me? Is there something on me? No, why are you so strong now? Kakashi asked curiously. Mu Feng gave him a look and said mysteriously at Kakashi, this is a secret. Then secretly said to Kakashi, perhaps because I am so handsome, I can learn everything as soon as I can. Kakashi gave him a big Byakugan, thinking, others don't know you, I don't know you yet. At this time, Teacher Zixiao began to announce the list of the next captain, and said in a deep voice, the two people of the next captain are Heitei Kakashi, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, when he heard the words of Mr. Zixiao, became extremely excited. He has always regarded Kakashi as his opponent. He knows that this time is a good chance to beat Kakashi, he must fight hard and win. This allows Lin to see how handsome she is. Kakashi stopped talking to Mu Feng, and glanced at Teacher Zixiao. Teacher Zixiao looked at Kakashi, nodded slightly, and motioned for Kakashi to go to the stage. Come on, Kakashi, don't lose, or you will be ashamed. Mu Feng said indifferently, which is another kind of inspiration for Kakashi. He secretly said in his heart that the fateful showdown between the two men has begun. Kakashi made a relieved gesture to Mu Feng and said, don't worry, I can't lose. After speaking, he turned around and looked at Uchiha Obito on the ring. It was at this time Ding ding ding. There was a voice in Mu Feng's mind. It was obvious that the system's prompt sound, "Congratulations to host for defeating Uchiha Fang, and reward 1000 contribution points." Wow, so many. System brother, you are so nice. I've tied your thigh for the rest of my life, and I won't let it go when I die. Ding. Don't tempt brother system like this, I am also a sentimental machine. Ding. Host can practice fire-style Yanlong bullets every day to achieve perfect proficiency. The level of proficiency ranges from elementary to intermediate, and then to advanced, eventually becoming perfect proficiency. Ding. Perfect level of ninjutsu can be compared with S-level ninjutsu. Ding. Host can have a lottery mode now. Would you like to draw a lottery? Hey, it's just that every draw requires 500 contribution points. Damn, you're called a lottery. It's not a cheating, it's a robbery. Mu Feng looked helpless. How could he put up this broken system, the strongest system? Nonsense. In the end, Mu Feng compromised and said, let's draw a lottery. Ding, does host start the lottery now? Yes. Suddenly, in an instant, a huge dial appeared in front of Mu Feng's eyes, and the pointer turned. Mu Feng looked at the huge turntable with the permanent 8-gate mode, Eternal Mangekyo, First Hokage style technique, and Rinnegan. This system is still possible. Once you draw anyone, don't you make a lot of money? The pointer gradually slowed down, followed by Mu Feng's heartbeat speeding up, and he was extremely excited. Turns and turns, the pointer is pointing to its style technique. Mu Feng's eyes are full of excitement, but the pointer hasn't stopped yet. Finally, the pointer points to thank you for your patronage. After Mu Feng saw it, he gritted his teeth and couldn't help but explode. Depend on your uncle, TMD. The 500 contribution points are gone. I finally got it, this is gone. What a broken system, my 500 contribution points are gone. Mu Feng shouted. Mu Feng didn't dare to say anything, because he knew that the more he said now, the more pitfalls in the system. He still shut up and forget about it, so as not to be pitted by the system. His current system is so tight that he doesn't dare to resist, and he will rely on it to eat in the future. This system is different from what Mu Feng used to read novels. He seems to be able to feel human emotions, and there may even be human emotions recorded in it. Once there is an emotional system brother, it is not a defined system, it is really his brother. Mu Feng thought that it didn't matter anymore. If he wanted to live well, he had to rely on this heaven-defying system to gain a foothold in this world where the power is supreme. Ding! Host can take another chance. Host still has 600 contribution points. May I ask if you still need to extract it? The opportunity is not to be missed. Hold the courageous to death, starve the cowardly, this time. Give it a try, the bike becomes a motorcycle. I'm taking it once. Mu Feng said with a firm gaze with a hardened look. Then Mu Feng took a deep breath, folded his hands, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, hope God has a chance for me, God bless. The pointer on the turntable rotates slowly. Mu Feng looked at the pointer and said silently in his heart, it started. The pointer was spinning fast, and Mu Feng stared nervously, for fear of missing something. At this moment, the mood moves with the pointer, like a roller coaster, ups and downs. Play is exciting. Suddenly, ding, congratulations to host, draw a permanent 8-gate. Immediately, the pointer stopped slowly, and the pointer was pointing in the direction of the permanent 8-gate. After seeing the pointer pointing here, Mu Feng's eyes showed a crazy look. King Guy's moves, 8 inner gates. That was the man who almost hit the finale with one kick. Mu Feng's mood is very refreshing, luck really exploded. Ding! Congratulations to host, the draw is permanent. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the 8 inner gates technique. This can improve Mu Feng's physical skills a lot, and he won't worry about physical skills in the future. Mu Feng confirmed again, brother system, you didn't lie to me? Is this really a permanent 8-gate? Ding, the system never deceives the host, it is indeed a permanent 8 inner gates technique. Mu Feng opened his page, name Mu Feng attribute fire, wind, thunder, earth, water grade D chakra 100 plus physical skills, permanent 8-gate illusion 0 ninjutsu skills, fire style Yanlong bullet, primary stage, contribution points 100. My level has been upgraded to D level, I don't know what effect it has. Ding! Brother system now wants to develop a permanent 8-gate for host. Development. Mu Feng said without hesitation. Ding! Start now. The voice just fell. Crack. Click. Mu Feng made the sound of collisions between bones. This was to create the strongest bones for Mu Feng, even stronger than those of the Hui Yoryuaki clan. The pain in the whole body swept through. Like 5 horses divided into bodies, the whole body is being pulled, the sound of bones breaking. Mu Feng's forehead was constantly in cold sweat, his face was fierce, his teeth were gritted, and he refused to make a sound. He just endured it all the time. Now all their attention is on the ring, not too much to look at Mu Feng. 1 minute. 2 minutes. I do not know how long it has been. Niu Feng finally endured it, just as the so-called suffering is coming, and now a steady stream of power is filling Niu Feng's body. The 8th gate is all open. Niu Feng felt that his power was dozens of times stronger than the original one, even stronger. The battle between Kakashi and Obito, there is no suspense at all in this battle. The heir to White Fang, the first genius of the same class, all the glory lies in Kakashi. Boom boom boom. The shuriken thrown by Kakashi collided with Obito's kunao, making a loud noise. Obito's expression was a bit solemn, and after blocking Kakashi's attack, Uchiha Obito's right hand was trembling slightly. Obviously, Uchiha Obito is completely abused in terms of strength. It's not that Uchiha Obito is too bad, but Kakashi is too good. What's more, in Niu Feng's eyes, Kakashi didn't use all his strength at all, showing that his strength was even stronger. However, Niu Feng thought to himself, Kakashi, now I have the 8 inner gates technique, I guess your first day will be taken away by me soon. Kakashi didn't take this game too seriously, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked lazy. He felt that the time was almost up and it should be over. His eyes became sharp, like the starry sky in the dark night, shining with light. The whole person's momentum changed, exuding an amazing murderous aura. This is nothing else, this is murderous. Is this what a 6-year-old child has? This talent is too heaven-defying. The people in the same class below saw this scene even more, and they were all dumbfounded. What is going on with these two people? The tail of a crane abused the Uchiha wind. A 6-year-old child exudes murderous aura. Teacher Zai Xiao was even more surprised. After only 2 days, the two children had undergone earth-shaking changes. But Teacher Zixiao didn't intend to stop this battle, he also wanted to see Uchiha Obito's potential. Obito saw the change in Kakashi, cold sweat on his forehead. He had never experienced that kind of murderousness, so much so that Kakashi suppressed him fiercely with murderous intent. This makes Uchiha Obito's strength drop directly by half. How to fight this? For a moment when Uchiha Obito was stunned, Kakashi tapped his toes and shot away. In an instant, Kakashi came directly to Uchiha Obito, his eyes full of murderousness, staring at Obito. Obito panicked for a while. Kakashi directly grabbed his waist with both hands, lunged, looked up to the sky, and threw Uchiha Obito into the air with all his strength. Kakashi printed directly and said in a low voice, "Shadow clone technique." Boom! A cloud of smoke came out of another Kakashi, slammed on the ground, rose into the air, pulled itself, and threw Kakashi, and Kakashi hugged Uchiha Obito in the air, then quickly spun, forming a spiral, and rushing to the ground. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Uchiha Obito fell into the pit, his face pale, with blood from the corners of his mouth, his hands covering his chest. He seemed to be seriously injured. He struggled to get up and shook his head vigorously, his mind a little unconscious. Uchiha Obito still had a bit of silence on his face and a confused look in his eyes. Could this be the strength of a genius? Kakashi stood by the side of the pit, watching Obito look embarrassed and beat him like this. He was really sorry, and patted Obito on the shoulder. "You have nothing to do, right, Obito?" Obito patted the dust on his body, regained his energy, and said, "Kakashi, we have nothing to do. Don't worry." In fact, Kakashi didn't fully perform this ninjutsu, otherwise, the destructive power would not be like this at all. This is the lotus flower of Xiao Li back then. Niu Feng saw that Obito's eyes were confused, but after that, the confusion turned into firmness and perseverance. With that desire for victory, Uchiha Obito has made Kakashi his goal. From Uchiha Obito's body, Niu Feng saw the shadow of Naruto. How similar the two are. I can't imagine the man who Obito will change the whole world for Lin in the future. Maybe this is the man who goes all out to love someone. Niu Feng felt that time would not be too far away from that war. Before that, Niu Feng hurriedly improved his strength. Now he can't solve even a Chunin, so he still talks about changing the world. What's more, there is the person he wants to see most, his Tsunade wife, who is the goddess of his dreams. Kakashi saw that Obito had nothing to do, so he got down. Teacher Zixiao was very satisfied with Kakashi's performance, and was a little surprised at both Mufang and Obito by their abilities. Obito was able to fight Kakashi for so long, and it didn't make Kakashi any advantage in the beginning. What satisfied Teacher Zixiao most was Obito's courage, not afraid to face the strong, but also dared to fight. The strong always have a heart that does not fear anyone. They know that even though they have failed, they will not compromise and will still train hard. Obito can prove through practical actions that he has extraordinary potential. Kakashi, you are doing very well, so take a good rest. Zixiao looked at Kakashi below and smiled slightly. Teacher Zai Xiao then announced the next pair list. Luyu vs Might Guy. Luyu vs Might Guy. Luyu fights Might Guy. One has the highest intelligence and the other has the best physical skills. Lu Ju felt very helpless. Looking at this thick eyebrow and big eyes, he thought of how he would meet this guy. There are so many troubles, and he walked towards the ring step by step. Might Guy stood in place with a winning ticket, already eager to try. Lu Ju has made a decision a long time ago. If Might Guy keeps fighting Lu Ju will be prepared to surrender. Because fighting this monster is definitely tired and half alive, it's better to admit defeat than that. When Mu Feng saw the two people fighting, he was even more surprised at how to arrange the two people to fight together. Because Mu Feng was a Hokage fan before, he was very aware of the characters in the Hokage world, so this was a battle without any suspense. Teacher Ziai Xiao watched the two people on the stage play against each other. At this time, Mu Feng walked to Mr. Zixiao and Kakashi, with his hands crossed on his chest, as if he were an adult, pretending to be a good one, looked at Might Guy and the two of them, and said to Zixiao, Teacher Zixiao, you no need to read it, I'm sure Lu Ju will give up. Mu Feng, how can you be sure that Lu Ju will give up and the battle is not over yet? Teacher Ziai Xiao couldn't help but curiously asked when Mu Feng was a little surprised. Teacher, how about I make a bet? Mu Feng suggested. What bet? Just bet on Liyu's confession or not. I bet on Liyu's confession, what do you think? Mu Feng's vowed to look at the two people on the stage and said confidently. Okay, just bet on this. Teacher Ziai Xiao was even more curious by Mu Feng. He didn't believe that Mu Feng would win. Lu Ju on the stage did not appear to admit defeat. The two men were sweating profusely and were still fighting fiercely. If the teacher loses, teach me ninjutsu, okay? Mu Feng said with a smile. Okay, let's see who wins. Teacher Ziai Xiao has been watching the battle on stage now. He doesn't believe what Mu Feng said. Even Kakashi next to him didn't believe what Mu Feng said. Although Lu Ju said that his physical strength was a little bad, Kakashi knew that Lu Ju's IQ was still there. How could he not be able to beat Might Guy? Then let's wait and see. Mu Feng said lightly with a smile on his face. The fighting between the two was very fierce, and no one could do anything about it. At this time, Lu Ju stepped back on the side, half kneeling, gasping for breath. All parts of his body felt sore on his forehead, back, and he was really helpless. Suddenly, Lu Ju raised his right hand and said loudly, I surrender. This is Lu Yu's voice. Teacher Ziai Xiao didn't even dare to imagine that Lu Ju really gave up. He couldn't believe what Lu Ju said now that Mu Feng actually won the bet. So Ziai Xiao turned his attention to Mu Feng, and he felt a change from the previous Mu Feng. How did you know that Lu Ju was about to admit defeat? Teacher Ziai Xiao asked curiously. Guess, Mu Feng said with a smile, not forgetting to remind Ziai Xiao, Teacher, don't forget to teach me ninjutsu. With a helpless expression on his face, Ziai Xiao announced the victory of Might Guy. The rest of the duel was very fast, and it didn't take long to end. Some Uchiha's children were always staring at Mu Feng, looking ill-intentioned. Mu Feng had already observed it and ignored them. In school, because there are teachers watching, they don't dare to be too presumptuous, so they have to wait until after school. The test is over today, and Mu Feng will return home with Kakashi. At this time, the children of the Uchiha family in the class hid beside the huge tree, secretly observing Mu Feng and Kakashi in the distance. The leader is Uchiha Huomo, who is clamoring with Mu Feng. His eyes are full of hatred for Mu Feng. This is not only Uchiba Firewood, but Uchi Namikaze. He is also very unwilling. Who would have thought that Mu Feng was so powerful now? This time, Mu Feng had already abused Uchiha Feng. Teacher Ziai Xiao also fully recognized Mu Feng's potential, and she will definitely have unlimited potential in the future. This makes Uchiha Feng very hateful. Uchiha Feng tried to calm his mind and forced himself to forget the defeated scene just now, which he thought was illusory and unreal. Standing on the side, and the little entourage led by Uchiha Huo, winked. Seeing the bosses wink, they knew what to do. With one look, you know what to do. With such a tacit understanding, how many bad things have to be done? They began to approach Mu Feng and Kakashi slowly and calmly. At this time, Mu Feng and Kakashi stopped suddenly, looked at each other, and said nothing to each other. Still talking as usual, not caring about anything at all. As the saying goes, the wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. Mu Feng, where are the trees, but the huge beasts in the jungle? Without destroying him, it is estimated that he will be able to destroy the jungle. The children of the Uchiha family are indeed much stronger than those of ordinary family background. They have been training since they were young, and the powerful family Jonin taught them physical skills, ninjutsu, concealment, and reconnaissance. They hurried to get close to Mu Feng, hiding their breath. And Mu Feng and Kakashi have turned into a small alley. When they saw Mu Feng enter, their eyes lit up. The opportunity to fight Mu Feng is here. Uchiha Huomo thought, let you be arrogant, let you bear our anger today. It was a dead end and there was no road at all. Uchiha Huomo quickly ran out. Even if it was to expose his identity, he would beat Mu Feng to the ground today. The last time they injured Mu Feng, it was Uchiha Huomo and they succeeded, especially when Uchiha Huomo was directly put on a steel pipe and almost killed someone. This time Uchiha Huomo felt that he couldn't use the pipe, so he used the knife directly. He still doesn't believe it. The steel pipe is hard, it can be as fast as his own knife. At the moment, they are now at the entrance of the alley, and the little servants are holding kunao in their hands, and Uchiha Huomo is holding a knife. It's like a street gangster who fights if they don't agree with each other. When they looked into the alley, they were taken aback. There is no one in this alley. People? Damn it! Are these two people ghosts? I can't see it anymore. At this moment they couldn't believe it, these two big living beings couldn't see it. Really hell. Uchiha Huomo scanned everything, but still couldn't see any clues, then turned to the little attendant behind him and said, "Go ahead and have a look, what's the matter?" Uchiha Huomo felt that Mufang and Kakashi had hidden. Those attendants were also a little scared, but Uchiha Huomo's order, they must carry out. Uchiha Fang's eyes are sharp now, ready for both Kakashi and Mufang at any time. Kakashi's strength is unquestionable, but Uchiha Fang thought about it now that there are a dozen of them, and they have all received professional training from the family. Uchiha Fang does not believe that Kakashi and Mufang can defeat them. Those attendants walked over step by step, their eyes widened, and they were afraid of being attacked by Kakashi. They are not afraid of Mufang, because they feel that Mufang's strength should be taught by Kakashi, and it is normal to be able to play Uchiha Wind. Just now, boom boom boom, there was a loud noise. Mufang and Kakashi fell on the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Mufang and Kakashi suddenly appeared behind them, and Mufang smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, very strange. Not good. How could they exit the alley? How is this done? They didn't notice at all. Uchiha Fang and Huomu turned around and saw Mufang's appearance, and suddenly felt cold on their bodies. A huge sense of danger oppressed him. Uchiha Huomu was so scared that he didn't dare to move, and Mufang's eyes exuded a murderous look, like a beast waking up. Mufang shouted at them, "You are surrounded, don't surrender quickly." "What? The two of you surrounded a dozen of us." Uchiha Huomu couldn't help laughing when he heard Mufang's words, and said to Mufang, "Are you dreaming of your big dream? Today we will teach you a good lesson. If it weren't for the teacher to guard you, you wouldn't be able to stand out of the school today." The voice just fell. Mufang didn't talk to them, but directly rushed forward, like lightning, mixed with the sound of breaking wind. In an instant. They hadn't reacted yet, Mufang had come to the young man of the Uchiha clan in front of him, and directly slammed his face with a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The young man instantly walked from the outermost part of the alley, like a flying pig, with his feet upright, and hit the wall fiercely. With just a punch, his nose was skewed, his face was full of bloodline, and the boy was unconscious. It was only a few seconds before and after Uchiha Huomu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. He was stunned and his mind was full of inconceivability. Why is it so scary? They instantly lost one of their combat power. While they were still in a daze, Mufang had already rushed towards another person, punching and kicking. That person had no resistance at all. Too strong. Fight this time. If those people really knew Mufang's strength, they wouldn't have come to look for it if they died. They never thought of how powerful Mufang possessed the 8 inner gates technique. Mufang didn't use ninjutsu at all, but directly used the most common physical skills. Strike it with a punch. The power is not something ordinary people can bear, let alone they are still a few years old. Mufang was also angry, punching frantically, without any moves at all. That is pure power, the fastest speed. Kakashi was fighting Uchiha Kaze and Huomu, one person against 2 people, not at all disadvantaged, and faintly suppressed them. Their faces became harder and harder to look, so they didn't have any temper, they could only defend, and silently suffered the pain Kakashi caused them. Kakashi's strength is at least a lot higher than them. Mufang's gaze was extremely firm. As he moved forward and pressed them firmly, they did not have the strength to fight back at all. This pure crush is brutal. What? It hurts. I miss Mom. Very painful. Wherever Mufang passed, those people fell to the ground, did not stand up, they were all howling in pain. Kakashi and Mufang are the only people standing in the alley now. Uchiha Fang and Woma were beaten into a coma, and their faces were red and swollen, all with blood. It was at this time. A man with short black hair covered with the word Hokage, looked at the scene in front of him with crystal beads, and suddenly smiled. What is going on with this Mufang? That person was 3rd Hokage. After their test was over, teacher Ziai Xiao went to Hokage's office and told 3rd Hokage about the test. At first, 3rd Hokage still didn't believe it. The scene he saw from the crystal beads shocked 3rd Hokage. He began to believe what Ziai Xiao said. Mufang could be so powerful. Kakashi blocked Uchiha Fang and Huomu, and all the rest were caused by Mufang. Mufang and Kakashi went home, and they came to find things. No wonder Mufang beat them. On the way home, Kakashi began to feel gloomy, all that expression was written on his face. And Mufang looked indifferent and in a good mood. He somehow beat the Uchiha family thoroughly. Kakashi was very puzzled by his appearance. Mufang beat him, and the beating was not light. Kakashi was a little worried. People from the Uchiha family came to look for them with a serious expression, and said to Mufang, "What if their parents come to us? The person they bullied first is not us. Besides, no one saw us hit him. There is no witness." Niu Feng had known that the Uchiha family would be retributable to their teeth, and he had already figured out a countermeasure. If they are going to trouble again, I don't recommend beating them again. Niu Feng looked undaunted. As long as the Uchiha family comes to ask for someone, Headache White Fang will definitely stop it. What's more, Niu Feng knew that Third Hokage had a crystal bead and could observe everything about Konoha. Niu Feng thought about the crystal bead, so he could see everything. Thinking about the old man in third generation, he secretly smirked. Can't help but want to be crooked. Niu Feng patted Kakashi on the shoulder and comforted, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Kakashi was speechless. Niu Feng Shang was afraid that things wouldn't make much trouble. Then the two people got home. Kakashi told his father, White Fang, who was shocked by the strength of Niu Feng's child. When his parents handed over the child to him, White Fang already regarded Niu Feng as his real child. White Fang thought to himself, as soon as he hit it. The last time the Uchiha family's children were also half dead with Niu Feng, White Fang was very angry at that time. Only a few days ago, Niu Feng beat the entire Uchiha family's children alone. He even suppressed Uchiha Feng completely, and White Fang was a little pleased with the strength that Niu Feng showed. If the Uchiha family comes to the door, White Fang is determined to protect Niu Feng and not let him be bullied like the last time. No one is protecting Mu Feng, then I will come, White Fang. Early the next morning, a group of people from the Uchiha family came to Mu Feng's residence, and they had surrounded it all. Their eyes are full of anger, and it may explode at any time. Those who come are the parents of the children. This time even the patriarch of the Uchiha family came forward. The dozen people were beaten with bruised noses and swollen faces, just like pig faces, after returning home. The children's mother thought it was someone else's child, but after a closer look, it turned out to be her own child. This time it was not just the patriarch who came forward, but they also invited Third Hokage over. In particular, Uchiha Feng is the face of the Uchiha family, and was beaten to death by Mu Feng and Kakashi. Where is this fight? This is simply killing. Especially when the members of the Uchiha family heard that Mu Feng had beaten them all, they knew how strong Mu Feng's talent was. It is even more determined that this child cannot stay. At this time, Mu Feng, who was sleeping, suddenly felt the powerful chakra, and immediately lifted the quilt. He knew that it must be someone from the Uchiha family who came to the door. This is so fast. Mu Feng opened the door and took a look. Good guys. So many people. The Uchiha family is so arrogant, just because I, a child, sent so many people. Mu Feng's eyes were sharp, revealing an undaunted momentum, not afraid of the Uchiha family at all. Looking directly at the middle-aged man in front of him, he had a face with Chinese characters and a scar on his right face. It is estimated that he was left in the climate of war. This man is the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Ming. There is a very strong majesty between his eyes, and he gives people an invisible sense of oppression. What a powerful strength. Mu Feng felt that this was the real powerhouse, and the murderous aura he radiated was hundreds of times stronger than Mu Feng, but Mu Feng still resisted Uchiha Ming's oppressive feeling. A flash of shock flashed in Uchiha's eyes, and she was still shocked when she thought that Mu Feng could contend. He knew that this child was definitely not a thing in the pool. Uchiha Ming, staring at Mu Feng, said in a deep voice, "You are Mu Feng, right?" "Yeah. What's wrong? You beat our children like this, I need a reasonable explanation." "Explain? I'm just a child. Go and ask how they beat me last time," Mu Feng said confidently. So many people glared at Mu Feng, but Third Hokage was here, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. Mu Feng is a child after all. When Mu Feng saw Third Hokage here, he must be safe. Uchiha Ming took a big step forward and said to Third Hokage, "But this matter is a statement after all." Turning around and looking at Mu Feng, Uchiha was planning to use Sharingan. His pupils suddenly turned red. 3 Guyu. The boy in front of him was just about to be sucked in. Mu Feng's body suddenly burst into a bleeding red breath, the blue veins on his arms burst, and he shouted, "Jingman, open me." A red light burst from his body. Whoosh whoosh. As Mu Feng shuttled past, no one could stop him at all. Third Hokage looked silly. This is the ultimate of physical skills, 8 inner gates technique. Uchiha started Sharingan, chasing Mu Feng's figure, but Mu Feng's figure is approaching ultimate, like a red lightning. It is not clear which direction it is. What the hell is this? This is terrible. It's too fast. Is that human being? Uchiha Ming couldn't keep up at all. At this time, Mu Feng couldn't use the full strength of 8 gate technique at all due to physical reasons. Escape with 8 inner gates technique, this is what normal people think of. At the beginning Mu Feng ran east, Uchiha Ming had to use secret techniques to increase his speed, but he still couldn't catch up with Mu Feng. Now it's Mu Feng who is taking Uchiha people around and around Konoha. Someone saw, pointing at the Uchiha people, and laughing, "So many people are running after a child, but they can't even run." "No, I just saw a kid sneaking around with the patriarch of the Uchiha family." "What? Whose child?" "So amazing." After everyone saw it, they all said, When Uchiha's people heard it, their faces blushed even more. What a shame! Now, Liu Feng's chakra is descending rapidly, and he knows it won't last long. There were still a large number of Uchiha clansmen chasing after them. They were also very helpless. Their strength above Chunin was turned around by a child. Liu Feng took them around a dozen times, but they still couldn't keep up. Liu Feng is still weak because of chakra and leans on the tree. At this time, the Uchiha chased up, panting, sweat dripping on the ground, and his clothes were soaked. They became even more angry with Liu Feng, and Uchiha Ming reached out to grab Liu Feng's neckline. Just about to reach out, a white-haired man suddenly flashed a white light. Broken. Uchiha said that it was not good. They became even more angry with Liu Feng, and Uchiha Ming reached out to grab Liu Feng's neckline. Just about to reach out, a white-haired man suddenly flashed a white light. Broken. Uchiha Ming couldn't hide, a flash of sword light. Pouch. Blood burst out. White Fang then kicked it hard. Uchiha Ming flew a few meters away. You are looking for death. Uchiha Ming roared at the white-haired man. The white-haired man sneered, exuding a cold murderous aura, giving people a sense of oppression. His eyes were fixed on the Uchiha family, his eyes were full of anger. If he does not arrive in time, it is estimated that Liu Feng will definitely be taken away by the Uchiha family. Suddenly, with a wave of the knife in his hand, it directly blocked Uchiha Ming's kunao and attacked away. A loud noise erupted where the swords intersected. Boom boom boom. Uchiha Ming's face was very ugly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang bang bang. Two people backed up at the same time. Uchiha Ming did not take advantage of White Fang. White Fang is really good. If you give White Fang some more time, you can even stabilize third Hokage. White Fang slowly retracted the white knife, and the knife went into its sheath. Then he looked at Liu Feng and said, Liu Feng, I'm late, are you okay? Liu Feng nodded and said, I'm fine. After speaking, Liu Feng looked at the ninjas and said, I know you are not convinced, but it is the first thing that your Uchiha family provokes. Those children are also inferior to others. If it weren't what they were looking for, how could I? Maybe hit them. Hearing Liu Feng's words, all the ninjas were taken aback. Liu Feng's meaning is very clear, his side is reasonable. What can the Uchiha family do if they are not convinced? At this time, third Hokage also rushed over. Now in the middle, he said in a deep voice, don't fight anymore. Don't be angry. No matter how powerful the Uchiha family is, they dare not provoke third Hokage. In Konoha, Hokage's strength is the strongest ceiling, there is no dispute. They must obey. They can only endure it. Uchiha Ming's face was full of hideousness. Liu Feng looked at Uchiha Ming and asked, say, what do you want to do? If this is the case, then I will suppress you with seniority. If you can beat our Uchiha family's children again when you leave the exam early, I won't be held accountable anymore. Uchiha said calmly. However, White Fang knew that Uchiha, the old fox, must be ill-intentioned, and stepped forward. This is impossible. Graduating early means that Mufang will face talents a year older than him, even Uchiha's true geniuses. In the upper grades, you old fox, you just want to kill Liu Feng. Hearing what White Fang said, Liu Feng was still not afraid, and signaled White Fang not to worry. Third Hokage asked Liu Feng, what are your thoughts? Do you want to participate? It's up to your wishes. Liu Feng's eyes were firm, and he answered straightforwardly, good, I take the graduation exam. I will let you know what despair is. You have to fight against our Uchiha family, don't blame me. Uchiha looked at Liu Feng's eyes, and there was a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Liu Feng looked at Uchiha and said, haha, don't be proud. Hearing Liu Feng's words, Uchiha Ming's eyes were cold. He turned and left. Let's go. I will take the graduation exam in advance. Liu Feng said coldly. Although his voice is not loud, he is still a child, but with a kind of majesty. Everyone in the Uchiha family is shocked, and there is a trace of fear. Liu Feng looked at White Fang, and White Fang nodded to him. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Feng's physical exertion was too great. Liu Feng, we are leaving, White Fang said. Liu Feng looked at White Fang and nodded lightly. The two turned and walked in the other direction. Liu Feng, I don't know where your courage comes from, but I still want to tell you one thing. Don't underestimate the opponents of the Uchiha family. People in their family, especially Uchiha Ming who can't put sand in his eyes, will treat you as an enemy. He will kill you by all means. In addition, you had a lot of geniuses last year. White Fang said to Liu Feng. Liu Feng smiled and said, don't worry, I won't underestimate him. Since he dares to provoke me, then I will give him a good return. White Fang shook his head and laughed. Liu Feng, you and Kakashi still have a long way to go, and you have to pay attention to the people around you. They weren't like ninjas like Uchiha Feng in the last session. White Fang reminded. I know. White Fang continued. Uchiha Feng can be said to be a genius in your class, but your overall strength is much worse than the previous one. Especially the strength of Uchiha Feng's brother is very terrifying. Although your strength is very strong, you only have elementary ninjutsu now, and you have to learn a lot more ninjutsu. This time I also let Kakashi participate. You two will go together individually. Then, you will have a lot of ninjutsu. Cooperate, don't be distracted as it is now, and help each other. White Fang said earnestly. Mu Fang nodded solemnly. For the sake of Mufang, White Fang asked his son to participate as well, which is the emphasis on Mufang. He also hopes that Mu Fang and Kakashi can become real brothers. If he is gone in the future, they will have a caregiver. Mu Fang returned to the room. He lay on the bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of those uchiha ninjas. The expressions of those ninjas are still fresh in his memory. Mu Fang sighed. Ugh, these uchiha ninjas are indeed very powerful and strong, and they are all direct descendants of the Uchiha family. The descendants of the Uchiha family all have very tyrannical combat experience. Moreover, the strength of those Uchiha ninjas is not weak. Take Uchiha Ming as an example. He is a cage level and a half, but he has Sunin level strength, which is terribly powerful. And his own strength is not on the same level as them. And their ninjutsu is also very weird. I still need to learn more. This time, I will try my best to make me stronger in the shortest possible time. Mu Fang said to himself in his heart. Suddenly Mu Fang felt a cold feeling, as if there was a lion majesty staring at him. Mu Fang opened his eyes and looked around, but found nothing. But the coldness did not disappear. Mu Fang frowned slightly. He didn't believe that he would have an illusion, so he carefully inspected his body again. However, there is really nothing in the body. Mu Fang looked at the contents of the room suspiciously, and he didn't notice anything unusual. At this moment, a thought suddenly emerged from his mind. This thought, Mu Fang knew who it was without even thinking about it. He looked at the door, and sure enough, a man was hiding in the woods in the distance. The man was wearing a black robe and couldn't see his face. However, Mu Fang knew this man at a glance. He was a member of the Uchiha family, and they were still watching. Uchiha Ming's strength has already made Mu Fang feel a deep jealousy. Mu Fang didn't expect the Uchiha family to be so powerful. Not only did they send people to watch him, but even his every move was also a master. This person is too terrifying. Uchiha Ming? I will let you know how terrifying my Mu Fang is. Mu Fang said with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Since this Uchiha Ming dared to take action against himself, he must pay the price. Just let the Uchiha family arrogant for a few days. Mu Fang stayed in his room for a whole day, until the next day, he and Kakashi, White Fang, left Konoha together and practiced in the distance. He can't lose in this exam. He must also let Uchiha know that he is not so bully. A jungle on the border of Konoha. The two figures were attacking each other, fighting fiercely. One of them kept attacking the other with a wooden knife in one hand, while the other raised the wooden knife in his hand to stab at that person, but the speed of the two was so fast that the wooden knife could not pierce his body at all. One attack is extremely fast, and the other sword technique is extremely weird. Neither of them can take advantage of anyone. Boom! The wooden knife stabbed the tree, and a few branches fell from the tree. The wooden sword in the hands of another person slammed into the handle of the wooden knife. At this time, the boy with the wooden sword was repulsed, but he did not fall down, but still insisted on standing. The other person retreated far away. Mu Fang, your current sword technique is getting faster and faster, Kakashi said. This man named Mu Fang is the boy who was forced to retreat by Kakashi before. Kakashi, I still can't. The knife is still not fast enough, Mu Fang said with a faint smile on his face. And, Kakashi was a little curious, and asked, then how fast do you want to be? Fast as lightning, that is the result I want. Mu Fang replied. This is a huge difficulty, don't think about it too simple. The speed that is as fast as ultimate is super destructive, Kakashi teased Mu Fang. Mu Fang smiled and did not answer. The two of them have been training here for several days, just for the graduation exam. As long as Mu Fang's sword and body skills are fast enough, no one can catch him. Shall we compete again? Mu Fang said. Kakashi nodded and agreed with Mu Fang's proposal. Good. Mu Fang's strength is equal to that of Kakashi, and even some suppresses Kakashi. If Mu Fang's sword technique was twice as fast, there would be no way to fight. Immediately Mu Fang and Kakashi started fighting again. The two fought faster and faster. Mu Fang moved one after another, one knife after another, and the knife became faster and faster. And Kakashi kept avoiding. The distance between the two is slowly getting closer. Mu Fang saw that Kakashi's dodge speed was getting slower and slower, and he knew that Kakashi's knife skills were very strange. That is why Kakashi's dodge speed is getting slower and slower, and he is also fully capable of blocking Mu Fang's attack. Mu Fang made a move, Kakashi resolved it. There is no way. Mu Fang was also very helpless. He was able to fight with two people because of the impractical ninjutsu. The fight between the two was compared with Chunin's strength in the later stage. Mu Fangjian's swordsmanship has no effect on Kakashi. Mu Feng's speed gradually increased, and the distance between the two gradually narrowed. After Mu Feng's speed gradually increased, suddenly Mu Feng's knife slammed directly at Kakashi. The speed of the wooden knife was very fast, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. It can be seen that an ordinary wooden knife can exert such a powerful force. If Third Hokage sees it, he knows how powerful Mu Feng's talent is. Too frightening. These two people are not like 6 or 7-year-old children at all, but like ninjas experiencing war. Mu Feng's eyes also became sharp. He knew that his speed had reached the limit, but he felt that it was still not fast enough. If in the eyes of others, it was not speed at all. That's the speed of light. He is about to use the most powerful sword technique. The knife in Mu Feng's hand drew a beautiful arc. There was a flash of knife light, and a flash of light flashed. The wooden knife slashed across Kakashi's shoulder. The powerful chakra carried on the wooden knife cut many holes in the muscles near Kakashi's shoulders. Kakashi snorted after eating pain. However, his ninja sword is just a stroke. Another scar was left on his arm. At this time, Kakashi's wooden knife finally touched the wooden knife. Boom! Two wooden knives collided together. Two strong chakras collided on the wooden knife. The wooden knife was stunned by the strong rebound force. Mu Feng's knife was also shaken back by the powerful chakra. Mu Feng was shocked and backed up again and again, but instead of stopping, he increased his speed and ran forward. Haha, so cool! Mu Feng shouted happily, and then rushed to Kakashi again. The wooden knife in Mu Feng's hand slashed at Kakashi's body continuously. Kakashi's steps were really weird. Whhhhhhhhhh. There was a continuous sound. Mu Feng's sword was fierce, but Kakashi's figure remained unhurried, as if playing a game with his wooden sword. Call! The light of the knife flashed again, and the wooden knife in Mu Feng's hand was also shaken off. Mu Feng was also shocked by the powerful chakra and backed 5 meters away. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's face showed a satisfied smile. Yes, not bad. It seems that you have made a lot of progress. You can practice the knife to such an extent, Kakashi praised. Come again, it's not fast enough, Mu Feng said again, and then rushed towards Kakashi again. Mu Feng's speed is very fast. A knife light was left on Mu Feng's body. Kakashi dodged and said with a smile, isn't it fast enough? Then I'll be faster. Finished. Kakashi's eyes became serious, and his speed increased again. Mu Feng's knife also fell through again. At this time Mu Feng didn't dare to despise Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the strongest person in their class. He knew that he was definitely not Kakashi's opponent. Mu Feng's body is fast, but not as fast as Kakashi. Mu Feng's speed is fast, and Kakashi's speed is also fast. No matter how fast Mu Feng's swordsmanship is, it is not as fast as Kakashi's. Swish! A black figure appeared in front of Kakashi and punched Kakashi. Kakashi's speed was very fast, and he flashed the attack on one side. This attack landed on a boulder next to it. The boulder fell apart in an instant. This scene stunned White Fang present. White Fang has been observing the fighting between the two of them. Although his strength is not as strong as Kakashi. However, White Fang can clearly determine how fast Mu Feng's sword technique is, and the aura he exudes is very powerful. I didn't expect Mu Feng to grow so fast. White Fang even thinks that Mu Feng can beat Kakashi. In the end, Mu Feng was defeated by Kakashi. Mu Feng, lose this time. When Mu Feng heard Kakashi's words, he laughed, his face flushed. But Mu Feng was still a little unwilling. Although your swordsmanship is powerful, it is not suitable for you. Don't waste your body chakra anymore. Let's end the battle soon. Kakashi avoided Mu Feng's knife attack. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mu Feng heard what Kakashi said, but didn't feel it. Because he opened the 8th gate, chakra in his body recovered very quickly. It just took a little longer. Mu Feng rushed to Kakashi again, swiping the wooden knife in his hand, bringing out bursts of blades. Kakashi kept avoiding Mu Feng's knife skills. Mu Feng's attacks were so intense that Kakashi couldn't hide. At this moment, Mu Feng slashed down and attacked Kakashi. The light of the knife slashed through the air, with a strong sound of breaking wind. Mu Feng's wooden knife exudes a sharp knife intent. Mu Feng's sword technique was faster than the one just now, and it was better than every attempt. Kakashi's ninja sword also became sharper and sharper. The knife in Mu Feng's hand also made a bright white light. The two blade lights collided together. Boom, there was an explosion, and the surrounding trees all collapsed. The light of Mu Feng and Kakashi's swords also disappeared in the air. However, the trees here were cut off by 2 knife lights. Such an offensive force, but so, Kakashi said lightly, his voice just finished. Mu Feng's wooden sword had already arrived in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's face changed drastically. He knew that Mu Feng's swordsmanship was very powerful, so he took it very seriously. At this time, Kakashi's figure flashed rapidly. Mu Feng's knife kept waving. Kakashi dodged while attacking. Mu Feng's attack was not only fierce, but also faster. Most people can't handle it, but Kakashi was not worried at all. Although Mu Feng's body technique is very fast, this is the benefit of the 8 inner gates technique. After avoiding Mu Feng's attack, Kakashi rushed towards Mu Feng again. But Mu Feng's body is much faster than Kakashi. Kakashi hasn't rushed to Mu Feng. Mu Feng had already hit on the other side of Kakashi. Before Kakashi's knife hit Mu Feng, the wooden knife in Mu Feng's hand stabbed Kakashi's left shoulder again. Kakashi stepped away again. This time, Mu Feng did not stab Kakashi again, but turned and rushed to Kakashi's right shoulder again. At this time, Kakashi's ninja sword struck Mu Feng's chest. Boom, the two got a stab again. Mu Feng and Kakashi each took a few dozen steps back. At this moment, Mu Feng brandished the wooden knife again and stabbed towards Kakashi. This time, Kakashi didn't dodge anymore. Because Kakashi has identified the opportunity, he knows that avoidance cannot be avoided, so just fight with Mu Feng. This time Kakashi didn't dodge anymore, but swung the knife and slashed at Mu Feng's wooden knife. The two knives slammed into each other in mid-air. Chang! Symphonies resounded across the sky. Mu Feng and Kakashi both stepped back at the same time. Then the two stopped at the same time. Mu Feng's arms were numb, and Kakashi's arms were also numb. The two unanimously let go of the wooden knife. At this time, Mu Feng's wooden knife was also pulled out of Kakashi's hand. Ha! 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 Mu Feng swung dozens of wooden swords continuously. Each wooden sword contained tyrannical power and attacked Kakashi. Mu Feng's wooden knife is indeed very powerful. Kakashi's wooden knife is also very hard. But when the two knives collided, the two knives also produced violent fluctuations. The chakra on the wooden knife kept stirring. The two were playing very hot. You chased me, no one would give up first. The figures of two people are constantly moving in the air. The two people kept colliding, and both of them were seriously injured. However, the battle between the two did not end. Mu Feng's eyes lightened brighter and brighter. He can feel that Kakashi's strength has improved a lot. It was at this time. White Fang stood up and smiled slightly. Don't fight, today's training is over. Hear what White Fang said. Both Mu Feng and Kakashi stopped fighting. After Mu Feng and Kakashi stopped fighting, both faces showed a tired expression. Mu Feng and Kakashi panted hard at the same time, sweat on their faces. At this time, seeing that Kakashi and Mu Feng stopped fighting, White Fang stepped forward, picked up a towel and handed it to Mu Feng's hand. Mu Feng reached out to take the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then threw the towel on the ground. They are too tired. You are all tired. Go and rest. If you keep fighting, not only will you not be able to improve your combat effectiveness, it may also be bad for your health. White Fang opened his mouth and explained to the two people that White Fang was like this before. At that time, White Fang was crazier than them. At that time, White Fang was keen on swordsmanship, and he believed that nothing could be solved without a single sword. Now that he saw Mu Feng like this, he remembered that year. Yes, Kakashi and Mu Feng said in unison. Mu Feng was very. Then the two people walked towards the resting place. The footsteps of the two people were a little staggering, and there were beads of sweat on their faces. They had consumed too much physical strength in the battle just now, and both of them consumed a lot of energy, especially their physical strength. Although Mu Feng recovered very quickly, it couldn't keep up with the consumption. White Fang looked at the back of them leaving and smiled. These two men looked like him so much that he made up his mind to protect them. He imagined the rise of these two geniuses. Kakashi and Mu Feng's progress, of course, he saw in his eyes and was very happy. But they still have to continue to work hard. This kind of growth is the most important. Kakashi and Mu Feng finally stopped, and they sat on the ground. Your strength has improved a lot. Now that you have ordinary strength, it is no problem to graduate smoothly, but for you, if you are from the Uchiha family, your chances of graduation will be greatly reduced. Mu Feng's sword technique is fast, but its destructive power is not good. If you add Kakashi's weird steps and sword techniques, it will be invincible against them. White Fang said. Well, the results of our training during this period of time are very obvious, and there are some gains, otherwise, it will not reach the current strength. Mu Feng nodded. He also knew his own shortcomings. But Mu Feng likes this kind of knife technique, because for him, speed is the first, followed by destructive power. At least you can't beat it, you must run fast. Mu Feng knew that what White Fang said was not unreasonable. Pursuing one too much would have fatal shortcomings, and it would still be fatal. Mu Feng thought about increasing the speed, and his destructive power would naturally rise. The key is that his current body is still small, and he can't stand the powerful chakra. If you give him a few years, it is estimated that he will definitely become stronger. You have to take the graduation exam in 1 week. Your eyes should be on the senior. Well, we are ready. Mu Feng and Kakashi nodded and said. In the past few days, Mu Feng's strength has been greatly improved. The physical skills of the two of you are progressing so fast. Hey. Mu Feng and Kakashi smiled at the same time. Two people lowered their heads at the same time. this kind of strength is far from enough. In fact, they all know how great the training during this period of time has helped them both. If it weren't for their improved knife skills, it would be impossible for them to increase the speed of such a big improvement in a short period of time. Take a good rest and continue training later. Time is waiting for no one. White Fang waved his hand in motion for the two of them to step back. Yes, Niu Fang and Kakashi stood up and said respectfully. Afterwards, Niu Fang and Kakashi leaned against a big tree to rest, closing their eyes and resting. They had been fighting for so long just now, and they were tired enough. The two must rest for a while. After a few minutes, Kakashi opened his eyes slowly. A pair of black pupils shot out a bright light, and the whole person seemed to be full of murderous air. Kakashi realized this feeling. Kakashi's killing air radiated out, and Niu Fang had to be shocked. Now Kakashi is different from what you see in anime. He also has his own friendship, just like a normal child. It's a pity that it was a manslaughter. Niu Fang secretly decided in his heart that the manslaughter must be stopped, otherwise, the world would really mess up. Niu Fang, I feel that your strength has improved a lot during this period. Your fighting skills and reactions are very quick. I guess the power of your swordsmanship should match your swordsmanship. Kakashi opened his eyes suddenly and spoke. Well, I feel the power of my swordsmanship has increased a lot, Niu Fang replied. It's hard for me to imagine how you trained. The speed of your progress has surprised me. Now you and I have to work hard to suppress you. I found out now that you are the real genius, much better than me, Kakashi said. Niu Fang's strength and the improvement of his swordsmanship really shocked him. He knew that Niu Fang's ability to have such strength during this period of time was definitely not luck, but his strength had improved a lot, otherwise, his strength would not have changed so much. Kakashi did not expect that Niu Fang would have improved so much during this period. Niu Fang's strength increased so quickly, completely beyond his expectations. Niu Fang and Kakashi played for so long, neither of them took advantage, and no one could do anything about it. Both of them know how powerful each other is. Kakashi, your strength is also very good. During this period of time I feel that my progress is also very fast. Niu Fang smiled slightly, looked at Kakashi and said. Both of them know very well that the progress of the two of them is equal. It's just that their progress is different. Well, both of us are not bad in strength, we are both geniuses. Kakashi smiled slightly, then spoke. Neither of them were talking about anything, they were all sitting there quietly. There is also an unspeakable feeling in their hearts. Both of them sighed. This kind of thing is really unbelievable, but it is so real. Neither of them spoke, but looked at each other silently. The eyes of the two of them were filled with thick smiles, they both knew what the other was thinking, and their hearts were filled with deep joy. They all have an indescribable sense of accomplishment, and their strength has been greatly improved. This feeling is really refreshing. At this time, ding ding ding, the system is out. Ding! Congratulations, host, fighting with Kakashi is not at a disadvantage, contributing 500. Ding! Congratulations to host, physical proficiency increased by 100. Ding! Congratulations to host, for having White Fang's Heitake knife technique, 500 contribution points will be increased. What? 500, 500. So good. Niu Fang showed an excited expression, very excited, and has 500 contribution points. This time, we can no longer draw a lottery, otherwise the 500 contribution value is not enough for the teeth. Niu Fang kept it well and used it when needed. Ding! Host's next task is to graduate early. Ding! Mission difficulty level B. Ding! Mission rewards 1000 contribution points. You can learn 5A ninjutsu. Damn it! So good. When is the system so generous? The system is okay. Niu Fang showed an expression of excitement, very excited, and another 1000 contribution points. There is no more lottery this time, otherwise the 1000 contribution value is not enough to squeeze the teeth. Niu Fang kept it well and used it when needed. Ding! Host's next task is to graduate early. Ding! Mission difficulty level B. Ding! Mission rewards 1000 contribution points. You can learn 5A ninjutsu. Damn it! So good. Niu Fang felt a little unbelievable, for the first time that the system was so generous. However, the difficulty level of the mission is B, which means that it is difficult to complete. When I think about Uchiha's inevitable look, Niu Fang feels a little melancholy. Name: Niu Fang. Attribute: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth. Water grade: D Chakra, 100 plus physique, permanent 8 gate 100 plus illusion, 0 ninjutsu skills, fire style Yanlong bullet, primary stage, contribution points, 1100. Looking at his template, Niu Fang didn't expect the increase in physical skills, he felt that his strength increased, not just strength. His eyes are now looking into the distance, they can see very clearly, even the bark on the trees is magnified. Niu Fang was even more excited and increased confidence in the graduation exam. Although Kakashi followed him to take the graduation exam is not that simple. The strongest profession in a country is a ninja, and there are too few people who become ninjas, let alone Konoha. And Mu Fang also knew that Konoha's ninja school exam was very, very difficult, and the elimination rate was generally 80%. That is, only 20% of people can graduate. Out of 100 people, 20 graduates are considered not bad. Later, Third Hokage changed to a 3-person graduation, and that situation was better. Not everyone wants to be a ninja, it is also something that requires talent and hard work. Mu Fang knew that there were so many people in the Uchiha family in the upper grades, and it would be extremely difficult at that time. But has he been afraid? Mu Fang wanted to be afraid of a hammer. Come and fight one by one. If the Uchiha family can make progress again, Mu Fang will simply abolish them. Now he is most worried about whether he will be chased by others if he offends the Uchiha family to death. After all, the Uchiha family is a behemoth with hundreds of ninjas. Although Uchiha Madara is dead, it cannot be ignored. These people are certainly not easy to mess with. Talents from the Uchiha family are coming out in large numbers. Moreover, in this case, he is not necessarily the opponent of that group of people. If it were that group of people, he would be in danger. But if you don't go, what can you do? The Uchiha family will never give up easily, and Mu Fang knows that he must go. But he still needs to find a reason to prevent the Uchiha family from pestering him anymore. He is not afraid of revenge from the Uchiha family, as long as he does not retaliate against his friends. Then he doesn't care. If Uchiha Ming retaliates against his friends, then he doesn't mind destroying the entire Uchiha family. With such a powerful force, Mu Fang believed that he had the strength to do it. He is not that kind of impulsive person. He will choose a suitable opportunity. Mu Fang wondered how to solve this matter. His current strength is not enough, and it is indeed too low. Even if he has talent and hard work, he is still too weak to fight against hundreds of behemoths like the Uchiha family. However, the most important thing for him now is to improve his strength. Now his strength has reached the ninja Chunin last period. Kakashi's strength is now higher than him, and he thinks that Chunin is about the middle level. At the current rate of progress, it is estimated that Chunin will be broken in a few months. But there is a very long gap between Chunin and the ninja, and it is very difficult to cross this barrier. Mu Fang didn't have much hope of breaking through Chunin. What he has to do is to increase his cultivation speed as soon as possible, and strive to break through Chunin's strength as soon as possible. At this moment, Mu Fang finally understood why many ninjas paid any price to break through Chunin. Because only after reaching the realm of Chunin can you obtain ninjutsu and have enough chakra. As long as there is enough chakra, then ninjutsu can truly be released. In terms of ninjutsu, ninjas have more chakra than other ninjas of the same level. And the richness of chakra far exceeds that of other ninjas of the same level. But it is not easy for a ninja of the same level to defeat Chunin. Because Chunin has too much ninjutsu, Mu Fang wants to learn S-level ninjutsu. Mu Fang is now going to learn White Fang's swordsmanship, and then learn his ninjutsu and skills. He wants to use White Fang's sword skills to enhance his strength. Mu Fang never thought that White Fang's swordsmanship was the entire strength of White Fang. White Fang's strength is too strong. I can't see through at all. He didn't know how many hole cards White Fang was hiding. The strength of White Fang is not something he can guess now. White Fang's sword skills were learned by Mu Fang from White Fang. White Fang also has unique insights on swordsmanship. Mu Fang is like a student now, and White Fang teaches him how to use his weapons. Mu Fang's talent in swordsmanship surprised White Fang. The potential of this kid is terrifying. White Fang couldn't guarantee that he could teach this kid in the short term, but what he can guarantee is that before he dies, he will pass on all the moves to this kid so that he can make a difference in the future. His sword skills have been practiced to the point of perfection, but he has never been able to exert its maximum power. This is his flaw. He must find a suitable method so that he can give full play to his strength. Mu Fang's talents are good, but he is a little slow in terms of swordsmanship. Mu Fang belongs to the kind of person who has the ultimate talent in swordsmanship. But Mu Fang didn't care, because he believed that one day, he would be able to master his ninjutsu. He has become stronger and stronger in the future, but his mentality has never changed. He has always retained his original character. Such people are often unable to go far, because you never know what you will do next. Therefore, they often only reinforce the original foundation and ignore corrections. Mu Fang is an exception, but his character cannot be changed casually. Therefore, he will still stick to this belief until the moment of success comes. The longer he stayed in the academy, the more Mu Fang felt his insignificance. If you don't work hard to improve your own strength, even if you die in the future, his friends will not be spared. Mu Fang knew that he was not a good person, but he did not want his friends to be his victims. Mu Fang's character determines that he cannot be a kind person. Because kindness will not be exchanged for others to be ninjas, not everyone wants to be. That is also something that requires talent and hard work. There are 13 moves in White Fang's swordsmanship. At this time, they are superimposed, and one move is more powerful than one. White Fang explained to Mu Fang and Kakashi, the first trick is called flowing water. It's like drawing a knife and flowing water, simple and straightforward. White Fang condensed the chakra of his whole body on the blade, and then waved his wrist to the left. The blade slashed through the air, mixed with the sound of breaking wind, which was very sharp and unstoppable. White Fang's right foot took a step to the left, and the blades went up together, flowing like water. While doing the action, White Fang said in a deep voice to Mu Fang and the two of them, when this move goes out, as long as the enemy resists, then the second move will come. White Fang's knife skills have been tempered through too many life and death battles over the years. Every move and every style contains killing intent. Once it is stabbed by White Fang's knife, it will not die or be seriously injured. Mu Fang and Kakashi nodded at the same time hearing White Fang's words. After Mu Fang saw that White Fang used the flowing water style, it was like a human sword combined into one. The whole person seemed to be transformed into a sharp long sword, attacking him. Such moves are White Fang's best tricks. He called this kind of move sword go slant. This is the second type. The enemy would never have thought that when he resisted, he would take a step back and stabbed with the knife again. This kind of move is extremely powerful, but it is also very physically demanding, so most people will not easily use it. This knife brought the chakra gathered by White Fang, and even White Fang's mental thoughts. The combination of the two is extremely powerful. White Fang shouted at them, "Here!" The blade had already stabbed in front of him, and Mu Fang immediately drew away to the left. However, Mu Fang's speed was still half a beat, and the blade brushed Mu Fang's ears. Although he didn't sting Mu Fang, he cut off the hair around Mu Fang's ears. The pain from the scalp made Mu Fang sober, and at the same time he cursed in his heart that White Fang's move was indeed a sword move. This move is not only aimed at the frontal enemy, even if the neighboring enemy is not cautious, it is estimated that they will be locked by White Fang. Mu Fang looked at Kakashi and saw that Kakashi was also shocked. Obviously he was also frightened by White Fang's move, but Mu Fang did not give up resisting, instead rushed to White Fang. Kakashi didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed behind Mu Fang, and walked side by side with Mu Fang. White Fang only used the second move, so he used the third move directly. The third type is called sweeping the army. This is specifically to deal with group enemies. The sound of the tip of the knife across the air was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. The power of the third move has reached an extremely terrifying level, just like the friction sound of a knife splitting the air. The power of such a knife is so great that Mu Fang and Kakashi can hardly resist it. With such a move, the surrounding trees were all cut off. It can be seen that the superimposed power is too terrifying. Mu Fang and Kakashi also had to avoid them, and at the same time dodge to both sides. Mu Fang's figure rolled on the ground a few times before he stopped. White Fang's move is really powerful. At this moment, Mu Fang felt a little worried. The White Fang's sword technique was too weird and powerful. This reminded him of what he saw in a novel on the earth. Some people who practiced the sword technique used the sword technique terribly fast, and the power of the sword technique is more than that. Now, Mu Fang finally knew how terrible the White Fang's sword technique was. This is the sword technique, no matter what the move, as long as you use it in the right place, then it will exert great power. After White Fang made the third move, he continued to attack Mu Fang and Kakashi. His speed is getting faster and faster, and every knife is like breaking a human body into pieces. The knife was cut directly. Mu Fang and Kakashi could only avoid them as much as possible. This is the fourth type of Thunder Slash. White Fang just trained the two of them, and didn't exert all his strength, otherwise, Mu Fang and Kakashi would definitely not be opponents. White Fang kept attacking Mu Fang and the two of them, and from time to time he also swung a knife. The power of this knife was really terrifying, and both Kakashi and Mu Fang felt scared. After White Fang shook them back, the fifth move appeared again. This move is a sword, light and sword shadow. There was a cold light, which was many times more powerful than the knife just now, because it was transformed by White Fang's mental thoughts. When the light of the sword fell into Mu Fang's eyes, he only felt as if he had entered another space, one after another, wrapping Mu Fang at this moment, making Mu Fang unable to move or move at all. This is the spirit of White Fang. The memory of mental power suddenly appeared in Mu Fang's mind. Mu Fang knew that this was White Fang's sixth trick. White Fang explained, these six types are called Phantom Fear. Dao Mang became more and more intense in Mu Fang's eyes. In the end, Mu Fang's vision became blurred, and only a bloody color was left in front of him. Mu Fang's eyes were full of fear. Is this the sixth trick? This White Fang is too powerful. No loss is able to deter men from the 5 nations. Mu Fang felt that he could hardly hold it anymore. However, Mu Fang still refused to give up, because this was a test for both Mu Fang and Kakashi. Both of them must hold on. Mu Fang clenched his teeth and held on. This was their test. 2 words gradually appeared in Mu Fang's eyes, kill. Immediately, Mu Fang's eyes suddenly widened. Mu Fang's eyes became extremely bloody red, and the tear mole at the corner of his eye also turned red at this moment. His body exudes an extremely domineering aura, like a demon crawling out of hell. White Fang's face changed. It was a very dangerous aura. This is Mu Feng's use of his mental thoughts. At this moment, White Fang knows his talent. White Fang's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he smiled slightly. The effect of training. Yes, this young man has already realized the spiritual will, and his spiritual power should have reached a very high level. White Fang withdrew the short sword from his hand. He knew that this move was enough to kill Mu Feng. In front of Mu Feng's eyes, the shadow of White Fang's sword appeared. Dao Ying continued to expand and soon enveloped Mu Feng's body. Looking at this Dao Ying, Mu Feng felt helpless. He has nowhere to escape. This is the power of this trick created by White Fang, and Mu Feng knows that this is something he cannot resist. This is the true strength of White Fang, capable of crushing Konoha-sunen. This is Mu Feng's evaluation of White Fang. It's horrible. Mu Feng and Kakashi really saw the strength of White Fang. It is estimated that when Bai Yi trained us just now, they were only 30% of their skills. It was also the first time that Mu Feng saw White Fang resort to the sword technique he created. In the beginning, Mu Feng and Kakashi only trained the basic swordsmanship of the Heitake family. White Fang said at that time, the simplest knife technique is also the most difficult. The simpler things make things ultimate, so that you can practice effective things. What Mu Feng cares about is the speed of his sword technique. In his opinion, the sword technique must become faster and faster, so as to cause effective destructive power to the enemy. White Fang retracted his short sword, looked at Mu Feng and Kakashi who were breathing, and smiled slightly, thinking that they are still too young, plus chakra is not enough, and now they can only learn these 6 moves. If Mu Feng and Kakashi really learn these 6 moves, it is estimated that they have the strength to fight against the real genius of the Uchiha family. Especially Mu Feng. Now Mu Feng's physical skills are better than Kakashi's back then. White Fang admired Mu Feng more and more. White Fang is also very strict with his son, which is also a protection for him. Father's love is silent. White Fang looked at them and said, "You have a few days left now, and all your training is focused on knife skills." Mu Feng and Kakashi nodded, and then began to practice. White Fang looked at the 2 children and said, "Mu Feng and Kakashi, although their actual combat experience is a bit worse, I believe you will reach the height I expected. This is a good martial arts, I hope you can make good use of it, and don't disappoint my expectations. I am waiting for that day." White Fang looked at them, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. White Fang left. He wanted to find something interesting to see. He hadn't seen anything interesting for a long time. In the next few days, Mu Feng and Kakashi began to do various exercises. Mu Feng and Kakashi were already very good in shape, but now they have started to practice again, and they look stronger, so that their efficiency in practicing the knife is also higher. Mu Feng practiced his own sword technique. On the other hand, Kakashi practiced another sword technique. Mu Feng's attack method was completely opposite to Kakashi's. Kakashi practiced both offense and defense, while Mu Feng practiced speed. White Fang looked at these with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Mu Feng, you are a good seed, I am waiting for you to grow." White Fang thinks this Mu Feng is more suitable for Zixiao to teach. Guide him, because Ziai Xiao is faster. He also wanted to see how Ziai Xiao taught Mu Feng. Ziai Xiao is also his brother. White Fang felt that he should talk to Ziai Xiao. Ziai Xiao has been with Umbu for a long time. His experience is much richer than that of him, and he might be able to help Mu Feng improve his strength. Thinking of this, White Fang went out and looked for Ziai Xiao. Let Kakashi and Mu Feng train here first. Kakashi is now familiar with Mu Feng, and is now playing against Mu Feng, and Mu Feng's current strength, and Kakashi's strength, can be considered to be between the best. Mu Feng is pursuing the feeling of ultimate speed, explosive, so the training speed here is faster, and he also knows one thing, that is, the amount of training between him and Kakashi has also increased a lot. This training method can be said to be what Mu Feng needs most. With this kind of training, Mu Feng's speed is even faster. Mu Feng also discovered his own advantages, which also strengthened Mu Feng's determination to make him faster, because he felt that as long as he could improve his speed faster, his winning percentage would increase a lot. He wants to become stronger and stronger while protecting the people around him. This is why First Hokage was called a god in that era, and his family can become the top power. The reason is that First Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Therefore, the original ninja village had such rules. If you want to protect the family, you must have stronger strength. Only in this way can you be qualified to protect your loved ones. At this time, a few people with black masks in the big tree in the distance jumped up. These people are the men of the man in black just now. While these people were jumping, they didn't forget to glance at Mu Feng. A trace of murderous aura flashed in the eyes of these people. "Is he Mu Feng?" the headed man asked. "Yes," said a person beside him. The headed man wearing the red mask snorted coldly. "Well, no matter who it is, as long as someone pays us, he will die." The people around him also nodded. These people are here to kill Mu Feng. These people are the killers of Ninja Village. They are both the third-ranked killer organization and the killer organization. For For the mission this time, the organization sent 30 killers, and they were selected from the entire organization. Their strength was also above Chinin, and their goal was only one, that is just kill Mu Feng. Mu Feng is still not clear yet. Behind him, there are already 30 killers staring at him. These people are the killers in the killer organization. Mu Feng continued to wield the knife. He had practiced to a crazy level. He hadn't practiced the knife like this for a long time. Such a state, Mu Feng has forgotten the time. He even felt that only in this way would he not be eliminated. At this moment, Kakashi, who had been standing next to Mu Feng, suddenly shouted, "Mu Feng, it's not good, I feel someone is staring at us." After hearing Kakashi's words, Mu Feng stopped his movements and looked at Kakashi. He also noticed it. His face suddenly became serious. Mu Feng said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, wait for me here." Kakashi glanced at Mu Feng and nodded. The person in the red mask secretly said that it was not good. They didn't expect Kakashi to notice it. They underestimated this genius, and the man in the red mask whispered, "Action." After the red mask man finished speaking, dozens of killers rushed out instantly. 2 shurikens were thrown at Mu Feng and the others. Mu Feng immediately turned to avoid him. He felt that at least 2 dozen were Chinin, and there were even 2 Jonin. Damn it! Don't think about it, this must be the Uchiha family. Mu Feng cursed in his heart. It seems that the Uchiha family has been eyeing him. He is still too weak now, he can't even beat Jonin now. This hatred, Mu Feng will definitely retaliate back. However, all he has to do now is to run away quickly. Mu Feng shouted at Kakashi, "Go, run away." When Kakashi heard Mu Feng's words, he immediately followed Mu Feng's back. Kakashi's speed is very fast, his pace is also much faster than Mu Feng. Mu Feng's speed was not much different from that of Kakashi, and the two fled one after another. Dozens of celebrities were chasing the two of them, but no matter how they used secret techniques to speed up, they just couldn't keep up with them. This is very evil. They are more than a dozen people with Chunin strength, chasing 2 people who have not graduated. He couldn't catch up. If this is spread, it will not be a shame. Who will look for them to do business in the future? Mu Feng shuttled in the jungle like lightning, possessing the power brought by the 8th gate, which made him more comfortable. Mu Feng's speed was more than twice as fast as before, and now the effect of training is finally reflected. Mu Feng just thought, "I ran, they couldn't catch up." There are tall trees in the forest next to Konoha, which can just block their figure and get rid of them easily. Ha 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 ha, I just run. Kakashi followed Mu Feng closely behind them, and behind them were those wearing masks. The person in the red mask directly nodded his hands and shouted, "Earth style, earth flow wall." In an instant, a tall wall appeared in front of Mu Feng, abruptly blocking them. But Mu Feng and Kakashi didn't panic at all, their faces were even more calm. "Since you don't run away, do it." Mu Feng slowly turned around and said coldly to those wearing masks, "You think it's blocking our way? Can this kill us? I will take you today." Mu Feng's big eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his aura changed. The voice just fell. Mu Feng held the wooden knife in his hand, and his right foot violently hit the ground like a sharp arrow. Kakashi followed closely behind. Just now White Fang called their trick, the first formula, to cut off the water. Chakra is condensed around the wooden knife in Mu Feng's hand, which is very sharp. His wooden knife passed by, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. Mu Feng's speed was very fast. He reached the target in only a second, and the wooden knife accurately pierced the chest of the person in front. Then Mu Feng pulled up the wooden knife, blood gushing out from the wound. One move, it's dead. Mu Feng has memorized White Fang's knife skills by heart. Uxin, he knows how to kill the enemy. These people have no resistance at all. They died with a single blow. They had no chance to resist. Mu Feng only needed to kill them in the simplest way. Mu Feng did not pause at all, and pierced into the chest of another man in the red mask. Mu Feng drew the long sword from his chest again and pierced the chest of another man in the mask again. The remaining dozens of people were stunned, but they still reacted and raised their weapons one after another. They attacked Mu Feng. Kakashi also rushed over, sprinting while sealing. Mu Feng didn't stop. Cut off the head of one of them with a single knife. Kakashi directly added lightning style to the wooden knife. The blade of the wooden knife became extremely sharp. In an instant, the head of a man with a black mask was cut off, blood rushed, and Kakashi continued to rush forward. Another masked man fell to the ground. At this moment, Mu Feng suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Be careful behind." Mu Feng hurriedly rolled, avoided the attack from the rear. At this time, Kakashi's wooden knife also chopped off the head of another masked person. "Boy, don't run." Dozens of people behind were furious. Mu Feng did not answer them, but continued to sprint and ran towards the forest in front of him. At this time, Kakashi's offensive became more and more fierce. Dozens of them are getting more and more fierce. Mu Feng knew that his situation was very dangerous. This state only lasts a few minutes. I must be suspicious. Now I can only delay time, hoping to wait for White Fang to arrive. Mu Fang's figure keeps disappearing, but he has been running towards the mountains and forests all the time. Because his body is too strong now, he is still very fast even without using any ninjutsu. Moreover, Mu Fang's speed is also quite rapid, maintaining the best speed all the time. The person in the red mask is the strongest person in it, the only person who can barely keep up with Mu Fang's speed. Because the earth element here is rich, he can use the earth element to improve his speed. Kakashi was also desperate from behind. He is very fast now. He could hardly see Mu Fang's trail, but he still followed Mu Fang's *** closely, which allowed him to have a wider range of attacks. The battle between Kakashi and the mask was fierce. The attacks of a few of them also caused the trees to fly wildly. Mu Fang still came back because Kakashi was here. No, I can't delay any longer. I have to deal with these people, Kakashi said in his heart. He can no longer waste time like this, and if he drags on like this, he will suffer. The enemy this time is not simple, and his wooden sword cannot last. If it continues like this, he will definitely suffer. He must end the battle as soon as possible and get rid of these people. These people are indeed tyrannical. Kakashi's chakra was almost consumed just now, and he must recover as soon as possible. Boy, are you just running like this? We haven't had enough fun yet. A man in a red mask stood up. Kakashi's offensive is getting stronger and stronger. Mu Fang was not to be outdone either. Kakashi's speed is very fast. Mu Fang's figure is also moving extremely fast. This time, Mu Fang retracted the wooden knife into the sheath, and then printed on both hands, fire style, Yanlong Bullet. Yanlong Bullet is ninjutsu, but it is not a normal ninjutsu, but a super ninjutsu in fire style. Mu Fang's current strength can be said to have been able to display the full power of the Yanlong Bullet, which is extremely powerful. The surrounding trees and vegetation burned instantly, and Mu Fang flew out into the distance in the flames of the explosion. The red masked ninja also took a breath. This is ninjutsu, and the power of this ninjutsu is really powerful. This type of ninjutsu can only be used by the elite shinin, which shows that the talents in front of them are so terrifying. These two children are only a few years old, and they did not expect to be so powerful. These people didn't dare to be careless, they also used ninjutsu one after another. Kakashi was not idle either. The wooden knife in his hand applied lightning style again. Lightning style was fire ninjutsu. The wooden knife in Kakashi's hand turned into a thunder snake, and it drew at these dozens of people fiercely. Screamed again and again. Where the wooden sword passed, the ninja's clothes and pants were all burned to ashes, revealing the skin inside. Kakashi did not hesitate. Ki-in was once again, and the thunder sword slashed towards the other ninja. The ninja was split in half. The strength that Kakashi exploded was also the level of the elite shinin, but it was a pity that the two of them did not have enough chakra. Mu Fang and Kakashi simultaneously unleashed the strongest ninjutsu at this moment. Fire style and earth style. One red and one brown. These two different types of ninjutsu show completely different effects here. What Mu Fang releases is fire style technique. Kakashi released earth style. This is a ninjutsu produced by the blending of earth and fire, and its power is very powerful. Mu Fang and Kakashi both broke out their strongest combat effectiveness. They have no retreat. The fire burned the entire forest, and the flames were hot and violent. Holding the wooden knife in his hand, Mu Fang rushed forward like a rocket, and the long knife in his hand slashed at the red-masked person in front of him. The eyes of the man in the red mask were slightly narrowed. He looked at the rushing Mu Fang, a sneer flashed in his eyes, and the ninjutsu in his hand was immediately displayed. Boom rumble, two huge pillars of fire formed in an instant, rushing straight into the sky. The man in the red mask stood there without any movement. He just raised his arm and lightly knocked the two fire pillars apart with his right hand. But at this time, Mu Fang had already arrived in front of the man in the red mask. He held the wooden knife in his hand and slashed it fiercely. A burst of red sword energy shot out from the wooden sword instantly, bringing up a burst of dazzling sparks. The wooden knife in Mu Fang's hand was severely chopped down, and the strong chakra contained on the wooden knife directly turned into a wave of fire and rose into the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the fire wave instantly hit the man in the red mask in front of him. However, it was blocked by the protective cover on the man in the red mask, which could not hurt him at all, and the protective cover was still changing colors and shapes. He was already good at earth style, but at this time he even improved his protection to ultimate. Mu Fang's wooden knife slashed on the protective cover and let out a muffled snort, and then disappeared. Mu Fang was knocked back several steps by the rebounding force. Ha ha ha, you can't do it yet. The man in the red mask looked at Mu Fang, who had been knocked back, with a smile on his lips. His ninjutsu was more than that. He only saw his feet tap the ground and moved quickly backward with the help of this force. His speed was faster than before, and he had come to Mu Fang almost in the blink of an eye. Killua directly pierced Mu Fang's head. Ding! There was a crisp sound. This kill was blocked, and it didn't pierce Mu Feng's head, just tore through the clothes in front of Mu Feng, but this scene was enough to make Mu Feng vigilant. Fortunately, Kakashi reacted quickly, otherwise Mu Feng would really be injured. It's dangerous. Swish swish swish. At this time, Kakashi's figure appeared next to Mu Feng, holding a thunderbolt wooden knife in his hand. He waved quickly and flew towards the man with the red mask in front of him. The man in the red mask saw the wooden knife attack and hurried. Kakashi's wooden knife pierced the ground, then turned around in the air, and a green light beam instantly shot at the feet of the man in the red mask. This green beam exploded directly on the ground, exploding a deep hole. The figure of the man in the red mask also stayed for a second. His defensive shield was destroyed, his speed was slower, and he had not escaped in time. Kakashi seized this opportunity, the blue light on his body spread out instantly, and the thunder and lightning wooden knife in his hand waved again. Mu Feng also attacked and left, not giving the person in the red mask a chance to react. Boom! The wooden knife collided with Killua, sparks flew everywhere. Mu Feng flew 3 meters away. The man in the red mask was stupefied by Kakashi's sudden attack, and he remained motionless. Kakashi's lightning attribute is fully functional here, not only can make the ninja smoke and burn, but also can cause damage to them. This kind of injury can even paralyze them, slowing down their actions. Mu Feng took the opportunity to rush and attack again, but this time Kakashi didn't fight him recklessly as before, but chose to dodge. He knew that his ninjutsu couldn't help the guy in front of him, so he simply chose to avoid it. Kakashi avoided, and Mu Feng followed suit. The two chased and fled in the jungle like this. Although Mu Feng couldn't hurt the man in the red mask, Kakashi's strength was much worse after all. He quickly fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed by the man in the red mask in front of him. Mu Feng knew that this situation was wrong, and if this went on, he would definitely lose to the opponent's hands. And he also knew that if he didn't think about anything, he would really die here. There is only one way to survive. That is to kill the man in the red mask in front of him. He must kill the man in the red mask, otherwise he will only have to wait for his fate to die. Mu Feng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger and hatred. His eyes were red, and his body exuded a strong killing intent. At this moment, he was as horrible as a devil, making people stop by. Kakashi was shocked when he saw Mu Feng in this state. He knew that at this time Mu Feng had already fallen into a certain crazy state. Once he entered the crazy state, what crazy behavior Mu Feng would make, he didn't even dare to confirm. Mu Feng in this state can be said to be the most difficult enemy, but it is precisely because of Mu Feng in this state that it is even more difficult to deal with. Mu Feng used all his contribution value to develop the potential of 8 inner gates, but the potential of 8 inner gates has not been opened up. He is still in the most ordinary state, but he knew that this state could not last long. Because this state continues, it means that he will be killed by the enemy in front of him, and now, he is his only target. As long as you get rid of the man in the red mask in front of him, he will be able to win. Thinking of this, his offensive became more and more fierce. When the man in the red mask saw this scene, the expression on his face finally became serious. Damn, how can you become so powerful as a kid? The man in the red mask snarled, chakra broke into ultimate, and his aura has changed. This is definitely not the strength of ordinary people. Go to hell. A cold and merciless voice sounded. The wooden knife in Mu Feng's hand suddenly pierced out. Kakashi spotted this at this opportunity. The thunder and lightning wooden knife in his hand suddenly pierced out. The wooden knife collided with the kunao, and the wooden knife instantly shattered, but the blade of the wooden knife was cut on the kunao. When? A crisp voice sounded. Crack. A fine crack appeared in Kyoshang, but it was not broken. How can it be? How can this person have such a strong defense? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. At this time, Mu Feng held the wooden knife, sharp, and his whole body, his aura also changed drastically at this moment, and the chakra fluctuations on his body became stronger and stronger. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a blazing flame, making it impossible to see what he was like. A destructive force erupted in Mu Feng's body, and this force seemed to destroy everything, tear everything, and destroy everything. The person in the red mask felt the kind of power coming from Mu Feng's body, and felt his blood start to boil. This is the first time he has seen this kind of power. This is a force that makes his heart palpitations. This is a sense of fear from the depths of the soul. A Jonin has a sense of fear. This is simply incredible. No, what secret technique did you use? If you are completely mad, you are just a lunatic. The face of the man in the red mask changed drastically. This person is definitely a lunatic. If you don't get rid of him right away, he will definitely bring me a huge disaster. This thought flashed through the mind of the man in the red mask. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore, his figure suddenly violent, and the kunao in his hand stabbed out again. The attack he performed this time turned out to be the move that he used to deal with that ninja just now. He had to strike first to be strong, and let Mu Feng kill Mu Feng with a single blow, so that he would not have to worry that Mu Feng would bring him danger, and it would also make him less worried. Mu Feng's attack also stabbed the man in the red mask. He wants to use his most powerful moves to kill this terrible enemy. Ha! The kill thorn in the hands of the man in the red mask was on Niu Feng's arm, and the blood flew away, but there was a touch of joy on the face of the man in the red mask. He knew that Niu Feng was already injured. Puff! Boom! Two muffled noises sounded one after another. Niu Feng shook his wrist, and the wooden knife slammed into the shoulder of the man in the red mask. At the same time, the wooden knife slid down the arm of the man in the red mask. A smile flashed across Niu Feng's face. Just with this, I will win you, let you taste my greatness, let you taste my greatness. He stabbed it again with all his strength and took the man in the red mask directly to the throat. The man in the red mask was taken aback. He didn't expect that Niu Feng's attack could be changed again, which was unbelievable. He had to give up resistance, and his figure suddenly retreated. Boom! The wooden knife pierced the man's chest with the red mask, pierced his skin directly, leaving a deep bone hole in his chest, and blood spewed out. What? The man in the red mask let out a scream. He clutched his bleeding chest, his body shook, and almost fell to the ground. He didn't expect that he would actually lose in the battle just now. He never thought that he would lose to a genin within one move. Puff! Swish! A dark shadow shot out from his chest. He reached out his hand and touched his chest, only to find that the chest was empty and there was nothing left. The man in the red mask stared at his chest in disbelief. The boss with his mouth opened was speechless for a long while. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. How can it be? A piece of cloth fell off his chest, and a blood hole appeared in his sight. He looked down, suddenly dumbfounded. His chest was pierced by a long knife, and blood gurgled out. How can this be? He stared at the hole in disbelief, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a whole word. He couldn't believe that he would die in the hands of a genin. He even couldn't believe that he was cut off his chest with a single knife by a genin, making him lose his combat effectiveness. There was chaos in his head, and he couldn't accept all this in front of him at all, and he didn't want to believe that it was true. But the facts were before his eyes, and he couldn't help but believe it. He raised his head and looked at Niu Feng, his mouth twitching and his eyes flushed. Niu Feng's face was stern, his palm tightly held the wooden knife in his hand, his right index finger flicked the wooden knife lightly, the wooden knife leaped on his fingers, and a devastating breath emanated from his hand. His eyes were filled with boundless anger. Today, I must kill you. Niu Feng gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Hearing Niu Feng's words, the man in the red mask felt cold in his heart, his face was pale, his eyes were staring, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. The blood on his chest still kept pouring out. He knew that he had to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be stunned. The man in the red mask took a deep breath, and there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. A black mist suddenly appeared on his body, covering his whole body. This black mist quickly dissipated, and the figure of the man in the red mask instantly appeared in the distance. He glanced at Niu Feng, his eyes full of resentment and jealousy. Then, the man in the red mask quickly disappeared into the jungle, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Looking at the back of the man in the red mask running away, Niu Feng's expression turned gloomy to ultimate. With that blow just now, he had exhausted all the strength of his whole body, and he knew that he was now at the end of the battle. But he did not choose to pursue it. He knew that even if he could catch up now, he would not be the opponent of the man in the red mask. Kakashi ran over quickly. His face was very pale, and on his left arm, there was already a bone-bearing wound, and blood was continuously flowing outside. How are you? Kakashi asked hurriedly. Hearing Niu Feng's words, a smile appeared on Niu Feng's face and said, "It's okay, this little injury doesn't get in the way at all, don't worry about me." There was a touch of firmness on his face, and his eyes were full of confidence. Although his shoulder was seriously injured, although his injury was very serious, although his left shoulder had been cut to pieces, his spirit was very strong, even stronger than usual. I can handle this small injury by myself. Niu Feng shook his head and said, "In that case, don't force it. Let's leave," Kakashi said immediately, seeing the pale complexion on Niu Feng's face. He knew that Niu Feng's injury must be serious and should not be delayed for too long. Okay. Niu Feng responded softly and turned and rushed towards the top of the mountain. Kakashi quickly followed. Soon, the two returned to the top of the mountain. You now need to find a place to recuperate. I will help you deal with the injury on your shoulder, and you will hurry. Seeing the hideous wound on Niu Feng's shoulder, Kakashi frowned and said to Niu Feng with an anxious look in his eyes, "Well, thank you." Niu Feng nodded slightly. Afterwards, he took off his clothes, revealing his coat, and saw several crisscross bloodstains on his body. These wounds are all caused by suffering and nothingness. Those people must be killer organizations, Niu Feng said coldly when he saw the bloodstains on his body. What? Kakashi's face changed abruptly when he heard this. His pupils shrank sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are these people really organized by killers? Is he really the killer of the killer organization? You don't have to doubt it, it was done by the killer organization. You can bandage it for me now, Niu Feng said lightly. His eyes were full of coldness, and his fists were slightly clenched. Good. Without hesitation, Kakashi quickly took out the medicine box and treated Mufeng's shoulder wound. There were several deep wounds on Mufeng's shoulder, which looked very scary, but the wounds were not deep, just some scratches, and did not hurt the vital parts. Soon, Kakashi took care of the wound for Mufeng. Looking at Mufeng, he asked with concern on his face, "Your injury, doesn't it matter?" "It's okay, as long as you rest for a few days." Mufeng shook his head and said, "Well, it's fine if it's fine, it's fine if it's fine." Hearing this, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. With a touch of relief on his face, he knew that Mufeng was fine. The man in the red mask is Jonin's strength. Kakashi feels terrifying even thinking about it. How could Mufeng be his opponent? Kakashi also did not expect that Mufeng could burst out such a powerful chakra and force the red-masked people to retreat in a row. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Mufeng had such a terrifying strength. Mufeng's physical strength was exhausted, and his body began to become weak. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate to restore his spirit. He has used up all the contribution points just now, and his mental power is also very exhausted. The scene just now can be said to be very long. He killed more than 20 killers in total and faced death every time. In this case, if he doesn't seize the time to practice, then sooner or later he will die in the hands of the enemy. Kakashi sat silently guarding Mufeng's side, motionless, for fear of disturbing Mufeng. Not long after, Mufeng entered the recovery state. Kakashi also leaned on the big tree, regaining his physical strength. Not long after, Mufeng slowly opened his eyes, with strong hatred and killing intent in his eyes. "That group of damn guys, sooner or later, I will cut them all at once, so that they don't even have a chance to escape." Mufeng clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. His current mood is very depressed. He did not expect his strength to be so weak. He feels very useless. His enemy must be Jonin, and he can't defeat them. He is helpless and aggrieved, and his heart is full of depression and depression. He very much hopes that his strength can become stronger, and he can have the strength to contend with Jonin. If he meets the man with the red mask again, he will definitely be able to kill him. Kakashi looked at Mufeng's gloomy expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. There was a touch of bitterness on his face, and he couldn't help thinking that if someone else had suffered such a serious injury, he would have fallen to the ground and was dying. How could it be like Mufeng? There is still time to be depressed here, but also full of fighting spirit. Kakashi shook his head lightly, with a touch of self-deprecating on his face. It seems that his brother is not in the category of ordinary humans. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps, and two dark shadows appeared in their sight. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and a nervous expression appeared on his face. He looked at Mufeng and whispered, "Someone is coming." Mufeng opened his eyes suddenly full of killing intent. The two figures swiftly passed through the jungle, and soon appeared in front of them. At first glance, it turned out to be White Fang and Teacher Ziai Xiao. Teacher Ziai Xiao glanced at Mufeng. The look on his face looked particularly ugly, and the look on his face also looked a little disturbed. He didn't expect that Mufeng would suffer a serious injury here. She was full of worries about how Mufeng's injury was. "Mufeng, you are injured." Teacher Zixiao walked in front of Mufeng, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Mufeng's wrist. When he felt Mufeng's pulse, his face changed slightly, and his face was shocked. He felt that Mufeng's injury was very serious. "How could you get hurt? What is going on?" Teacher Ziai Xiao looked at Mufeng with a worried expression on his face. After listening to Teacher Zixiao's words, Mufeng didn't conceal anything, and told Teacher Zixiao the process of the matter, especially the strength of the man called the Red Mask. "So, that man is very strong," Teacher Ziai Xiao said with a solemn expression on his face. "Yes, that person's strength is very strong, and my strength can't beat him at all. He is at least Jonin level. They should be a killer organization." Mufeng nodded and said. Hearing Mufeng's words, Teacher Zixiao's face became extremely ugly, and his heart was very angry. Someone attacked their school in Konoha. It was daring. How could his teacher Zixiao's person allow them? "Bully, how are you feeling now? Can you still do it?" Teacher Ziai Xiao looked at Mufeng and asked in a deep voice. Mufeng shook his head and said, "It's not possible for the time being. I must practice for a while to recover from my injury." What Mufeng said was right. He has suffered such a serious injury now, and he must cultivate quickly, otherwise, his injury can only leave hidden dangers for a lifetime and cannot be completely healed. "You can rest for a while, I'm here to watch, no one will bother you," Teacher Ziai Xiao said. He also didn't want Mufeng to waste time healing here, because he was worried that the killer man with the red mask would come again. He knew very well in his heart that this red-masked man would definitely reappear to assassinate Mufeng. "Then you have to be more careful." Mufeng looked at Teacher Ziai Xiao, and then said. Teacher Ziai Xiao winked White Fang. White Fang understood immediately, nodded, his eyes full of murderousness, and ran to the depths of the jungle. Soon, White Fang disappeared in the forest and disappeared. Mufeng saw this scene and knew that White Fang must have chased it. Kakashi is also recovering quickly own injury. Both of them were recovering from their injuries, no one was talking, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressed and oppressive. In a short while, White Fang and the others returned to their original place from the forest. White Fang's eyes looked around, but he didn't notice the man in the red mask. The expression on his face became a little anxious. "Why didn't you find him?" White Fang turned his head, glanced at him, and asked suspiciously. "It is estimated that he has escaped." There was a hint of confusion on Teacher Zixiao's face. He didn't know where the man in the red mask had gone. He felt that there was no one else except Mufang and Kakashi within a range of 30 kilometers from his center. "Have you escaped? It's so damn it, you dare to be so arrogant." When White Fang heard these words, his face was full of anger, and he cursed angrily. White Fang's anger is not something anyone can bear, even Teacher Zixiao. There should be something covering his breath. You can look for it carefully and see if there are any other clues. Teacher Zixiao glanced around and said, "Yep." When White Fang heard Teacher Zixiao's words, he nodded, turned his body, and continued to search. White Fang carefully probed the ground for any traces that might exist. Mufang and Kakashi are on the side, quietly waiting for White Fang and the others to return. For a long time, White Fang finally returned to the place, with a depressed expression on his face, and said to Zixiao, "I searched the whole place, there is no trace of that person at all." Zixiao nodded, he had already expected such a result. Zixiao was also an Umbu staff back then. Like they performed their mission back then, once the mission failed, they would retreat as soon as possible. Therefore, he is no stranger to this kind of assassination. "We will go back as soon as you recover well. This kind of place is still not safe." Teacher Zixiao stood up and said. Mufang nodded, behind Teacher Zixiao, he left this area. The three of them continued to move forward. Mufang's injury was quite serious and it would take some time to fully recover. Therefore, Mufang and Teacher Zixiao went all the way, cultivated all the way, and practiced at the same time. On the other side, the man in the red mask was galloping in the woods. He continuously released the secret technique. He was fast, and his figure was like electricity. He appeared hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, turning his body into a whirlwind, and constantly shuttled in the air. His face is heavy, and he can feel the powerful chakra danger approaching him, and the powerful aura is getting stronger and stronger, as if he is about to break through the shackles of space and come to this earth at any time. If that horrible breath suddenly erupts, the entire world will be destroyed. Such a terrifying breath is definitely not something Jonin can possess. This breath is definitely Konoha's strong man. If it weren't for running fast, he would definitely be spotted by that strong man. After being found his trail, he would never have the chance to escape. He knows that Konoha is now in its heyday, and that Sarutobi Hiruzen sits in Konoha, and now Sunin, Konoha 8 colors. The strength is so powerful that if he breaks into Konoha rashly, he will definitely die. However, he was not reconciled to leave here, and was not reconciled to fail this mission. However, he has no choice now. Since the organization has collected money from others, it must complete the task. He can only return to the organization now, and the information given by the organization is completely different from now. At the beginning, the task received was that Mufang's burst of strength was also Chunin's level. However, the strength that Mufang has exploded now is the strength of Jonin's peak, and even he is not sure that he can beat it. Now, he must go back immediately. Only when he goes back can he report to it. The man in the red mask kept accelerating and flew towards the forest. Mufang and the others were in the jungle, recovering from their injuries, while looking for the man in red. White Fang went to search again. He wanted to wipe out this danger completely. His speed is very fast, flying through the jungle. He kept imagining the man in red in his mind, thinking about who he was and what he wanted to do. It's a pity that Zixiao is right. Such a person is so cautious that it is impossible to leave any clues. This guy is really cunning. His strength should be checked with Zixiao and me. He actually used such a secret technique to hide. He deserves to be a killer. His strength is really strong. White Fang frowned and said to himself, his face changed. It was even more ugly, his fists creaked. "You said, what level of strength the man in the red mask has reached?" Mufang raised his head, looked at Teacher Zixiao, and asked faintly. Hearing this, Zixiao froze for a while, and immediately replied, "I don't know about this, but this guy should not be lower than Jonin's peak strength, at least Jonin's first level strength, otherwise, he can't." Escaped White Fang's tracking. Hearing the words of Teacher Zixiao, Mufang and Kakashi looked at each other with shocked expressions in their eyes. They did not expect that the strength of the red-masked man would reach the realm of Jonin. Jonin. The realm of Jonin means that he is the top master among Jonin, a master comparable to White Fang. The current White Fang is the pinnacle of Jonin, and may also step into cage level. This means that the man in the red mask is likely to reach the state of Jonin. If it is below Jonin, White Fang must be able to find them. Who is he? Why do you want to deal with us? Kakashi looked at Niu Feng and asked, his eyes filled with deep puzzlement. His strength should be in Jonin, otherwise, it is impossible to escape the tracking of White Fang. He should be a member of a killer organization. Niu Feng said slowly, with a serious expression on his face. Jonin? The killer of the killer organization? Kakashi's eyes widened at Niu Feng's words, and his face was full of shock. Well, I also suspect that he should be Jonin, because he doesn't have any murderous aura, nor any evil aura. On the contrary, he gave me a very familiar aura. Niu Feng nodded and said slowly, opened his mouth and said, what? Familiar, do we know that person? Kakashi stared at Niu Feng in disbelief, and said in disbelief, there are assassins, and there are so many assassins. Although Konoha has a variety of special skills, assassins are our greatest enemy because their methods are very vicious and difficult to deal with. They kill people by any means. Launching an attack is unstoppable. I once encountered a Jonin-level assassin who used the forbidden technique when he was killing people. Teacher Zai Xiao's face also became a little serious, his eyes darkened. There was also a worried look at the place. Obviously, he was extremely afraid of those forbidden techniques, but he was just afraid in his heart, not too worried. Zai Xiao didn't serve as the captain of Umbu because of someone else's forbidden technique and was severely injured. These people are a bunch of lunatics. They kill people, no matter who they are or who they are. Even Jonin is like this. What's more, you newcomers and ordinary people, they just want your lives when they take action. That's why you want to. One of the reasons for choosing to hide your strength is that if you expose your strength, then you will face the whole world. The more talented people are, the more dangerous they are when they are young, Teacher Zai Xiao said. After Teacher Zixiao finished speaking, both White Fang and Kakashi nodded. They all understand what Teacher Zixiao said. If their strength is too high, they will be easily targeted by other assassins. If they are targeted, their situation will be very dangerous. White Fang looked at Niu Feng and Kakashi, and said, you two, stop practicing for now, first recover your own injuries, wait until your strength is completely stabilized, and then continue to look for the red man's traces. I believe I must confine him. After Niu Feng and Kakashi heard White Fang's words, they nodded one after another. With their current strength, they can only temporarily stop practicing and heal their injuries first. Boss, what do we do now? Both of these two people are very strong. The gap between us and them is really too big. We are not their opponents at all. If we want to leave here, we can't delay here. In the forest, a man with a cyan mask looked at a middle-aged man and spoke. Well, they are indeed very powerful. We are indeed not their opponents. This place is not safe. Let's leave. The middle-aged man nodded. His body is injured, and his current speed is not may catch up with two super powerful people, so he decided to retreat temporarily. This middle-aged man is a red-masked chief. At that time, because there were only two genins, there was no need to dispatch himself. After the two people discussed, they immediately took action and quietly returned from the same way, preparing to retreat. The potential of Niu Feng and Kakashi has made them extremely jealous. Now, they have discovered that they have been stared at by the man named in red, and they dare not stay here, they need to leave here. The two walked quietly to the outside of the forest, and soon came outside. After they came to the forest, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Niu Feng and Kakashi are ahead of the graduation exam. Their strength is also a huge improvement. They have also benefited a lot from practicing here. Now, their strength has also reached Chunin, and they are only the last barrier away from the peak, and they can break through the peak of Chunin at any time. I can finally leave this ghost place. Kakashi stretched out and said with emotion. Niu Feng's gaze also fell outside the forest. It's time to go back now. Are you ready for the Uchiha family? I am back. At this time, Hokage's office. Third Hokage is working hard, and there is a huge pile of documents to be processed on the desk. The current third Hokage is still young, and Chakra, with the 5 attributes of the Grandmaster, is still a doctor of ninja world. This era belongs to Konoha's era. One country is not at a disadvantage in fighting against 4 countries. The current situation in the ninja world is very chaotic, and other countries are just about to move. At this time, clang clang, third Hokage raised his head and said softly, come in. Squeaking sound. After the door was pushed open, third Hokage saw that Zai Xiao had come, and he knew Zai Xiao's purpose. With a respectful look on Zai Xiao's face, he walked to third Hokage and asked in a deep voice, when is this graduation exam scheduled? Third Hokage looked at Zai Xiao's eyes, his pupils contracted slightly. He read a wave of perseverance and determination from Zai Xiao's eyes. He knew what Zai Xiao wanted to do. He looked at Zixiao and said, it will take about 2 days, just perfect the facilities. Yeah. Zai Xiao nodded heavily, turned around and was about to leave. Zixiao. Third Hokage suddenly stopped Zai Xiao. Hearing third Hokage yelling, Zai Xiao stopped and turned to look at third Hokage suspiciously. Third Hokage said, are you sure you want to go too? Well, Niu Feng will be my disciple from now on. I don't want some families to hurt him again. Zhai Xiao replied affirmatively again. Zhai Xiao's words made Third Hokage's face look relieved. Third Hokage looked at Zhai Xiao and said, in that case, you can rest assured, no matter who hurts him, I will definitely protect him. Zhai Xiao saw the look on Third Hokage's face. He knew that Third Hokage had identified with his disciple, so Niu Feng would be safe. He nodded and said, okay, I believe you. Third Hokage's eyes were full of admiration. He also fancied Zixiao's potential and strength, coupled with the talents of Niu Feng and Kakashi. Third Hokage must be on their side. Zhai Xiao said, then I'll leave first. Wait. Third Hokage stopped Zixiao again. Huh? Zhai Xiao looked at Third Hokage suspiciously. Third Hokage looked at Zhai Xiao and said, you go to Mufeng now? Yeah. Zhai Xiao nodded heavily. Third Hokage watched Zhai Xiao leave. After Zhai Xiao disappeared, Third Hokage's eyes became serious. Third Hokage murmured, you guys are so lucky. There is such a good apprentice, but don't forget your own mission. This time the graduation exam. At that time, Niu Feng had already entered a battle with the Uchiha family. If Niu Feng can complete the graduation exam, then the Uchiha family will no longer trouble Niu Feng. Third Hokage also saw Niu Feng's talent at the time, which was terrifying. Third Hokage recalled the scene when a 6-year-old child saw the people of the Uchiha family without a trace of panic. The eyes are calm and firm. It didn't look like a child at all, but the look in the eyes of a strong man. After Niu Feng and Kakashi went back, they waited until their injuries were intact before they came out. As long as Niu Feng's injury was due to his own consumption being too great, he was fighting with the man in the red mask. Niu Feng is just desperate, not only to fight off the killer of the red mask, but also to improve his own strength. White Fang told Niu Feng and Kakashi the first two of their last 3 geniuses were members of the Uchiha family. One is Uchiha Ye, who has already turned on Sharingan at the age of 7. His physical skills are stronger than Kakashi, and he is best at illusion skills. The second one is Uchiha Mountain Ghost. He is not good at illusion. He is best at physique, that kind of power-type crushing. Except for Uchiha Ye being able to fight with the Mountain Ghost in physical art, the people in their class are not the opponent of the Mountain Ghost at all. And he is not only a power explosion, his speed is also very fast. After Kakashi heard it, his face was even more shocked. Although Kakashi heard about these two people, he didn't hear that they were so scary. Is the father scaring us? Kakashi thought secretly. The two of them are indeed famous in the school, and even their current strength may be Chunin's mid-level period. In terms of chakra, it is much higher than the sum of Kakashi and Mufang. White Fang also has some concerns about the two of them. The strength of the previous session was much higher than that of Kakashi and the others. What should I do? Kakashi asked. What else can I do? Run away first. White Fang said, Niu Feng, you can't run away, so hurry up and escape to a place where no one is looking. Niu Feng was immediately blinded. Run away. Niu Feng looked helpless. White Fang teased Niu Feng and said, last time, I thought you were quite able to run. If you really can't beat them, just run. I guess few of them can catch up with you. Niu Feng smiled bitterly, I can't even run this time. Forget it, fate matters. Niu Feng thought that he would give it up this time, and he would graduate smoothly if he said anything. Should someone die for this kind of graduation exam? Niu Feng asked, this is how the weak can eat the world, and strength is the best. But at this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Niu Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, you are my disciple, and I will protect you. Niu Feng turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw a familiar face, Zhai Xiao. Master! Niu Feng cried, shocked in his heart, and Zhai Xiao regarded him as his disciple. This is what Niu Feng dreams of. White Fang nodded, and then said to Zhai Xiao, this kid is pleased to you. Zhai Xiao looked at Niu Feng and said, don't worry, I will help you take care of this child. There is an inexplicable majesty and haki in Zhai Xiao's words, and Niu Feng also knows that Zhai Xiao is his first master. Although Zhai Xiao looks a bit serious during the day, he doesn't pay attention to himself like White Fang. But Niu Feng's attitude towards Zhai Xiao was very respectful. This is also because he has lived in the ninja village since he was a child and has met the elders in the ninja village, so he has such an attitude towards Zixiao. The day after tomorrow is the graduation exam. I hope my disciple can pass the graduation exam and become an official ninja. Zhai Xiao said. I will do my best to take the exam. Niu Feng replied, then looked at Zhai Xiao and said, Master, what is this exam? This exam should be an exam conducted in Death Forest Valley, but this time the assessment is based on one's actual experience and actual combat ability, and anyone can pass the assessment. If you can pass this exam, then you can become a real ninja. After hearing what Zhai Xiao said, Niu Feng became excited. Death Forest, that is a very dangerous place. Where to experience life and death training is very difficult, can pass this exam to obtain a powerful skill. He believes that he will definitely get some benefits in Death Forest Valley, and this will be his most important experience. You should take a good rest and get ready for the exam. In the Uchiha family, in a room, sitting in the upper middle is Uchiha Ming, the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Standing next to him was Uchiha Fugaku, with deep eyes, solemn expression, and his body standing straight, like a sculpture. He stood there quietly. At this time, there was a person standing in front of Uchiha Ming. His face was cold, and he looked forward with a frosty face. He was Uchiha Ya, and he looked very cold, like a god of murder. But he still looked respectful in front of Uchiha Ming, and didn't dare to be too arrogant. Next to him was a man of his own age, with black hair, a burly figure, strong muscles, and a sturdy air permeating it. This person is Uchiha Mountain Ghost. Their two youngest geniuses, even Uchiha Feng couldn't keep up with him. Patriarch, we will definitely complete the mission this time to kill Mufeng and Kakashi. Uchiha said at night, with a cold voice, like ice and snow in the 12th lunar month of winter. Yeah. Uchiha nodded clearly, his tone indifferent and not emotional. It seemed that Mufeng was doomed to die. However, he soon learned the news that the assassination of Mufeng's people had failed. Although Uchiha was extremely calm, his heart was shocked. After all, those are killer organizations that spend money first. That was a group of Chunin ninjas, with extraordinary strength. Even his son might not have been able to fight against them. I didn't expect them to fail. Although he had guessed that there might be failure, Uchiha Ming felt a little unacceptable when he heard the word failure. Uchiha Ming is not a happy person, he has a very high psychological quality. No matter how shocked in my heart, I just thought it in my heart, but didn't reveal the slightest on the face. My patriarch, don't worry, that Mufeng will definitely not escape my palm, and I will open 3 Tomo Sharingan recently. I am confident that I will catch him during the exam and make him worse off, Uchiha said in the night. A sense of arrogance spread out, as if he is the master of this world, everything is under his control. Okay, Uchiha replied lightly, without any ups and downs in his tone. How old is Uchiha to start 3 Tomo Sharingan? It really surprised him a lot. You know 3 Tomo Sharingan is a very rare pupil technique. Uchiha's strength must have improved a lot with this pupil technique, and he has another ability, so he will be even stronger. It might even become Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan is a terrifying pupil technique. It is rumored that people with Mangekyo Sharingan can greatly improve more than 3 types of chakra in a short period of time. And being able to see other people's ninjutsu and flaws is simply in what 3 Tomo Sharingan has as a kind of chakra, which is a pervert-like pupil technique. Uchiha Mountain Ghost is also very excited. His own brother will be a 3-go Jade, and his strength will be even stronger. My patriarch, what do you think we should do now? Uchiha asked. Yeah. And your Sharingan, you must be careful about this matter and don't let others know about it. You are the future heir of the Uchiha clan, and you are not allowed to be spied by others, do you understand? Uchiha said expressly. When Uchiha heard that night, he immediately responded, Yin, remember. After speaking, he turned and walked out. Uchiha Ming sat in the chair and never left. He is waiting for news. He needs to understand the detailed information of Mufeng now, as well as his identity and strength. Patriarch, this is Mufeng's latest information, please check it out. A Uchiha ninja said respectfully, and handed the documents in his hand to Uchiha Ming. Yeah. Uchiha Ming took the document and flipped through it. Mufeng, it's time to count the grievances between us, Uchiha murmured to himself. Mufeng is back. Even more shocking news, Mufeng has become Zhai Xiao's disciple. Xiao. This person appeared in Uchiha Ming's mind, he is even more legendary, and the man named by White Fang Human is a very powerful ninja, and he is the mainstay of a ninja village. His strength has a place in the entire ninja world. His disciple Mufeng is even more a powerful ninja, a strong man beyond Xiao. This person is the most powerful ninja Uchiha Ming has encountered in his life. Since Zhai Xiao also came to intervene, Uchiha Ming let him see how powerful the Uchiha family is. How brilliant is the future of the Uchiha clan. This Mufeng is nothing more than an ordinary person. What's so arrogant that he dared to fight the Uchiha clan? It was almost death. He looked at the Uchiha Mountain Ghost on the side and asked, Mountain Ghost, how is your injury recovered? Don't worry, the patriarch is almost there. I have broken through, and my strength has reached the peak of Chunin. As long as I consolidate the realm for a period of time, I will be able to break through again. Then, my strength will be even stronger, Uchiha Shandi said. That's good. Uchiha Ming nodded slightly, his face showing relief. Uchiha Ming has high hopes for the future of his family. All his hopes rested on Uchiha Ya, and the strength of Uchiha Mountain Ghost has also improved, so his confidence is naturally stronger. His eyes fell on the trees outside the window, looking at the lush scene, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The Uchiha family will be even stronger in the future. Mufeng, the day of the exam is your death date. Uchiha Ming thought secretly in his heart. Then he turned his gaze away and looked out the window. His eyes revealed a sharp look, sweeping away the previous decadence. After Mu Feng returned to his room, he immediately lay down on the bed and sighed comfortably, thinking that he could rest a little in the past few days. He just closed his eyes and was about to go to sleep when his door suddenly knocked. Who? Mu Feng frowned and asked. Outside the door, Uchiha Ming's voice came. It's me, Kakashi, we two have something to discuss. Hearing that it was Kakashi, Mu Feng did not hesitate and opened the door directly. Kakashi walked in, closed the door, and looked at him. What's the matter? Mu Feng asked. Mu Feng, this time our exam is very dangerous, it is important, so I want you to help me. You will also teach me the fire-style Yanlong bullet technique, which is your best ninjutsu tomorrow. Kakashi looked at Mu Feng with a smile. You can rest assured that I will teach you this. Mu Feng agreed without thinking. Thank you. Kakashi thanked him, sincerely thanking Mu Feng. Because Mu Feng's ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, no matter what ninjutsu it is, it can instantly explode, and its power is very huge. I taught you my lightning style, and then you taught me fire style Yanlong bomb technique, the result will be perfect. Both people know ninjutsu, and they are still very powerful ninjutsu. This is very exciting. Kakashi's heart is full of expectations. Tomorrow I will teach you, Mu Feng said, before lying directly on the bed. Kakashi also went back to sleep. Black night, black shrouded, a night breeze blowing through the windows. Ziai Xiao and White Fang were on the roof, looking into the distance, with deep gazes in their eyes. White Fang, when are we going to attack? The bastards have already started to take action. We should take action. We can't delay, Ziai Xiao asked, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Ziai Xiao, wait a few more days. White Fang muttered for a moment, then slowly said. Wait a few more days, those bastards have already started to act, I'm afraid of Mu Feng, Ziai Xiao said, with some worry in his tone. He really wanted to kill all the ninjas of the Uchiha family at once, but he also had to worry about Mu Feng's situation. You have to believe in Mu Feng, he must have a way to deal with the Uchiha family. Moreover, our task is to protect him. As long as we leave, the Uchiha family will definitely find other ways to deal with him. Moreover, the Uchiha family is our worst enemy. No one would know the agreement between White Fang and Ziai Xiao. They looked at the sky outside the window. When they were full of spirits, it was so terrible. Especially during the Second Ninja World War, White Fang made his name. White Fang turned to look at Ziai Xiao, and said proudly, when you were Captain Umbu, who was not convinced, a small team played against hundreds of people. Furthermore, all those hundreds of people were there. White Fang thinks about the bloody scene. At that time, the ground was full of blood, full of blood. The jungle is full of corpses. At that time, White Fang knew the feeling of the corpses everywhere, when he saw Ziai Xiao standing there alone. Without any expression, he held a knife in his hand, and his body was full of blood. It was like a killing god, harvesting the life of a ninja. At that time, White Fang completely admired Ziai Xiao. At the beginning of that mission, Ziai Xiao was also seriously injured, so he withdrew from Umbu. Later, Ziai Xiao became a teacher. Yes, it's okay, Ziai Xiao said briefly, apparently perfunctory White Fang. White Fang knew that Ziai Xiao obviously didn't want to bring up this matter. But White Fang most wants to know who hurt Zixiao and who is it. He wanted to avenge Zixiao, this is his brother of life and death. After so many years, White Fang has not forgotten this matter, and Ziai Xiao has not forgotten either. White Fang knew that Ziai Xiao had the answer in his heart, but he just didn't want to say it. Ziai Xiao didn't want White Fang to be involved, the matter was very complicated. After drinking a little wine, the two of them were silent. White Fang understood him in his heart, so he stopped talking. Now all of Ziai Xiao's thoughts will be spent on his apprentice, Mu Feng. This is the last time White Fang asked Ziai Xiao's opinion. What White Fang didn't expect was that Ziai Xiao agreed without thinking. The last day. This time, in addition to learning some ordinary ninjutsu, he also practiced some advanced ninjutsu. His physical skills in lightning ninjutsu have improved a bit, and he has also learned some new ninjutsu, including lightning strike. Lightning style thunderbolt. Kakashi let out a low growl, then punched directly. Hundreds of thunder snakes appeared on his arm. These thunder snakes rushed forward, carrying a strong electric current, and shining brightly all around. Boom! This punch blasted, and there was a violent tremor in the air, a strong storm appeared from the air, and then spread in all directions. The power of this punch is really strong. If the power of fire-style Yanlong bullet technique is added, I am afraid that even some junior Chunin will have to retreat. Mu Feng exclaimed in his heart. Yes, this trick is indeed very powerful. Mu Feng nodded. Mu Feng, your ninjutsu is really too powerful, stronger than my lightning style and ninjutsu. Ha ha. Mu Feng smiled indifferently, without saying anything. What is the name of this lightning style ninjutsu? Mu Feng asked. Lightning style thunderbolt. Kakashi replied. Good name, I like it. Mu Feng nodded. He was very satisfied with Kakashi's name. Almost all of Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu are on lightning style. When Kakashi heard Mu Feng praise his ninjutsu, he was very happy, with a bright smile on his face. The satisfaction in Kakashi's eyes is very satisfied with the ninjutsu he created. Kakashi said softly, Mu Feng, I have never used lightning style in school. This time I will use all the whole cards to increase our success rate. Mu Feng nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. Mu Feng taught Kakashi ninjutsu early this morning. Kakashi's physique is also a physique with 5 attributes. This also has to make Mu Feng lament that Kakashi's talent is exploding. Mu Feng taught him the fire style Flame Dragon Ball. Kakashi learned it after learning it for a while without gaining popularity. This also reminds Mu Feng of the future Kakashi is called a copy ninja. But that is something that has gone through the Third World War. Mu Feng made up his mind that such a situation would never happen, otherwise the world would really go away with the plot that Mu Feng had seen. This is also the last day, this time. Mu Feng has already strengthened his fire style ninjutsu, especially his fire style Flame Dragon Ball technique, which is already at a high level of proficiency. Mu Feng's eyes were extremely firm. He must crush the Uchiha family this time for the graduation exam. No matter how strong the Uchiha family is, Mu Feng is not afraid. As long as they dare to come, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat. Kakashi looked at Mu Feng's expression and knew that Mu Feng was thinking about the kind of graduation exam. He knew that the two of them took the exam just for that appointment. Now Konoha. All the ninjas in the village are preparing for graduation exams. Once the graduation exam is successful, it means that they have grown up. It's like a college graduate who wants to work in society. Only then will they experience real wars and accept those tasks. Especially genin, once they accept the real sea-level or higher task, they will be in danger. This world is more cruel than the earth. In an era of war, there will always be sacrifices. Although Mu Feng looks like a child now, he is a traverser, with the mindset of a college student. In addition, on the earth before, it was the kind of way that you didn't think about your own war at all when you were peaceful. But now is different. He must think about tomorrow, how to take the road in the future, in order to be the safest. Otherwise, he doesn't know why he didn't. This is the case in a world where the weak and the strong eat. Mu Feng's current strength is around the middle stage of Chinin, and now there is too little chakra. The biggest hole card is his 8th gate. It is now conservatively estimated that once the 8th gate is fully opened, Mu Feng was able to display at least 80% of his strength, and there was no problem dealing with Jonin. Although I heard what White Fang said about the genius of the Uchiha family, Uchiha has already opened the Urga Jade Sharingan, but he doesn't care about Mu Feng. He has 8th gate. To deal with Sharingan of the Uchiha family, he needs 8th gate. The ultimate ninjutsu. The bursting power and speed cannot be countered by Sharingan alone. Especially Might Guy, who specializes in physical skills, is not afraid of Sharingan at all. Mu Feng felt that his whole cards were too few, otherwise, except for Kakashi, he would want to single out the entire previous student. He wanted all the ninjas in Konoha to watch the true birth of a genius. That's him, Mu Feng. Mu Feng retracted his gaze, a smile appeared on his face. Kakashi, who was sitting next to him, looked at Mu Feng in a daze, feeling that Mu Feng was very strange now. It seems that Mu Feng didn't worry about the graduation exam at all. Kakashi knew that Mu Feng had a bet with the Uchiha family patriarch at the time, and he was really afraid of breaking it. Mu Feng is purely looking for death, but the last time Mu Feng played against the man in the red mask, Kakashi felt the horror of Mu Feng's strength. This year's genius is not Kakashi, but Mu Feng. Although no one would believe it, this is a fact that Kakashi has to admit. Kakashi felt that Mu Feng would show his own potential in this exam. There is no one before and no one to come after. This is also the last day. This day will soon pass. Mu Feng was also a little tired. After training for a day of physical skills, he was constantly developing his potential. Ding! Congratulations, host's 8 inner gates technique has been developed to 70%. Mu Feng didn't have any excitement, thinking about the system. Ha ha! If I hadn't used all the contribution value, how could there be such a potential? The current Mu Feng's body is very strong, much stronger than the average genin. Even Mu Feng could fight Chinin with physical skills, not at all disadvantaged. System, I don't have any contribution value now. How do you finish the graduation exam and get the first place? Mu Feng smiled at the system. Ding! Don't think I don't know what host is thinking? This is impossible. Moment. Mu Feng changed his face. This system is really not easy to deceive. In the past, Mu Feng remembered other people's systems in his novels and gave unlimited rewards to host. Why is my family's system completely irrelevant to my life and death? Ugh. Mu Feng was lying on the bed, melancholy, and now Mu Feng wanted to come to this ninja world, and he could be as powerful as the protagonists in other novels. I didn't expect that I was the real ant, and there was no product, no money, no strength, no background. In addition, I was bullied by the Uchiha family as soon as I arrived in the ninja world, and now it looks like an enemy on my birthday. When Liu Feng thought of the Uchiha family, his eyes became extremely cold. It is only now that I know why the Uchiha family will be annihilated, and this is also their own reason. It is estimated that after the 3 world wars, the Uchiha family will be annihilated. Liu Feng didn't hate the Uchiha family in particular, but only for those who were proud of the Uchiha family and were invincible. Really want to beat them. Because the Uchiha family is even more powerful in Konoha, Liu Feng thinks that he will be able to subdue them in the future. In this way he can have a huge power. As long as the strength is strong, it can affect the trend of the plot. When Liu Feng thought of this, his head hurt a little. Turning over on the bed, he muttered to himself, I don't want to, take one step at a time. After making my own strength strong, I was thinking about some of these and none. Grumbling. Soon, Liu Feng fell asleep. Just now, a man appeared in Liu Feng's room, and when he saw Liu Feng sound asleep, his serious face became a little gentle. He walked over slowly, gently covering Liu Feng with a quilt, fearing that Liu Feng would catch a cold. Then he said softly to Liu Feng, don't worry, the master will protect you. No one will touch you, you will be my disciple in the future. Get a good night's sleep. After he covered Liu Feng with a quilt. Whoosh! I passed by and reached Konoha's Hokage Rock, where there was a hat that took the 3rd Hokage away, standing there, looking at Konoha at night. So quiet. Konoha under the moonlight is so artistic. Zai Xiao appeared behind him, half-kneeled to face him, and respectfully said, Master Hokage, everything is ready. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and the exam was ready. Turning around, he said to Zai Xiao, what is the Uchiha family doing now? No, their security is very strict now. Now I can't get in at all. A ninja as powerful as Zai Xiao didn't even enter, let alone others. Unless White Fang's strength, but White Fang is not doing assassination. So Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Zixiao to do this task. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have known this situation a long time ago. I thought, Uchiha Ming, you are still so cautious. Well, from today, you don't have to observe them in secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, they had already noticed it. But everything is in Sarutobi Hiruzen's master. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, you go down first. Get ready for tomorrow, and our plan has begun. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked to the sky, and everything he did was for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, Uchiha Ming, I hope you can look back quickly, otherwise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were instantly full of murderous aura, and any factors that were unfavorable to Konoha would be eliminated. Waiting for their arrival now, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Konoha's night, not knowing what he was thinking. In the morning, the sun shines on the earth. The scene of Konoha's prosperity makes Liu Feng nostalgic here. Liu Feng and Kakashi are walking on the street, they are going to school. They are ready. Not only the two of them, but also those parents who took their children to school. Today is a big day, and some students will graduate from school this year. Those graduates are full of expectations, and they hope they can be as powerful as 3rd Hokage, guarding the village, guarding their homes. Liu Feng walked on the street, feeling a sense of home. In Liu Feng's heart, Ao secretly swore that he didn't want the future Pen and the others to destroy the village. After they arrived at the school, Liu Feng suddenly saw a group of children in Uchiha family clothes gathered together. When they saw Liu Feng's arrival, their eyes were full of hatred. Liu Feng just looked at them quietly, big eye to small eye, as if to say more. Why are you looking at me? Oh, I just looked at you, what? Liu Feng smiled slightly, these people are not his opponents at all. If they dare to come over, Liu Feng will definitely let them know how powerful Liu Feng's fist is. A group of people stood on the school playground, waiting for their exams. Kakashi stood beside Liu Feng, as if guarding Liu Feng's safety. Kakashi looked at Liu Feng and said lightly, Konoha's graduation exam is different every year, and it varies from person to person. It will increase the difficulty for those who are genius, and it will decrease the difficulty for those who are simple. Is Konoha's previous graduation rate particularly high? Liu Feng asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head and sighed, it's not high, but very low. I heard my father say that the graduation exams are all based on their weaknesses and their weaknesses. Therefore, the graduation rate for graduation exams every year is very low. However, this doesn't matter to us. Liu Feng smiled. Kakashi looked at Liu Feng in surprise, this guy is now more and more confident. Liu Feng patted Kakashi on the shoulder and comforted, don't worry, we are brothers. Nothing can beat us. Liu Feng's gaze was extremely firm, staring at Kakashi, as if to say again, don't be afraid, I am here. At this time, 3rd Hokage walked slowly, and the students looked in awe. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. 3rd Hokage faced everyone and said with a smile, this year's graduation exam is about survival in the wild. Everyone can form a team at will. Everyone has a black scroll in his hand, which represents your life. Once the scroll is taken, it also means that you will be eliminated. Hush! All the audience booed, and the faces of the students were very heavy. The difficulty of this kind of exam is like the Chunin exam. I didn't expect it to start now. Mu Feng and Kakashi didn't expect it to be such an exam. Mu Feng knew about such an exam before, but it was the difficulty of Naruto and Sasuke's time. I don't know how difficult it is now. The expressions of the students were in a trance. They did not expect that this year would be so difficult for them. Third Hokage looked calm, looked at the students, smiled slightly, and comforted, "Don't worry, we will have Jonin to protect you. You not only have a black reel, you also have a signal flare. If your life is in danger, please be sure to fire the signal flare. In this way, we will send someone to rescue you as soon as possible." Third Hokage's eyes were full of anticipation, and he expected them to have more students than ever before. He turned his gaze to Mu Feng. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The child's eyes were so calm and clear. Mu Feng didn't care about such things at all. His task was to complete the graduation exam. There is also the Uchiha family. Just now. Whoosh whoosh. Hoo hoo oo. The breeze blew, and the fallen leaves drifted by. Third Hokage saw this scene and smiled helplessly. These guys. One by one, the figures came instantly. The first figure is now to the left of Third Hokage, Zai Xiao. Immediately, the second figure landed on the right of Third Hokage. With silver hair and short sword behind him, this is Konoha's White Fang. Immediately afterwards, a third figure appeared, with yellow hair, a handsome face, suave, and Yushu facing the wind. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. This is Namikaze Minato, the future fourth Hokage. Then one after another figure appeared. Blood red pepper, orange water, green sprouts, blue beasts, red sunset. Wow, that's White Fang. And teacher Zixiao, wow. It's all Jonin, wow, so many Jonin. The audience was excited and cheered. They have never encountered such a scene. Mu Feng looked at these Jonin, each of them was very strong. They have not yet exuded their own murderous aura. This is invisible and gives people a kind of pressure. Mu Feng felt the pressure from the strong, but his eyes became firmer. Standing in the middle of them, Third Hokage took a step forward and said slowly, "These teachers are here to protect your safety. Now you are free to form a team freely." The voice just fell. The students hurried to find their teammates. Everyone wanted a strong teammate. This will reduce the difficulty of their exams. However, Mu Feng and Kakashi are a bit miserable. The two of them were there motionless, no one paid any attention to them. Mu Feng disapproved, so he watched quietly. Two of them are enough. When the students in this class knew that Mu Feng and Kakashi took the graduation exams in advance, everyone laughed. Xiao Mu Feng and Kakashi are arrogant. And they also know that Mu Feng has a gambling agreement with the Uchiha family. Mu Feng has offended the Uchiha family, and those in the Uchiha family will definitely look for Mu Feng and Kakashi in the Death Forest. Ordinary students who are okay to trouble themselves. I wish to stay away from these two people. Kakashi was aside, with a cold look on his face, keeping strangers away. Just like a sculpture, motionless. Uchiha Ming also arrived. They were behind Third Hokage, and they didn't show up too much. His eyes were always on Mu Feng and Kakashi. The two of them did not speak or move. This makes Uchiha Ming a little weird. Uchiha Ming has an ominous premonition in his heart. Now Uchiha Ye is with Uchiha Mountain Ghost, plus their current Uchiha family students. They formed a huge strength. All the students know that the Uchiha family is expected to be number one. This is definitely not something to think about. After a while, all people find their teammates. There are 2 people, 3 people, and 4 people. The most is the Uchiha family force, 5 people. 3 of them are among the top 5 in this year. In addition to the first Uchiha Knight, Mountain Ghost, there is also a woman who is Uchiha Mizuo. At this time, Kakashi saw that Uchiha Water Black, with blue hair, eyes different from others, blue eyes, fair skin, cold face. Kakashi touched Mufeng's shoulder and said softly to Mufeng, "Did you see the girl next to Uchiha Mountain Ghost?" Mufeng retracted his gaze and turned to the Uchiha family, looking at the girl in the Uchiha family. Also at this time, the girl turned around and looked back at Mufeng. Similarly, Mufeng was also watching him. The 2 people looked at each other like this. Mufeng had some familiar feelings, and he was even more shocked. How could he have such feelings when he traveled here? Mufeng didn't know either. Mufeng felt her hostility, such a powerful breath. Even stronger than Uchiha Ye's strength. How can this be? Kakashi said to the stunned Mufeng, "She is the most gifted girl in the Uchiha family, and what she is best at is illusion. Once you are hit by her illusion, you probably won't be able to get out. You better be careful." Kakashi is a little worried about Mufeng, because Kakashi doesn't have any information about this girl. I only remember that she shot once and caused Jonin's people to be illusioned for 5 minutes. What is that concept? A true genius, generally speaking, can solve a battle in 5 minutes. Third Hokage saw that they had all found the group, and then said to everyone, now each of you come over to pick up a reel and flare. Each student lined up, leading their own scrolls and flare. Some children feel a little heavy, and some look forward to showing their abilities before the exam. This exam is not just to show their own abilities, they know it is also a selection. These jonin not only protect their safety, but also the students who choose them. Third Hokage also started from this moment when the students became a 3-person team system. Each team is led by a jonin, which also allows these children to grow up quickly. The jonin took them to train and guide them. Short time. This will allow them to increase their strength. After each student receives it, they will find their teammates to the Death Forest. They will go to the Death Forest from different directions. The Death Forest is too big. The Death Forest is next to Konoha. This exam is on the periphery of the Death Forest, but it is also very broad. When Niu Feng received the scroll, Third Hokage smiled at him and said, "Come on, kid." Niu Feng nodded. He knew that Third Hokage had a different attitude towards him now. After leading the scroll, Niu Feng found Kakashi and entered the Death Forest from the southeast. There are huge trees in the forest, 10 times taller than them. Niu Feng looked at the forest and felt that this was the terrifying breath of the dead forest. Konoha's largest forest is also the most dangerous place. Standing there, Niu Feng felt the terror of nature in his pupils. At this time, Niu Feng looked up at the huge tree, thinking in his heart, how could it be so big, so tall? Is this a tree? This is almost a tree spirit. Kakashi felt the shocked look of Niu Feng beside Kakashi, no wonder. Regardless of Niu Feng, Kakashi took a step forward and said to Niu Feng behind him, "Come on, it's all started now. Yin, here comes." Niu Feng followed closely. Now, all the students in this year went to the Death Forest. Third Hokage and those elite jonin stood on a huge tall building, watching them. This tall building is very conspicuous. It is at least a few hundred meters high, and you can see it very clearly when standing in front. What's more, they are jonin-level ninjas, their facial features are several times stronger than ordinary people. Uchiha Ming is on the top of this tall building. Looking from a distance, he has seen the skinny Mufang and Kakashi enter the Death Forest. Once you enter the Death Forest, it means the beginning of the exam. Third Hokage turned around, facing Uchiha Ming next to him, and slowly said, "Ming, who do you think will be the first in the graduation exam this time?" Uchiha Ming faced Third Hokage, bowed, very respectful, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Master Hokage, I think those people in my family will be the first." "Oh, is it Uchiha Knight?" Uchiha Ming looked over with his hands and smiled slightly and said, "Master Hokage's guess is accurate. I value Uchiha Na boy more. Whether it is ninjutsu, physique, or mind, it is better than anyone." Uchiha Ming said with a firm tone, Haki said. Uchiha is his son, not to mention Uchiha is the genius of this year. The first is naturally an indisputable thing. Suddenly, a voice came out, "I don't think so, Uchiha is too rigid, no matter how powerful physique and ninjutsu are, it is better to have a brain." Ziai Xiao glanced at Uchiha Ming and said lightly, "Even if it is Konoha's #1 power, Ziai Xiao is not afraid." He didn't even look at the expressions of the Uchiha family. "This is Zixiao, Haki as always." At this time, Uchiha Ming's face was a little ugly. Third Hokage is here, and he doesn't dare to be presumptuous. Uchiha Ming took a deep breath and asked Zixiao, "Then who do you think will be the #1 this time?" Ziai Xiao kept looking at Niu Feng after hearing Uchiha Ming's question. Considered for a moment. 2 words were spoken. Niu Feng. Who, Niu Feng? It's the child of the next class, the child who is said to have defeated Uchiha Kaze. He is so young, taking the graduation exam? Everyone was even talking about it. They also didn't expect Ziai Xiao to think that Niu Feng would be the first. Everyone was a little shocked. How could that child be #1? Minato's blue eyes began to look for the shadows of Mufang and Kakashi. He also didn't expect senior Ziai Xiao to think that Niu Feng was the first. Isn't it a bit? At this moment, only White Fang and Third Hokage smiled slightly. Uchiha Ming looks into the distance, his eyes are very firm, he knows Uchiha will live up to his expectations. He slowly said, "Then let's wait and see." Third Hokage is also looking forward to their performance to see what kind of strength the children in this class have. At this time, Niu Feng and Kakashi walked slowly, they were very cautious. When they looked at the tall buildings in the distance, they knew that they were 3 days away this time. They must not only protect their scrolls, but also reach the tall building safely. Niu Feng looked at the huge tall building, and he suddenly remembered the Iron Tower in another world. Extremely strong. Within 3 days, you must reach that place. Otherwise, you are at your own risk. Niu Feng's current strength has almost recovered. Kakashi asked curiously, "Are we going to go to the Uchiha family for fun now?" The Uchiha family and Niu Feng are at odds. Niu Feng shook his head and signaled that he did not need to look for them. "No, they will definitely come to us," Niu Feng said confidently. He believed that the Uchiha Knight and the Uchiha Mizuno must be back. Kakashi nodded, not asking further. He believed what Mu Feng said. Just like last time, Kakashi believed that Mu Feng could defeat those people. At that time, Mu Feng felt that the strength of this session was indeed a bit strong. Some people have no bottom in his heart. Last time, since the battle with that killer, the system never showed any rewards. Moreover, it is impossible for Mu Feng to explode with the kind of powerful combat power like last time. Don't ask anything else. The system pitted him. Now his contribution value is gone. Mu Feng doesn't have too many whole cards. The system told him that as long as he gets the first place in this exam, there will be more rewards. Mu Feng gave him a blank look at the time, and thought in his heart that only ghosts believe you. Mu Feng and Kakashi moved forward quickly. Mu Feng looked a little dizzy at the tall building, with a strange feeling. Mu Feng didn't know exactly what it felt like. Mu Feng muttered to himself, is this an illusion? Impossible. Kakashi followed closely, just to hurry. As fast as possible, as fast as possible. Third Hokage told them, the first is not only to get to the tall building in a short time, but also to have more scrolls. Mu Feng had an idea just now and discussed with Kakashi to go to the tall building first. Mu Feng also revealed his plan. Did he know that people used to play like this in novels? It's in the high-rise building, hidden. Everyone will grab someone. This is not only fast, but also more reals. But Kakashi couldn't help but worry Mu Feng, if that happens, we will really offend everyone in this session. Mu Feng knew that he would have to endure the anger of those people at that time. When I think about it, my head is a little big. Mu Feng still had a firm gaze, facing Kakashi, and said in a deep voice, go ahead, hold on to the courageous, starve to death the cowardly. After listening, Kakashi nodded. Looking forward, his face changed. Kakashi stopped quickly and froze in place. Motionless, looking ahead. Mu Feng didn't know what was wrong with Kakashi, so he walked up to Kakashi to see what was wrong with Kakashi. What's the situation? Mu Feng asked, what's wrong, Kakashi, what's wrong with your face? Kakashi swallowed, eyes staring straight ahead with a serious expression. With a trembling finger, pointing to the front, Kakashi slowly said, Mu Feng, you turn back, go, look ahead. What's the matter? Mu Feng asked impatiently. Just when Mu Feng turned and looked back, his eyes were huge. Damn it, dead. The front group of people, all the students are here, they all seem to have a tacit understanding, gathered together. Their eyes are like staring at a prey, touching the iron stick in their hands, looking at the two Mu Feng with a smile. This is a gang fight. Mu Feng smiled at them and said, big buddies, this is a mistake. I don't know if you believe it or not. Mu Feng looked helpless, he really wanted to say that he didn't say it on purpose. It's a big game. The fat man in the front of them narrowed his eyes into a thin slit, looking at Mu Feng and Kakashi with a look of ill intentions. Kakashi was also shocked. Mu Feng wanted to scold even more in his heart, we are so small, you dare to start. You wait for me. Mu Feng and Kakashi stepped back step by step. Give them smiley faces. The more so. They are holding iron sticks or something, and there is Kunao. They are already ninjas, it is normal to have weapons. But Mu Feng didn't even expect them to have those iron sticks. That's iron. Mu Feng is only 6 years old now, so he can't stand the blast of an iron rod. Mu Feng put his hands together and prayed to these people. I was just talking about nonsense, elder brothers, please. Ha ha. Oh, this is our next genius. The tone is crazy enough. You are not here to stop us all, come on. We are here now, you have been here. Everyone stared at Mu Feng's appearance, mocking them at Mu Feng. Brother, we were really wrong. Mu Feng was about to cry, but he didn't expect these people to be so shameless. Mu Feng looked around for a week, and at least 50 or 60 of them were here. How to fight this? And also a member of Yu Uchiha's family. Could it be that Mu Feng and Kakashi singled them out, or they bullied the two of us? I'll count 1, 2, 3, and we'll run. Mu Feng turned his head slightly and whispered to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, not forgetting to say Mu Feng said, this is all a good idea from you. Okay. Mu Feng was a little impatient, and said quickly, let's get out of danger first. I'm convinced by you. Mu Feng and Kakashi, 1 step, 2 steps. The pace of the devil slowly moved back. The fat man in front, watching Mu Feng and their movements, naturally knew what Mu Feng and the others wanted to do. The fat man said to everyone, these two boys are going to run, let's grab them quickly. At this time, Third Hokage and them were also taken aback. They didn't expect that everyone in this session would target Kakashi and Mu Feng. Maybe these two people are too jealous. Seeing such a scene, Ziai Xiao looked at Uchiha Ming's proud look and snorted coldly. This is obviously dissatisfaction with Uchiha Ming's approach. Uchiha Ming said to Ziai Xiao, I can't do this. Your apprentice is too powerful. Such a challenge should be no problem for him. Ziai Xiao is not looking at him anymore, he knows the situation now. In all likelihood, Mu Feng and Kakashi will be eliminated. No one will escape this situation. Two 6-year-old children face 50 or 60 people. How can Mu Feng and Kakashi advertise the advertisement beat? Make a woolen thread. 1, 2, 3. Mu Feng shouted, go quickly. It's too late to say, then it's fast. Mu Feng and Kakashi turned around and ran away. The fat man took a look and threw the sword in his hand directly. Not just the fat man, everyone present threw the kunao and Kakashi at Mu Feng and Kakashi in their hands. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Fortunately, Mu Feng and Kakashi ran fast. Suddenly, the place where Mu Feng was at the beginning exploded in an instant. Otherwise, Mu Feng and Kakashi will be finished long ago. Mu Feng and Kakashi just want to be like a cheetah, walking through the jungle. The speed is too fast. A boy with yellow hair, Ji indirectly, facing Mu Feng in front, said, wind style, breaking wind technique. Hoo hoo oo. The loud sound of breaking wind. Mu Feng and Kakashi were running, and the huge wind greeted Mu Feng and them. Damn it! Damn it! Such a strong wind. Gradually, Mu Feng and Kakashi struggled. They run against the wind. This is also a run of wool. Mu Feng and Kakashi looked at each other. Very tacit understanding. Mu Feng and Kakashi turned directly to face them. Mu Feng's eyes became deep, staring at them coldly. The people stopped suddenly, and Mu Feng and Kakashi stopped unexpectedly. The Uchiha family is behind, watching quietly, wondering what they too want to do. Mu Feng said coldly, you are all forcing me, so don't blame me then. Kakashi drew his wooden knife behind, and directly sealed with one hand, lightning style, thunder flash technique. Suddenly, the blade of the wooden knife was covered with lightning. Blue rays. Vigorous and sharp. Zi. Mu Feng shouted at them, don't you seem to want to hit us? We are here. Roared, come. Hammered his chest with his right hand, Haki shouted, come on, come here. A bunch of cowards. Mu Feng didn't care at all, he looked very casual. Mu Feng looked at them with firm eye in an instant. Go. The fat man took the lead and shouted that he least liked being called a coward. The fat man was very angry. It wasn't just the fat guy, but Mu Feng completely angered them this time. Fatty and a group of people threw their shurikens at Mu Feng and the others again. One by one, Mu Feng and Kakashi were angry. They also exude a strong aura, they are a year older than Mu Feng, and they can't be ashamed. In addition, this kid Mu Feng is so arrogant, he must teach them well. They are 10 meters apart. It is a long-range attack on Mu Feng. Hundreds of shurikens were thrown out and swept across the sky, pouring out like a waterfall. The scene was like 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, coming towards Mu Feng and Kakashi. Kakashi held the thunder knife tightly, exuding a frightening air. The whole body was filled with blue light and chakra was exposed, forming an armor. This is his latest defense technique. Mu Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he held a knife in his right hand. In the shuriken, when falling. At this time, there were no dead ends. If Mu Feng and the others didn't evade, they would definitely be disabled. Mu Feng held the knife and jumped up. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi also flew over. Pause time. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Knife light staggered. Mu Feng's sword was so fast that he couldn't see the shadow of Mu Feng's sword at all. Kakashi's side is even more weird. The wooden sword collided with the shuriken. Only a ding-dong was heard. The shuriken was directly cut off. Although the wooden sword was made of wood, the chakra released by Mu Feng was very powerful. These shurikens can't get close to them at all. Bang bang bang. Those shurikens directly fell heavily on the ground. Too fast. It's almost ultimate. With a slash, the shuriken was directly torn apart. The speed is too fast. This is Mu Feng Ultimate's offense. Not only the students of this year, but also third Hokage. Their eyes were full of shock. Is this the strength of Mu Feng and Kakashi? Third Hokage glanced at White Fang, intending to inquire. Then I thought about it. Did not ask. Isn't this the White Fang's sword technique? Mu Feng actually learned it. Third Hokage stared at Mu Feng's movements. Mu Feng's sword technique. Simple and unpretentious. The sword technique is almost ultimate, the purple light of the sword. Almost all of those ninjas were directly cut off by Mu Feng. They threw at least a few hundred shurikens. I never thought that their strength was very strong. Is this a 6-year-old child? How can this be? Ha! They all stared at Mu Feng and Kakashi with their eyes. Mu Feng directly inserted the knife into the ground. The purple light was evident. Kakashi was one step behind him. Obviously, Kakashi has regarded Mu Feng as the boss. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Take a step earlier, come, you are all here. At this time naked irony. One person can be worth 100 people. That violent breath. Extremely domineering. Not only them, but even the Uchiha family behind them. His pupils shrink slightly. No one thought that Niu Feng and Kakashi were particularly strong. Niu Feng looked at them. Since you are not coming, then I will pass. Seeing Niu Feng's strength just now, who would dare to go up now? How to fight this? The fat man at the front also trembles with his hands. He thought Niu Feng and Kakashi were just two people. Who would have thought that these two people were monsters? He wanted to find a place to sew in. It was too shameful. That's hundreds of ninjas. Even he couldn't hide. In an instant, Niu Feng touched the ground with his right foot and shot out, and the ground broke directly. Sprinting from the left. With the huge sound of breaking the wind, the state of the whole person is changed. Kakashi shot from the right. The two of them, one from the left and the other, shot at the group of people. One purple and one blue, flashing past. The speed is almost ultimate. Suddenly, Niu Feng directly pointed at the person in front of him, went over, jumped up, and stayed in the air for a while, holding a knife in both hands. Die to me! Niu Feng shouted loudly. The man hurriedly grabbed the iron stick and swung his hand to resist Niu Feng's wooden knife. Click! All of a sudden, the iron rod was in two halves. Damn it! This F***K is a human? That one was stunned, his eyes showed deep fear, more of fear. Puff! The wooden knife slashed directly to their shoulders. At this time, the blood was dripping and burst out directly. Splashing on Niu Feng's face, Niu Feng didn't have any expression. The man fell directly on the ground, his eyes full of fear, looking at Niu Feng. It hurts, I give up. Don't kill me, I am persecuted. The man yelled, it's all Uchiha who forced us to do this. After Niu Feng heard it, his eyes exuded a terrible breath. The surroundings are even more silent, quiet and terrible. Niu Feng raised his head slightly and looked at Uchiha. Uchiha looked indifferent. Even if Niu Feng knew it, what would happen? Uchiha is not to be outdone at night. The two looked at each other. Uchiha saw the killing intent in Niu Feng's eyes. But how can this be? Uchiha said coldly, if you can't catch up with me now, you probably won't catch up with me in this life. Can't catch up with you? He smiled. Oh, is it? Then let's take a look, Niu Feng said. The voice just fell. Niu Feng looked at the man who fell on the ground, his whole body trembling. Niu Feng held the knife and slowly lifted it up. He was like this, as if he was going to cut the man who fell on the ground. His name is Handa, and he really feels the breath of death at this time. Third Hokage warned, not to kill. He was even more afraid that Niu Feng would break the rules. Niu Feng directly raised the knife high. Ha! He closed his eyes in an instant, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The tip of the knife directly touched the ground, and a large pit appeared. It's next to Handa. Handa closed his eyes, feeling that he didn't feel the pain on his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and Niu Feng stepped over in front of him. It's so arrogant. He was so scared that Niu Feng was like this now. From now on, it is estimated that Niu Feng will become a shadow in his heart. Become his demon. If he can't break through, it will be considered as a waste. Keep going back. Niu Feng is not that stupid. He is now equivalent to third Hokage and they are still ants. If he breaks the rules, he believes that his master may not be able to keep him. At that time, he was completely finished. At this time, Uchiha, who was standing in the big tree, watched Niu Feng's movements just now. With a solemn look, Niu Feng's performance in mind, ninjutsu, and physical skills is now perfect. Now all his thoughts are to knock them down. He wants to be number one. Kakashi was even colder and didn't say a word. He didn't give them a chance to react, and directly shot the knife. The sword technique is so weird, and he inherited his father's sword technique. Moment. Niu Feng and Kakashi, two men who were approaching ultimate, broke through the first line of defense. No one can stop them. Someone shouted, use ninjutsu collectively and use wind style to slow them down. 11 or 2 people stood directly in a row. Both hands are knotted. Zi, ugly. Wind style, gale technique. Wind style, wind blade technique, moment. A gust of wind blew in front of them. Hoo. Moment, the ground was lifted up, and there was another. These big trees are curved. The wind is too strong. He rushed towards Mufeng and Kakashi, who rushed over. And the countless wind blades, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. It's like the blades of a curved bow, except that those wind blades are made of chakra. Those wind blades are also extremely sharp. Once touched, it will definitely be seriously injured. Kakashi also got serious, and immediately came in front of Niu Feng. Instant seals. 6 seals per second. Earth style, earth flow wall technique. Kakashi whispered, and then pressed his hands to the ground. A huge wall of earth broke out of the ground and stood in front of them abruptly. The countless wind blades hit the wall directly. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The wall was cratered for an instant, and they were all hit by the wind blade. They see that this is very effective, so that they can restrain the distance between Mufeng and them. No matter how powerful Mu Feng's sword technique is, no matter how fast it is, if you are not close, there will be no harm at all. They then used wind-style technique and blasted past the wall. Direct bombing. There are hundreds of wind blades, breaking the wall little by little. Dang dang. Hearing such a voice, they knew that this wall would not last long. At this time, boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of countless wind blades, this soil wall simply couldn't hold on, and it collapsed. Suddenly, a puff of dust came up, a cloud of smoke, and they tried to open their eyes wide to see. When the smoke cleared, there was no one. People? How could there be no one? Even Uchiha was shocked. He kept staring there, so he might not be able to see it. This is really weird. Are you looking for me again? A cold voice. Just when he turned his head, the man was behind him, Mu Feng. Just when he was shocked, Mu Feng kicked it. The momentum is heavy. No one fancy moves. A simple kick, absolute speed, absolute strength. Uchiha flew directly more than 20 meters away at night. Mu Feng was full of murderous intent towards him. It is now that Mu Feng has the absolute upper hand. No one can stop Mu Feng and Kakashi except the Uchiha family. Mu Feng's eyes were extremely sharp, staring at the people of the Uchiha family. Sudden, the sound of breaking wind. Uchiha Mountain Ghost came instantaneously. He kicked directly at Mu Feng, and Mu Feng hurriedly put his hands across his chest. Bang bang bang. Mu Feng took a few steps back. His hands trembled a little, and he didn't think of the Uchiha family. People like them are still a bit powerful. Shangui looked at Mu Feng with a sense of war, and it was not easy to meet a strong opponent. The Mountain Ghost said to Mu Feng, "The strength is not bad. Hee, this is just the beginning." Mu Feng smiled slightly. Uchiha Mountain Ghost is a physical skill that specializes in, and it is still possible. His strength is equal to Mu Feng. Kakashi attacked the students on the other side. Kakashi alone is enough to deal with those people. As long as there are no people from the Uchiha family, no one can defend their attack. Kakashi was like lightning, with blue light passing through the crowd. The speed is as fast as ultimate. Uchiha stood up slowly and raised his head slightly. "Very well, you have completely irritated me," Uchiha said with a ferocious face and murderous eyes in the night. After Mu Feng heard it, his eyes focused even more. Began to get serious. He faced these two geniuses. This makes him feel a little dangerous. Is Mu Feng really good? Or the two Uchiha? Whirring. A gust of wind blows, and large tracts of fallen leaves in the woods fly up. Moment. Ha! Uchiha and Shangi shot directly. Bang bang bang. Short pawns collided. Uchiha holds Kunao in his hand and stabs towards Mu Feng. Just now, Uchiha even opened the Urga Jade directly. His eyes were full of blood red, and those two tomo were very conspicuous. He believed that under the effect of the blood wheel eyes, no matter how fast Mu Feng moved, he would not be his opponent. Mu Feng was also not afraid of Uchiha's blood wheel eyes. He knew that blood wheel eyes were in possession of chakra and could be used all the time, and the chakra used by the blood wheel eye is very much. Back then, Kakashi was pulled down by the blood wheel eyes. If Kakashi had no blood wheel eyes, he might surpass his father. Mu Feng is not only going to fight Uchiha, he also uses his peripheral vision to observe the movements of Uchiha Mountain Ghost. The Mountain Ghost attacked Mu Feng directly, like a beast, that kind of primitive aura. The body has infinite power. The Mountain Ghost is not like Uchiha, because he doesn't bother to use it. His fists are his best weapon. The body has not arrived, the potential has arrived. This made Mu Feng feel a little depressed when he retreated. Blasted directly at Mu Feng's chest. Mu Feng used all his strength and directly slashed it with a wooden knife. Damn it! See if your fist is hard or my knife is hard. The Mountain Ghost snorted coldly. A broken wooden knife, see how I break it for you. He is even more confident. The wooden knife against the fist is ridiculous. Bang bang bang. At that moment, Mu Feng was about to slash the past with a wooden knife, but he turned into legs and kicked the Mountain Ghost. No matter what, the legs are still longer than the hands. The Mountain Ghost's fist hadn't come to meet Mu Feng. Mu Feng kicked it. Bang bang bang. 1 foot, 2 feet. The Mountain Ghost fell directly to the ground. Puff. The Mountain Ghost spit out blood directly, which didn't react at all. Mu Feng hit him in the abdomen. He never thought that Mu Feng, who was younger than him, was even more sophisticated than him. Those eyes turned blood red, which also directly opened the blood wheel eyes, staring at Mu Feng firmly. Damn it, I lost. No, I haven't lost yet, Uchiha Shangi said unwillingly. He tried to get himself up and get up slowly. Suddenly, when he was halfway through, his legs trembled slightly, and he panicked a little. Can't stand up unexpectedly. Pouch. He vomited blood again, and went straight down without strength. He didn't know how Mu Feng did it, or how many feet he did, which made him like this. It hadn't been a few minutes before the two played against each other. The mountain ghost was beaten down and couldn't get up at all. Uchiha was furious when he saw such a scene at night. New Feng Jiaguang observed Uchiha Ya, and then rushed towards Uchiha Ya with a wooden knife in his hand. He wants to overwhelm Uchiha Ya with absolute strength. What happened to the blood wheel eye? With that thing, you can't beat me. A purple cold light passed by Mu Feng. The speed was very fast, and it was almost ultimate. Mu Feng used his fastest speed to meet Uchiha Knight. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Yasukawa directly touched Mu Feng's wooden knife. Bang bang bang. At this moment, they directly made a dozen moves. The two shots were too fast. Sharingan of Uchiha Knight turned quickly, capturing the trajectory of Mu Feng wooden sword. Can't see clearly. This is not clear at all. Mu Feng's attack was as fast as lightning, and his purple chakra was extremely domineering. In a moment, Uchiha Yes' body had a few bloody mouths, and he felt the pain in his body. Especially those of the remaining Uchiha family, and some students were even more stunned. The strength of the two people is not at the same level as them. They are one level, and these two people are one level. One is purple and the other is red. Fuchsia interlaced. The two of them kept fighting, and their eyes became fierce. Mu Feng is extremely domineering. The body method is getting faster and faster, and he suddenly appears behind Uchiha Ya. Ha! Appeared behind Uchiha Knight again. Uchiha Ya was a little panicked. Even with Sharingan, he couldn't see Mu Feng's body skills clearly. Too fast. Pass by one stroke. The strength is getting bigger and bigger, and it keeps on blessing. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Ya was directly hit by Mu Feng and fell heavily on the ground. In an instant, a big pit was hit on the ground. Uchiha Ya's face became very ugly. This is simply suppression. Naked blow. Uchiha Ya also didn't expect his strength to be automatically terrifying. I really underestimated him. Uchiha stepped back a few steps, watching Mu Feng. Mu Feng fell on the branch, holding the purple wooden knife in one hand, and stood slightly. With a calm gaze, he looked at Uchiha Ya. The two people looked at each other like this, and neither of them found a bargain. Uchiha Knight coldly snorted, I really underestimated you. Mu Feng didn't speak, but with the knife in his hand, he rushed towards Uchiha Ya again. Although Mu Feng's knife was still a wooden knife, Uchiha knew that the wooden knife was not an ordinary wooden knife. The knife itself contained a powerful chakra. And this wooden knife is spiritual. Just now when Uchiha Ya was about to pierce Mu Feng's chest, the wooden knife directly became soft, and it was crossed on Mu Feng's chest and resisted abruptly. Mu Feng himself was a tyrannical defense, especially his purple armor. This makes Uchiha Ya unable to break his defense at all. How do you fight this? Although Uchiha Ya can see Mu Feng's movements clearly, his speed is a bit slower than Mu Feng's. Sharingan is also useless at this time. This makes Uchiha Knight very depressed. Mu Feng has been suppressing Uchiha Ya. The blade has not arrived, but the wooden sword itself is extremely sharp. See how you fight me? Mu Feng laughed at Uchiha Knight and said, that's it? You are still the strongest genius of this year. Is there no one in this year? A child who knows nothing will fight me here, haha. Your strength this year is not so good? This is not just a mockery of Uchiha Ya. What Mu Feng is talking about is this class of students. This made Mu Feng sigh, a little disappointed. He hasn't used the knife technique taught him by White Fang yet, they just can't do it. Ugh, are you here? At this time, everyone present had heard it, and their eyes were all focused on Mu Feng. Mu Feng was dressed in black, eyes full of determination, looking down at them, as majestic as in the sky, looking down on the earth. All this seems so natural. Uchiha knelt on the ground in the middle of the night, staring at Mu Feng. He actually failed. He actually lost. This time I really lost completely. This makes everyone weird. Their genius actually lost. They couldn't bear this fact in their hearts. If Uchiha's people can't stop him, then no one can stop Mu Feng. Mu Feng was like a god of war, dazzling, shining purple light, irresistible. It's like in his field, any power is crushing. Mu Feng is in front and Kakashi is in the back half of his body. Two wooden knives were inserted diagonally on the ground, emitting light. Purple light, blue light fruit shining with people. Everyone stopped one after another. They didn't dare to go forward and fight Mu Feng. Uchiha clearly looked at the scene at this time, and his pupil shrank slightly, and he made up his mind that this person could not stay. His hands clenched tightly to suppress the anger in his heart. As long as this exam is over, then it will be Mu Feng's death. The plan has to be advanced again, but it's the old fox Uchiha Ming. His expression flashed by just now, but he was caught by Ziai Xiao and White Fang. Ziai Xiao knew that this time, the fox's tail was about to be exposed. Mu Feng really surprised everyone. I thought that Mu Feng and Uchiha Ya and Shangi would be a fierce battle. The strength of Mu Feng and Kakashi is above the Chunin level. Seeing his son, White Fang actually hid his strength, stood with his hands holding hands, and smiled slightly. It really exceeded his expectations. White Fang was even more pleased to see these changes in Kakashi. If Kakashi has been indifferent and wants to improve his strength, he will have no feelings. White Fang wants Kakashi to live in an emotional life. Now, after this period of change, Mu Fang has changed him. Third Hokage's eyes were full of shock. The child grew up too fast. All Jonin present were dumbfounded. When they were in that grade, their strength was not so strong. What is going on with the children now? Is talent so terrible? Do they need a question mark in their minds? Some people slowly walked behind Uchiha and stood respectfully. Mu Fang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. This should be Uchiha's attendant, and they add up to 7 or 8 people. Mu Fang wants to see what waves they can make? At this time, all standing in a row, Uchiha was still not reconciled at night. Slowly got up and took out the scroll. Not only him, everyone in this session took out the scrolls. That scroll is not like the scroll that Third Hokage gave them. At this time, Mu Fang had a premonition of anxiety. He didn't know what it was. He knew that this premonition was very strong, and his heartbeat kept accelerating. Mu Fang looked at the people in Uchiha. Is it because of them? The scroll looked a little old, and it didn't look like a ninjutsu scroll at all. Rows of scrolls, neat scrolls, stood in front of them. Everyone's hands were printed, and the actions were exactly the same. They muttered silently, teleport technique, solution, untie, untie, untie. They slashed a blood stain in their hands and pressed their hands directly on the scroll. Moment. The sky became densely clouded and black. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. A group of figures appeared in front of them one after another. When Mu Fang saw them, his eyes were full of anger. Kakashi is also severely cold. That familiar dress, familiar figure. This made Mu Fang's life unforgettable. It was these killer organizations that assassinated them. If it weren't for Mu Fang's outbreak, it is estimated that they would have died there. Mu Fang is watching all this now. After a group of figures appeared, they rushed towards the students. Passed by in a flash. Holding a black knife in his hand, he chopped it over. Mu Fang saw this scene. That student is the fat man, and the fat man is even more terrified. He didn't react, and a big knife appeared on his head. He, who had never experienced a war, was immediately scared to pee. He was just a child, and closed his eyes tightly. He still panicked, not knowing that he was a ninja at all. Just when the knife fell on his head, with a bang, there was a loud noise. He didn't feel the pain, which made him a little puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes. Mu Fang. The purple light gleamed all over, and Mu Fang blocked it with a wooden knife. That person was even slightly taken aback. The other blue figure is as fast as lightning. Whoosh whoosh. Came directly instantaneously. Kakashi jumped straight up, holding a knife in both hands, and thrusting it straight into his back. Puff! The wooden knife pierced his back directly, and blood drifted across. This person didn't react at all, his eyes widened, and there was no life in an instant. Looking at these two people, I don't know how they have such a delicate cooperation. Boom! The man fell directly to the ground heavily. This is just one person. It only came out for a few seconds. It was directly killed by Mu Fang and Kakashi in seconds. People keep appearing on the scroll. One after another, a steady stream. As long as they come out, they will kill this class of students. Not everyone is like Fatty, saved by Mu Fang and Kakashi. Run quickly, let's get out of here. After killing this person, Mu Fang said hurriedly. Now the situation has changed even more. He looked back at Uchiha, no surprise. They should have rebelled. Mu Fang's gaze then shifted to the tall building. What Third Hokage saw was very angry, just about to rush out. Moment. From the east, west, south and north, black barriers appeared, enclosing the entire tall building directly. Third Hokage saw the scene at this time. The face is hard to see ultimate. Unexpectedly, Third Hokage looked directly at Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming looked calm and looked at Third Hokage. Uchiha Ming took a step back. Not only him, but even Uchiha Fugaku behind him took a step back slightly. There were also some elite jonin who came to Uchiha Ming in an instant. Ziai Xiao, White Fang, Namikaze Minato are standing behind Third Hokage. They knew that Uchiha Ming should have rebelled. As expected, Uchiha Ming still rebelled. Third Hokage kept his eyes fixed on Uchiha Ming and slowly said, "You really made your choice. I am not only for the Uchiha family, but also for Konoha," Uchiha said awe-inspiringly. Obviously, Uchiha clearly made a betrayal. Uchiha stared at Third Hokage. He knew that Third Hokage's strength was terrifying. That's the title known as Dr. Ninja. An ordinary person, without any bloodline boundaries, stands at the top of the ninja world. This requires much effort. And Third Hokage is such a man, a position that all ordinary people look up to. At this time Third Hokage is still young, not when he was old. Third Hokage took a step forward and said, "Then fight." For a time, Zi Xiao and White Fang rushed over in an instant, fighting with the guards of the Uchiha family. Namikaze Minato passed by immediately and fought with Uchiha Fugaku. The two were of equal strength. Now, the two sides fought directly and fought for a while. For those who are harmful to Konoha, kill them all. Not to mention the people of the Uchiha family. He needs to kill the chickens and curse the monkeys. Third Hokage didn't take a shot, but stood up with a negative hand, and said indifferently, Uchiha Ming, you have to bear the path you choose by yourself. Moment. With a bang. In a cloud of smoke, Third Hokage was directly replaced by black armor. There was an extra-long headband on the helmet, and his eyes were full of determination. He rushed directly to Uchiha Ming. Whoosh whoosh. Third Hokage was too fast, and appeared behind Uchiha Ming at the speed like lightning. Boom boom boom. The hands were printed directly, and the hands were on the lips. Third Hokage said, Fire style, great fireball technique. For a time, a huge fireball appeared directly from his mouth, more than 10 meters in size. The fireball was surrounded by scorching heat, and it was released to Uchiha. Uchiha Ming also uses fire style and great fireball technique. The action is exactly the same. Bang bang bang. The two huge fireballs collided and exuded heat. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, the strong is the strong. Unlike the novice, the battle is different. This tall building is fighting fiercely. At this time, Liu Fang and Kakashi, plus the fat man, there were chasing soldiers behind, and the three of them swiftly shuttled through the grass. The three of them were gasping for breath. They were really tired. Especially that fat guy. When will he be hunted down like this? Fatty looked at Liu Fang's back, his eyes full of gratitude. He really can't run anymore, his legs are trembling, and he didn't react to the scene just now. Seeing that the fat man was not running, Liu Fang looked back at the fat man and asked quickly, What's the matter, Fatty? The fat man was gasping for breath, patronizing his breath. He couldn't speak at all. He waved his hand and said, Or you just leave me alone, I can't do it anymore. Kakashi looked at him lightly, not knowing what was thinking in his heart. Liu Fang patted the fat man on the shoulder, and smiled, What are you going to run away? Wait a minute, just knock them down. The fat man stared straight at him, a little weird. Those people are not like these students, they are at least Chunin level strength. Down directly? Bragging? Fatty didn't have any low in his heart, and suddenly weak asked Liu Fang, We are only 3 of us, how can we fight this? Just 3 of us are enough. Liu Fang looked into the distance, thinking, he was waiting for them to arrive. They hid behind a big tree, and Liu Fang said to the fat man, I will give you some explosive charms, and you will throw them directly at me when the time comes. The fat man nodded. Liu Fang took out a lot of explosive charms directly from behind and gave them directly to the fat man. The fat man saw these explosive charms in Liu Fang's hands. Is it called something? The fat man was stunned for an instant. Are these some explosive charms? Damn it! This is the robbery. If it wasn't for the fat man to see these explosive symbols, he thought about it. If those people didn't show up, it is estimated that Liu Fang would use these explosive charms on them. The fat man shook his head vigorously, not daring to think further. Liu Fang told the fat man, when they came, Kakashi and I rushed over, attracting firepower. Pointing to the big tree next to him, he said to the fat man, You hide it there. As long as we withdraw back, I will ask you to use an explosive. Don't be too wasteful of exploding charms, give me all of them to use. Not enough, I still have it. Liu Fang smiled at the fat man. Fatty's brains are even more crazy, not enough, and still more. How many explosions does this Liu Fang have? Then the fat man ran directly under the big tree and hid. He leaned on the big tree, watching Liu Fang and them here, waiting for Liu Fang's signal. Now they are a camp, no matter how they civil war, they are Konoha people. As long as those who cause damage to Konoha, they must kill. Fatty didn't even think that Uchiha and Sangui would rebel. This completely ruined the image of the two of them in their hearts. Liu Fang felt that the thousands of explosive charms weren't too many. They were all pitted from the system, but they were worn out. At that moment, Liu Fang doesn't have many whole cards anymore. Thinking of the explosive charm is a good thing. He directly pitted the system and took thousands of explosive symbols. If it weren't for Liu Fang to completely suppress them, then he would just use the explosive charm. He felt terrible when he thought about it. Once these thousands of explosive symbols explode, the entire forest will be blown up in half. Liu Fang felt a little excited when he thought about it. Now, Liu Fang wanted to use thousands of explosive symbols on those assassins. When fighting Uchiha just now, Liu Fang was hardly injured and unscathed. He still retains all his combat power. As long as he does not exceed his limit, Liu Fang will definitely retain 1/3 of his strength. At this time, clang clang clang, a group of figures appeared in front. They scanned the front. Mufang and Kaka stood opposite them, very natural. They have already seen this kind of scene, and it is no surprise. Liu Fang held the wooden knife in his hand, with a solemn expression, bragging, So many people. Damn it. Forget it, fight it. Whizzing, Kakashi's figure appeared directly in front of them, holding a wooden knife, and rushed directly. Passed by in a flash. They didn't expect that it was not just Mufang's fast speed, they ignored Kakashi's speed. He is also a genius, but Mufang's current light is too dazzling. Mufang also appeared in mid-air, with both hands directly imprinted fire style, Yanlong bullet. A huge fire dragon appeared in the sky, terrifying real fire. The dragon opened its mouth directly, spitting out fire bullets. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The fire dragon bomb slammed into them directly. Some people hadn't reacted directly, and were instantly hit by a fire dragon bomb, and the whole person was burned. Not even bones. Those who were busy avoiding, for a time, flashes of swords flashed past. Kakashi is like lightning, harvesting their lives. The combination of Kakashi and Mufang is even more subtle. Kakashi made a seal with both hands directly. Suddenly, ZZ's voice. Razors appeared under Kakashi's hand. Razors rushed directly to the people in black. They flashed like thunder, directly shocking them. When they came into contact with Razor, they even made noises. There was pain all over the body. Ah! Screamed in pain. Mufang stood on it and scanned them. Those people from Uchiha hadn't come yet, and Mufang was also a little heavy. I don't know how Zi Xiao and White Fang are doing. Regardless, solve these people first. Immediately, Mufang flew in front of them. Pass by one stroke. Several figures and Mufang fought fiercely. Mufang's sword skills exudes a strong aura, not to mention a wooden sword. It is really tough. It's really a genius to have a wooden knife so slipped by Mufang's play. When Mufang does things, as long as he recognizes one thing, he will make it ultimate. When someone appeared behind Mufang, he was about to make a sneak attack. Kakashi, who was fighting beside him, saw it from the sidelines. Quickly shouted, "Mufang, beware of the sneak attack from behind." As soon as the voice fell, the man's face was grim, and his eyes were full of triumph. Holding Killua in his hand, looking at Mufang's back, he stabbed fiercely without any hesitation. Boom! Mufang directly changed a wooden stake, and Killua stabbed on the wooden stake. This makes people's eyes widened. At this time, the wooden knife appeared on his neck, with a purple chakra on the knife, which was only 1 centimeter away from his neck. Mufang appeared behind him and said coldly, "Do you think you can kill me?" The man was sweating profusely. As long as he was not far from death, he was about to speak. Whoosh whoosh. The wooden knife slashed directly. A purple light flashed, and then blood burst out. It caused an uproar around and invisibly gave them a kind of pressure. They did not expect that these two children were stronger than them. Mufang held the wooden knife and shot it directly. Shuttle in the enemy, no one can stop Mufang's attack. This is only a while. Under the combination of Mufang and Kakashi, they were directly killed by more than half. This made them very angry, and they would lose to these two children. For a time, a few people stood in a row, nodded their hands, and read in unison water style, water dragon bomb. All of a sudden, huge high-pressure water appeared on this ground, forming water dragons. The ninjutsu they used together was even more powerful. One by one, the water dragons directly moved towards Mufang. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Mufang and Kakashi kept avoiding, and the water dragon bomb sprayed by the water dragon blasted on the big tree. Suddenly, the tree fell abruptly. Not only the big trees, but also some plants and trees, were all bombarded by the water dragon. In this situation, Mufang and Kakashi couldn't get close to them at all. Those who were on alert looked at Mufang and Kakashi's embarrassed look and laughed. Two mice, both ran very fast. When Grandpa catches you, you will kill them all. They kept saying, "Isn't it still pretty good just now?" Why? Nothing. Listening to Mufang's words, there was no anger at all. Those people clearly irritated Mufang and Kakashi. However, Mufang and Kakashi are not fools, they both hide quietly in the grass. Mufang observed the surrounding situation, thinking about the current situation, calmly analyzing the situation. When those people saw that Mufang and Kakashi hadn't come out in front of them, their expressions were a little unhappy, and they looked down upon these two children. The person in front is called Shantang, an elite Chunin. Now he must catch these two children. Yamato said to the person behind, "Throw me the shuriken, add explosive charms to the shuriken, and blast them out for me." He only knew that the only way to get these two boys out. Suddenly, the people behind Yamato took out a handful of kunao or shuriken from the ninja's pocket. Then they added an explosion charm to the kunao, and smiled gloomily. This time, how do you hide? They prepared Killua and shuriken, and directly shot towards Mufang and the others. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Their projectile speed is extremely fast, and all of them are kunao and shurikens in the air. Mufang suddenly raised his head, seeing it later. Damn it! Why are there so many? Immediately he grabbed Kakashi's arm and rushed out, ran back and hurried out. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The explosions sounded constantly. Where they were hiding in Mufang, a radius of more than 20 meters was directly bombed into disarray. Shantang thought in his heart, you guys came out at noon. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty. Looking at the two of them, he turned to the person behind and whispered, catch me. Whoosh whoosh. A group of figures shuttled among the trees. Mufang and Kakashi have already come out, they must hunt them down. A person appeared behind Mufang, holding Kyowa directly behind Mufang. He used his greatest strength, and Kunao carried his chakra in his hand. His sneak attack method is very correct. Ordinary people will definitely be killed if this is the case. It's just a pity. What he faced was Mufang, a genius even stronger than Kakashi. His perception is dozens of times stronger than others. How could he not know that someone behind attacked him? Just when Kyowa hit him, Mufang suddenly turned around and kicked it, sinking vigorously. Boom! A kick hit that person's abdomen, and Kyowa didn't even get close to Mufang's body. The man was kicked into the air, and then Kakashi threw a handful of kunao directly at the man, and it also carries an explosive symbol. Sudden what? The man screamed directly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The man was directly killed, and his body was directly blown into several segments. This person instantly lost his life, and the person who was still chasing Mufang saw such a scene. Their speed is a little slow, and they are a little scared. When Shantang saw it, he was even more angry. He didn't believe it. Couldn't the remaining dozen of them catch these two boys? When they were fighting with Mufang, they had not completely gained the upper hand at all. All came with Mufang's rhythm, which made him feel very strange. Mufang ran forward, and he saw the position of little fatty. Mufang and Kakashi glanced at each other as they were running, and nodded at each other. They all know what the other person is thinking. Mufang wanted to give them a big gift this time, muttering to himself, I hope you can survive. Mufang and Kakashi hurried to the fat man's position. At this time, Shantang and the others followed closely, and this time he wanted to see if Mufang and the others had any tricks. A group of children, no matter how strong they are, it is impossible to kill these people. In front of them were large trees, and their vision was somewhat blocking them. Mufang made good use of the location of the death forest, creating obstacles to their vision, so that they could be confused. Shantang sneered at Mufang in front of him, you should surrender obediently. You have no backup. If you don't surrender, I'm not welcome. Although Mufang's strength was beyond his expectations, it was also under his control. Yamato also had to sigh that Kanaha's genius was really too much, and he did not expect that their children, who were only a few years old, would have such attainments in mind, ninjutsu, and physical skills. The future is even more limitless. This also made Yamato a murderous heart. They must kill Mufang and Kakashi. When Mufang heard what Shantang said, he smiled and thought to himself, if you are proud of it for a while, you will feel better. They ran faster, and now they are waiting for a signal to the fat man. That side. The fat man squatted quietly behind the big tree, because he was wearing brown clothes that blended with the color of the big tree. If they didn't look carefully, they would definitely not find the fat man by the big tree. At this time, the fat man saw two figures galloping over quickly. His eyes widened, and his head stretched forward vigorously, wanting to recognize who the two figures are and take a closer look. That is Mufang and Kakashi. Mufang and Kakashi rushed over quickly. Mufang looked back, and they were still following closely. Really, they probably want to kill them, and they must catch Mufang and Kakashi. The surroundings are very quiet, and the leaves are slowly falling. Zi. Mufang and Kakashi ran to the front and stopped directly. Under the shining of the sun, Mufang and Kakashi radiated dazzling light. Mufang quietly waited for the assassins to arrive there, his eyes became sharp, and the wooden knife was directly inserted into the ground. The assassins came one by one, standing in a row, looking at Mufang and them. The atmosphere is a bit solemn. They were a little surprised. This time Mufang and the others were not running away. Are they tired? Those assassins became a little excited. These two little sheep can really run, and this kind of physical strength can definitely catch up with Chinin's level. All their eyes are focused on Mufang. Shantang stood 10 meters away in front of Mufang and them. His face was a little dignified, looking at Mufang and them. They actually stopped. At this time, Mufang fired a flare at the sky. With a bang, a firework appeared in the sky, bright. Here! The fat man shouted even more and appeared next to them. Whoosh whoosh! Fatty and Mufang, Kakashi appeared in their three different directions at the same time, and at the same time Ji-Yin appeared in black barriers from three different directions, completely enclosing them here. Now, Shantang and the others were stunned, and before they escaped, they surrounded these people themselves. The fat man said fiercely, go to hell. For a time, the fat man threw the explosive talisman directly into it, and kept throwing it. The exploding symbols were thrown in by the fat man, and the fat man's hand speed became faster and faster. In the beginning, it was thrown one by one. The farther back, they are thrown in packs. There are too many explosions. For a time, the barrier directly exploded inside. Boom boom boom. There was a huge explosion. This makes them simply unable to avoid. Explosive symbols fall in the air, and the sky is full of explosive symbols. This makes Yamato a very headache. He stared at Mu Feng fiercely, and Mu Feng gave him a smile. It seems to say that this time you are dead. He kept evading in a blink of an eye, and after images passed by. This is Yamato's speed, but his subordinates are not so lucky. The explosion talisman directly fell on them and exploded directly. Some people were directly broken their arms, screaming in pain. Some people were killed directly, and even the bodies were not left behind. The look in their eyes became frightened, they were scared. In the face of death, they are also afraid, and they don't want to die yet. These thousands of explosive charms are enough for these killers to drink a pot, because they can't escape at all. What they face is death. He could be even more cruel. He didn't expect to fall into the hands of a child. This is not their fault. Anyone who does not know Mufeng and their situation will make this mistake. This is the result of carelessness to the enemy, and details always determine success or failure. Mufeng watched such a scene quietly. This was the first time he saw so many people die. This is the ninja world, and death is inevitable. If you don't have strong strength, you will be in danger. This made Mufeng once again strengthen his confidence and said that I must become stronger to change the world. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing these killers and getting 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Host also has 2 free lucky draws. Do you want to use host now? No, not yet. Mufeng refused. He wanted to watch these killers die completely. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The ground was bursting badly, all of them were pits, and they were still more than 10 meters deep. It can be seen how powerful these thousands of explosive symbols are. At this time, the corpses were everywhere in rivers, all in bright red color, and a bloody breath came from tiredness. Looking at this expression, the fat man hurriedly covered his mouth, trying to spit out the bloody smell. Mufeng saw that no one could stand up, and they all became corpses. Mufeng motioned to Kakashi and Fatty to end the sealing technique. This is the triangular seal that Mufeng taught them. Once they touched this barrier, they were directly burned to death, which was formed by the real fire of shamisen. The barrier gradually disappeared, and Mufeng scanned all this. No one can still live. The fat man said, "This scene is too bloody." Kakashi also nodded. It was the first time he saw such a scene, but he was better than the fat man. Mufeng didn't speak, he was observing whether these people were completely dead. I thought to myself, do you want to make up for them now? Mufeng was afraid that some people would pretend to be dead and give him a sneak attack from behind. This would be a great loss. At this time, a pair of eyes opened slowly and saw Kakashi's back. Move your hand slowly, holding kunao. Moment. Just got up and rushed towards Kakashi. When the fat man saw it, he shouted directly, "Kakashi, be careful." Mufeng stepped out directly, and his figure swiftly passed by, slashing at the person with a sound of breaking wind. One pass. He blocked the front with Kyu. Only a loud bang was heard. Kyumo was directly in 2 halves, and his whole body was cut in half and died. This time, all of them were wiped out. Mufeng looked at all this without any expression, very indifferent. This is war, which is extremely tragic. When the sky fell, everything returned. The fat man looked at Mufeng and asked slowly, "Mufeng, what shall we do now? Leave here quickly or go to that tall building?" After speaking, the fat man looked at the tall building, and he could feel the fierce battle from such a distance. The fat man's eyes were fixed on Mufeng and Kakashi. He wanted to follow Mufeng and Kakashi closely. Only by the side of Mufeng and Kakashi can he feel safe. Mufeng also looked at the tall buildings. He was a little worried about Ziai Xiao and White Fang. He hasn't followed the plot yet, and he doesn't know what is going on. The only thing he was sure of was that it had something to do with the Uchiha family. Mufeng thought to himself, take a rest now, observe the situation first, and then make a decision. After all, Kakashi's physical strength was exhausted, and the fat man couldn't count on it. You can only rely on Mufeng and Kakashi. Upstairs, Uchiha stepped back and looked at Third Hokage Haki, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. He didn't think that Third Hokage was still strong, just when he was young, in a heyday. Third Hokage walked over slowly, step by step towards Uchiha Ming, with a somewhat helpless tone, and said, "Advise you to turn around. If you don't, then don't blame me. From the moment I started to betray. I don't belong here anymore, and I don't need your poor Sarutobi Hiruzen." Uchiha snorted coldly. "In this case, I will clear the door for Konoha." Third Hokage shouted. Taking a step directly before, the floor suddenly burst, unable to withstand the power of Third Hokage. The black armor of Third Hokage exudes an astonishing murderous aura. On weekdays, the kind Third Hokage is just like Grandpa, gentle. Now, the whole person exploded with killing intent and aimed at Uchiha Ming. At this time, Uchiha Ming's eyes turned directly into Mangekyo, and his right eye was overused, and blood was flowing straight down. After a moment, Third Hokage appeared in front of him. Just when Uchiha Ming wanted to use illusion on Third Hokage, he saw that Third Hokage closed his eyes. At this time, Mangekyo Sharinan has no effect on Third Hokage. Uchiha Mingang is about to take seals and wants to use ninjutsu against him. However, in an instant, there was a plop. Third Hokage stretched out his right leg and kicked him out. Boom boom boom. Uchiha was kicked out by the absolute power of Third Hokage, and the wall of the tall building was directly knocked down. Whoosh! Third Hokage kicked again and sent Uchiha Ming to hell directly. If you fall, you will definitely be thrown to death. Third Hokage also rushed down immediately, constantly beating Uchiha Ming, as if he wanted to vent all his hatred. One heavy punch hit Uchiha Ming's chest directly. Click! Uchiha showed an expression of pain, and Third Hokage's strength was far beyond his expectations. There was no chance to resist, letting Third Hokage bombard. Uchiha Ming didn't just feel the pain, he was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were full of fear of Third Hokage. Third Hokage can't control so much. Since he has betrayed Konoha, he should be treated as an enemy. Boom boom boom. Uchiha clearly fell down heavily, and a large pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. It's a few hundred meters high, and if you don't fall to death, you will definitely be seriously injured. This moment, Third Hokage stood on Uchiha Ming, and a powerful force leaked from him. At this time, Uchiha Ming was full of blood and looked embarrassed. He felt the killing intent of Third Hokage, the breath of death. Uchiha's mouth was full of blood, and he looked at Third Hokage in despair. He regretted it a bit, and he had not played a few rounds with Third Hokage, and was directly beaten by Third Hokage. It was a brutal beating. Third Hokage, with a sudden tone, said coldly, who was planning this thing behind the scenes. No one. Uchiha Ming, looking at Third Hokage's cold eyes, said intermittently. Third generation once again, stepped on him. Puff. What? Uchiha Ming directly vomited blood, painful, and screamed. With this kick, Third Hokage obviously exhausted all his strength. Don't say yes, okay. Third Hokage said impatiently. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fractured bones broke continuously. Uchiha gritted his teeth in pain. He wants to die now, not wanting to be tortured by Third Hokage like this. You still refuse to say, are you? Third Hokage said lightly. He waited patiently for Uchiha Ming to answer. His eyes were extremely firm. He believed Uchiha Ming would definitely say it. Don't fight. I say. Uchiha Ming gave in. If Third Hokage makes another kick, Uchiha will definitely die. Oh, did you agree? Third Hokage looked at him and asked again. N. Uchiha nodded clearly. At this time, the sharpness in Third Hokage's eyes slowly faded. He squatted down and leaned Uchiha Ming up. This time it was made by people from the land of the land, and there are some killer organizations. Uchiha Ming said slowly. Third Hokage, as soon as he heard that there was a killer organization, he grabbed its collar and said, what the hell is going on? Third Hokage, I advise you to hurry up and save those children. Otherwise, those children will be killed. Uchiha Ming smiled sullenly and said, what happened to the kids this year? I'm telling you, Uchiha knows those children. If anyone suffers a little bit of harm, I will smash you into pieces. Third Hokage was even more angry at this time, saying every word. He didn't want these children to be hurt at all. They were Konoha's hope in the future. If they are not there, Konoha's manpower supply will be far from insufficient. The consequences are serious, and this is also something that Third Hokage is worried about. Whizzing, Zai Xiao and White Fang appeared behind Third Hokage, squatting, waiting for instructions. Whoosh whoosh. A flash came, and Namikaze Minato also arrived. Uchiha Fugaku, I am here. When Uchiha saw them, his heart was even more desperate. After seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Ming's eyes were full of anger. It turned out that he was an undercover agent. Those people are probably dead. All resolved. All are resolved, no one can escape. Zai Xiao said respectfully. Third Hokage ordered them, you now go to the southeast and save those children. Yes. A group of figures flashed past, disappeared in the same place, and went to support them. Mufang and Kakashi have to go back because there are still many students who haven't escaped. At this time, Uchiha stood there tightly. All the students in this year except those from Uchiha's family were arrested. They are Uchiha Knight and the umbrella of these killers. Uchiha knows Mufang and they will definitely come back. He will fight Mufang again. He doesn't want to lose. He is the genius of this year. No one can really fight him, but Mufang broke his undefeated record. Moreover, the strength that Mufang had exploded was simply crushing him. He was unwilling to believe that Mufang could defeat him again. Mufang's figure flew by, disappearing directly into the place, and a beam of ultimate light passed through the jungle. Whoosh whoosh. Kakashi followed Mufang closely. Where is Mufang? Where is Kakashi? They ran side by side, 2 meters apart, keeping this speed. The fat man behind, panting with big mouths, followed Mu Feng and them vigorously. Fatty knows the gap between Mu Feng, Kakashi and him, and their physique skills are several times stronger than that of Fatty. This is simply the existence that the fat man looked up to. The mountains and forests are extremely silent. At this time, Mu Feng's expression became a little solemn, and they hadn't encountered a single person after so long. This is weird. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Feng and Kakashi landed on a huge tree, their eyes scanned ahead. Mu Feng squatted halfway, sensing the front. He felt a strong breath. Yap! Surprise appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, and then flashed past, replaced by anger. Gaze at the front. The familiar breath turned out to be that person. That was definitely Jonan's level, and Mu Feng felt that he was stronger than before. Kakashi noticed that Mu Feng's expression was a little solemn, and asked, "What's wrong? Mu Feng, is that person here?" Mu Feng still closed his eyes, perceiving, and muttered to himself. "Which person? Who did you say is here?" Kakashi didn't know what else Mu Feng said. "It's him, that masked man," Mu Feng said in a low voice. "What?" Kakashi's eyes widened, filled with inconceivability. "Here, he is the man in the red mask," Kakashi said. Kakashi didn't expect that person would come, his pupils shrank slightly, and that person's strength was very terrifying. The fat man looked dumbfounded, and he didn't even know what Mu Feng and Kakashi were talking about. Not in a channel at all, but the fat guy can conclude that they have encountered a powerful enemy. What should I do now? Kakashi looked a little bad, but he didn't show it intentionally. Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, a strong breath exuded from his body, which made the fat man feel a little overwhelmed. "Since it's here, then leave them all. Kill them all," Mu Feng said firmly. His revenge with Kakashi must be reported. Especially the man in the red mask led so many people to chase Mu Feng and Kakashi, which is already a feud. In addition, they also violated Konoha, and their sins are unforgivable. "Let's go," Mu Feng said. His figure disappeared in the same place instantly, and he rushed forward. Kakashi followed closely behind. Flashes are flying there too. It was Zai Xiao and White Fang, who dealt with the people in the tall buildings, and they hurried over. Zai Xiao ran, while making seals with one hand, using secret techniques to increase his own speed. His face was even more anxious, he knew that Mu Feng must be in danger now. "White Fang, Minato, hurry up," Zai Xiao said anxiously, wishing to get to Mu Feng quickly. "Okay, Zai Xiao, don't worry, calm down, these emotions will affect your battle." White Fang cared about Zai Xiao. He was afraid that Zai Xiao would lose his mind because of excessive worrying about Mu Feng's safety. They are advancing fast. A group of people wearing masks surrounded the students, and they looked at these students. Some of these students were seriously injured, and some were covered with blood. There was a look of horror on their faces, which was already very cruel to them who had never experienced the battlefield. And some students have witnessed the death of their best friend by their swords, but they can't do anything about it. All their eyes are on the Uchiha family, their eyes hate. These people are traitors. There are 5 of them, headed by Uchiha Ya. The man in the red mask stood in the middle of them, observing the surrounding environment. He even more hoped that the 2 children would come back so that he could kill them with his own hands. He has already received punishment for his last mistake. He recorded all these punishments and resentments on Mu Feng and Kakashi. Now he is more powerful. He didn't believe that he was repelled by Mu Feng. Just while he was observing, for a time, a strong hurricane passed by, and the surrounding leaves drifted by. He stood there, watching the falling leaves drifting past him. He looked at these fallen leaves with a strange feeling in his heart. Suddenly his eyes noticed a white spot under the fallen leaves. The pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. It was an explosion. Suddenly, boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The loud explosion sounded continuously. The places where the fallen leaves drifted by in the wind exploded directly, huge flames. When some of the guards hadn't noticed, they were directly blown to ashes. When the students watched, shocked eyes appeared even more. The man in the red mask yelled, "Be on your guard, someone will attack you." Sudden, smoke bombs fell among them in the sky. The smoke is full of smoke, all around it. A strong purple light flew by. The purple blade is directly in front of the person has not yet reacted, and the body separates from the head. There was also a blue light, purple and blue intertwined, wherever it passed, no grass grew, and all the enemies fell. The 2 of them shuttled, a purple light flashed, and there would be blood falling. Not only did the enemy fall, but the ground exploded directly. Mu Feng opened the 8 gate directly just now, and chakra skyrocketed rapidly. The man in the red mask couldn't see the purple light at all, leaving only those heavy trails. Some cold sweat broke out behind him, and he did not expect that these 2 talents had not seen each other for a few days, and their strength had grown so fast. These 2 people will definitely be Konoha's mainstays, absolute geniuses. The smoke cleared, leaving Mu Feng and Kakashi standing upright there, surrounded by dead bodies. There was some blood on their bodies, but their eyes were full of fighting spirit. The two of them wanted to challenge the man in the red mask, this Jonin. A violent chakra appeared on Niu Feng's wooden knife, and a purple haki leaked sideways, revealing a powerful aura. Niu Feng looked at him, his expression was very calm, his physical strength directly opened the 8 inner gates, wounded the door, and opened. There are hurricanes all around, and fallen leaves on the trees follow the wind. The eyes of the man in the red mask were a little surprised, but they flashed past. Kakashi caught the change of the man in the red mask, and smiled randomly, completely indifferent. Because they want to use absolute strength to completely overwhelm them. The man in the red mask first spoke, "We met again, it's a fate. I'm afraid you won't be exploding that kind of power this time." The power that Niu Feng had exploded at that time was the power obtained by opening the Jingmen. Niu Feng showed that he didn't care, he stuck the wooden knife on the ground, lowered his hands naturally, and said faintly, "It's a coincidence that I met you again. This time, I will never let you run away again." Niu Feng looked firmly at the man in the red mask. "Then see if you have that strength." The man in the red mask snorted coldly. "For a time. The war is about to start." Niu Feng glanced coldly and bowed slightly. Boom! The ground broke directly, leaving scars. This was Niu Feng's strength. Pulling out the wooden knife, the figure flew by, sprinting with all strength. I only saw the purple figure, the speed was almost ultimate, and I didn't worry about coming over. Niu Feng appeared directly in front of the man in the red mask. He concentrated all the chakra on the wooden knife and twisted his right wrist. It swept across, and suddenly the purple chakra gathered the blades and hit the man in the red mask. Flowing style, the action is very simple, as smooth as a knife cut off the water. If White Fang sees Niu Feng's sword technique, his eyes will be shocked. This is really a genius. This knife is completely gathering the right time, the right place and the right people. Human beings and swords are one, and it has only been a long time before they have attained such a realm. The moment he met the man in the red mask, it turned into a wooden stake. Body replacement technique. Niu Feng knew that it was impossible to kill this Jonin directly. The masked man was suddenly in mid-air, took out Killua from his body, threw it at random, and shot it at Niu Feng. Niu Feng jumped up, facing the Killua, without using a knife to stop it, he slashed directly. Click! Killua broke in half directly. The masked man was very angry when he saw that Killua was broken. At this time the wooden knife? Is this really made of wood? There is a question mark of need in my heart. At the moment when the masked man was stunned, Niu Feng's figure burst in front of him. Next, Niu Feng smiled at the man in the red mask. "Just wait for my brutal beating. Today I don't believe you can't die." Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The wooden knife collided with Killua, and sparks ignited between the electric light and flint. A knife passed, and the terrifying speed of swinging the knife made the people in the red mask panic. Not only the man in the red mask, but also everyone present. They thought that Niu Feng's upper limit was Chinin, but they didn't expect it. At this time, Niu Feng and Jonin were not at a disadvantage. The red-masked man had no power to defend himself, passively defending, resisting Niu Feng's attack. Absolute power, the purple chakra released outside is breathtaking. They knew that if Niu Feng had won this battle, it meant that Niu Feng had no one to take. That couldn't stop it at all, there was no time to hit his link, and he vomited blood. The man in the red mask can't perform ninjutsu, which makes him very helpless. He has never been beaten so aggrieved. And it's still a few years old. Niu Feng keeps recovering chakra has been in a full state, and can't be used up at all. He added all the chakras to the wooden knife, which made the wooden knife extremely powerful. Niu Feng held the wooden knife in both hands and shouted in a low voice, "Give me to die." In the midair, Niu Feng's figure was like a full moon with a bow, and a purple chakra wrapped him, as if he was a god of war, dazzling and irresistible. There was a boom. The man in the red mask resisted with Killua, and directly vomited blood. This power was several times stronger than before, and he directly fell heavily on the ground at an extremely fast speed. The ground was directly smashed into a human-shaped pit. The dust was flying and spreading. Niu Feng landed on the ground, and did not move closer to look. After seeing this scene, all eyes were on Niu Feng. "Are you sure? Niu Feng is one term younger than us. For such a strong strength, it's fortunate that I didn't make a ruthless move just now. This strength is too terrifying." The students of this year whispered that they were also surprised by Niu Feng's strength. None of them thought that in the end Niu Feng and Kakashi, who were one term younger than them, would rescue them in the end. This made them feel a little guilty. They misunderstood Uchiha's words and played against Kakashi and Mufeng. Fortunately, there was no ruthless hand, otherwise Niu Feng was angry, they would definitely be dead. It is impossible to offend this person in the future. For a while, the dust was gone, and the man in the red mask lay quietly there, motionless, completely devoid of vitality. His eyes were full of incredible, he did not expect that he would die in the hands of a child. There was a huge wound in his heart, which was stabbed by Niu Feng with a wooden knife. That was White Fang's second move. It seemed to cut the red mask man just now, but the real action was to stab him. All the assassins present were silent, looking at Niu Feng. Niu Feng looked around coldly, and whispered, "Since you attack Konoha, it means opposing Konoha. You are our enemy. You must die." In an instant, the figure flew by, rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Kakashi also rushed towards Uchiha Yato with the wooden knife. Niu Feng fights the killer, and Kakashi fights Uchiha Ya. Kakashi's eyes became more indifferent, and he slashed at Uchiha. When Uchiha saw it, he held Kunao in his hand and greeted Kakashi's attack. Court death. Uchiha Ya had a grim face and shouted loudly, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill you." Kakashi let out a colder cry, and 3 avatars appeared in an instant, and at the same time they slashed towards Uchiha. Uchiha Ya is naturally not to be negligent, turning the Guyu in his eyes. At this time, he broke through San Goyu, his bloody eyes fixed on Kakashi. Boom! The knives and lights intertwined, a huge collision figure. The coldness in Kakashi's eyes remained undiminished, and he knew Sharingan could see through his movements. However, Kakashi closed his eyes directly, and fought Uchiha Knight with his own perception. Uchiha Knight got even more angry, but he didn't expect that this would still not be able to suppress Kakashi. On the other side, Niu Feng's speed was faster, and no one could limit his speed. The strongest man in the red mask is completely dead. Niu Feng is all about massacre. The corpses were everywhere, dripping with blood. Niu Feng was standing there now, blood stains on the black ninja clothes. He had never killed so many people before, and his heart was beating, and the smell of blood enveloped him, which made Niu Feng a little uncomfortable. Kakashi continued to attack Uchiha Knight, leaving him no chance of counterattack. Uchiha Yat's eyes were even more resentful. He never thought that Kakashi was so powerful. In the next edition, not only will there be a Mufeng, but also a Kakashi. 2 geniuses are enough to support this generation. It turns out that Uchiha Ya is the real clown, and his Sharingan has no effect on Kakashi. Kakashi is fighting with his eyes closed. Uchiha Ya constantly resisted Kakashi's crit. Are these 2 children? Depend on. It's really embarrassing to be crushed and beaten. Uchiha wanted to resist, but he didn't have the strength at all. Niu Feng stood by the side of their fight, ready to fight at any time. He didn't want Kakashi to be in any danger. In the past, Niu Feng regarded Kakashi as his idol. Kakashi killed Lin by mistake at the time, and his heart was very painful. After staying in Umbu for a long time, Kakashi walked out. His Sharingan keeps turning, and the pair of Sharingan is even more red, which is shocking. Kakashi used body flicker technique continuously and appeared in front of Uchiha Ya. In the next second, Uchiha Ya felt incredible and passed away. The blue slash flashed past. Boom boom boom. Uchiha Ya's eyes were full of solemnity, and he couldn't dodge such an attack. Damn it. Boom. A ravine tens of meters long appeared on the ground, and everything around it was completely destroyed. At this time, Uchiha Ya's clothes were in dilapidated condition, his body was scarred and blood was flowing. He half kneeled on the ground, his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were even more frightened. Kakashi's strength is unfathomable. Worthy of being White Fang's son, the cut just now looked like his father. White Fang's swordsmanship is even more famous in the ninja world, and it was already unique during World War II. The knife technique is simpler and unpretentious. Only he himself can play the biggest role in his knife skills. Kakashi was not attacking, standing there, his eyes still cold. Uchiha vomited blood at night, apparently seriously injured. Watching such a scene, Niu Feng turned his gaze to Uchiha Ya, and said, "Since you have betrayed Konoha, naturally I can't keep you. Don't be proud, someone will seek revenge from you sooner or later." Uchiha gave a cold snort, knowing that he would definitely not survive. However, death has to be a backstop. Uchiha glanced around at night, saw the little fat man, and sneered. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoryuki strode out, stabbing out like a sharp sword. The little fat man looked at Uchiha Ya, who rushed over in horror. Suddenly, a little at a loss. Not good. Niu Feng directly exploded and shot Uchiha Ya back with a blow. At Uchiha Knight, there was still 1 meter away from the little fat man. Bang bang bang. Niu Feng slashed directly at his back, and blood flowed out from behind. Rays of light shone past, and I couldn't see the speed of Niu Feng's wooden sword. That suffocating aura enveloped this forest. Uchiha Ya stood in front of the fat man, his eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. Niu Feng directly gave him a few knives, but he didn't expect him to end like this. At this time, all the people present were silent. Niu Feng is now their god. Niu Feng looked at the Uchiha family members and said lightly, "You should surrender, otherwise, your ending will be like Uchiha Yoryuki." Kakashi also took a step forward. Those who follow prosper, those who contradict perish. Kakashi's eyes were full of murderousness. If they didn't surrender in the first place, it will definitely sprint towards them and kill them at the first time. If it hadn't been for Niu Feng to see that they didn't do much, otherwise, Niu Feng would kill them completely. When the mountain ghosts looked at Niu Feng, there was fear in their eyes. Their strength gap is too great. If they don't surrender, they know their consequences. The mountain ghost bowed his head towards Mu Feng and said, "We surrendered, we don't know this happened. I hope you don't kill us all." Mu Feng nodded, guessing that all the reasons are Uchiha Ming. His ambition is even greater, peaking at Hokage's position. Third Hokage is not a fool, he must know his ambitions. Mu Feng looked at the smoke from the tall building. It should be the end of the battle. It won't be long, it's time for Third Hokage to come and support them. These children are Konoha's hope. He must send Jonin here. At this time, a group of figures descended around the place where Mu Feng was located, one by one exuding a powerful aura. Everyone wore a red mask, their eyes focused on Mu Feng. They did not expect that this child would break their plan. They were all observing all the moments when Mu Feng shot just now, and they realized even more that these two people must die. No matter what the price is, it must be killed. If you give them a few more years of growth, they will be Konoha's future, the top ninja. Just like Konoha's White Fang and Konoha Sunin, guarding Konoha. Mu Feng's face was a bit heavy, holding the wooden knife tightly, ready to fight at any time. They turned kunao on their fingers, without any expressions. This time, Mu Feng couldn't escape. All the students are here, and they are full of hatred. They will never show mercy to those who violated their village. These are the people of the killer organization. Mu Feng shouted at them, "Hurry up and hide behind me." If it was Mu Feng and Kakashi, it would be fine, but now they have these students, they have to be distracted to protect them. Although they were a bit unkind to Mu Feng just now, they just didn't understand it yet. Today, everyone regards Mu Feng as the real boss. He believed that Mu Feng could lead them to break through the siege. For a while, everyone stood behind Mu Feng, holding Kyowu in their hands. At present, the enemy must have a commander, and that is Mu Feng. Mu Feng was not fighting alone, but everyone. One of them had dark skin, and said to Mu Feng, "Now you are the boss of all of us. What do you want to do?" "Yes, Brother Feng, we fight as you say you want to fight." Another one touched his fist, more like he was inspired to fight, and couldn't wait. "Yes, we all listen to you, Brother Feng." Everyone knew that if there was no Mu Feng this time, they would definitely die completely. A strange light flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. Holding a wooden knife in his hand, facing those people, Haki said, "None of you can leave today. Take a step forward." Boom. Very overbearing. Mu Feng didn't hide his aura in any way, and in front of such a strong man, he must explode with all his strength. The legs were slightly bent, and the power on the legs burst out, bursting away. The ground where Mu Feng was located was torn apart, cracks, and huge pits appeared. These people are all Jonin, and he feels that these people are vaguely stronger than the person in the red mask just now. Not only is it twice as powerful, but also several times as powerful. Mu Feng held the wooden knife with a shocking purple light. They felt a terrifying power, so that the eyes of those wearing the mask were full of shock. As expected to be Konoha's genius, in a few years, it is estimated that there will be other cage-level strengths. He was the most terrible at that time. Now, Mu Feng glanced around them, eyes full of indifference, and said to Kakashi next to him, "Take care of everyone." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed directly to the person closest to him, and the blade was not the distance between them. The wooden knife mingled with the sound of breaking through the air, resounding through the forest. The people in the red mask saw that Mu Feng was the first to attack, smiled slightly, and whispered, "I haven't seen such a fierce young man for a long time, besides, he is still a child." There is a trace of appreciation for Mu Feng. The person in the front looked at him quietly. The wooden knife seemed to be a purple flash, flashing past. The wooden knife contained the power of destruction. Mu Feng added chakra with 5 attributes to the wooden knife. He didn't believe it, he couldn't hurt these people. The man suddenly disappeared when he saw the wooden knife about to stab him. Mu Feng's knife pierced the huge tree directly. There was a bang. The tree exploded directly and was pierced by Mu Feng's wooden knife, leaving a huge black hole. At this moment, things around seemed to be still. All eyes were focused on the place where Mu Feng attacked. That kind of terrifying power, I don't know how Mu Feng broke out. The students in this class have even more admiration for Mu Feng when they see such a scene. Mu Feng is the eternal god. Had it not been for that person's quick response, he would have been seriously injured. After seeing the attacks of these people, the masked people present were slightly taken aback. This kind of attack was comparable to Jonin's ninjutsu. It's horrible. Stabbed empty. Mu Feng didn't care about this result. This was the difference in strength between Jonin and Shinin, and Mu Feng couldn't make up for it. However, Mu Feng has the 8 inner gates technique. 8 inner gates technique is definitely a very forbidden technique in the ninja world. Back then, Might Guy was the one who almost killed someone like Uchiha Madara, and 8 inner gates was already the pinnacle of physical skills. Not only the ninjutsu that Mu Feng looked up to, but also the top forbidden technique in the ninja world. However, once the person who casts 8 inner gates opens to the 8th gate, it is estimated that the person will die after he casts the 8th gate. This is at the cost of life. Mu Feng waved his knife at the man again and left. They looked at how powerful Mu Feng was, and wanted to see where his potential was. They quietly watched the battle between Mu Feng and that masked man. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the two sides fought a dozen moves. That person obviously didn't use his full strength, his coercion was overwhelming Mu Feng. Although Mu Feng couldn't help him, his attacks failed. His attack power was not good, and Mu Feng's speed was really fast, almost unbelievable. The person looked down at Mu Feng in the air, with a calm tone, and said, "You have such a powerful strength now. It can be said that you are Konoha's most powerful genius. I appreciate you very much. Why don't you come to my organization?" He somewhat cherishes talents, and there are not many talents like Xiang Mufeng, which is rare in a century. Mu Feng stared at him, with some disdain in his eyes, with some indifferent voices, and said, "Impossible, I will hold you back today when I die." When he heard this, he was a little angry, and the child really didn't know what was good or bad. "Since you don't surrender, then you must die today." He knew that if such a person could not be kept, it would be to kill him, angrily said. The man suddenly appeared in front of the man who was attacked with the red mask. He was the only one without a mask. Wearing this gray ninja hat, coupled with the very old mask, has a sense of age. Mu Feng's eyes stared at him, his eyes full of incredible. Why does this person appear here? Mu Feng was really at a loss. This person is Kakuzu, who lived in the period of the first generation of Hokage. His strength is another cage-level existence, possessing the 5 chakra properties of thunder, wind, fire, earth, and water, and he has performed the mission of assassinating first Hokage. Mu Feng doesn't know what he thinks? Was the brain kicked by the donkey and went to assassinate first Hokage? It was really wireless to kill him. Mu Feng remembered that Kakuzu was about to be beaten to death by first Hokage. If it weren't for first Hokage's kindness, I would not have seen Kakuzu at this time. It was also from that time that Kakuzu betrayed his existence, slaughtered the entire upper level, stole the forbidden technique and ran away. Mu Feng said softly, "Kakuzu." Kakuzu's eyes were full of shock. How could he know his real name is Kakuzu? What is going on with this kid? How do you know my name? Kakuzu asked curiously. Because since the assassination of first Hokage, Kakuzu has never been to Konoha and hardly anyone knows him. However, the child suddenly called out his name, which surprised him very much. Mu Feng laughed and said nothing. Carrying the knife, the tip of the knife pointed to Kakuzu. "There is nothing to say now, that is war." Kakuzu looked at him with countless questions in his heart. In the beginning of the battle, Kakuzu could feel Mu Feng's heart with strong vitality. He grabbed Mu Feng's heart and exchanged it for his other heart. Nothing matters anymore, just kill him, change the heart, there is nothing to care about. Suddenly, 2 heads appeared on his shoulders, one with the fire attribute and the other with the wind attribute. They looked like 3 heads and 6 arms, and they looked very oozing. Mu Feng's face was a bit solemn, knowing that these were Kakuzu's 2 hearts. He was not fighting alone, but 3 people. Kakuzu ordered to the person next to him, "Go down, I'll take care of this person." His eyes became cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly, his black hair became extremely long, and he rushed towards Mu Feng. The 2 masked monsters attacked Mu Feng. A huge fireball rushed towards Mu Feng, like a huge meteorite, surrounded by flames, smashing towards Mu Feng. The fireball was about to hit Mu Feng's place, and Mu Feng couldn't help but step back a few steps, frightened. He used the 8 inner gates technique just now, and he has consumed chakra. He couldn't stop an attack of this level. Just then, an aura of destruction swept across. There was a boom. A purple slash in the past was stronger than Mu Feng's slash. The dazzling light shone on the whole earth, and everyone covered their eyes with their hands, which was too dazzling. But when the light dissipated, familiar figures stood in front of Mu Feng in them. Zixiao, White Fang, Minato, and some Jonin. They knew that their support had arrived. Where Zixiao stood, his eyes fixed on Kakuzu in front of him, the aura that Kakuzu showed was too strong. However, Konoha's Jonin is not a vegetarian. One after another, like a stalwart mountain, standing in front of Mu Feng and the others, they blocked the attack just now. The atmosphere in the entire forest is a bit quiet, no one is talking, they are all looking at each other. Now, he has stretched his right hand to his back, holding short sword. He was listening to Ziai Xiao's order. Once Ziai Xiao ordered an attack, when he was out of the sheath, the killing began. After seeing that Kakashi had suffered some injuries, White Fang's eyes were filled with tenderness, and he softly said to Kakashi and Mu Feng, "You two have nothing to do, right?" Mu Feng shook his head, saying that he had nothing to do. Kakashi is the same. The 2 of them were not injured at all, at most they had scratched their skins. White Fang thought to himself, "That's good. He wants to keep all these people here, as long as they are the offenders of Konoha, they must die. The war is on the verge of breaking out." He was afraid of accidents between Mu Feng and Kakashi. If Mu Feng and Kakashi really had something to do, he will never let them go. These 2 children are the most important people in his life, and he must protect them. Ziai Xiao took a step forward slowly. Obviously Zi Xiao was the captain inside, and White Fang was behind him. You are Kakuzu, S-rank wanted person. Kakuzu doesn't have any expressions. He can feel that the strength of this man without any expressions is about the same as him, maybe even above him. He easily resolved his moves just now, and it was so natural. This is not something ordinary Jonin says can be done. Kakuzu's tone was a little cold, and said, yes, you should be Zixiao, the Shura back then. Oh, it's incredible that there are still people who know me, Zi Xiao said in surprise. Since you already know who I am, then you still don't leave. Let's go, the matter is not finished yet. Take people's money and help them eliminate disasters, Kakuzu said lightly, and he took Niu Feng away. Niu Feng's heart is too suitable for him, and he can't miss this opportunity. If you wait a few more years, it is estimated that Kakuzu will not be able to deal with Mufeng. Since you won't leave, then go to death. Zi Xiao's eyes suddenly burst with murderous intent, and the figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! Zi Xiao appeared in front of Kakuzu and hit him with a heavy punch. Boom boom boom. Kakuzu hadn't reacted yet, his entire face was distorted, and his body flew out all of a sudden, connecting and knocking down several big trees. Horrible. White Fang also moved, facing the person on Zi Xiao's left, and immediately passed by. The short sword was unsheathed directly, and a white light flashed. The dazzling light pierced the mask next to him and couldn't open his eyes. With a slash, a blood-red knife mark appeared on the masked man's neck. Pouch. The blood burst out and flowed down. That person didn't even think that his knife speed was really fast, and it was really almost ultimate. When White Fang sprinted with all his strength, his speed was exactly a flash of lightning, and he could only see his afterimage. Konoha's other Jonin find their own opponents, and Namikaze Minato has the same speed as White Fang. A Raiznan appeared in Namikaze Minato's hand and hit the masked man in the chest. The man was immortal and was seriously injured. Soon, those masked men are not Konoha Jonin's opponents at all, and the gap between the two is too great. Some people quickly ended the battle. Especially Zixiao suppressed Kakuzu fiercely and beat him violently. The mask on his shoulder was directly destroyed by Zi Xiao. Purely broken physique, hit Kakuzu with a punch. No matter what ninjutsu he used, Zi Xiao seemed to perceive it in advance, and he hit in an instant. Zixiao joked at Kakuzu, your speed is too slow, and ninjutsu is fast enough. With a roar, he started beating Kakuzu violently again. This makes Kakuzu extremely depressed. Can't resist at all. His heart trembled, his eyes were now bloodshot, and he regretted coming to Konoha. I really regret receiving this task. Fortunately, Kakuzu is a person with 5 hearts, otherwise this is not enough for Zixiao. Konoha is really in its heyday now, and he doesn't put any country in his eyes at all. And they are adding Konoha Sunin and Konoha's 8-color ninja. A few of them are cage-level other strengths. Other countries have 1 or 2 cage-level strengths, but Konoha has 4 or 5. This is where Konoha's heritage lies. Niu Feng's eyes were always staring at Zi Xiao, and there was even more excitement in his eyes. Zi Xiao's style of play was what Niu Feng wanted. He has been learning Zixiao's style of play all the time, and changing this rhythm is simply ignoring the distance of space, that is, the speed is fast, simple and rude. I really sighed his strength. As expected of Konoha's Shura. In addition, the person next to him should be White Fang, and the combination of the two of them is even more invincible. Although these masked men are Jonin, they have just been promoted. Far from being like Shura and White Fang, they stayed at the level of Jonin for a long time. All of a sudden, boom boom boom, Kakuzu hit the big tree trunk and vomited blood. This is really Konoha's Shura. The power of the fist exudes, giving people a sense of oppression of suffocation. This made Kakuzu's eyes a flash of despair. There is a rumor that if you meet Konoha's Shura, as long as it hasn't turned black and purple, run quickly. Otherwise, you can't run if you want to. At that time, Zi Xiao really entered Shura mode. Kakuzu glanced, and Zi Xiao didn't come. Just turn your head and run, very fast, keep running forward. His eyes were full of fear, scared. It doesn't matter if money is not money. Kakuzu thought to himself, if you don't run, your life will be gone. This deal is the least cost-effective. He vowed to never take on Konoha-related tasks again. Zixiao shouted at Kakuzu, you still want to run, did you run? In an instant, he exploded with a strong breath and shot away. All these people stay and cannot be let go. Only one voice was left, and the tone was very determined. He chased him directly, as if 2 lightning bolts shuttled through the jungle. After White Fang saw these masked people, he was about to slaughter them. Can't let go of a person. White Fang and Namikaze Minato looked at each other, and the latter knew what to do. This is Jonin's reaction speed and tacit understanding. Seeing this scene, Niu Feng wanted more powerful power in his heart. In front of them, these killers are very powerful. But in front of White Fang and the others, these are some ants. White Fang's knife technique is simple and unpretentious. He jumped up directly, facing the remaining 7 or 8 people, with a sharp blade, directly illuminate the entire forest, extremely bright. As if all the power in the sky came here, this was White Fang's last knife, and it was endless. That knife was the breath that White Fang made countless times a day. That is the unity of man and knife. Pouch. The blood shot out, splashed on the knife, no one could stand up, all of them were breathless. White Fang fell down and watched all this quietly. Except for Kakuzu, the rest were killed by Konoha's Jonin. If it weren't for Mu Feng's accident, these killers might have succeeded, and their strength could completely take away all the students in this class. However, Mu Feng came. The whole plan has been broken. The atmosphere was a little serious just now. White Fang turned to Minato next to him, and said solemnly, Minato, you are faster, you go and see how Zixiao is now. If you haven't caught up with Kakuzu, then you tell Zixiao to stop him from chasing. Well, knowing Senior White Fang, I will definitely catch up with Senior Zixiao. Namikaze Minato's gaze was very firm, as if this matter was even more assured for him, and he directly replied to White Fang, saying. White Fang nodded at him. Only Namikaze Minato's speed was similar to Zixiao's, and the others couldn't keep up with Zixiao's speed. What's more, Zixiao has been away for some time. Namikaze Minato sprints with all his strength, and should be able to catch up with Zixiao. White Fang said gratefully, then it will take you, Minato. Yes. Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, Minato's figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Seeing Minato's back, White Fang has a look of appreciation. In addition, Minato is the youngest Jonin, with much greater potential than them. Next, it's Konoha's own business. When White Fang thought of Uchiha Ming's rebellion, his entire face became very ugly. Uchiha Ming represents the entire Uchiha family, and the Uchiha family is Konoha's largest family. The strength of the members of the Uchiha family is very tyrannical, and they are all deceived by Uchiha, causing some people in the family to lean towards him. But he never thought that the reason for their failure turned out to be Mu Fang. Mu Fang's gaze was gentle, staring at White Fang, and said to White Fang, Uncle, thank you, you saved my life again. Thank you, Mu Feng, you child is really polite. Besides, I already consider you my own child. How could I make you threatened? White Fang's eyes were full of tenderness, looking at Mu Feng Dao. White Fang rescued Mu Feng twice. The last time he rescued him was when Uchiha Wind beat him. At that time he and the Uchiha family forged a beam. This time, White Fang knew they were threatened and wanted to come and rescue them quickly. No matter how dangerous he is, even if he is in danger, he has to save it. This is his responsibility. Mu Feng was still young. After hearing the words, he looked serious and thought to himself, since White Fang has regarded him as his child. Mu Feng directly faced White Fang, begging, Uncle, if you don't advise, you will be my adoptive father in the future, okay? A hint of surprise flashed in White Fang's eyes. He didn't expect Mu Feng to worship him as a foster father. Mu Feng went straight down, kneeling on both legs, looking forward to White Fang, hoping that White Fang could agree to this matter. White Fang, just promise this kid. Standing on the side, Jonin couldn't help but said to Mu Fang, yes, everyone is like this, White Fang will agree to it. Someone is echoing the road. Let's do it, I will be your foster father from now on. White Fang smiled slightly and hurried to help Mu Feng get up. Kakashi also ran over and followed Mu Feng calmly, then we will be brothers from now on, and you will be my brother. I will protect you. Kakashi slowly said word by word. After speaking, he stopped talking and returned to the cold look on his face. Kakashi is this kind of personality, and Mu Feng knew that it was precisely because of this kind of personality that caused the incident to happen. Well, maybe I will protect you, Kakashi. Mu Feng teased at Kakashi. All people in this session have been rescued, and some have suffered minor injuries. These killers had planned to take these Konoha's children back for experimentation. They died before they were captured. These students will be Konoha's new blood in the future. If it weren't for the wars that year there were too many, and Konoha had fewer ninjas than other countries. What they implement is the elite system of talents, special training. This is why Konoha's ninjutsu is not much, but the strength is indeed very powerful. Now Konoha needs these new blood from them, so Konoha will not fall down. Perhaps this is what Third Hokage said, where the leaves fly, the fire keeps growing. The fire will always illuminate the village, and will give birth to new leaves in the village. Mu Feng and the others are new buds, and their potential is endless. As long as Mu Feng trains well for a few years, he will definitely make rapid progress. But at that time, it was the time to shine. After a while, White Fang hasn't waited for the news of Namikaze Minato and Zixiao to see where these two people are, and they have been waiting for them for an hour now. At this time, White Fang decided not to wait any longer. Although there is no news now, White Fang knows the strength of Zixiao and Minato. How could Jonin with 2 experience levels fail to beat an S-level operator? Okay, everyone quickly leave here, White Fang said to everyone. Now, Third Hokage has controlled the Uchiha family. Uchiha was full of scars and looked embarrassed. Although he was a little uneasy, it was good luck for him. Had it not been for his prestige in the Uchiha family, Third Hokage would definitely kill him without hesitation. At this time, under the escort of White Fang and those Jonin, these children entered the tall buildings. They looked at this tall building, all marveling at the height of this tall building, as if they had forgotten the danger they had just experienced. "It's really tall." A child with short hair looked at this tall building and exclaimed. He had never seen such a tall building before. "Really, this is too high." Everyone's eyes were on the tall building, and Mufang and Kakashi didn't care about it. Now Mufang most wants to know if this incident was caused by Uchiha Ming. Then Mufang whispered to White Fang, "Foster father, was this incident caused by Uchiha Ming?" After White Fang heard it, he was even more surprised at Mufang's thinking. Is this really just a child? White Fang put his index finger on his mouth, telling Mufang not to talk about these sensitive topics now. If others hear it, be careful that other things happen. After Mufang saw White Fang's actions, he had 9 points, and it must have been caused by Uchiha Ming. Maybe this incident may also be the cause of the demise of the Uchiha family. At this time, whizzing, 2 figures appeared in front of White Fang. Zai Xiao and Namikaze Minato looked solemn, and sighed to White Fang, "I have severely wounded him, and finally let that guy escape. The ability of the wanted criminal to escape is too strong. It's fine, just run away, and kill him next time," White Fang said in a comforting tone. "As long as Zixiao and Minato are fine." Boom! Kakuzu fell on the tree, covered with blood, and was deeply jealous of Konoha's Shura, and almost died. It is terrible. Now all Uchiha rebels have been caught, and all of this is in the Third Hokage Master. After seeing White Fang and the others return, Third Hokage smiled slightly, took out the pipe again, and started smoking. Uchiha Ming is really narrow-minded, and Third Hokage saw it during the last meeting. White Fang brought the group of children here and respectfully said to Third Hokage, "Master Hokage, we successfully rescued them all, and the killers have all been killed." All killed. Uchiha, whose hands were locked by the iron chain, heard this, and became desperate, muttering to himself in a low voice. Now that all the whole cards are out, it is a pity that the tree of Third Hokage cannot be lifted. There are too many strong men under Third Hokage. Uchiha Ming has no thoughts of rebellion now. He knows he has lost, completely lost to Third Hokage. He raised his head slightly, seeing Mu Feng in his eyes, and his face suddenly became savage. It was all Mu Feng's accident that broke his plan. Mu Feng looked at Uchiha Ming sympathetically, and said calmly, "I tell you, if your Uchiha clan never repents, you will probably be annihilated." "What did you say? You tell me again." Uchiha Ming said frantically again. All he did was for the Uchiha family, and now Mu Feng told him that the Uchiha family would be annihilated. How can this be? The Uchiha family has no Uchiha Ming. The strength is also very strong. The overall strength is still ranked first in Konoha. Mu Feng knew that he couldn't believe it, and he couldn't say anything. He didn't have such a strong strength now, and he couldn't change anything at all. Ding ding ding. Ding. Host completed the escape and rewarded 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Host has reached the level of Elite Chunin, rewarded 1,000 contribution points. 8 gate can open to 7th gate, and wirelessly provides chakra. Rely, system, I find that you are really getting better and better now. Mu Feng was even more surprised. He hasn't seen the system come out for me for several days, but he didn't expect it to come out now. He thought for a while. Now his contribution value is 3,000, and he can buy a lot of skills. His whole cards can be increased again, and Mu Feng thinks of a character like Kakuzu. He is an ant in front of them. Mu Feng believes that as long as he is given another year, he can definitely surpass anyone and completely change this Hokage world. Third Hokage looked at these students and heard the description of White Fang and Zai Xiao. If Mu Feng hadn't rescued these children, they would have died. And now these students are all following Mu Feng, with blazing heat in their eyes. Although they are a year older than Mu Feng's strength has completely conquered them. Third Hokage looked at Mu Feng and said with concern, "My child, there is no injury, right? I really suffer." "No, Master Hokage. I am a member of Konoha after all. I can't watch them die in front of us." Although Mu Feng is young, he still has etiquette. Now that Third Hokage is still young, he cannot call grandfather. "That's good. If it weren't for you, it is estimated that these children would have died long ago. This will be a serious loss for Konoha." Third Hokage worried. But Third Hokage is especially worried about these children. They are Konoha's future. If they all die, he will be Konoha's sinner. His heart is extremely uncomfortable when he hears Uchiha Ming's conspiracy, and more importantly, he is worried. It was the first time that Mu Feng saw Third Hokage like this, with tears in his eyes. He knew that this man had spent his entire life for Konoha. As I said, where the leaves fly, the fire also keeps on growing. Third Hokage stood there, looking at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "This time, although there was an accident, the graduation exam ended early. Now I announce my graduation list, Mufang and Heitei Kakashi." Third Hokage looked at Mufang and Kakashi. Suddenly, as soon as the voice fell, No one thought that it was two people who succeeded in the graduation exam. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Feng and Kakashi, and their eyes were a little envious. Both of them are younger than them, and now they graduated early. I think you guys should know the result. This time Mu Feng and Kakashi have realized very well this time. Although you have the strength, you have never had a real battlefield economically. You should be able to unite in such a scene. You are scared when you see Jonin, and your heart is full of fear. Third Hokage said. Give them a wake-up call, these children must go through this. At this time, the spirit to kill them, otherwise they thought they would be the strongest in a small world. I can give you another chance to practice hard at school for 3 months, and you are taking an exam. Third Hokage smiled slightly. Those people's eyes are focused on Third Hokage. Is it true? Master Hokage would like to give us another chance. The fat man asked embarrassedly. Yes. This is your last chance, you have to take it well. Also, the next graduation exam will be your group homework. Let's play against Mu Feng and Kakashi. Third Hokage said again. Ah, isn't it? Fight with Mu Feng and Kakashi, that's not. One after another, there was a groan, and they were going to fight Mu Feng and Kakashi in half a year, and they would not be tortured to death. Mu Feng was also taken aback for a moment, and immediately after thinking about it, he knew Third Hokage's thoughts. He is to set up a template for these children, let them target Mu Feng and Kakashi, they will definitely train hard in these 3 months. After Third Hokage finished talking with these students, let Namikaze Minato lead them back, and then send an Umbu team to follow them. The Umbu ninja wore a mask and carried a long knife on his back. They said that the breath exuding was very terrifying, as if they had been surviving in hell forever. Third Hokage said to his Umbu subordinates, you must protect these children, and you must not put them in any danger. The subordinate nodded heavily. Whoosh whoosh. They disappear instantly in place. Quite soon, you deserve to be from Umbu, Mu Feng exclaimed when he saw it. At this time, the remaining person is the Uchiha family. Third Hokage turned around, his eyes filled with sharp eyes. If it weren't all in the control of Third Hokage, otherwise I really didn't know what the Uchiha family would do. These people headed by Uchiha Ming, third generation, said to another Captain Umbu, bring these people back to the prison. Without my permission, no one else can approach. Yes, the Umbu team respectfully said. Third Hokage looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, from now on, you will be the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Take care of Konoha. Yes, thank you Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku was even more surprised, and said quickly. After Mu Feng saw it, he knew that he was going to follow the plot now. The Third World War is about to begin, and he has graduated now, so he must quickly improve his strength. Mu Feng lay on his bed, thinking about today's experience. It really was a turn of life and death. The feeling of death made Mu Feng thoroughly experienced. Ding! Host can now learn new skills. Ding! Host now has 3,000 contribution points. What do you want to learn? Well, this, I haven't figured it out yet. What can I exchange for these contribution points now? Mu Feng touched his smooth little chin and asked curiously. Now the Third World War is about to come, he must have some more powerful skills to protect his life, and also to guard Konoha. Mu Feng said to the system, I want to use 1,000 contribution points to extract chakra for me. Ding! Okay, host. For a time, Mu Feng felt a warm energy in his body, baptizing his limbs. He felt the power brought by chakra, although it was a bit painful at first. It's also a while. This was very tormenting for Mu Feng, and his forehead had big beads of sweat, his eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and there was no sound. His pain in the spiritual world is even more unimaginable, and he can bear it with such a small body. If Zai Xiao or White Fang are allowed to come, they will feel Mu Feng's perseverance. All the pain he is silently enduring, he knows that a strong person must experience these, will be fearless, have a strong heart, not afraid of any difficulties and enemies. This is Mu Feng's forbearance. Ah, I finally endured it. Mu Feng opened his eyes again, his eyes glowing, concealing his pain just now. At this time, Mu Feng once again felt that the purity of the refined chakra was once again improved, and his chakra was different from others. If someone else uses a B-level ninjutsu, someone else may consume 300 chakra. And if Mu Feng had the same ninjutsu, he said that the consumption of chakra would be about 100. In this way, Mu Feng far surpasses others in chakra. Mu Feng opened his panel again and started to think. Name: Mu Feng. Attribute: Fire, Wind, Thunder. Grade: C+ chakra, 2000 plus physical skills, 8 inner gates technique. Now you can open the 7th gate, illusion, none ninjutsu skills, fire style, flame Dragon Ball technique, advanced, White Fang's knife technique, learn 6 tricks, lightning style thunder snake technique. Contribution points, 2000 today. His shortcoming is illusion, but Mu Feng's perception is very powerful. If he was caught in an illusion, he would be able to crack it as long as he relied on his strong perception. He didn't know what he was going to do with these 2000 contribution points. Could he just keep it like this? Niu Feng asked about the system again. Brother system, I now have 2,000 contribution points. What should I use to buy? Ding. Host is free to choose, the system does not provide any suggestions. Niu Feng was even taken aback, knowing that the system would not do such stupid things. You have to rely on yourself for all this. It is impossible to count on this broken system. Niu Feng muttered carefully, for fear of being overheard by the system. System, how much contribution does Mangekyo Sharinan need? Niu Feng asked curiously. The system didn't speak, it just wanted to disappear. Just throw away a skill store for Niu Feng. A huge screen with various skills written on it, and it is already divided into categories, including fire, water, soil, wood, and other attribute skills. And Niu Feng opened the interface of Sharinan with his hand, and saw Mangekyo Sharinan at a glance. The following shows the contribution value of 2,000. Niu Feng was even more surprised, and now he still has 2,000 contribution points just right. Click directly to buy. Ding! Host purchased Mangekyo Sharinan, 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Remind that host Mangekyo Sharinan is not eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. If it is overused, it will cause blindness. Niu Feng nodded, he knew the drawbacks of Mangekyo Sharinan. Until the last moment, Niu Feng would never use Mangekyo Sharinan. I think uchiha itachi is because of overuse. Uchiha itachi has decreased vision, but it hasn't reached the level of blindness, but its strength has dropped a little. Ding! Has host started to merge with Mangekyo Sharinan? Well, start to merge. Niu Feng nodded. Ding! Start fusing now. A pair of Mangekyo Sharinan began to fuse in Niu Feng's eyes. For a while, Niu Feng's entire brain nerves were severed from his eyes, and it was even darker in front of him. The pain began again, his eyes were extremely painful. Niu Feng pressed his head with both hands, his facial expression was hideous. Zi. Bloodstains flowed from under his eyes, and Niu Feng didn't expect it to be so painful. He gritted his teeth hard, his muscles tightened, his fists clenched, his veins swelled, and he used all his strength to suppress the pain. Gradually, the nerves in the brain began to slowly connect with the nerves in his eyes. He slowly opened those eyes. At this time, the eyes exuded a scarlet murderous, three-wheeled windmill pattern. He saw the world again and instantly became clearer, unable to suppress his excitement, and quickly went downstairs to Kanaha's commercial street. At dusk, the setting sun is like blood. Niu Feng wore black short sleeves and a dark green shorts and walked on the street. He used Mangekyo Sharinan to watch people walking on the street, and Niu Feng watched them move so slowly and clearly, like a magnifying glass, magnified several times. And with Mangekyo Sharinan, it was very far and clear, but the chakra consumed by Mangekyo Sharinan was already 500 cards, which had to make Niu Feng stop using Mangekyo Sharinan. At this time, suddenly, Niu Feng saw that he was wearing a gambling dress, long golden hair, the delicate face, and the plump figure hidden under the clothes, all with unevenness. The most eye-catching thing was the beautiful scenery on the upper body, and Niu Feng suddenly had a nosebleed. The princess of the Senju clan, the future 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Today's Tsunade should be around 20 years old, just when he was young. This caused the eyes of the people around to peek there from time to time. Tsunade didn't care at all. This time she lost the bet again, and she lost money without money, with a distressed look on her face. Why didn't you win today? Tsunade has never won since first Hokage learned to bet. This time it was lost again. Tsunade touched her belly, a little hungry. Niu Feng kept his eyes on Tsunade, because he used to like Tsunade very much. Tsunade was his goddess. Niu Feng told his classmates on Earth that he would marry Tsunade as his wife. Niu Feng believes that Tsunade is his wife. Tsunade walked towards him slowly, revealing a mature breath all over his body. His eyes saw her exquisite jade-like face, and he thought of Tsunade's past. She is also a painful person, and no one can help her bear it all. Niu Feng felt that sometimes her gambling was just to vent her emotions, or else it would be held in her heart and would not be able to come out at all. The time at dusk is still so beautiful, Kanaha's business district is still so prosperous, and this street is Kanaha's 20% of income comes from this business district. But Niu Feng thought that he was in an 8-year-old body now, and he must be treated as a child. Niu Feng thought to himself, no matter what, Tsunade is my daughter-in-law. She is now and will be my daughter-in-law forever. He won't let Tsunade suffer those pains anymore, he wants to protect her and love her. He nodded directly, turning Sharinan into ordinary eyes, and ran to Tsunade. It runs very fast. Tsunade was frustrated after losing the bet, and didn't notice someone running in front of him. Puff Niu Feng slammed his head directly into Tsunade's arms. Wow, so soft. Child, what are you doing? Don't run so fast. Tsunade looked down at Niu Feng and said softly, Miss Sister, I ran too fast, I am embarrassed to knock you down. Sorry, Miss Sister. Niu Feng said embarrassedly, his face flushed. It feels really comfortable. It's okay, you kid, you look pretty handsome. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked at Niu Feng carefully. There was a smile on Niu Feng's immature little face, and his eyes were dark and shiny, but his eyes revealed a light that shouldn't be at this age. In addition, when he was only 8 years old, he was already 1.6 meters tall, Tsunade was 1.72 meters tall, and he was like a little boy. Miss Sister is pretty, I really like Miss Sister. The sincere look in Niu Feng's eyes was placed in the past, a typical slap-up master. Look, you little brother is so cute. Tsunade didn't expect this little mouth to be so sweet, and asked curiously, My name is Niu Feng. Niu Feng said word by word, Your name is Niu Feng? Tsunade looked serious. He was the person named Niu Feng. Today there are only 2 graduates, one is Kakashi and the other is Niu Feng. Tsunade's eyes were full of surprise. She wanted to see what kind of genius this Niu Feng was. Niu Feng's reputation has spread among Jonin, a true genius. Overwhelm all the geniuses of the Uchiha family. What's wrong? What are you surprised? Niu Feng asked knowingly, because he knew that Tsunade had a certain expression when he said it, and he didn't guess wrong. Sure enough, chasing his wife, I have to come a little bit. He knew that the current Tsunade hadn't gotten acquainted with it, and he would never make such a mistake again. No, I'm not surprised. My sister is Tsunade. Tsunade touched his hair and said softly, Wow, listen well, Niu Feng said with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Niu Feng directly grabbed Tsunade's hand. Tsunade's small hand was very thin and smooth. Yep. Tsunade was also very surprised how the kid grabbed his hand and said to him, What's the matter, is there something wrong with you? Niu Feng's big black eyes kept blinking at Tsunade, very cute, and said to Tsunade earnestly, Miss Sister, I want to invite you to dinner, can I? The 2 words he eats are very heavy. He heard Tsunade's stomach gurgling. It happened that he was also hungry, so he wanted to take Tsunade to eat. It just so happens that I am a little hungry too. Tsunade stroked his stomach. Niu Feng took Tsunade to a barbecue restaurant, which was 5 stories high. This is Kanaha's 5-star yakiniku restaurant, and it is very expensive. In fact, the money for being a ninja is not enough to eat here. Tsunade knew this place. She wanted to eat here before, but every time she lost a bet, she just glanced at it silently and walked over. Niu Feng seemed to come here often, and said to a waitress, Hello, we are going to the 5th floor, do you still have a place? For a 5-star barbecue restaurant, the 1st floor is more expensive than the 1st floor. As you can imagine, the 5th floor is the most expensive place. Tsunade was holding his hand by him, and her beautiful eyes looked at Niu Feng's handsome face from time to time, and she didn't want to be as cold as the other Jonin said. At that time, Niu Feng was a high-cold genius in Jonin's eyes. He seldom spoke. His mind focused on cultivation. Tsunade had never seen Niu Feng, so naturally he believed them. Another place? The waitress asked the person on the 5th floor, smiling at Niu Feng. Okay, we need that position. Niu Feng said quickly, for fear that someone would steal that position. Niu Feng held Tsunade's slender hand tightly, and at this moment he felt the warmth of his hand. Tsunade let him hold it like this, and suddenly his face turned slightly red, with a different feeling, and he thought to himself, What's wrong with me? I feel safe with him. Niu Feng took Tsunade to the 5th floor. All the places on the 5th floor were full of people. Niu Feng scanned around, and there was no place. Someone must have taken my place. Which thing actually took my place? Don't you want to live anymore? Niu Feng didn't dare to express his anger in front of Tsunade, so he had to give Tsunade a good image so that it could develop. Niu Feng called the waiter and whispered to her, We just reserved the location on the 5th floor on the 1st floor. Why is there no one now? Hello, wait a moment, I'll show it to you. The waitress hurriedly checked and talked with another waiter. Then the waitress was a little helpless, and walked to Niu Feng said, I'm sorry, someone is robbing this position, I will talk to him now. Yeah, good. Niu Feng nodded. Tsunade stood beside him, and attracted the attention of everyone on the 5th floor. No one can help but take a look at such a beautiful beauty and a superb body. Niu Feng's bulging cheeks stared at them, as if to say something to look at. If it weren't for my wife to chase after me, I would have dug your eyes long ago. Tsunade saw Niu Feng look a little angry and a little funny. This kid is really funny. At this time, the waiter came over and apologized, Sir, after I talked to that person, he was unwilling to give up his position. What? He didn't want to. Niu Feng Dao, there are such unreasonable people, he wants to see it. You take me over, I'll talk to him. Niu Feng said. Forget it, shall we go eat below? Tsunade suggested. After all, Niu Feng is still a child, so how come he has so much money to eat here? Niu Feng faced Tsunade, his eyes softly said, The first time I invited my sister to dinner, how could I let my sister eat delicious food? When Tsunade heard these words, her heart became even more warm, and her face was a little blush. Tsunade was already violent, but she didn't want to ruin her image in front of Niu Feng. Niu Feng looked at Tsunade and knew that there was a scene. Then Niu Feng followed the waiter to that position. Niu Feng saw that the person was a little familiar. Hey, that's not a little fat man. The little fat man sat there and said to the waiter hacky in front of him, "I'll sit here first, why did you let me leave? You are playing around, I want to see who I dare to provoke, don't you see me? Beat him to death." The voice was huge, and all the people who were eating looked at the little fat man, and it was not too big to watch the excitement. At first glance, this kind of person is a nouveau riche. If you add a ninja, you can walk sideways. Everyone present thought that Mu Feng would definitely not come back. Seeing the feelings around him, they secretly sighed. "So young, do you know you are in love? Good cabbage has been swept away by pigs. Well, who do you mean to kill?" Mu Feng disapproved, and said lightly, obviously a little angry. With a familiar voice, the little fat man turned around and pointed, just about to say, "Mine is." At a glance, it was even more silly. That was Brother Feng, and the little fat man hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, it's you. I didn't expect it to be you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't come over. Look, it's all my fault." Little Fatty smiled bitterly, he knew Mu Feng's strength. The people watching the excitement are stupid, such a small child has such a high strength. The little fat man is the overlord here, and the family is rich, he grabs this position every time he eats. All thought that Mu Feng was going to be beaten out like everyone else. Unexpected. Not only was he not beaten, but the little fat man even apologized. The graduation exam not only saved them, but his strength is definitely Chunin level. If Mu Feng wanted to move him now, he wouldn't even have a chance to backhand. "Aren't you very good? You want to kill me," Mu Feng said as he looked at the play. The little fat man wanted to cry without tears. "How dare I hit you?" He really wanted to cry when he met Mu Feng. "Brother Feng, it's really my fault. I took this meal. It was my mouthy just now. Brother Feng, you don't remember the villain, forgive me once." The little fat man pleaded hard. He knew that if Mu Feng didn't forgive him, the graduation exams for the next 3 months would be one thing. After he came out of the death forest, he felt a sense of fear for Mu Feng even more. "All right. You go first." Mu Feng is too lazy to talk to him now, what he wants most is to eat with Tsunade. As soon as the little fat man heard that Mu Feng was not caring, he ran away dingy. Everyone present was stunned, and the bully was gone. What is this person's identity? Everyone looked at with an incredible expression, all eyes were on Mu Feng's place. Moment, Mu Feng and Tsunade became the focus. Mu Feng pulled the chair away and said to Tsunade, "Sister, sit down first." "Yes, good." Tsunade moves very lightly, like a lady. Mu Feng knew that she hadn't shown that violent side yet, but Mu Feng didn't care about those. No matter what Tsunade looked like, he knew that he loved Tsunade very much, loved her forever, and would always be with her. After Mu Feng and Tsunade sat down, they opened the menu and looked at the same carefully, then raised their heads and asked Tsunade, "Sister, what do you want to eat?" Tsunade held his chin with his left hand, looked at Mu Feng, and said lightly, "Whatever you want." She was very curious about Mu Feng. Such a small child came here to eat. Is this Mu Feng still rich? Tsunade's beautiful eyes revealed his curiosity about Mu Feng. Such a small child, like a mature young man, had to admit Mu Feng's talent and mind. Mu Feng listened to Tsunade and said casually. Obviously, this was for Mu Feng to make the decision. A smile appeared on the corner of Mu Feng's mouth. He asked the waiter to come over, point to the menu, and said to the waiter, "I want this, this, and this, and this, just some more wine." Tsunade's eyes brightened as soon as he heard of wine. Mu Feng knew that Tsunade liked to drink very much. He wanted a bottle of wine, which contained very little alcohol. Tsunade asked curiously, "Do you like to drink?" "You kid, it's not good for your health to drink at such a young age." No, it's not me who drink, you love to drink." Mu Feng said to Tsunade, "I certainly don't like to drink very much. If you didn't drink, how would I drink?" Tsunade was even more shocked, and asked cautiously, "How do you know that I love to drink? Tell the truth, or don't blame me for being polite." After speaking, Tsunade waved his fist. How could this kid know himself so much? Is he a spy? Mu Feng wanted to cry without tears, and hurriedly explained, "Sister Tsunade, I have heard of you, and Master Jiraiya said that you love to drink. And you still know Jiraiya, that's not a good person, so I won't talk to you much later." Tsunade exhorted Mu Feng. Jiraiya, pervy sage, was interrupted by Tsunade because he watched the girl take a shower. Tsunade knew he was that virtue. "Well, I listened to what my sister said." Mu Feng nodded and said obediently. Just now, Mu Feng was in a cold sweat. He looked at Tsunade's small fist. If he really hit Mu Feng, he would be disabled if he didn't die. Tsunade's strange power could not be blocked by anyone. "I thought, this time, Jiraiya can only be left behind." The waiter came up with a plate of meat. Tsunade's eyes started to stare at the meat, and she swallowed her saliva from time to time. She knew that her stomach was already hungry. When Mu Feng saw this, she felt a little cute. She deserves to be someone she likes. She has a strange temper. Tsunade is a person who can express her emotions on her face, showing her true feelings. In fact, Tsunade also has a soft heart. She is just a little strong on the outside, but in fact, her heart is weak. Niu Feng hurriedly said to Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, you can eat quickly. Okay. Tsunade no longer restrained, and started eating. Zayazwai started to eat. Tsunade ate a bit faster, but every time he ate less. Niu Feng didn't know why Tsunade was not fat by eating wildly, and the figure was still so good. Niu Feng started to eat too. He wasn't particularly hungry, just let Tsunade be full. At this time, the wine came. Niu Feng handed Tsunade. Tsunade poured a glass, and then said solemnly, you are a kid, so you are not allowed to drink. Niu Feng was taken aback, with a wry smile, this is for you to drink. After a cup of Tsunade was poured, a warm current surged over his body. This was the effect of alcohol, which made Tsunade's cheeks red. It's so cool, Tsunade said boldly. This time, be sure to drink enough. Tsunade hasn't drunk for a long time, mainly because third Hokage is a little strict. This time Tsunade also went to the casino secretly. She doesn't think about how Niu Feng brought her here now. Niu Feng ate the barbecue with small mouthfuls, eating in, closing his eyes, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. This barbecue was good. Tsunade drank a sip of wine and ate barbecue, and didn't know what to say, as if it was just enjoyment. After a while, there is nothing on the table, and Niu Feng is also incredible looking at Tsunade. Tsunade's blushing face, pursing his small mouth, embarrassedly said, sorry, I'm really hungry. Niu Feng looked at Tsunade and asked concerned, sister, are you still hungry? Hungry, Tsunade said softly, his voice very soft. Tsunade hasn't eaten for a day. Niu Feng smiled slightly, fearing that Tsunade would be a little polite, and hurriedly said, sister, I'm not full. Let's order another one. Subsequently, Niu Feng waved his hand, called the waiter over, and put on another grilled meat, and said to Tsunade lightly, it's okay, it's enough, let's continue ordering. He. Niu Feng smiled at Tsunade, but he couldn't make his future wife hungry. This is indeed a bit expensive for Mu Feng, and it is estimated that all Mu Feng's money will be spent. Niu Feng was so cruel, he couldn't give up the child and couldn't catch the wolf. This is my future daughter-in-law, the flower. I'm full. Tsunade gently wiped his mouth with a tissue and said softly. After Niu Feng heard that, he stopped eating, watching Tsunade finish eating, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Take a break, let's go, sister, Niu Feng suggested. At this time, Niu Feng looked solemnly from the window outside Konoha's outside light, colorful. He knew that the ninja and the world were under currents, and the situation would change soon. He had to speed up his training. Tomorrow his master told Niu Feng that he would come to him tomorrow. His master Zai Xiao must train Niu Feng alone. Niu Feng speculated that the Third World War should be half a year later. At the beginning of the Third World War, all ninjas will be on the battlefield. At that time, Niu Feng didn't know if he could survive, and this was Uchiha Obito Blacken's moment. If Niu Feng can successfully stop it, this will change. And Niu Feng didn't know what the future would look like, he just wanted to be able to grasp the present and improve his strength. Then he glanced at Tsunade with the left light. He must protect Tsunade so that he would not let Tsunade experience that kind of pain again. Put it down, Tsunade, I will protect you forever. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Tsunade looked at Niu Feng, looking melancholy, and asked curiously. Niu Feng in this way does not look like an 8-year-old child at all, but just like them now, fully possessed of a mature heart. It's okay, sister, you're finished, let's go, Niu Feng said. Later, Niu Feng paid 1,000 taels. Partake a bit. Why are you so nice to me, little brother? Tsunade leaned down, with a gentle tone, and asked. Because I like you, sister. Niu Feng said with firm eyes, I will always protect you from now on. Protection? Forever? Tsunade murmured. After Tsunade and Niu Feng separated, Niu Feng went back to his room. Morning. Once, twice, 3 times. A figure kept facing the void, waving a wooden knife and standing over it. The whole person was engrossed there, with one mind and spirit, swinging out the wooden knife, suddenly with a shining blade, and there was also the sound of breaking wind, which was extremely sharp. Beads of sweat came out on his forehead, and the entire white clothes were already soaked. This makes Niu Feng look like experiencing a baptism of heavy rain. 990 times, 998 times, 999th times. Niu Feng's gaze was blurred, his hands were a little numb, and when he swung his knives countlessly, he lost a bit of strength. At the end, the more I can't lift the knife. It was only 1,000 times before the last time. His lips were dry and chapped, and beads of sweat had soaked his eyes, making it difficult for him to open them. The training time is very long, resulting in a very fast loss of water. He panted with big mouths and looked at the big tree in front of him with countless knife marks on it, all of which were the result of Niu Feng. It's almost the last time, is it really not good for me? Niu Feng kept asking herself in her heart. I don't believe it, I must become stronger. Niu Feng opened his eyes again, his eyes sharp as a sword, exhausted the last trace of his strength, and his right hand once again held the wooden knife tightly. At this moment, Mu Feng's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and a powerful aura radiated from him, spreading to the surroundings, and said, the thousandth time, swinging a blow to the front of the tree, slashed directly in the past, only to see a purple blade of light passing by. Boom! The air made a loud noise. Knife light passed by. Click, click. The big tree was cut in half and collapsed instantly. Broke out with an earth-shattering noise. Mu Feng's sword technique is 3 points, fast, accurate, and ruthless. The absolute speed combined with the power of the explosion, the knife technique produced by this is very powerful. Mu Feng got up at 5 o'clock and began to practice the sword under the big tree in his house. He knew that even though it was systematic, he would not work hard. Although he is talented, he has not worked hard enough to support his talent and cannot reach the level of the strong. Mu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his clothes. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was very sour, but he was also uncomfortable. He is very clear about his current strength, and now his 3 current skills, White Fang's knife technique, 8 inner gates technique, and finally Mangekyo Sharinan. If all these 3 skills are used, they should fight the elite Jonin. Mu Feng didn't ask for anything else, he must survive the Third World War. He knew very well that the Third World War was absolutely cruel. He who had never experienced a war could also imagine such a scene. Pieces of corpses fell on the ground, blood flowing, forming a river of blood. Mu Feng, Teacher Zixiao, let us both go over, hurry up. Kakashi looked at Mu Feng after training while putting on his clothes. Well, good. Wait for me to change my clothes. Mu Feng hurried upstairs, took out a white t-shirt from the closet and put it on. We are going to be late, or we will be punished. Kakashi yelled at Mu Feng upstairs. He knew that Mr. Zixiao was notoriously harsh, and Kakashi didn't want to be punished. Alright, I'll be down soon. Mu Feng quickly went downstairs with the sound of da-da-da-da. After seeing Mu Feng, Kakashi looked at Mu Feng. The spotless appearance of Mu Feng in white clothes was even more attractive. Kakashi strode forward and said, hurry up, otherwise it's really too late. Good. Mu Feng and Kakashi shuttled back and forth between Kanaha's house, reaching the ultimate speed, leaving only trails of afterimages. Zai Xiao told them to go to the mountain next to Kanaha, and they didn't know why Zai Xiao chose to go there. Mu Feng, what do you think Mr. Zixiao trained us? Kakashi looked at Mu Feng next to him. I don't know very well, you have to be psychologically prepared, I feel a bit bad foreboding. Mu Feng felt it in his heart. He reminded Kakashi. After a while, after the two of them got out of Kanaha, they looked towards the mountain. Mu Feng couldn't even see his head at a glance. Where is this mountain? This is simply a mountain range, spreading without a trace. The narrator Kakashi was even more stunned. After living for so long, he didn't even know the mountains here. It's really white living in Kanaha. Is that what Teacher Zixiao said? Das Han? Mu Feng's eyes were filled with shock and asked inconceivably. This should be it. Kaka nodded slightly, he was also silly. Where can I find Teacher Zixiao? For this vast big Yamanaka, finding someone is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack, which makes Mu Feng's scalp numb. Did Mu Feng think that Teacher Zixiao was wrong? Is it right here? They continued to walk forward, not knowing where Zai Xiao was. Mu Feng and Kakashi looked blank. At this time, when they entered the mountain range, their speed slowed down. The two walked back to each other, Mu Feng holding the wooden knife. Kakashi took out a handful of kakashi from his body, with a look of alertness. Mu Feng even smelled a dangerous breath, feeling very powerful. In the event of an accident, immediately retreat and never stay. Kakashi looked around and said softly, Mu Feng, I feel something is wrong here, it seems that someone is there. Whizzing. A figure shuttled past, and Mu Feng immediately reacted, and when she looked back, the figure disappeared. Now there were only two of them in the jungle of the entire mountain range, and it was still in the morning. The mist enveloped the surroundings. Mu Feng and Kakashi's sight was blocked, which made them both more and more worried. The atmosphere became more solemn, and the jungle was even more silent. Mu Feng frowned, with a heavy expression on his face. He can perceive those ninjas, and now he is full of confusion. He tries to calm himself down. If he can't see Teacher Zixiao now, it's probably hard to be able to see. Suddenly, a gloomy breath enveloped Mu Feng and Kakashi, and that person chakra is very strong. Mu Feng and Kakashi kept observing the surroundings, and as long as there was any wind and grass, they could react immediately. Hello, welcome to my realm. A figure suddenly stood 10 meters away from them, with a pale face and eyes as dangerous as a snake, and his body was squiggly, and said lightly. Mu Feng looked there, his pupils shrank slightly, that was Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes were very gloomy. He looked at Mu Feng and Kakashi deeply, and smiled gloomily. It wasn't Zixiao who asked you to come here. I pretended to be Zixiao who asked you to come here. I also want to see this edition. How powerful is a genius? The matter of the two of them spread throughout the upper level. At that time, Uchiha Ming rebelled, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were not in Konoha at all, but went on missions. After they came back, they had to be a little shocked to hear that there were only 2 people who graduated this year. How could it be 2 people? Did dozens of graduates of that year all die? Afterwards, Orochimaru heard a Jonin say, Mu Feng's physique is very powerful, and he has self-recovery capabilities. I always think he has blood inheritance limits, but now I still can't see anything? Blood succession limits? Orochimaru secretly said in his heart, this is a bit interesting, I have to take a look. But is Mu Feng the child very strong? Then I'm going to try it more to see what kind of person this kid is? A smile appeared on Orochimaru's mouth, and he was also curious whether this Mu Feng was suitable for his own physique. Mu Feng has no good feelings about Orochimaru. If it weren't for him, how could third Hokage die? Jiraiya's death also had a reason. Kakashi knew Orochimaru, who was the disciple of third Hokage, and even the talented Jonin. It is estimated that his current strength is already the elite Jonin. Kakashi had a cold sweat on his forehead, which was the fear that Orochimaru himself brought. For a while, the whole forest became a little gloomy and silent. Only the 3 of them were looking at each other, and Mu Feng felt that Orochimaru would have taken a fancy to his own body and wanted to use Mu Feng's body as his container. Ha ha, Orochimaru, do you think you can really beat me? At this time, Orochimaru's eyes became a little playful, and he stared at the 2 of them quietly. He saw Kakashi's hand trembling slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again, and he exuded a stronger killing intent, covering Mu Feng and Kakashi. But when his gaze turned to Mu Feng's place, his pupils shrank slightly, very shocked. Mu Feng didn't have any expression, staring at Orochimaru silently. He didn't even feel fear. It's interesting, Orochimaru whispered, let me see what is unique about you, right? When Orochimaru looked at Mu Feng again, no one was there? How is this going, people? Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind came. What's the point of it? Suddenly, Mu Feng appeared behind Orochimaru and said coldly. Orochimaru's eyes widened suddenly, and he was even more shocked. When did he appear behind him? A powerful breath erupted from Mu Feng's body. Thinking Kun felt like he was facing the world. No one can stop it. Very overbearing. In an instant, just when Orochimaru reacted, there was a loud bang. Mu Feng directly kicked his back with his right leg. Click, click, click. The sound of broken bones. Orochimaru's figure flew out like a huge cannonball and crashed into the towering tree. Boom boom boom. There was a shaking noise. Several towering trees suddenly disconnected, and Orochimaru's shockwave disappeared completely after knocking down several big trees, and blood was flowing on the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru felt his pain very strong, and he knew that his ribs had broken at least 3. This guy is so terrible. Orochimaru has to look at Mu Feng again. Not only Orochimaru, but Kakashi did not react. Mu Feng is stronger than before, and the current speed is really terrifying. When Kakashi saw Orochimaru at first, his first reaction was to run. Orochimaru's strength was not what they could resist. Such a scene was completely shocked by third Hokage, and the people behind White Fang, Minato, and Zixiao were completely dumbfounded. This is too scary. Minato's face was even more shocked. He is only in his 20s with the strength of the elite Jonin, and this child is growing a bit faster. How big is this? There is such a speed. Everyone's heart is more turbulent. Third Hokage size were not only shocked, but also a little appreciative. Now Konoha's strength can be described as a master like a cloud. After a peerless genius came out, it was even more powerful than everyone. Third Hokage told the follower, you must not disclose the news of Mu Feng's strength. The more genius you are, the more dangerous you are at this age. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone knew what Third Hokage thought, and he certainly didn't want such a gifted genius to die. Once the news is leaked, it is estimated that the other 4 countries will send people to assassinate him. Because he is still young, once he grows up, it is estimated that no one will be their opponent. Third Hokage even imagined the appearance of First Hokage back then. No one can compare with First Hokage, but in Konoha village where First Hokage is located, there is no war. At this time, Mu Feng did not continue to fight Orochimaru. He knew that it was mainly because Orochimaru underestimated himself, so that Mu Feng directly seized the opportunity and did not give Orochimaru any chance to react. Orochimaru slowly stood up, he tried his best, and the terrible killing intent came to Mu Feng like a sea tide. The pair of eyes stared at Mu Feng. No one had ever beaten him like this before, and Mu Feng was the first one. But if it was Kakashi, he would be afraid, a kind of fear of the strong. And Mu Feng didn't care, he wanted to see where his limits were now, smiled slightly, and said in secret, let's practice with Orochimaru. See if you can't hold my attack. Mu Feng said lightly to Orochimaru, this time, I think you don't need a weapon, so I don't need a weapon. Suddenly, Mu Feng directly inserted the wooden knife into the ground. Orochimaru was even more taken aback, and said gloomily, well, I won't treat you as a child anymore. When Third Hokage saw Mu Feng's approach, they were taken aback. They all knew that Mu Feng was the sword technique learned by White Fang. If they didn't use the sword, Mu Feng's overall strength would be greatly reduced. A purple light enveloped Mu Feng's whole body, and the purple chakra was extremely domineering, leaking outside. But those Jonin saw this purple light, and instantly saw the same purple sky. This is Zixiao's absolute defense. This kid has learned, and there is a hint of anticipation on their faces. Want to see how Orochimaru responds? Orochimaru felt some pressure and danger, and he knew that this feeling was mainly because of Mu Feng. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power of Mu Feng erupted, and the ground beneath his feet exploded directly. He knew that this time was the real absolute battle, and he could go all out with someone like Orochimaru. Mu Feng thought that this kind of person would be the best to kill, and immune to death should be a practice. Whoosh! The figure disappeared directly in the same place, extremely fast, leaving only an afterimage. Afterwards, Kakashi also caught up. Then you guys come together. Orochimaru's eyes showed a cold killing intent, making people afraid to look into his eyes. This is the absolute strong. Orochimaru slowly stood up, his expression even more angry. Now the atmosphere is extremely solemn. Don't be too proud. Mu Feng snorted coldly. If Orochimaru hadn't defected yet, he would use Mangekyo Sharingan directly. He can't use it now. This is his only whole card. It doesn't threaten his life and will never use it. Mu Feng and Kakashi came one after another before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes were still calm, and he smiled slightly at their speed. Without panic at all, Orochimaru thought to himself, I have speed and strength, these two little guys are not bad. Mu Feng took away a purple light from his body, and the light it radiated was a pair of purple armor. This is Zixiao's famous work, Absolute Defense. As long as a physical attack or a ninjutsu attack, once it hits the purple armor formed by Mu Feng, 90% of the damage will be blocked. This is equivalent to saving one's life again. Mu Feng jumped up, slashed across the sky, and blasted Orochimaru with a heavy fist. A sound of breaking wind. Orochimaru turned around, avoiding a heavy punch from Mu Feng. At this time, Orochimaru felt a danger coming to him, and suddenly thought that Kakashi was missing. Secretly said in his heart, not good. Kakashi slammed Orochimaru's face from behind. No one thought that the two people cooperated so well, as if they had a clear heart. Click! Orochimaru's face directly touched Kakashi's fist, his nose crooked, and the corners of his mouth dripping with blood. This is the second time I have been injured. Fighting with these two children, they didn't even take advantage of it, and they were beaten. There are more snake hands in the hidden shadow. Orochimaru furiously said, going up to use the killing skill. Suddenly, countless lion majesty shot out from the cuffs, pouring into Mu Feng and them like a sea tide. That's it? Mu Feng's eyes were calm as water, and he said, taking advantage of the situation, he lifted all chakra on his body. Fire style, Yanlong bullet technique. Mu Feng took a deep breath, opened his mouth and directly countless fire dragon bullets. The flame dragon bullets sprayed at the lion majesty with fierce flames. The Yanlong bomb directly collided with lion majesty, and the high temperature on the Yanlong bomb directly burned lion majesty. Ah! There were sharp screams, and in a short while, these lion majesty were all burned to death, and there was no ashes. Lion Majesty is the most afraid of flames, and Mu Feng thought that it would be even better if it were Sanwei Real Fire or Amaterasu. Mu Feng easily resolved Orochimaru's ninjutsu, and had to make Orochimaru cautious. The combined strength of these two children can definitely play against an elite Jonin. Chen-Shi, if this is the case, then I can only do this. When Zixiao comes, don't blame me. Orochimaru hasn't pushed Mu Feng's limit in this way. Do you have any other moves? Just use it. Orochimaru, Mu Feng said indifferently. If Orochimaru had such strength, then he would not be one of the real Sannin. The three of them were famous during World War II, especially Orochimaru was the genius of that time. It was dazzling, and everyone in that session aimed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a true cold-blooded killer, a person who looks down on death, and the erect pupils are even more terrifying. He is the leader of this generation. Mu Feng knows that the reputation of Namikaze Minato has not yet fully risen. After the end of the 3 world wars, Namikaze Minato's reputation is even more resounding in the ninja world. Orochimaru pondered for a while, put his hand to his mouth, and bit it directly, with a drop of blood flowing out of his finger. Pressed down on the ground. No, he is going to summon 10,000 snakes. Mu Feng knew what he wanted to do when he saw his movements. If that thing comes out, how do you play it? Can't let him summon it. Mu Feng exploded with the power of his whole body and shot out. Can't let him use it. Mu Feng shouted at Kakashi who was standing by. Kakashi quickly stopped him. Kakashi threw a few kunao directly at Orochimaru. Kyowa rushed towards Orochimaru quickly, facing Orochimaru's arm directly. If Orochimaru doesn't evade, he still needs to perform summoning. It is estimated that his arm will be useless. Orochimaru's pupils shrunk slightly. He didn't expect Kakashi to have such strength. he really didn't expect it. He thought in his heart, as expected of White Fang's son, his strength is not bad. Orochimaru closed his arms and stopped using the summoning technique, and said to them, if this is the case, then I'm really moving. Whoosh whoosh. Orochimaru also slammed a punch directly at Mu Fang, about to hit Mu Fang's chest. Mu Fang glanced at Orochimaru's movements and knew what Orochimaru wanted to do, but Mu Fang's gaze was still firm, not advancing or retreating, and heading towards Orochimaru. His purple armor is not imaginary, but this is the absolute defense his master taught him. Now he wanted to see if Orochimaru could break his current defense. Come on, let me see your true strength. Orochimaru was even more stunned. He is an elite Jonin, and it is estimated that he will reach cage level in another half a year. Mu Fang turned out to be training him. Orochimaru once again mobilized the whole body of chakra, concentrated on his right fist, and slammed into the armor covered by Mu Fang's purple chakra. Boom boom boom. Mr. Huge. One punch directly blasted over. What? Orochimaru let out a scream. He didn't expect all his power to bomb himself. Beat yourself. Orochimaru looked embarrassed. Mu Fang really wanted to laugh after seeing it, haha. It is too embarrassing and self-infuriating. Kakashi saw that Orochimaru was not vigilant now, and seized this opportunity, tapping his toes on the ground, like a sharp sword, rushing over at a very fast speed. Mu Fang was not afraid of Orochimaru's attack at all, and began to counterattack, hitting him with a punch, blasting Orochimaru's chest. Kakashi came from beside him and kicked him in the waist. For a while, it made him a little bit painful, with a painful expression on his face. Orochimaru retreated more than 10 meters continuously. Third Hokage's eyes were full of shock, and Mu Fang and Kakashi's strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, third generation turned around and said to White Fang, your son is estimated to surpass you in a few years. Ha ha. When White Fang heard it, he smiled even more. His son is also destined to be a genius. In fact, if Kakashi doesn't have Sharingan in the later stage, if he specializes in swordsmanship or ninjutsu, maybe Kakashi is also a super cage level character. It's just that with that Sharingan, it has completely become what people call 50-50. Orochimaru was repelled by the two children, and I may be depressed for a long time. Jiraiya next to him laughed loudly. Jiraiya saw Orochimaru's embarrassed look and couldn't help but want to laugh. The first time he saw Orochimaru this way, Jiraiya had been crushed by Orochimaru when he was young, and he was not convinced. Mu Fang, his strength, why, so strong? Tsunade murmured, but she saw a hint of shock in her eyes when she saw Mu Fang's combat power, but when she thought about it, the younger brother was the first man to have dinner with her, and his face was a little blushing. Jiraiya suddenly saw Tsunade look like this and was puzzled, and asked curiously, Tsunade, why is your face so red? Is it because of me? Is my beauty attracted to Tsunade? I still think I'm very handsome, haha, Jiraiya said triumphantly. Hole. Tsunade roared. Immediately, Tsunade punched Jiraiya in the face. Boom! The window broke directly. Jiraiya flew out like a cannonball. No one dared to speak, they all knew Tsunade's temper, plus she was a princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Third Hokage, such a noble status. Before Third Hokage could react, a figure flew out, knowing that Jiraiya must have provoked Tsunade again. Third Hokage thought in his heart, Jiraiya, who is not good for you to provoke, Tenten provokes Tsunade, isn't this the rhythm of hunting for death? I really advise you not to listen. Jiraiya is also frantically killed in front of Tsunade. Tsunade is almost the most explosive in Konoha. Zai Xiao and White Fang, who watched them by the side, were also ashamed, and said silently in their hearts that they would not see Tsunade in a long time. Let's look at Mufang and Kakashi first. A voice came out. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Mufang and Kakashi. Mufang smiled faintly at Orochimaru, and said, you are indeed very strong, but if the two of us add up, you are not our two opponents. Why did you get us here? Are you here to treat us as an experiment? Mufang said in a speech. How does this kid know? Orochimaru murmured to himself, even Third Hokage didn't know that he was experimenting. Who was this kid? Orochimaru's eyes were even more shocked. He originally wanted to use Mufang as an experiment, but his reputation is too great. In addition, he is still Zixiao's apprentice, and White Fang is his adoptive father, with such a strong background. Doing Mufang as an experiment is not just looking for death again. Orochimaru cut off this idea at that time. If true, then Zixiao and White Fang will hunt down Orochimaru in the ninja world. These two other cage-level characters, Orochimaru didn't want to be offended to death. He was sent by Third Hokage this time to see the strong strength of Mufang and Kakashi. Unexpectedly, he had not beaten their limits yet, but he was defeated. It was really shameful. He is very aware of Orochimaru's character, a natural scientist. Mufang's body is now perfect. It is estimated that coupled with First Hokage's with style and physique, it will be heaven-defying. Ding! Host repels Orochimaru, 1000 contribution points. Well, Orochimaru's contribution value is too much. Niu Feng said in surprise, then looked at Orochimaru again and smiled. Niu Feng touched his fist and said to Orochimaru again, Orochimaru, stand up, let's continue hitting. Yap, yap. Orochimaru was even more dazed. The child seemed not afraid of Orochimaru. Everyone was shocked when he said this, and the kid wouldn't want to fight anymore. Orochimaru should have used nearly 70% of his strength just now. Once Niu Feng was irritated, Ziai Xiao and White Fang were too late to save them. What does Niu Feng want to do? Well, since the two of you still want to fight, I will give up my life to accompany Kunzi. Then fight. Orochimaru took a step forward, his voice gloomy, his eyes revealed a strong killing intent, and he was suppressing his anger. He wants to beat Niu Feng thoroughly. This kid really doesn't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. No, you can't fight anymore. Tsunade's delicate face was a little worried, and shouted, otherwise Mu Feng would be dangerous. When she thought of Niu Feng's injury, she felt her heart hurt, and she didn't know why. If Orochimaru goes all out to fight Niu Feng will definitely not last long. What if Orochimaru misses and kills Niu Feng by mistake? Tsunade hurriedly stopped and said, Hokage-sama, hurry up and stop Orochimaru. Orochimaru is already irritated by this way. If there is a fight, Orochimaru might kill Niu Feng. What? Are you true? Ziai Xiao asked hurriedly. Well, Orochimaru and I were in World War II. Orochimaru's killing pattern had not been completely controlled. Once it broke out, Niu Feng and Kakashi would be in great danger. Tsunade's face showed worry. Lulu, she didn't want to see Niu Feng hurt. You go there quickly and stop Orochimaru. Third Hokage also knew the seriousness of the matter and said in a deep voice. He must not lose this super genius because of this. Orochimaru took out a handful of kunao from his waist. There was no expression on his face. The erect pupils exuded a cold killing intent, and he did not dare to look directly into his eyes. This is how he survived the war. Moment. The sharp blow into Snake's eyes exploded, and his figure directly disappeared in place. Where? Kakashi, beware of the back. Niu Feng said to Kakashi next to him. The two of them are now back to back, afraid that Orochimaru will sneak attack from behind them. Sure enough, he has such a good combat consciousness at a young age, not bad. A voice came out. Mu Feng and Kakashi immediately looked around. Where Orochimaru is, it's a hell, they didn't expect Orochimaru to be so fast. Is this the true strength of the elite Jonin? This was the first sentence that came to Mu Feng's mind. Suddenly, a handful of Kyuhyuxiang Mu Feng and Kakashi stabbed, and the two immediately separated. There was a bang. White smoke came out, and kunao became Orochimaru's appearance. Mu Feng secretly said a bad sound. It was body replacement technique. A roundabout kick abruptly fell to kick Kakashi several meters away, his eyes staring at Mu Feng again. Kakashi felt the pain in his internal organs, and this leg was definitely Orochimaru's full blow. That was the perfect application of body replacement technique just now. This is Jonin. The key to their battle is the details. Once there is a trace of loopholes, they will definitely seize the opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow. Orochimaru said with a hint of disdain, it's still too weak, and the real battle is next. If I can't defeat you in half an hour, even if I lose. As soon as this word came out, so hacky. This is Jonin's absolute confidence. Mu Feng helped Kakashi up, walked forward, and pulled out his wooden knife from the ground. He attached the purple chakra to it, which was extremely sharp. The strength of the two of them can reach the level of the elite Chunin, but they are still a little reluctant to play against Orochimaru. Ding! Host now has 1000 contribution points. If I use it, turn on the scene door mode again. Ding! Host is good, it only takes 10 minutes to open the Kingsgate mode. After 10 minutes, if the host insists on opening the Kingsgate mode, the damage will be more serious. Got it, turn it on now. It consumes 1000 contribution points and turns on the scene door mode for 10 minutes. The corners of Mu Feng's mouth twitched suddenly, and it was really distressed to death, and the 1000 contribution was really distressed to Mu Feng. This system is really tricky. Suddenly, the chakra of Mu Feng's body skyrocketed again. This was the power brought by the 8th gate. The terrifying power broke out again, and the ground around him burst open. The whole person has changed, from the purple armor to the blue-purple armor, becoming stronger. Then you come. Mu Feng looked at Orochimaru, his eyes calm, without a trace of panic, provocatively. Orochimaru's eyes were full of killing intent, and he wanted to push the limits of the two of them, only in actual combat. At this time, Ziai Xiao, White Fang, and Tsunade are coming here quickly. Tsunade's brows are frowning, and his eyes are full of anxiety. He repeatedly said in his heart, Mu Feng, you must have nothing to do. Don't have anything. Not only Tsunade, but Ziai Xiao and White Fang are also worried about both of them. Mu Feng and the others shot out, one on the left and the other on the right, and the figure was approaching ultimate. They had to go all out to fight Orochimaru. The two rushed towards Orochimaru like lightning. Kakashi even covered the kunao with a layer of thunder and lightning. Once they encountered this kunao, they were directly injured by electricity. In an instant, the two people came to their Orochimaru, and a heavy fist blasted out. There was a burst of wind in the air. Just when Orochimaru saw Mu Feng, he knew it was too late. Orochimaru stretched out his palm and abruptly took Mu Feng's fist. There was a bang. Then Kakashi also rushed there, and went directly with Kyo's sting. With a squeaky voice, Orochimaru saw that without looking at Kakashi, countless little lion majesties suddenly appeared under the cuff of his left arm, and his eyes contained killing intent. Burst out. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and he secretly said, "Not good." Orochimaru showed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Your speed is still too slow." "Haha, then you are optimistic." Mu Feng's mouth raised slightly and responded. Whoosh whoosh. Mu Feng disappeared in place without any reaction to Orochimaru. "Small trick, do you think I'll take it again? Mu Feng, you underestimated me too?" Orochimaru disdainfully said, "How could you make the same mistake twice?" Suddenly, Mu Feng appeared behind him with a swinging leg. Orochimaru was waiting for this opportunity, took out kunao from the ninja bag between his right hand, and pierced Mu Feng's chest directly. He knew very well that once he was stabbed, Mu Feng would definitely be seriously injured, and he was absolutely sure that he could pierce his armor. Although Mu Feng's absolute defense was said to be absolute defense, it was still a step behind Zai Xiao's absolute defense. This kind of purple armor consumes a lot of chakra, and Mu Feng has been using it for so long, it must consume a lot of chakra. Click! A crack appeared in the purple armor, which directly pierced Mu Feng's chest. Successful! The first sentence appeared in Orikai's mind. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke came out, and Orochimaru squinted his eyes to see what was going on. He might be able to guess that Mu Feng was not stabbed by him. That's. Orochimaru opened his eyes wider, looking at the scene in front of him, just a wooden stake. Body replacement technique used by Mu Feng. Mu Feng is really a genius. Has he perfectly used the body replacement technique so quickly? Orochimaru's eyes were a little excited. He really wanted to see what was in Mu Feng's mind. Just then, whoosh whoosh, several kunao attacked Orochimaru with a sharp wind-breaking sound, and they were all kunao with explosive charms. Orochimaru hurried back. For an instant, boom boom boom, huge explosions sounded, and flames appeared on the ground, huge fire pits appeared on the ground, and the entire forest was trembling. When Tsunade looked at that place, a flame appeared. "Hurry up, White Fang, Zixiao," Tsunade said quickly. If Orochimaru hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been seriously injured. There was a trace of fear in Orochimaru's eyes. This was a fear of Mu Feng. He felt that Mu Feng was not a person who had not experienced war at all. His mind, physical skills, ninjutsu, coupled with his caution, can completely become the captain of a small team. Orochimaru looked deeply at the rising flame, with some cold sweat on his forehead, and had to be cautious again. Suddenly, a blue-purple figure shot out from the flame, and a blade of light flashed as fast as lightning. Orochimaru hurriedly blocked it with his own kunao. Click! With an unstoppable force, Mu Feng's knife slashed in the past fiercely. For a time, it was dripping with blood and stained Orochimaru's clothes blood red. Orochimaru was even more shocked. "Is this F***K a wooden knife? Cut off my kunao?" Mu Feng's moves were simpler, too simple to imagine, but they couldn't stop them. After Mu Feng cut to Orochimaru, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "How is this possible?" Orochimaru's voice was unbelievable, and he never thought that Mu Feng could completely hurt him. It was just a drizzle just now, and it really hurt Orochimaru now. How could this not make Orochimaru angry? He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, just a little bit. Now he was turned into a sharp pain throughout his body, his whole body trembling. Mu Feng's wooden knife contained toxins. Although it was not fatal, it could bring him huge harm. "You use poison?" Orochimaru pointed at Mu Feng in a trembling voice. He didn't expect that Mu Feng's wooden knife was actually very poisonous. At this time, Orochimaru's face twisted, and he quickly used his chakra to force the poison out. He knew that this poison should numb his body, make his movements slow and weak. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, "If I am not poisonous, how could I be able to beat you?" When Kakashi saw Mu Feng like this, he gave him a thumbs up, and he didn't expect that Mu Feng would use poison on a wooden knife. "At this time, didn't you mean it? I just had to use poison," Mu Feng explained again, but he didn't show any kindness to Orochimaru. In the previous life, if it weren't for Orochimaru, Jiraiya would really not die. Now that I can teach Orochimaru, I can clean him up, which makes myself vent. Mu Feng and Kakashi looked at each other, smiled, and looked at Orochimaru at the same time. Orochimaru had some fear in his eyes now, and he was afraid that Mu Feng, this kid, would make another insidious move. Now he felt that he was struggling to move, and his eyes were gloomy. This time it was planted in Mu Feng's hands. Mu Feng's poison is the kind of poison that the internal strength, chakra, is lost. He knows very well that if Orochimaru uses chakra, he will feel severe pain throughout his body. Next moment, there was a bang. Niu Feng stretched out his right hand and hit Orochimaru's body fiercely. With a bang, Orochimaru went back more than 10 meters. Kakashi suddenly lifted his right foot and gave Orochimaru a kick. Footprints appeared on his face and he looked embarrassed. Boom boom boom. Orochimaru was beaten violently by Niu Feng and Kakashi, and his body was blue and purple, and he fainted while leaning on the big tree. That's it. Niu Feng slapped his hands with fear. Just then, several figures rushed over quickly. Niu Feng's eyes lit up and shouted, "Foster father, master, sister Tsunade, I am here." Tsunade turned around and saw that it was Niu Feng, and ran over. "Niu Feng, are you okay?" Tsunade said eagerly. "It's okay, sister." Niu Feng smiled. "What about Orochimaru? Where is Orochimaru? How about he didn't give you two?" Zai Xiao asked worriedly. Mu Feng and Kakashi moved slowly. An embarrassed figure leaned on the tree and fainted. Tsunade was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Zai Xiao and White Fang were shocked, and there were big question marks in their hearts. Zai Xiao and White Fang did not expect that Niu Feng and Kakashi would completely beat Orochimaru to the ground. Naturally, they knew the strength of Orochimaru. This was the leader of the younger generation. Even when White Fang played against Orochimaru, he couldn't guarantee that he could beat Orochimaru like this. All eyes were focused on Niu Feng, full of shock. When Niu Feng saw them like this, his face was slightly red, and he was a little embarrassed. Tsunade stared at Mu Feng and Kakashi, and said unbelievably, "You make Orochimaru like this?" She couldn't figure out how Mu Feng knocked Orochimaru out, walked towards Orochimaru, and saw a black blood on his shoulder, a bloody smell with sweetness. As the top medical ninja in the ninja world, she knows very well that this is a kind of poison. It turned out to be like this, no wonder Orochimaru was planted here in Mu Feng. Tsunade covered his white hands with Saiyan Chakra, white and flawless, for Orochimaru to restrain the wound first. "What the hell is going on?" Zai Xiao echoed. He also wanted to figure out what was going on. "I thought Mu Feng and Kakashi would look like scars all over their bodies." The ending was reversed. Zai Xiao and White Fang smiled slightly. It seems that Niu Feng still has many secrets. The two of them didn't want to reveal Niu Feng's secrets, each of them had their own secrets. As long as Niu Feng does not betray Konoha, Zai Xiao and White Fang will definitely guard the growth of this child forever. Anyone would be surprised that two children could defeat an elite Jonin. If third Hokage came here, it would be even more incredible. These two children will be intensively cultivated. He fell while hitting him. I didn't expect that he couldn't hit so much. Niu Feng glanced at Orochimaru, who knew Orochimaru couldn't help beating, and said lightly, "Ha, just knocked down Orochimaru?" Hearing what Niu Feng said, Tsunade couldn't believe what Niu Feng said. Tsunade thought to himself, "It's so possible. I haven't beaten him for so many years. You are only how old you are, so you beat Orochimaru like this. Really, Orochimaru still led us," Niu Feng said embarrassedly. "Tsunade, their faces are dumbfounded, and it's impossible to let you guys. Is he a masochist?" This made Mu Feng and Kakashi unable to explain the matter, and Orochimaru just fell there. It's like a person walking on a pavement, the car did not pass, he fainted directly on the ground. There is no way to explain this. They had to rebirth and examine Niu Feng again. The current situation is so chaotic, Zixiao and White Fang can feel that the other four countries are already about to move. These countries are waiting for a fuse. Once it breaks out, the ninja world will once again become chaotic. At this time, White Fang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said, "This is not a big deal, we still want to leave here. Here, the country of Konoha and Sand, and the country of River are very near. Recently we are conflicting with the country of Sand, which is very close to the country of Sand, so let's leave it quickly." After hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed with White Fang's point of view. "Niu Feng, you come to carry Orochimaru," Zai Xiao ordered. "What? Why me? I don't want to recite, I can't stand his breath." Niu Feng couldn't stand his gloomy breath the most, disgusted and dissatisfied. "You beat him like this? If you don't recite, do we recite?" Zai Xiao glared at Niu Feng, and no one wanted to recite. Of course, let Niu Feng recite. What Zai Xiao said made Niu Feng even weaker to refute, and Niu Feng was also helpless, went forward and carried Orochimaru on his back. "Rise," Niu Feng said hard. When he carried Orochimaru on Niu Feng's back, Niu Feng's expression was a little bad. Unexpectedly, the real Orochimaru was so heavy that he knocked Orochimaru stunned, and even asked himself to carry him back. It was a huge loss. "Niu Feng, if you can't, let me do it." A gentle voice reached Niu Feng's ears, and Niu Feng raised his head slightly, her delicate face and eyes filled with tenderness. Tsunade stood in front of him, facing Niu Feng. She was afraid that Niu Feng would be too tired, not to mention that Niu Feng had been injured just now in the battle with Orochimaru. Seeing Niu Feng doing this, she couldn't bear it. No, sister, I can do it, I'll carry him, don't worry." Niu Feng said with such a firm gaze. He can't want Tsunade to carry it, but that's his daughter-in-law, how can he let his daughter-in-law carry it? I can really do it, sister. Niu Feng said hesitated when he saw Tsunade's eyes. Niu Feng's eyes looked at Tsunade, and the slender, thick eyelashes suddenly blinked and smiled. Yeah, okay. Tsunade covered her mouth with her slender hand and smiled slightly, but Niu Feng was so persistent that she couldn't say anything anymore and nodded. Tsunade walked behind Niu Feng and talked to White Fang about the latest situation, and Zai Xiao observed all this in front, fearing that there would be an ambush. The three of them, Jonin, guarded Mufeng and Kakashi. Kakashi was beside him, his eyes calm as water, and said, Niu Feng, how has your strength improved so much recently? Let's do it. It may be that I was too lucky, Niu Feng said lightly. Is this really luck? A month ago, Zixiao had to go to Mufeng for training every night. Zixiao's training was not the same as others. Every day at night, he started to teach Mufeng. In the beginning, I warmed up with 2000 push UPS. Although it was not particularly difficult for Mufeng, I was already sweating profusely after doing it. And Zai Xiao also taught him how to use the sword. He is different from the method of White Fang. Every time he teaches Niu Feng's method, he must use a long silk ribbon to block his eyes. At that time, Niu Feng was abused by Zixiao Tenten. At the beginning, he couldn't stop a single move. Niu Feng's eyes were blocked, and his strength dropped by more than half. Always be beaten by Zixiao, either in Zixiao, or on the way to being beaten. Every day there is pain all over the body, and Niu Feng has never said pain. Zai Xiao was even more fond of this kid, and he was certain that Niu Feng would be his heir in the future. A week later, Niu Feng's other senses had great perception, and the speed was extremely fast. Then a month later, Niu Feng was able to fight Zai Xiao with more than 100 moves. This is Niu Feng's little effort in exchange. Although he has a system, the system cannot always save me at critical moments. They arrived at Konoha and returned to Hokage's office. Everyone looked at Orochimaru on Niu Feng's back in surprise, with a dumbfounded look. This is different from what they imagined. With his mouth open, no one spoke, and the audience was quiet. Their eyes were staring at Niu Feng, full of awe. This was the respect Niu Feng worked hard to obtain. Niu Feng and Kakashi are selected by 3rd Hokage this time, and these two people can be the focus of training in the future. The strength of the two of them has occupied the middle reaches of the elite Chunin level, and may even surpass the elite Chunin. 3rd Hokage looked at Mufeng and Kakashi with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and murmured, it's nice to be young. In the Hokage world, one is already a young person at the age of 8, and an adult is already at the age of 13. Niu Feng and Kakashi were in Hokage's office, and they were said to be watching. Yep. Niu Feng felt that someone was watching him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. That person's chakra was huge, and his strength was unfathomable. Who is watching me all the time? Niu Feng looked around for a while, his face a little disappointed. He didn't find anyone spying on him. Konoha is now divided into two factions, one is headed by 3rd Hokage, and the other is rooted by Danzo. When 3rd Hokage was young, Danzo was steadily controlled. The strength of the two of you Mufeng is already at the elite Chunin level. This time Orochimaru will test you, it's what I mean. 3rd Hokage said slowly, wanting to see how much potential Mufeng and Kakashi really are. The current situation just couldn't be seen, especially Niu Feng's strength was unfathomable. This time, your results surprised me, so I decided to promote you two to Chunin. 3rd Hokage turned his gaze to Niu Feng and the others, with a gentle smile on his face. What? What? You have become Chunin at such a young age? This has already broken our Konoha record. Everyone was amazed. They knew how rare it is to have the title of Chunin. They all became Chunin in their teens, and then became Jonin in their 20s. And now Niu Feng and Kakashi have been promoted from Genin to Chunin in less than 3 months, which makes people have to sigh that there are many talents. They have nothing to say about Niu Feng's strength. Since the strength has reached there, they can naturally be promoted to Chunin. Niu Feng stared at 3rd Hokage. He never thought that 3rd Hokage turned him into Chunin. This should be the smallest Chunin ever. Tsunade's eyes were full of gentleness, and his voice was very soft. Niu Feng, you are so amazing, come on. Hearing Tsunade's encouragement, Niu Feng felt firm once in his heart. He must be strong, so as to protect Tsunade. Okay, let's stop here. Tsunade, how is Orochimaru's situation? 3rd Hokage is also very worried about Orochimaru, who is still his proudest disciple after all. It's okay. I'll wake up after a short rest. Tsunade checked him again. It's just a coma and no injuries. Orochimaru didn't even look like this himself. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw Orochimaru. This is the first time Orochimaru has been beaten like this, especially Jiraiya laughed out loud unabashedly. Okay, you can leave if there is nothing to do. 3rd Hokage looked at them and said, White Fang, stay for a while, and there is a task for you. Niu Feng frowned, thinking about the current plot, and his face was startled. This time, White Fang committed suicide because of this incident. He absolutely can't let White Fang take over this task, and hurriedly turned around and said, Master Hokage, can someone else take that task? What's wrong with White Fang accepting this task? Third Hokage asked with a question on his face. Well, I want my foster father to teach me how to use the sword again. Mu Feng touched his chin and said, he really couldn't make up any good reasons. Heitake Sakumo smiled slightly, don't worry, I will teach you again when I come back. No, just these few days, Mu Feng said firmly again. Third Hokage is absolutely Mu Feng now a bit abnormal, giving White Fang a look. White Fang said, okay, Mu Feng, you want to go home with Kakashi, I won't take the task, I will teach you tomorrow. Kakashi next to him doesn't know what happened to Mu Feng today. Why not let Heitake Sakumo come to pick up the task? Let's go, Mu Feng, don't say this here. Kakashi became impatient and said to Mu Feng, let's do it. Mu Feng knew that he definitely couldn't persuade White Fang anymore. He didn't seem to watch White Fang commit suicide. He also didn't want to see Kakashi becoming ruthless because of his father. This is not what Mu Feng hoped for. Then we will go back, Mu Feng said to Third Hokage and White Fang. Now he goes back and quickly finds the system, maybe he can stop White Fang from committing suicide. Mu Feng returned to his room. Ding! Congratulations to host for becoming Chunin and rewarding host 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations to host for defeating Orochimaru again and rewarding host 1,000 for contribution points. Mu Feng didn't have any expression, absent-minded, and his mind was full of White Fang. He also didn't expect this event to be so fast. Could it be because of his existence that promoted the rapid development of the plot? It is also possible. The system, there is no ability to resurrect people? No. Really not? Ding! Host has only one thing, but it must be qualified. Mu Feng immediately sat up. What are the conditions, system? There is a skill that can resurrect a person, but you must have his soul so that you can use that skill. Ding! This skill is soul rebirth. As long as you have a complete soul, then your chakra will come back to life. Really? Yeah, but host must be able to reach cage level and other strengths, otherwise chakra must be insufficient. Ding! Soul resurrection requires 100,000 contribution points. With the current progress of host, it is conservatively estimated that it will take 5 or 6 years. Damn! I have such dishes, it will take 5 or 6 years. Such a pit. 100,000 contribution value, why don't you rob the bank? Mu Feng is also a little helpless with this system. A skill requires 100,000 contribution points. This F***K will have to wait until the year of the monkey. He knows the character of the adoptive father. This kind of person is his hind who silently contributes to Konoha, and the adoptive father cares about his reputation the most, if he really is going to die. What about Kakashi? What do I do? The two of them are now protected by White Fang and Zixiao, if the foster father is really. His eyes were filled with determination, and he was determined to resurrect White Fang. At this time, Kakashi told Mu Feng the news that his father was gone. The tears in Mu Feng's eyes were rolling, and he murmured, before I have time to say goodbye, I left. The adoptive father who loved him so much has gone, he has gone to the battlefield. Maybe gone forever. But that familiar back figure remained in Mu Feng's heart forever. It has been nearly a month since White Fang left Konoha. It seems that everything is back to normal. Mu Feng and Kakashi have to practice every day. The time is so tight now, and Mu Feng is even more hurrying to train. His sword skills have reached the point of perfection, and his current speed is completely superior to ordinary Jonin. It's just that White Fang taught him 6 tricks, and he doesn't know the rest. 8 inner gates technique, Mu Feng can drive to the 6th gate on his own. Last time Orochimaru hadn't underestimated the enemy, Mu Feng was not sure about defeating Orochimaru. Night. Below the waterfall, Mu Feng and Kakashi stood facing each other, and the two floated on the water. The two people gasped and looked at each other with sharp eyes. As long as the two of them were fighting against each other, they never had to keep their hands. Kakashi's right hand was tightly gripped with kunao, but he could feel his right hand trembling slightly. Mu Feng's power is too domineering. So horrible. Come again. Mu Feng smiled slightly, as if he wasn't satisfied with the battle just now. If he wants to stimulate his potential, it must be stimulated through battle. Seeing Kakashi like this, Mu Feng had already lost his fighting spirit, which made him shook his head. Mu Feng took the initiative to attack. Ha! The figure disappeared directly in place, and ripples appeared on the surface of the water. The speed is almost ultimate. The terrifying coercion came onto Kakashi and caught him off guard. In an instant, Kakashi hadn't reacted yet. Mu Feng instantly came to Kakashi's left side, kicked Kakashi, sinking vigorously. Facing Mu Feng's kick, Kakashi quickly raised his right hand, bending his elbow to block his left. With a bang, take a lead and set off. The pain in the arm directly turned into the whole body, which had to make Kakashi couldn't help cursing, it's really pervert. Kakashi lost his temper in an instant. This is the result of every fight with Mufeng. Kakashi is really depressed. Although Kakashi is known as the genius of this year, and Mufeng is a super genius, there is no one. Unprecedented. Kakashi took a breath and rushed up with the pain. If he doesn't train hard now, he will die on the battlefield. War is cruel, and those who can survive in war are truly strong. Mufeng has never experienced a major war. He used to watch those wars on the computer, but he knew that the real war was far more serious than Mufeng had imagined. Here, Kakashi yelled. The whole body is covered with thunder and lightning, and the thunder attribute chakra has reached the ultimate. He exploded with a terrifying aura, no different from Mufeng at this time. Whoosh whoosh. Kakashi rushed in from the left, his figure resembling a bolt of lightning, leaving behind their shadows. But Mufeng's eyes were calm, watching the surrounding movement. His perception was expanded to its maximum. With Mufeng as the center, anything with a radius of more than 10 meters can be observed clearly, as if there is a magnifying glass. Kakashi circled around Mufeng, looking for Mufeng's weakness, and took out the kunao from the ninja bag with his right hand, like Mufeng threw it over. Whoosh whoosh. Kyo struck Mufeng with a sharp voice. At this time, Mufeng's toes touched the ground, a backflip, stepped back a few steps, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. The same projectile action, but Mufeng is more perfect. Clang clang clang. Kunao directly collided, sparking sparks, and directly disrupted Kakashi's kunao. Kakashi saw Mufeng's attention on the karma, and he blinked. Suddenly appeared behind Mufeng, trying to give Mufeng a kick. Kicked straight into Mufeng's chest. Mufeng turned around and smiled even more. Bang bang bang. 1 foot on the ground again. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion sounded. The ground beneath my feet exploded directly, and cracks appeared in the ground a few meters around. The whole earth was trembling. Kakashi was stunned. What kind of power is this? Extremely domineering. He feels that Mufeng is more pervert than Orochimaru now. Just when he was about to kick to Mufeng's place, Mufeng's grinning style suddenly changed, very serious, and took a step forward. Absolute defense. The purple chakra covered the whole body, forming a purple armor. Exudes a dazzling light. Boom! With a kick, Kakashi was shaken back directly, backing more than a dozen steps. He calmed his breath for a while with a helpless look on his face. Stop fighting, stop fighting. How to fight this? Don't fight anymore? How do you tell me to fight? I won't fight anymore. Mufeng smiled, because he has the system. Every day he trains to the death, and he can recover in one night. It takes only 3 or 4 days for ordinary people to fully recover from chakra. And Mufeng's is a plug-in. The two people made it down by the big tree by the water, and now the moon is shining on the lake, and it is crystal clear. The atmosphere is somewhat peaceful. The current Mufeng not only absolutely suppresses Kakashi in strength, but also in terms of speed and defense. With the changes this month, Mufeng's temperament has changed. Mufeng no longer has the childlike immaturity on his face, but has the mature calmness of an adult. At this time, ding! Host training for 1 month, reward 3,000 contribution points. What's the matter? Even if you contributed value to me, the system still ignored me for a long time. Moreover, Mufeng discovered a rule: as long as it appeared, there would definitely be something big. Sometimes, Mufeng wanted to smash the system. Yeah. Ding! Tell host that something huge will happen soon. Task 1, change Kakashi. Task 2, participate in the world war and change the plot. What? Kakashi? Mufeng turned and looked at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi closed his eyes, still recovering his strength. Is it a foster father? I dare not imagine, because if White Fang comes back, it means that White Fang is dead. He was also afraid of this happening, and if he couldn't stop it, he would definitely resurrect him. The Third World War can be said to be the war with the largest scale and the heaviest casualties in the ninja world except for the Fourth World War. Kakashi suddenly covered his chest, his face a little bit painful. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Mufeng looked at Kakashi and asked. Kakashi squeezed his chest firmly, and said in doubt, I don't know what's going on. My chest suddenly hurts. I'll take a look. Mufeng felt that things were not going well. For a while, Kakashi's breathing became steady, and he didn't know why this happened. Mufeng took a deep look at Kakashi. The corner of his mouth wanted to say, but after thinking about it, he finally didn't say it. The experience must be experienced after all. Mufeng looked firmly at the starry sky. After Mufeng and Kakashi finished practicing, they hurriedly returned to the room to rest. The greater the training intensity, the more time it takes to recover. But Mufeng is different from others, he only needs to sleep on his own. During this month, not only Kakashi accompanied Mufeng training, but also Might Guy. This Grandmaster 8 Inner Gates technique man. In his youth, only training can burn his blood. Except for Konoha's Jonin, no one can know Mufeng's absolute strength. Moreover, Mufeng himself hides Mangekyo Sharinan, which is his last guarantee when he enters the battlefield. He won't tell anyone that he should quickly prepare himself some life-saving skills. Today, Kakashi's Chidori technique has been successfully practiced. The rest is the title of Jonin and foster father. Niu Feng sat on the bed, thinking quietly. It is estimated that the Third World War will break out in more than 2 months. He himself could vaguely feel that this world of ninja was in a dark period before dawn. If dawn cannot come, then it will be in infinite darkness. Boom boom boom. Come in, Kakashi. Niu Feng knew it was Kakashi without thinking about it. A cold figure appeared in front of Niu Feng, wearing black clothes and shorts, still hiding his handsome face with a mask. Training or not, Kakashi has long been used to it. From the last time, he could feel that Niu Feng's strength had already made a huge leap. Yes, Niu Feng changed into white clothes, a boy in white clothes. Both of them do this every day. They have to train when they get up, eat a meal at noon, and concentrate all of their time on training. Yep, someone? Although the person's hidden breath was very good, he was still discovered by Niu Feng's strong perception. But Niu Feng could feel that the person didn't have a dangerous aura. Mu Feng, where is anyone? Kakashi looked around, but no one was found. Niu Feng, are you hallucinating? Come out. Niu Feng turned his eyes to the window. There is nothing on the windows, let alone people. At this time, a figure appeared on the window next to Niu Feng, wearing a mask, wearing Umbu's unique clothes, and carrying a little boy knife behind him. Crouching on the window, he looked at them and said solemnly, Mu Feng, Third Hokage let you and Kakashi pass. Okay. We'll go in a while. Niu Feng raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes calm. The terrifying coercion greeted Umbu's people, and Umbu's people were taken aback. Sure enough, what you said to Third Hokage is correct, this is the real super genius. He could feel that when Niu Feng looked at him, he felt almost hallucinating. He thought to himself, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Ha! The figure disappeared in place. Kakashi didn't expect that there were really people. If this were the enemy, Kakashi knew that he would die without knowing it would die. I also had to sign Niu Feng for his strong perception. How do you know there will be someone? Kakashi asked in confusion. He didn't even perceive it himself. There is a trace of blood in his breath. Although it didn't treat us, I can perceive the bloody breath. Niu Feng slowly explained. Although the trace of breath was faint, it was still caught by Niu Feng. Mu Feng, what is the matter with Master Hokage looking for us? Kakashi asked as he walked. I'm not very clear. Niu Feng also didn't know why Third Hokage was looking for them? Niu Feng's heart trembled violently. Wouldn't it be that kind of thing? Or should I go over and take a look at it yourself, and surely figure out what's going on? Third Hokage, his Hein is all for Konoha, and as long as it is harmful to the village, it must be eliminated. This is the point of view of Third Hokage. Hokage office. Boom boom boom. Please come in. A low voice came out. Third Hokage was busy at work, raised his head slightly, said. Niu Feng opened the door gently, stepped slowly, walked to the front of Third Hokage, respectfully said, Master Hokage, we are here. Is there something wrong? Well, here it is. Third Hokage's face was calm, without any change in expression. A familiar figure standing in front of them, white hair, and the short blade on the back exudes a dazzling light, that is, White Fang. Seeing the figure in front, Niu Feng's eyes stared at him for a long time, his heartbeat speeded up, unable to calm down. Righteous, Father, Father. Excited voices rang out at the same time, and the figure slowly turned around and turned back. Familiar faces, familiar smiles. Niu Feng, Kakashi, I'm back. White Fang managed to squeeze a smile, with a trace of sadness in his eyes, and then he still cleared. However, the subtle change was still captured by Niu Feng. Kakashi looked even more excited, and walked up and hugged his father. It's been a month. He was also worried that his father would be injured, and Kakashi was already content when he saw his father come back safely. When Niu Feng saw the scene, tears rolled in his eyes. White Fang and Master Zixiao, together with Kakashi, are the closest people to him. He didn't want to lose them, he strengthened his conviction. White Fang gave Mu Feng and Kakashi a gentle smile. I have nothing to do, but this mission failed. Speaking of this, Kakashi looked like a bolt from the blue, staring at his father. This is not true, is it? It's true. When White Fang said this, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and a trace of loneliness flashed. Before Mu Feng and Kakashi came over, White Fang had already suffered sarcasm from his comrades. White Fang didn't refute anything. He knew that he had failed the mission to save his comrades in arms. He didn't think his decision was a failure, but their comrades couldn't understand their behavior. There was a trace of determination in his heart. Niu Feng moved forward. Foster father, I don't know why the mission failed, but I think as long as the people are still there are still all opportunities to win. I believe in you, foster father. Niu Feng's eyes were extremely clear, and he said every word, poking into White Fang's heart. White Fang was taken aback, but he didn't expect that it was Niu Feng who believed in his belief in the end. In the ninja world, what Mu Feng admires most is White Fang. He is not only defined as a super god existence, but his hard-working training and firm belief that he will not abandon every teammate and never give up. It is deeply imprinted in Mu Feng's heart. No matter what others think of White Fang, Mu Feng always respects his adoptive father. Child, it's enough for you to have this heart. A small smile appeared on the corner of White Fang's mouth. Then White Fang took Mu Feng and Kakashi back to his home. While they were walking in the street, the pedestrians around pointed to White Fang and talked a lot. Because of him, Konoha suffered a great economic loss. This is not White Fang, there will be times of failure, but this time our reputation has been greatly harmed. Really, this person doesn't know the importance, or does the task come first in the eyes of the ninja? Such people shouldn't stay in Konoha. As long as someone can recognize White Fang, they will never forget to ridicule White Fang. Kakashi also understood at this time that his father failed the mission because he saved people. But when people in the street talked about it, Kakashi and Mufeng's faces became hard to look. In their eyes, no one can satirize White Fang. If it weren't for White Fang, World War II could not have ended early. He was Konoha's hero. Mu Feng suddenly felt that Konoha needed to start rectifying, and this was Konoha in the real Dark Age. Some people approached them. After seeing White Fang, a man with a bandage on his left hand whispered, "If it weren't for White Fang, we would save people in the past and our mission would not fail." I said at the time, mission first, we can escape without White Fang. The man even snorted, now that the mission has failed, who will make up for Konoha's loss? Speaking of this, the man with the bandage on his hand glanced at White Fang. Damn! Others can hold it back, I can't bear it. TMD, who do you think you are? Mu Feng yelled directly at the person, with a loud voice, as if this place was his own domain and could not be violated. At this time, everyone heard it. Several people saw that it was Mu Feng, and their eyes were full of shock. Why is this kid here? Hurry up to watch. Mu Feng, go home. White Fang said in a deep voice, he didn't want to have trouble here now. This time the mission had failed, and it was already dissatisfied with Konoha. If something happens again, it will. The person with the bandage seems to have never seen this child. He is a special jonin. He went to perform the task during the exams of Mufeng and the others. Later, he followed White Fang to perform the mission. This time, because of the mission's failure, his title was no longer as jonin. Whose kid is this, dare to talk to him like this, really tired of life? He is also a jonin himself. I don't. The foster father is just like him, so it's not worth saving. Mu Feng dissatisfied, and looked at the bandaged man again. Are you very arrogant and dissatisfied? Mu Feng took a step forward, staring at him firmly. It turned out to be White Fang's godson. What a godson, this kind of virtue. The man mocked. However, he was the only one laughing, and everyone looked at the expressions of Mu Feng and White Fang. White Fang's eyes suddenly cold, exuding a strong killing intent. Kuniki, my child, there is no need for you to speak here. That powerful sense of oppression made him take 2 steps back, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The strength of White Fang is still obvious to all, and all the people present together are not worthy of White Fang's full blow. The true leader of the 8 super ninjas. Haha, could the mission fail if it weren't for you? Kuniki was still lacking in confidence, and he was also afraid of White Fang's strength. But with so many people watching, he didn't believe that White Fang really dared to beat him here. He is also a face-saving person, how could a child teach him? At this time, Mu Feng looked at him and said lightly, then what you mean is that my foster father shouldn't save you, but let you die and let the mission succeed. Mu Feng said the word death very seriously. At this point, Mu Feng's eyes were the same as White Fang's, revealing a strong killing intent. However, Mu Feng's killing intent was stronger than White Fang's, oppressing Kuyemu. Kuniki couldn't breathe for a long time, his eyes showed a trace of fear, not knowing why this kid's murderous aura was stronger than him. At this moment, Kuniki didn't believe that he couldn't suppress a child, he exuded his own jonin breath, and wanted to suppress Mu Feng. You don't need to worry about it, you little kid, just try one more sentence. Hisanaki's face is savage, and he doesn't believe that this kid is stronger than him. The jonin next to him echoed, Kuniki, don't know if you can do it with a child. He is Konoha's genius boy. I advise you to avoid messing with it. They have heard of this Mufeng's strength in jonin. Although they have not seen it, his strength should be real. No, how could I let a child make irresponsible remarks? Hisanaki said coldly, not listening to the persuasion of the person next to him. Ha ha. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Feng jerked his toes to the ground and appeared directly in front of Kuniki. He also reacted with a heavy punch. Mu Feng's fist had a hint of purple luster, and his domineering aura was exposed. Everyone just saw the afterimage of Mu Feng, the terrifying breath. Kuniki didn't react at all. Boom! The whole person is like a cannonball, flying more than 10 meters away. Mu Feng's speed was so fast, he was almost ultimate, leaving only the afterimages. His face was full of blood, and there was fear in his eyes, and he fell motionless there. This is horrible. Those people hurriedly went to Fujuyemu. When they looked at Mu Fang, they broke out in a cold sweat and dared not say anything. Mu Fang said lightly, "When death comes to you, you will know the value of life." White Fang and the others walked straight in front of them, and no one was accusing White Fang anymore. After all, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes, and there was also a kind of loneliness. That loneliness is like no one in the world can understand him, and White Fang knows that only Mu Fang can understand him. Kakashi is still young now, and he still needs his father's love. When Kakashi was a child, his mother died unfortunately, and it was White Fang who raised him by himself. White Fang not only has a paranoid character about his training in pursuit of perfection, but also the same for Kakashi when he was a child. Kakashi did not have a good childhood, he only had training in his childhood. He doesn't understand his father's love, but now that he has Mu Fang as a friend, he is no longer alone. Mu Fang is his first friend and his best friend. Dash 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 dash. The three people sat in the yard, all silent. Each has its own thoughts. At this time, White Fang suddenly said, "Mu Fang, don't be like this anymore." "Well, I see, foster father." White Fang looked at Mu Fang and Kakashi and smiled. These two children are what he cares about most. Ding! Mission to prevent White Fang from committing suicide and reward 5,000 contribution points. Catch! Mu Fang also knew that White Fang would definitely commit suicide in a short time. The three of them were sitting together. Kakashi and Mu Fang looked at the gentle White Fang. The gentle look in their eyes and the smile did not seem to be a sign of suicide at all. From here, I also know why Mu Fang knew this. White Fang cares about his reputation too much. In addition, he has completed hundreds of tasks. He did not think that he gave up what he regarded as the most important task. Save your comrades in arms. Although it caused the mission to fail, what did White Fang feel that he had done nothing wrong? Even the comrades he rescued scolded him, which made him suffer a great blow. With a small smile on the corner of Mu Fang's mouth, he said to White Fang, "Foster father, you don't have to blame too much. Some things are destined to be unchangeable, and what we have to do now is to change the present and change ourselves. You said that the strong will never be defeated by difficulties, and the only one who can truly defeat the strong is himself." The corners of White Fang's mouth moved slightly. This is what White Fang clearly remembered when Kakashi and Mu Fang were very tired from training and were about to give up and told them. But now, Mu Fang is using his own words to inspire himself. He shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. He knew that this incident was a knot of his own heart. Once you can't break it, this is your own demon. If you don't face it, don't think of it for the rest of your life. He sees the task as too important, and this is also something that affects White Fang's mood. "Don't worry, Mu Fang will have nothing to do with me." White Fang smiled gently. "He will always be like this. And, no matter what the foster father is, we still have us behind you." Mu Fang stood up and said. At this time, yes, Kakashi stood up after Mu Fang, who was silent for a long time. No matter how harsh his father was to him, he still loved his father. White Fang raised his head slightly, this time his eyes were slightly red. "Yeah, I will come out. Don't worry." White Fang also stood up, and said to Mu Fang and Kakashi, "You guys go to train, I want to take a rest myself." "Well, good." Mu Fang didn't say much. He looked into White Fang's eyes deeply, as if he could see everything through. Seeing Mu Fang's eyes, White Fang didn't dare to look directly, as if she was hiding something from Mu Fang. Mu Fang had guessed it. At this time, Mu Fang took out a Liang pill, but the Liang pill in Mu Fang's hand was different from the usual ones, with a hint of transparent light. Mu Fang looked at White Fang and said, "Foster father, you are also very tired when you come back from the mission. Here is a ration pill to replenish your physical strength. Eat it." "No, I'll just take a rest." White Fang waved his hand. He doesn't like to eat Bingliang pills. They are also eaten during wars or on missions, and they can't stand hunger. Now that White Fang is back now, he must be reluctant to eat. Mu Fang knew that White Fang had refused, but Mu Fang knew that he had to eat, and once again emphasized, "Foster father, as long as you eat, we will go to train," forcing White Fang to eat, not making Mu Fang even more anxious. He knew that something was about to happen. Kakashi next to him watched Mu Fang insist on letting his father eat the Bingliang pill. He didn't know that it had a purpose, but Kakashi knew that Mu Fang would definitely not harm his father. Mu Fang handed it over. The Liang pill was not big or small, but there was a fragrance permeating it. "Okay, then I'll take it. How about you two going to train?" White Fang stretched out his hand to pick up the Liang pill in Mu Fang's hand, and ate it. Chewing slowly, it fragrant, White Fang closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Seeing White Fang's enjoyment, Kakashi felt a little strange. This Bingliang pill is no different from the other Bingliang pill. Why is his father? When Kakashi looked away from his father, and then turned to Mu Feng smiled and asked curiously, Mu Feng, are you sure that it is the Bingliang pill for my father? Why does he enjoy it so much? This. Mu Feng obviously couldn't tell his father to commit suicide. This Bingliang pill is very useful, and you will know it then. Mu Feng held his hand in his hand, looking like a secret. From now on, Kakashi will know that many things have been changed because of this Bingliang pill. In a moment, there are slight changes in White Fang's whole person. Although it is very subtle, he can still feel it. This is not a Bingliang pill, it is more like a thing that can enhance strength. The power of the whole person is surging in all parts of the body, constantly refining the pure chakra. Slowly opened his eyes, and the whole world became clear again. White Fang looked at Mu Feng and knew that there was a secret in him, but he was just a child, and everyone had their own secrets. I don't want to ask Mu Feng what this is. Mu Feng and Kakashi walked out of the yard, and when they saw White Fang open their eyes again, Mu Feng knew that they had succeeded. He didn't worry about White Fang anymore. You can go to training with peace of mind. Two small figures disappeared at the door of the courtyard, and White Fang sighed, Mu Feng will not die, Konoha will have its heyday sooner or later. Looking at the pale blue sky, white clouds covered the sun. It was at this time. The sunlight passed through the white clouds and cast warm sunlight on the ground. This feeling is wonderful. White Fang stayed for a while, enjoying this wonderful time. What worries him most in this world is Kakashi and Mu Feng. However, when Mu Feng gave him this ration pill, he could feel that Mu Feng would grow up sooner or later. I have no regrets. He turned and walked towards his room. There was still some darkness in the door of the room. White Fang walked slowly, step by step, his eyes revealed a firm gaze, he has nothing to regret. Slowly walked into the dark hut. Mu Feng and Kakashi were still training in front of the waterfall. The lake below the waterfall is large and deep. Mu Feng stayed in the water, constantly waving his wooden knife, and rolling up waves in the lake. Every time he swings his sword, he uses all of Mu Feng's power, and even his mental power, to truly achieve the unity of man and sword. On the other hand, Kakashi was doing push UPS under the waterfall, and the rushing water hit Kakashi's back, which made it difficult for Kakashi to do push UPS. But Kakashi still persisted, and his father's voice kept echoing in his ears. Perseverance, the training of the strong is very painful, so you must persist. Time flies. At dusk, the sun sets. Two tired figures were walking on the street, and they were so tired that they were speechless and walked side by side. At this time, no, White Fang committed suicide at home. A voice came out. The hearts of all the people on the street were even more shocked. Father, foster father. Two figures burst out and ran to White Fang. Here Konoha's hero committing suicide on the street. This caused Kakashi to explode, and suddenly tears rolled in his eyes. Father, how could you leave me? Is this not true? Kakashi shook his head, he didn't believe it was true. At this time, his heart shook suddenly and suddenly ached. Ah! A huge voice sounded, and he looked at the sky and roared, his expression particularly painful. Kakashi pressed his chest with all his strength so that he could breathe smoothly, which made him a little unbearable just now. Hearing Kakashi's painful voice, he held back. This time it was something Kakashi had to go through. There are many things in life that you always need to spend on your own. As long as Kakashi can survive this time, he believes that Kakashi's strength will be greatly improved. The former Kakashi was called a copying ninja because of Sharingan, but Mu Feng believes that Kakashi can also hold up the sky with his father's knife skills, not even worse than he who owns Sharingan. The current Kakashi green muscles are skyrocketing, and the whole person is in pain. Looking at Kakashi's uncomfortable look, Mu Feng did nothing by himself, which made him even more condemned. Kakashi, are you okay? Let's hurry back. Mu Feng wants to see what is going on with White Fang most now. Now, the system has not rewarded me, which means that the task has not been completed. This made Mu Feng's look that some would be there. Kakashi endured the pain and followed Mu Feng back. Confirm whether the father really committed suicide? If it is real, then Kakashi doesn't know what it will look like in the future. His eyes were so firm that he couldn't let his father die. At this time, Third Hokage, who was in the office, showed a tired look. With a lot of work every day, this doctor in the ninja world was completely old. It is time that really beats Third Hokage. Whoosh whoosh. A person wearing a white mask appeared in front of Third Hokage, half kneeling, and respectfully said, Master Hokage, according to our observation, White Fang committed suicide. What? Suicide? What exactly is going on? The fatigue in Third Hokage's eyes turned directly into shock, and he stood up abruptly and slapped the table. With a bang. It exudes a strong breath, oppressing this Umbu member and dare not speak. The strength of Third Hokage is still strong. Hearing this news, Third Hokage was naturally unhappy. He didn't believe that White Fang would commit suicide. That was a top powerhouse, and even Konoha's mainstay. Sunen's current strength is not as strong as White Fang alone. If White Fang died, it would also mean that Konoha would be a major loss, irreparable. This is simply unimaginable consequences. Hurry up and follow me to have a look. Yes. Third Hokage put on his Hokage gown and immediately disappeared in place. Not only Third Hokage, but also the patriarchs of other families, Uchiha family, Hyuga family, and so on. White Fang's suicide is naturally Konoha's top priority now. Mu Fang and Kakashi came to the house. Suddenly there were some strange faces in the house. Members of Umbu and other family members all came here. When Mu Fang and Kakashi came to the door, everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Fang and Kakashi. These two genius teenagers. Mu Fang didn't speak to them, and the atmosphere was a bit solemn now. Looking at the faces of these people, some hide joy, some hide sorrow. Mu Fang knows these Konoha people better than anyone else. Once White Fang dies, it means that Mu Fang and Kakashi are more dangerous. Anyone can want to move them. What's more, the talents shown by Mu Fang and Kakashi are far stronger than anyone else. While Mu Fang and Kakashi are still young, they can be wiped out in the cradle. Mu Fang walked past them with endless indifference in his eyes, which shocked the people around him even more. How did a child have such a strong breath? A figure appeared in front of Mu Fang, a face with Chinese characters, lightened and very serious. His eyes revealed a very serious look. Mu Fang raised his head slightly, his eyes lit up. It was Zixiao. There was still a slight red in his eyes, and he didn't expect White Fang to leave him so early. Zixiao knows the ins and outs of White Fang. He knows the character of White Fang and always cares about his reputation. And White Fang was not a genius when he was a child, he also wanted to be recognized by everyone. As a result, training desperately, like a madman, was really 10 years of sharpening his sword, and he hardened White Fang into a genius. Zixiao looked at Mu Fang and said, "You two should go over and take a look." Move the position to make way for Mu Fang and Kakashi. Mu Fang and Kakashi nodded to Mu Fang's master, Zixiao. In fact, there is no need to say thank you, he also knows that Zixiao also cares about Mu Fang and Kakashi. Mu Fang walked slowly in front of White Fang, and he felt that White Fang had no breath. He stared at this scene blankly and whispered, "This is impossible. How could the foster father die? I don't believe this is true." His eyes reddened instantly. Is the foster father really dead? Fists clenched, shaking slightly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Kakashi knelt directly on the ground, tears streaming out of his eyes. Shattering Kakashi doesn't care if others are next to him. That is his father. Accompanying him since he was a child, he never thought that his father would leave like this. He felt the piercing pain. Mu Fang's tears also flowed silently, what he had prepared. I still missed it. He murmured to himself, is it really that I did something wrong? Why hasn't this fact changed? White Fang still did not escape his fate. But Mu Fang didn't want him to die. I really don't want to. He is not only Mu Fang's adoptive father, but Mu Fang worshipped White Fang in the past. That is an opponent that no one can defeat. However, now he really lost to himself. Kakashi cried so much that everyone looked at both of them, their eyes more sympathetic. This is how long they have been with them, and I didn't expect this to be the result. System, come out quickly. System, please, I really have no choice. Can you help me see my foster father? I really don't want to let the foster father die. Mu Fang raised his head, bursting into tears, and pleaded, System, even if my life is exchanged for the life of the foster father, I will willing. He didn't want to see this ending. Unfortunately, Mu Fang begged for a long time, but the system didn't come out. When Mu Fang suddenly touched White Fang's arm, there was still some blood. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly, hopeful. After Mu Fang touched White Fang's arm, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. This is the effect he gave to White Fang today. Although White Fang doesn't have any breath, his whole soul is still in his body. As long as his entire body can be preserved, it means that White Fang can be resurrected. Kakashi was beside him, kneeling with his legs in front of White Fang, roaring in pain, as if he wanted to vent all his anger, like a volcanic eruption. Zixiao's eyes were also a little bit reluctant, but more of it was anger. Those White Fang's comrades were those who killed White Fang. If it weren't for them, how could White Fang commit suicide? At this time, Third Hokage looked at Mu Fang and Kakashi and knew that White Fang was very important to them both. People cannot be resurrected. Mu Fang, Kakashi, don't be too sad for the two of you. If White Fang can see him, he will be sad too. You should cheer up, Third Hokage said in a comforting tone to Kakashi and Mu Fang. He is most afraid that these two teenagers will be in a slump because of this incident. If this happens, the loss will be a little bit bigger. Well, I see, Master Hokage, Mu Fang said lightly. Mu Fang knows the character of Third Hokage very well. If it weren't for Third Hokage's character, it wouldn't be the end, it would be that kind of result. Now that Mu Fang knew that White Fang still had hope, he didn't seem too sad. More should find a way to save White Fang. In White Fang's house, all the characters with faces have arrived. This is the true strength of White Fang. On the big trees in front of White Fang's house, there were a few figures hidden somewhere. They watched quietly, all their eyes were on Mu Fang. These people are very similar to what Umbu wants to wear, silver iron armor, plus their own masks, and they have good observation ability. This is the root of Danzo, he created it all by himself. Although Danzo built the root organization on the surface for Konoha, in fact, it was more for Danzo's own selfishness. Danzo has done a lot of bad things in the dark. Captain, I feel that Mu Fang's child is not strong. We have been observing him for a long time, and I don't feel he has noticed me either. Crouching on the trunk of the tree, his eyes kept watching Mu Fang. Observing Mu Fang for a long time made him a little impatient. He once again said to the captain beside him, Captain, you might as well let me assassinate him now. Shut up, an 8-year-old can play against Orochimaru, the strongest of Sunin, and defeat Orochimaru. Don't you think it is strong? Isn't it strong? The captain glared at him. Never underestimate the enemy. Since the captain knew that Mu Fang could repel Orochimaru, he knew that such a young man must have many talents. The person beside the captain didn't dare to speak anymore, and turned his attention to Mu Fang. They were also curious that Mu Fang was playing with White Fang's body. They thought to themselves, what the hell is Mu Fang doing? They were puzzled by Mu Fang's approach, and they could only watch. Mu Fang has been acupuncturing White Fang, such as Beiwei, Fengfu, Dazui, Mingmen, Weizhong, Chengshan, and so on. In order to keep White Fang's own chakra in his body, and to maintain his own movement in his body, as long as White Fang has nothing to do, it is estimated that this body can be retained for 10 years. 10 years is enough time for Mu Fang to grow up. Someone is staring at us. Mu Fang whispered to Kakashi next to him, and then took a deep look behind him, and his deep eyes looked deeply at the big trees. It seems to have seen everything through. Zai Xiao saw Mu Fang looking to the back, a little strange, and then he also looked back. It's just a glance. Zai Xiao felt that there was a breath on those big trees. Although the breath was not particularly strong, he had been Umbu for so many years. With extremely strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities, someone in this big tree has been observing Mu Fang. Don't think about it, Zai Xiao just knew that that kind of breath is Danzo's root organization. Today, he didn't come to recite White Fang. A selfish person like him always knows his own interests and has no feelings at all. Just like the root organization that he created, most of the members of those root organizations are orphans. After entering the root organization, they have no feelings. They live in the dark without seeing the sun. Everyone is still here now, no one is leaving. Everyone is tired too, so go back and rest. Seeing everyone's tired eyes, Third Hokage said, tomorrow we will have a funeral for White Fang. Yes, okay, then we will go back. Everyone said that the death of White Fang was indeed a matter of great influence for Konoha, because White Fang turned the tide on his own during World War II and won the crucial battle. All those people have left White Fang's house, and Third Hokage has also left. He still has a lot of things to do. Now Mu Fang and Kakashi are left. Mu Fang and Kakashi whispered, Kakashi, you pretend to be leaving now, staring at them from behind, and leave the rest to me. Yeah, good. Kakashi nodded. Very angry. When his father passed away, someone was still staring at them. This is just trying to plot against Mu Fang and Kakashi. Mu Fang also feels that those people are not good, so since they want to keep watching Mu Fang and Kakashi here, then let them stay here forever. Kakashi pretended to leave according to Mu Fang's orders. At this moment, Captain, Mu Fang is left now, do we want to do it? He said to the captain when he saw that Kakashi had also left, now is a good opportunity. Wait, I always feel something is wrong. The captain looked from a distance, and Mu Fang gave him a strange feeling. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. Do you think I don't know if I hide here? What? Just when they were about to turn their heads, the wooden knife swept across, and the wooden knife glowed purple. The dazzling light pierced their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 people in the big tree flew out like cannonballs and mounted on the ground fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The ground exploded directly, cracks like spider webs. They fell to the ground one by one, blood flowing, and instantly lost their combat effectiveness. How could he be so strong? It's just a trick, beyond everyone's imagination. Kakashi, who was just about to do it, also froze and stared blankly. He was dressed in black, with an extremely overbearing aura, as if he was surrounded by his domain, and no one could shake it. Mu Fang stood on the branch, standing with his hands behind him, looking at the few people quietly. Their strength has not yet reached the level of real Jonin. The knife just now was the third form of the white knife, sweeping across the army. Especially against groups of people, unstoppable momentum. Mu Fang has taught him the sword technique White Fang and has already mastered ultimate. The eyes of the people who fell on the ground were huge, and their faces were incredible. Sure enough, as Danzo said, Mu Fang is no ordinary person, so be careful. There is a gully in front of them, several meters deep, extending more than 10 meters, like a sudden break in the ground. All the chakras in Niu Feng surged all over, bursting out a strong breath. All of a sudden, reached the top. They can't breathe under pressure. Niu Feng is like an emperor. Khan is facing the world. Who sent you? An icy voice rang in their ears, freezing to the bone. They looked at Niu Feng and were silent. Yep, don't say yes. In an instant, Niu Feng's eyes became sharp, exuding a powerful murderous intent. The sky gradually darkened, wind and sand rolled up, and leaves fell. For an instant, Niu Feng's figure directly disappeared in place. Whoosh! Appearing in front of them, there is no expression on their faces, and they are extremely indifferent. Just before they came, they faced the people next to them. Raise your hand and wave your knife. A dazzling light flashed, invincible, and the endless sharpness was shocking. What? Accompanied by a scream. The person next to the captain lost his left arm in an instant, and the dripping blood made people startling. A figure not far away with a white bandage covering his left eye looked at all this quietly. His eyes looked like an abyss, unable to see through. He is Danzo, the man who lives in the dark. He is stronger again. Danzo muttered to himself. The man was in great pain and looked embarrassed. He gritted his teeth with all his strength, his right fist clenched his left shoulder tightly, enduring the pain. The blood is like a river, flowing continuously. The blood stained the earth red, full of blood. That person feels that his life is passing, and if he doesn't save him, he will die. They felt a great sense of danger, the kind of danger of facing death. It's terrifying. Scared. Such a small child has such a terrifying strength. They have trained for so many years, and it is not easy to reach this point. Unexpectedly, Niu Feng. In Niu Feng's eyes, they did not speak, which meant that they would not succumb. Looking at this scene, Niu Feng had no sympathy, and said coldly, "Don't you say it?" The captain's eyes were erratic. He is hesitating. Do you want to say? The result of not saying is death. Several of them had already seen Niu Feng's terrifying strength. It's terrifying. Niu Feng's eyes were murderous. He is waiting for the answers from these people. If it is not the answer he wants, the consequences can be imagined. I said. The captain said intermittently, and he gave in. These are his comrades in arms, they have been together for many years, and he can't just watch his own people die. Although Root's organization makes people train without emotion, they are human after all. As long as it is human, there will be feelings. And, tell me why you have been watching us here? Niu Feng retracted the knife slightly, his tone became a little softer, and said, "We are." Before he finished speaking, a sharp voice sounded. Niu Feng suddenly turned around, his pupils shrinking slightly. A series of semicircular wind blades rushed towards Niu Feng, very fast. Niu Feng didn't move, but stood there calmly, staring at the person who initiated the ninjutsu in his eyes. That is Danzo. Now that White Fang is dead, Danzo is finally out. Do you think you can really be dangerous to me? Niu Feng smiled. Do you think we are really such a bully? I will show you today what is true strength. At this time, the purple on Niu Feng's body violently rushed into the sky. The sound resounded across the world, earth-shaking. The sky and the earth shook, and the sky became dark. Pieces of dark clouds in the sky condensed into a huge uzumaki, frightening people. At this time, Third Hokage in the office exclaimed, "Danzo, the last thing you should do is still do it." The patriarch of the Uchiha family saw this astonishing scene in the yard, and was even more shocked. Don't mess with this person Mufeng in the future. It's really terrible. This breath is too powerful. Not only the Uchiha family, but also the Hyuga family, the First family, the Akamike family, the Yamanaka family, the Nara family, the Abarame family, the Inyazuka family, the Sarutobi family, and the Senju family all saw this shocking scene. That place is White Fang's home. There is no doubt that this must be the power caused by Niu Feng. They admire White Fang even more in their hearts. Although White Fang is dead, as long as Niu Feng and Kakashi are there, they cannot fall. With endless fighting intent in Niu Feng's eyes, he swung his knife over. Purple rays of light flashed across the world, and the dazzling rays of light lit up. In this endless darkness, there is only that little light. Gradually, zoom in. Boom boom boom. The Feng blade and Niu Feng's blade kept colliding. There was a huge explosion, and the sound resounded throughout Konoha. Everyone came out, they looked towards the sky. I don't know who was able to cause such a big momentum. They only saw a figure. Purple armor, purple light shining on his body. Danzo, do you think you can beat me just like this? Niu Feng laughed wildly, and the purple chakra kept burning. Niu Feng didn't care about this powerful chakra, just like that. Although his resilience is not as strong as First Hokage, it is similar. The countless wind blades shot at Niu Feng again with a cracking sound. Niu Feng looked down at Danzo in midair, constantly waving his sword to block those wind blades. The sound of those collisions spread throughout Konoha. It was as if two peerless strong men were fighting. No one dared to take a step forward. In just an instant, the two had already handed in dozens of moves. Niu Feng used all his skills without reservation. All Danzo's attacks were blocked by Niu Feng one by one. Danzo's face was hard to see ultimate, and his extremely resentful eyes stared at Niu Feng. It really deserves to be a disciple trained by White Fang and Ziai Xiao. A sentence came to his mind. Ha ha! A dozen figures suddenly appeared around Danzo, surrounding Danzo. Enough of you, Danzo. There was a gloomy voice, and Third Hokage was extremely angry. Danzo waved his sleeve fiercely, gave a cold snort, and took a deep look at Third Hokage. He knows that he failed this time, but he doesn't mean that he will fail all the time. Danzo looked at Niu Feng deeply, clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Niu Feng's hidden strength is really terrifying. When Danzo and Niu Feng were fighting just now, the two sides fought no less than dozens of battles. The trick is fatal. It's a pity that they were all easily avoided by Niu Feng. Niu Feng's current strength should be at the level of the elite Jonin, able to withstand Danzo's attack. In addition, Niu Feng hasn't used his real whole cards yet, so it's not always certain who will die. Don't be smug too early. Danzo snorted coldly. Retreat. Danzo made a retreat gesture. Suddenly, ha ha, the white smoke scattered, and the figures disappeared in place, and some were hidden around Niu Feng. All of them retreated. Third Hokage saw Danzo leaving behind and murmured, "If you continue like this, it won't be too long, and I won't be able to save you." Danzo is still his comrade in arms. After all, after so many years of feelings, Third Hokage can't let go. Even Third Hokage hadn't seen Niu Feng's strength. If Third Hokage hadn't come over just now, it is estimated that Niu Feng would have Danzo desperately. At that time, who lived and died, I still don't know. Now that Danzo is gone, Third Hokage turned to look at Niu Feng and smiled slightly. Niu Feng also glanced at Third Hokage and smiled at each other. This time Niu Feng owes Third Hokage a favor. Third Hokage said to his Umbu player, "Let's go back too. The matter is also over." For Danzo, Niu Feng's eyes were full of killing intent. Danzo, the old guy, hides so deeply, so many people are around him, and Niu Feng hasn't even noticed it. But Niu Feng was still not afraid. He would kill one by one, relying on his own recovery ability. Those people combined are not enough for Mufeng to fight, and Mufeng's Mangekyo Sharinan has not been used. He didn't know what his Susanoo was like yet, but he didn't worry. Wait until World War III, that will be Mufeng's real battlefield. He wants to prove himself thoroughly. Danzo counts you lucky this time, otherwise I will keep you forever. Niu Feng said lightly, the voice is not very loud, but everyone around him heard it. Niu Feng's gaze was very firm. Danzo was dead in his heart. He has violated Niu Feng's bottom line and must die. At this time, Konoha re-illuminated with a ray of sunlight in the sky. Look, that's Niu Feng. There is nothing wrong with my guess. This kid is Niu Feng. This kid is okay. He can make Danzo suffer a loss. Admire him. Haha, I want to laugh when I think of Danzo. Ha ha ha. Everyone in each family knew that it was Niu Feng, and Niu Feng's strength was so-called rapid progress. In a few years, he will definitely be Konoha's first person. Regardless of Niu Feng's mind, ninjutsu, and physical skills, he is unique. The man whose left arm was cut off by Niu Feng fell to the ground, dying. If he hadn't watched the scene just now with his own eyes, he would never believe that this was an 8-year-old child. Niu Feng was like a Shura just now, the purple light dazzling everyone, extremely bright. No one can stop him. Here he is Shura, and this is his domain. Niu Feng slowly fell to the ground. In front of that person, his eyes were extremely cold. Looking at him, he whispered, "Life or death? Life or death?" The man didn't dare to look directly into Niu Feng's eyes. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes were full of fear. All his life was in Niu Feng's hands. If he wants to live, he must tell Niu Fengquan. He had already seen Niu Feng's decisiveness, which was terrifying. Live. I want to live. The man endured the pain, and now he was bleeding. After a while, without Niu Feng's hands, he himself died. Niu Feng directly hit the acupuncture point on his left shoulder to prevent blood from flowing on his left arm. Kneeling down, Niu Feng said lightly, "Why are you here?" He didn't know if Danzo was for his foster father, Kakashi, or me. Master Danzo asked us to monitor you and Kakashi. The main purpose is White Fang's body. The man looked pale and said, lowering his head. "What?" Niu Feng said in a deep voice, his voice loud and angry. His complexion also became awe-inspiring. Niu Feng clutched the hilt of the knife hard. Danzo wanted his foster father's body unexpectedly. The body of the foster father must be used for experiments. This Danzo is really despicable. An aura of destruction enveloped the injured person, sweating all over. He was now on the verge of life and death. The breath was too big, it was difficult for him to breathe, and his face was paler than before. Niu Feng's eyes burst into shocking light, and he stared at the person in front of him. This person did not lie. Niu Feng is now the master of his life and death. He has been completely abandoned by Danzo. Since Danzo wants to take my foster father's body, let him take it personally. Mu Feng smiled slightly, and next time Danzo will be here forever. Not only that person, but even his captain looked at Mu Feng in horror. Could it be that Mu Feng's strength has reached cage level? The hearts of several people were extremely shocked. Apart from my foster father's body, what else does Danzo ask you to do? Mu Feng asked again. The old guy Danzo wanted to experiment with White Fang's body. He must have taken a fancy to me and Kakashi's body. There is also you and Kakashi, get rid of them when necessary. The captain said slowly again, and the strength of Mu Feng and Kakashi grew too fast. In the past few years, no one can help Mu Feng and Kakashi. Kakashi is now able to touch Jonin's strength, and his lightning style attainments have reached the level of Jonin. Haha, get rid of me. Mu Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth. Danzo didn't kill me. Can you guys kill me? I will let your lives go this time. If you come to watch me again, I will take your lives. Mu Feng turned around and said lightly, not caring about their lives at all. As long as they are strong, no one can endanger their lives. Yes. Yes. Several people were even more overjoyed. This was the rest of their lives. They looked at Mu Feng's figure, majestic and majestic. Hurry up. Mu Feng snorted coldly. All in all, the culprit capital is Danzo. Go and go. Go and go. Thanks. Several people hurriedly got up and left quickly. The feeling of the rest of their lives made them see the light even more. The horrible figure, none of them planned to look at it for the rest of their lives. It is terrible. In the distance, Ziai Xiao and Minato stood together and smiled slightly while watching the scene just now. That Danzo is really damn it, Minato said angrily. This time White Fang's death has nothing to do with him. He will die sooner or later and be buried with White Fang. Ziai Xiao said lightly, with an extremely overbearing tone. Ziai Xiao wants to investigate the cause of White Fang's death. Danzo had completely angered Mu Feng, and Ziai Xiao saw all this, although he didn't say anything, but the murderous intent in his heart was grandiose. Mu Feng feels that White Fang is not as simple as that, and Danzo must be involved in it. Although Konoha is now in its heyday, the more dazzling the place, there will eventually be darkness. Danzo is the representative of darkness, and he knows his selfishness. When the big family saw this scene, their eyes were even more shocked. Mu Feng's strength was far stronger than they thought. Although Mu Feng is still young, he has matured in all aspects of his mind. Everyone looked at Mu Feng, the appearance of a genius. Long time no words. They seem to be about to see the growth of a genius. This is the real Tianjiao. The dazzling light shined on Konoha. There was a beautiful figure with a graceful figure and a bumpy figure, standing quietly on the Hokage rock, with beautiful eyes looking at Mu Feng, his eyes full of Mu Feng, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He is still very good. I didn't expect him to be so strong at such a young age. He deserves to be my little brother. Tsunade muttered to himself, with a very gentle tone. His potential is indeed very strong. I have investigated his life experience and it is very ordinary, and there is no bloodline boundary. Why is there such a strong strength? Orochimaru on the side was puzzled. Who exactly is Mu Feng? Is he really cultivated by White Fang himself? He didn't believe that an ordinary teenager could have such a powerful strength. This really puzzled Orochimaru too much. At this time, a tall man with long white hair reached his waist, squinted at Tsunade, and smiled. Boom! Tsunade saw Jireya's color, with a look of anger on his face, turning chocolate into his right hand. A strong breath gushed out. The figure disappeared instantly, appeared in front of Jireya, and roared, "Go to hell!" A punch hit Jireya's face. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded. What? The same scene appeared more than once. Orochimaru took a breath. Tsunade's temper. Jireya flew upside down in an instant, and fell to the ground. This is the weird power of Tsunade. It hurts. Jireya touched her face and endured the pain. He immediately stood up, limped to the side of Orochimaru, put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder, and smiled. Don't investigate, I see this kid he will do for Konoha. His eyes turned to Mu Feng. Mu Feng's eyes were very clear, like river water, clear to the bottom. Yes, if Orochimaru is troublesome for Mu Feng, I will never make you feel better, Tsunade said to Orochimaru. Immediately, Tsunade's gaze also shifted to that figure, his face flushed. She must be determined to guard Mu Feng. Let Mu Feng continue to grow, even with my life, I have to protect you. Jireya's eyes showed a trace of respect. Except Jireya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, they came out of Sunnen this time. Later, it was not as good as one after another, and it was until the appearance of Mu Feng and Kakashi that they once again saw hope. Today's battle, Mu Feng shocked everyone even more. There are not many people who can face Danzo head-to-head, let alone a child. Now, Sunnen no longer regards Mu Feng as a child, but a glimmer of hope. The rise of Konoha depends on Mu Feng's generation. I want to go over and see Mu Feng. As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade turned and left and walked towards Mu Feng. Orochimaru was taken aback. what happened to Tsunade recently? This is not like Tsunade. Tsunade's character and temper, Orochimaru knows. And Tsunade and Mufang don't know each other very much, so how can they protect Mufang everywhere? Orochimaru thought for a while, his eyes lit up, and he understood instantly. Turned his head to look at Jiraiya. Hey, get closer, come closer. At this time, Jiraiya was holding a telescope and looking at another place with a wretched smile. Orochimaru shook his head and sighed, knowing that Jiraiya was impossible. Are you okay? Niu Fang. Kakashi hurried over, clutching Niu Fang's shoulder, suddenly feeling Niu Fang's body cold. Kakashi's eyes are even more incredible. What is going on with Niu Fang? Niu Fang, are you okay? Don't you scare me? Niu Fang, Niu Fang? Seeing Niu Fang's face pale as paper, Kakashi's eyes were a little frightened, and his face showed tension. His father is dead, but he doesn't want Niu Fang to have an accident. This is the only brother. I'm fine, Kakashi. Niu Fang murmured, obviously weak. The battle just now overconsumed his own chakra. It made him a little collapsed, and once he was overconsumed, his face would turn white. Ding! Congratulations to host for retiring Danzo and rewarding 5,000 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for retaining the soul of White Fang and rewarding 5,000 contribution points. That's not bad. Niu Fang smiled slightly, and he quickly went back to rest. Now Niu Fang's body is seriously deficient in chakra, and the cells in his body are slowly repairing the injured body. Every time his current physique experiences a serious injury, he will recover on his own. As one sentence says, the more injured the place, the stronger after experiencing it. Kakashi, you can help me go back first, Niu Fang said lightly. Yes, Kakashi nodded, when he was about to help Mufang. I'll help him. A familiar figure came again and appeared in front of them. Tsunade, with that delicate face, showed a gentle smile, with gentle eyes, looking at Niu Fang. Before Kakashi could react, the white and slender hands gently held Niu Fang's arm. The hands were like white jade, making Niu Fang stare blankly, forgetting the pain on his body for a while. What are you looking at? Tsunade found that Niu Fang's eyes were not right, and said shyly. At the moment of contact, Tsunade looked at Niu Fang in shock. She knew that Niu Fang was injured. Tsunade took a deep breath, held his breath, opened his ruddy mouth, took a deep look at Niu Fang, and said softly, I don't know how high the sky is, even I was molested just now, Niu Fang smiled slightly. Really deserves to be my future daughter-in-law, so pretty. No, not the future daughter-in-law, but the eternal daughter-in-law. Go, I'll go back to your room and heal you, Tsunade said while supporting Niu Fang. Okay. Niu Fang is already the kind of hacky just now, but wants to be childlike and obedient and cute. With Tsunade's support, Niu Fang returned to the room. Kakashi, who was in the same place, stared at the two of them blankly. They seemed to have known each other a long time ago. This war is about to begin? I wonder if he can grow up. Standing by the window, Third Hokage looked at the sky, seeming to pin all his hopes on Niu Fang. The next day, Niu Fang's injury was so serious that even he himself knew that it was not because of excessive consumption of chakra, but because Danzo also applied toxins when he was performing ninjutsu. The toxin was silent, and it was in the air at the time, and no one could detect it. A figure leaning on a cane stood under Konoha's ground. There were more than 100 people in front of him, wearing silver armor and various masks. The surrounding air seemed a little dignified. He glanced over these people, and sighed in his heart. With so many people, there is no super genius like Niu Fang. Slightly disappointed. Master Danzo, what should we do next? Should we continue to catch Niu Fang? A masked man with a wolf head, yellow hair, half kneeling. His name is Yamanaka Kaze, and he is one of the 2 guards around Danzo, a perceptual ninja. As long as it is 100 miles away, he can feel the existence of a ninja, which is also his own specialty. A ninja like Yamanaka Wind is more suitable for detection and observing the strength of the opponent. Danzo's brainwashing function is so powerful, let Yamanaka Fang and Abarame take the routes so that these 2 powerhouses follow him with all their heart. Don't worry, Niu Fang, he definitely won't survive today. When Danzo was leaving, seeing Niu Fang's pale face, a sneered at the corner of his mouth. It succeeded. Yamanaka Fang raised his head slightly and looked at Danzo, his eyes in the mask revealed a respectful look. Didn't Niu Fang fight off Danzo and beat others? Could it be said that Lord Danzo lost deliberately? It should be like this, Master Danzo can't lose to Niu Fang. Danzo-sama's imagination in Yamanaka Fang's heart is even taller. Master Danzo, what is going on? Yamanaka asked curiously. Does Mufang really survive today? Well, I put poison on him, and there is no antidote for this poison. According to Mufang's body, his whole body is colder now. Danzo's eyes became gloomy and slowly explained. That overbearing poison is even more terrifying, even Danzo is extremely jealous. It's the poison of ice sasori. When I heard the poison of ice sasori, everyone standing shivered, and there was no cure for that poison. And their eyes are full of fear. That kind of poison is for those who betray Danzo. Yamanaka Fang, if you go to observe Mu Fang today, you must see Mu Fang personally die. Since it can't be used by me, then die. Danzo can threaten Danzo whenever he thinks of Mu Fang's hidden strength. Yes. Yamanaka said respectfully, kneeling. Whoosh. The figure disappeared directly in place. There is no upper limit to the strength of this child. And last night, Third Hokage even gave them a meeting with several families and was not allowed to attack Mu Fang. And Sunin and Minato all supported the idea of Third Hokage, and Mu Fang's potential was seen. Danzo knows that Third Hokage is ready to protect Mu Fang, and he also knows that Third Hokage's idea is to wait a year or two for Mu Fang to fully grow up. Konoha will be proud of him. Mu Fang must have been guarding Konoha all his life, spending the rest of his life. Third generation. Your wishful thinking is really good. It's a pity. What I didn't expect was that I had already started to be strong. Mu Fang absolutely can't survive today. It's a pity to want Mu Fang to grow up. Mu Fang and Tsunade were in the room, and Tsunade fell asleep holding Mu Fang. When he opened his eyes slightly, he smelled a faint scent. The scent permeated, and he slowly turned his head to take a look. That delicate and white face, long eyelashes fell on those beautiful eyes. Tsunade's slender eyelashes suddenly blinked, raised his pretty face, and looked at Mu Fang. His eyes met, which made Tsunade blush slightly, blushing. Sister, your face is red, Mu Fang said softly to Tsunade, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Ah, Tsunade touched his handsome face with both hands. Suddenly, a little embarrassed. Mu Fang smiled even more. Tsunade at this time is beautiful. It was the first time that he saw Tsunade like this. It should be just for me. Still a weird temper towards others. Tsunade went to take a mirror and took a good look of himself, but his face didn't turn red at this time. This kid actually molested me. Tsunade raised his brow lightly. Back to Mu Fang, she pinched Mu Fang's small face, tender, and the corners of Tsunade's mouth rose slightly. Such a small child, you know you are am asterisk 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 r. Slowly, Tsunade used his hand and began to twist it. It hurts. Mu Fang kept yelling. Tsunade's strength was stronger than the average ninja. Sister, I was wrong. I really knew it was wrong. Do you still know it's wrong? I really knew it was wrong. Mu Fang wanted to cry without tears. This was his wife and couldn't fight back. Being bullied by Tsunade, Mu Fang is even more desperate, knowing that he will definitely be controlled by someone in the future, and dreaming about his future life. Mu Fang knew that his status must have been seriously declining. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked at Mu Fang's painful look, a little unbearable, so he stopped twisting his small face. If you can make an inch, then the consequence is. Mu Fang hurriedly covered his small face with a pitiful look, so that Tsunade could no longer be bullied. It hurts. After being quiet for a while, Tsunade's eyes were soft, gentle and affectionate, and asked softly, Mu Fang, are you better now? I'm much better, nothing happened at all, and I faintly feel that my own strength has become stronger. Mu Fang felt that his own chakra was more refined. Yesterday, watching Mu Fang's face pale, and the whole body was cold, she couldn't help worrying. When Tsunade treated Mu Fang, she could feel that Mu Fang would also be poisoned. At that time, Mu Fang was already in a coma. That toxin is so powerful that Tsunade doesn't know how to crack the toxin. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on Mu Fang's body, and the purple chakra wrapped around Mu Fang. The imposing manner of Naha directly reached its peak, as bright as a galaxy. This made Tsunade even more shocked. That chakra was so strong and domineering. In an instant, Tsunade looked at Mu Fang's appearance again, his face flushed, not as pale as before. Only then did Tsunade know that Mu Fang's body was able to repair itself, and that the huge chakra had been guarding Mu Fang's side and never left. Sister, let's go out to eat. Mu Fang touched his stomach, feeling a little hungry. Okay. Two people came out of the room, and the wisps of sunlight and the morning light fell on both of them, so dazzling. Yamanaka Fang, who was hiding in the distance, saw Mu Fang's face flushed and his eyes widened. Mu Fang had nothing to do. After Mu Fang finished eating, he went back by himself. Tsunade also saw that Mu Fang had nothing to do, and he had to leave as soon as possible. It was impossible to stay with Mu Fang forever. She still has many tasks to do, and the current situation is very turbulent. Not only Tsunagakur is eyeing Konoha, but Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village want to take action against Konoha. As long as one country takes action against Konoha, the rest of the other countries will also secretly take action against Konoha. After all, Konoha, a big sheep, is too fat. Nobody wants to own its resources. Had it not been for the period of World War II, Konoha showed strong strength to defeat other countries and frighten them. Estimated long ago, Konoha also paid the price, and second Hokage died in battle. More than a month passed in a flash. The strength of Mu Fang and Kakashi has been training crazily for a month, and they now have the strength of Jonin. But they did not travel for a mission. Mu Fang not only accompanies Kakashi to train, but also Might Guy. The boy with thick eyebrows regards Kakashi as his opponent for life. Hey, Mu Fang, let's compare it again. With a look of excitement, Might Guy ran to Mu Fang. Over the past month, Might Guy has grown significantly. Mu Fang has been teaching Might Guy's physical skills. He knows the 8 inner gates technique. Might Guy will definitely teach Might Guy. Therefore, Mu Fang has been laying a good physical foundation for Might Guy. Have you been hurt? Mu Fang, who was practicing swordsmanship, looked at the running Might Guy, with a smile on his mouth. After getting along this month, he can feel the sincerity and kindness of Might Guy. The most important thing is his concentration. When Might Guy was training, his eyes were always firm. Mu Fang knows that Might Guy can perform physical skills to the extent that he is already the first person in the ninja world to perform physical skills. Life is only for physical exercises. It's been done long ago. You can rest assured, Mu Fang, this time I will defeat you. Might Guy is proud of his fighting spirit. The stronger his opponent, the more he can inspire his fighting spirit. If you fail, you still have to fight, and you must maintain a positive and optimistic attitude towards your own failure. Why don't you fight Kakashi first? Mu Fang looked at Kakashi. What? He fights with me? Kakashi wanted to beat Mu Fang suddenly. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, Kakashi would have been on it. Might Guy is a fighting robot that will never stop. Kakashi and Might Guy played against each other. One was a talented player and the other was a hard-working player. All right, then I will fight you. Kakashi looked okay. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, his heart beating faster and his expression was excited. This is motivating Might Guy's cells to be able to fight without being hurt. Kanaha, Might Guy, please advise. Kanaha, Kakashi, please advise. As soon as the voice fell, the two figures shot away suddenly, like two bolts of lightning, leaving two afterimages on the spot. The two have no tricks, simple and rude. Might Guy quickly slammed his iron fist, the fist wind with a sound of breaking through the air, powerful. The iron fist has not arrived, the momentum has arrived. Very domineering. Might Guy is like a beast, exploding with a strong breath. He is the same age as us, but Might Guy has paid far more sweat than we thought. Seeing Might Guy's attack, Kakashi showed no fear in his eyes, and also stretched out his right fist. His body was covered with thunder and lightning were all around Kakashi. This is Mu Fang's transformation based on the absolute defense taught to him by teacher Ziai Xiao. Although Kakashi's lightning armor is not as strong as Mu Fang's defense, it is sufficient for ordinary opponents. At this time, Kakashi is like a thunder god, and the god descends to the earth. Very majestic. Might Guy saw the figure and came to mind, it was so fast. Is this a genius? But I'm not bad. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in Might Guy's eyes, and a strong fighting spirit was revealed in his heart. The next moment, there was a bang. The fists collided, the wind was blowing dust and the leaves on the surrounding trees fell down. This made Mu Fang's eyes even brighter, and the two people deserved to be rivals for life. In an instant, the two people continued to blast their fists, extremely fast, so fast that only the afterimages could be seen. If it weren't for the extremely powerful perception of Mu Fang's 5 sense organs, it is estimated that Mu Fang would have been dazzled. After more than a dozen moves, the two men's fighting spirit remained undiminished. No one can help each other. The two each stepped back a few steps, and Kakashi slid back more than 10 meters. Kakashi slammed his hands, shaking his hands. Might Guy is so strong, he can't be underestimated. As a result, Kakashi raised his head slightly, his eyes becoming extremely serious. Like a tiger, staring at Might Guy. Might Guy, you have improved again, Kakashi said in a deep voice. This time, Might Guy has made great progress, not only the reaction ability and physical skills have been significantly improved that year. That's not it, Tenten fights you. Isn't it possible to improve yet? But you are the strongest. After Might Guy finished speaking, he gave Kakashi a thumbs up. This is an endorsement of Kakashi. Kakashi also smiled slightly. Come again. Come here, Might shouted. Kakashi doesn't use any ninjutsu, but here he is fighting against Might Guy. What Might Guy uses is what Kakashi uses. Boom boom boom. The fists of the two people kept G on each other's body. The blue lightning on Kakashi's body burst directly, shining with endless light. The figure appeared in different positions. Kakashi was even faster, and he kept shooting at Might Guy without mercy. This is Kakashi's greatest respect to Might Guy, but I didn't expect Might Guy to be very resistant. Kakashi has shot him dozens of times. His scars continued to flow, and blood flowed out. Gradually, Might Guy is at a disadvantage. Defense. Can only defend his offense. Bang bang bang. Before Might Guy could react, Kakashi punched Might Guy directly in the chest. Might Guy smashed out, where it smashed a pit with a diameter of several meters appears directly. Suddenly, the dust flew up and filled the air. It can be seen that Kakashi's strength is also very strong. Seeing this, Mu Feng said lightly, okay, don't fight. The smoke dissipated, and Might Guy lay still there, staring at the sky blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Kakashi stopped and ran over to help Might Guy. Are you okay, Guy? Kakashi cared, afraid that Might Guy would be broken. It's okay, your strength is too strong. No, just so. Kakashi scratched his head. I will train with you in the future. Might Guy struggled and said firmly to Mu Feng. This made Mu Feng stunned, then he thought for a while, and said slowly, are you sure, you are not afraid of hardship or tired? Don't be afraid, as long as I can improve my strength, I am not afraid of anything. Good. This time, Might Guy also joined Mu Feng's camp. Everything disappeared, and Mu Feng had placed White Fang's body in a sealed space. If Mu Feng can quickly earn enough contribution points within 2 years, Mu Feng is definitely able to resurrect White Fang. This time, when White Fang returns, it will be Konoha's heyday. Now Might Guy follows Mu Feng, which is a super plug-in. Although no one in Might Guy thinks that talent is strong now, Mu Feng knows. How could a man who almost kicked the finale with one kick didn't make Mu Feng excited? Might Guy said blankly to Mu Feng, is it possible that I will be as strong as you? That said, how could I lie to you? Mu Feng looked at Might Guy's appearance and said solemnly, your potential has not been fully developed, plus you have to train well. When the battle comes, you will know how invincible you are. Might Guy sat next to Mu Feng and Kakashi, his eyes kept staring at Mu Feng. He didn't dare to be distracted. It came to mind that he would really be invincible? Really, you have to believe in yourself and have absolute self-confidence. Mu Feng's eyes were firm, his strength was completely invincible, waiting until the Third World War. Mu Feng will make Might Guy and Kakashi 2 dazzling presences on the battlefield. Kakashi's own strength is there, and Might Guy now only needs to train well. Now teach the Might Guy 8 inner gates technique, and Mu Feng thought to himself, it is estimated that your father has not taught you the 8 inner gates technique. Let me teach you this time. When your father sees your dazzling existence, then you, the genius, will look up to you. Might Guy, do you want to learn an S-level physique? Mu Feng asked slowly, with a calm tone, obviously trying to cheat Might Guy's appetite. What? S-level physical skills? Might Guy's eyes glowed, and he grabbed Mu Feng's hand, begging, boss, you teach me. I beg you. This is difficult, you're sure? Mu Feng asked again. Okay. Might Card's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Once this physical technique is cast to the top level, it will die. Mu Feng said in a deep voice, especially death, with a heavy tone. The narrator Kakashi even took a deep breath. This should be the forbidden technique. This 8 inner gates technique is actually the forbidden technique. Once it reaches the 8th gate, it will definitely die. Although it would greatly improve his strength for a short time, Mu Feng knew that it was at the cost of life. In addition, the people who train in this physical skill must have the best physical fitness, so that it is not difficult to withstand such a great pain. Physical fitness comes first. Might Guy was even more taken aback, but still nodded. He knew that if he didn't have strong strength to protect the village, his heart would die. In addition, his dream is to become a super strong like Hokage. His father told him, since it is for my dream, there will always be a price to pay. Okay, I didn't misread you, Guy. Mu Feng also admired Might Guy's courage, and just tested Guy just now. Might Guy is an ordinary man, and his talent is to work hard. A little hard work every day. I don't know any illusion or ninjutsu, I just train my physical skills to ultimate. Boss, what is the name of physique? Might Guy asked. 8 inner gates technique. This technique, once it is performed, will never die. No one can stop, no one can rival. Mu Feng said very seriously. Kakashi and Might Guy were even more shocked, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. It's really that amazing? Kakashi questioned, so amazing, why didn't you show it before? Well, I won't show it until the critical moment. Mu Feng looked at the sky was so blue. That critical moment is the moment of life and death crisis. Although Mu Feng said so badly, he didn't see it with his own eyes, there was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Seeing that they still didn't believe it, Mu Feng slowly stood up, stretched his waist, and walked to the waterfall. Then I will show it to you once. Kakashi and Might Guy watched attentively the power of Mu Feng's technique. You are all optimistic. At this time, Mu Feng's eyes became sharp. The surrounding air became a little dignified and silent. As long as the sound of the waterfall is rushing, Mu Feng looks towards the waterfall. Moment. Boom boom boom. A strong breath erupted from the hole, and the cyan chakra covered Mu Feng's body. Like an emperor, bright. The dazzling light illuminates the surroundings. Kakashi and Might Guy held their breath at this time, blocking the dazzling light with their hands, and their eyes could not be opened at all. Mu Feng's eyes exploded. 7th gate, King Gate, open. Mu Feng roared angrily, his voice resounding even more loudly. The momentum of the whole person reached its peak in an instant, and the surrounding hurricanes rolled up and the world roared. So strong. Kakashi and Might Guy said in unison, the breath of Mu Feng oppressing Kakashi and Might Guy at this time. This is stronger than the previous Mu Feng, and this aura has reached the level of the elite Jonin, Kakashi muttered to himself. With Kakashi's current strength, he can barely reach Jonin's level. Pause time. Mu Feng's whole body has all become cyan. This revealed a powerful chakra, and Mu Feng did not hold his wooden knife this time. Looking at the waterfall, he jumped up in mid-air, overlooking the flow of the waterfall. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he punched the waterfall directly. The fist mark formed by that punch hit the waterfall directly. The fist said that the fist marks formed entered the water, and the level was still calm. Kakashi and Might Guy looked at all of this with a blank face. Is this what Mu Feng said? Might Guy feels even more cheated. The momentum is so powerful, how powerful it is at all. Just when Kakashi and Might Guy were still questioning Mu Feng, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The explosion sounded, and the surrounding ground was shaking. The sound swept all directions. In an instant, huge waves rolled up, tens of meters high, and waved over half of the entire lake. I rely on, Might Guy couldn't help but said. Afterwards, Mu Feng punched again. Immediately afterwards, he banged into the lake with one punch and one punch. Waves with a diameter of more than 10 meters, one remembered and one set off. The scene is extremely spectacular. They didn't know that the bottom of the lake was even more than a dozen meters of giant pits. Mu Feng took a deep breath, the cyan light dissipated, and the opening of the King Gate extremely consumed his chakra. After slowly falling to the ground, Might Guy and Kakashi rushed over, looking admiringly. This time it was Mu Feng's strength. No wonder Mu Feng is not afraid of Danzo at all. I want to learn, boss. Mu Feng, I also want to learn. Okay, then I will teach you. Mu Feng has already told Kakashi and Might Guy all of his feelings about 8 Inner Gates technique. Although this is forbidden technique, for Might Guy, this is his exclusive. His Hein is even more immersed in training. Looking at Might Guy's hard work, Mu Feng thought that it would be the same when Mu Feng and Kakashi were training. I thought, now Might Guy alone is not enough. Their team here must have a person who performs illusions, so that the team is truly complete. Yep, who else is there? Is it Anko? No, her strength is not bad. Who else? Mu Feng thought before and after. Few people in Konoha could perform the strongest illusion. The strongest? Suddenly a person appeared in Mu Feng's mind, that was Shisui. In Mu Feng's impression, Shisui may be in the Kakashi generation, or else don't Kakashi 1 year younger. Mu Feng patted his forehead. Shisui probably still hadn't turned on Mangekyo Sharinan at this time. It was still wrong. When Shisui grew older, Mu Feng took him by his side. Unconsciously, another 2 or 3 months passed. At this time, Third Hokage looked at the documents in his water, frowned, his face dignified, and he took a deep breath in his pipe. For a short while, the whole Hokage room was filled with smoke. Squeak! The door was suddenly pushed open. Oh, old man, what are you doing? Jiraiya, who walked in, covered her nose with her hand, and the whole room was so smoked that she walked to the window and opened the window. That's better. Jiraiya smelled the fresh air outside, and Orochimaru walked in and took a deep look at Master Third Hokage, the erect pupils exuding a dangerous atmosphere. Well, you are here. Third Hokage didn't care about Jiraiya's disapproval at all, and said, I am calling you here this time. There is an important thing. What's the matter? Jiraiya asked suddenly. The old man was so anxious to call them over, indicating that the matter was a bit serious. In addition, Konoha is also suffering from internal and external troubles, Danzo is not honest, and the country of thunder is just about to move. The country that is keen on war will always be so violent. I'm going to hand over with Rock Shinobi Village this time. I don't know who will lead the team. Third Hokage was a little sad, because White Fang also died the other day. This news has also been leaked out, and the other 4 countries already know about it. Third Hokage can feel that it will be the War of the Ninja again, and this will be the 3rd War of the Ninja. Let's do this. Jiraiya stroked his chin, looked up at the ceiling, thinking, how about let Minato go over and try? Jiraiya asked the old man. Well, that's okay. Third Hokage nodded. Namikaze Minato is also more cautious in doing things, becoming Jonin, and doing things more calmly. I have let Mufang and Kakashi come over. Third Hokage said slowly. You asked them to come here because of this? When Orochimaru heard Mufang, his face was a little gloomy. The last time I suffered a loss was really. He had never been beaten like that before. Originally Orochimaru wanted to use 8 points, but he didn't expect that this guy would directly explode with a stronger aura, taking advantage of Orochimaru's failure to react. Mufang hit Orochimaru on his stomach, but he was unconscious. Now when he heard the name Mufang, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to beat Mufang. Haha, Orochimaru, you must still be thinking about that? Jiraiya saw Orochimaru's gloomy look and knew what he was thinking. He put his arms around Orochimaru's shoulders. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Bang bang bang. I came here as soon as I said it, so fast. Jiraiya walked over and opened the door for them. Opening the door, Jiraiya shines even more, Mufang and Kakashi. Well, there is Might Guy. Jiraiya smiled, it's a coincidence, it happens to be 3 people. Niu Fang and the others were even more confused. After they walked in, they saw Third Hokage respectfully saying, Master Hokage, here we are. Well, I am calling you here this time, because there is a task. Have a task? Niu Fang's eyes lit up even more, so that he can earn contribution points quickly. What mission? Niu Fang asked. Hand over with Rock Shinobi Village. Third Hokage said in a deep voice, you are also a ninja now. I haven't gone out to perform a mission. This time I will send you this mission. This is a B-level mission. Third Hokage said again. Okay. Niu Fang readily accepted the task, and then looked at Third Hokage, then who is our mentor? He'll be here in a while. Third Hokage continued to smoke his cigarette, and he also waited for his arrival. Had it not been for Jiraiya's words, he would really not find a suitable person. From his expression, Niu Fang could feel that Third Hokage was so sad, it should be the Third Ninja World War coming. Third Hokage should be able to feel it too. Niu Fang looked at the other person again, his face pale, erect pupils, and the black hair resting on his shoulders. Niu Fang's pupils slowly dilated. Isn't that Orochimaru? How could he be here? Is it possible that he is the mentor? No, if he is a mentor, he will not go to life or death. This is no different from dying. I knew I would disagree with this task. Hello, Niu Fang, I didn't expect us to meet again. Orochimaru said gloomily, as if he would definitely not let you run away this time. That kind of thing will definitely not happen anymore. Okay. Niu Fang was even more speechless, not expecting Orochimaru to still be thinking about it. You won't be your mentor this time? Niu Fang asked curiously, hoping it wasn't Orochimaru, otherwise it would be really miserable. Orochimaru shook his head, not himself. Niu Fang breathed a sigh of relief now. Okay. Who is that? Kakashi said suddenly, who had been silent. It's me. A voice came from behind them. Whoosh. The white smoke disappeared, handsome faces appeared in front of them, yellow hair, that healing smile. It was Namikaze Minato, the future 4th Hokage. Ms. Minato, Kakashi and Might Guy said at the same time. It turned out to be Namikaze Minato, and Niu Fang looked back at Orochimaru, but fortunately it was not Orochimaru. Hello. Namikaze Minato greeted the 3 people, and then said something to Hokage. Everyone is here. You will leave tomorrow. Anything you don't know is going to Namikaze Minato. I told him just now. This will be your first mission, come on. Boys. Third Hokage encouraged. Get ready the Liangliang pill, and prepare some ninjas, and the explosive charm. Niu Fang was holding a big push explosive charm in his hand at this time, and he smiled. Kakashi who was next to him took a breath. Niu Fang held so many explosive charms, after others saw it, he thought he was going to the battlefield. Niu Fang was too prepared for this. It's an ordinary task. Although the level is B level, it is not enough to bring all the belongings. After Kakashi saw it, he couldn't help but said, Mufang, you wouldn't bring so much, right? Well, is this too much? Niu Fang said in surprise, he still felt that these were too few. In particular, you should bring more explosive charms, just like that Xiao Nan, with more than 600 million explosive charms, you can throw them casually, and you can kill them if you blow them up. This explosion is far from enough. We are almost ready. We should also go to the gate to assemble. Niu Fang sealed all the explosive charms into a scroll, so that he could carry it with him easily. Well, I've packed it too. Kakashi carried a small bag with his father's short sword. Niu Fang believes that one day, Kakashi will definitely become a powerful ninja like White Fang. Their task is to exchange information with Rock Shinobi Village. Niu Fang doesn't know what it is. As long as the handover is complete, they must retreat back quickly, because the place where they hand over is near Rock Shinobi Village. If there is an accident, Rock Shinobi Village will definitely ambush a large number of people. At that time, you can't escape if you want to. That is the saddest thing. Niu Fang has passed all the 8 inner gates technique to Might Guy. What shocked Niu Fang was that Might Guy's talent was really strong. The 6th gate can be opened in 2 months without any side effects. Niu Fang also truly understood that people rely on their own strength and efforts to reach the heights that others look up to, and this is the strong one. Never give up, never compromise. The 2 arrived at Konoha's west gate. Why no one has arrived yet? Where did Ms. Minato and Might Guy go? Kakashi mumbled to himself when he found no one here, a little curious. Wait again. Niu Fang said slowly, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Staring at this street, it is morning, and there is no one at all. An empty space. Whoosh whoosh. A yellow figure kept coming to them. There is also a dark green tights with thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of youthful vitality. After seeing them, Niu Fang said to Kakashi next to him, they are here. The 2 figures are Might Guy and Namikaze Minato. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Namikaze Minato was a little embarrassed. It's okay, and I'm not late. Mu Feng smiled slightly, alleviating the embarrassment. Our main task this time is to exchange information with Rock Shinobi Village, and this information is related to the future development of the two countries. We must pay great attention to it. Namikaze Minato's eyes became extremely serious. He is the captain here, let alone take it lightly. Third Hokage told Namikaze Minato that Rock Shinobi Village has been a little bit uneasy recently, so Namikaze Minato should be more cautious. Once you feel something is wrong, retreat quickly without any hesitation. Namikaze Minato was specifically asked to protect these three children. Aha! The three nodded, their faces solemn, knowing that this mission is also very dangerous. Mu Feng touched his scroll with his right hand. These explosive symbols were enough for them to eat a big meal. He is even more looking forward to what kind of moves Rock Shinobi Village will do. If Rock Shinobi Village goes to war against Konoha, Mu Feng does not recommend starting a big fight in Rock Shinobi Village first. Okay, then let's go. Namikaze Minato looks to the northwest, and Rock Shinobi Village is just northwest of Konoha, where it is even more desolate. There are no trees or anything, only rocks, just like the desolate Gobi Desert. Rock Shinobi Village is a particularly scarce country. Back then, Rock Shinobi Village wanted Konoha to go to war. At that time, Uchiha Madara fought against the entire Rock Shinobi Village on his own and suppressed it. This is the real peerless powerhouse, no one can rival. In First Hokage, there is no special war at all, mainly because First Hokage and Uchiha Madara are so powerful. Every country is jealous of Uchiha Madara and First Hokage. That kind of jealousy is actually a kind of looking up to them, the existence that can't be expected. The four of them were moving quickly through the forest. Mu Feng and Kakashi are on the left and right sides of Might Guy, mainly because Might Guy's overall strength is not as good as Kakashi and Mu Feng. This will better protect him. Namikaze Minato was investigating the situation ahead, and thought, I don't know who will hand over the scroll to him this time. The scrolls are all state secrets, and Third Hokage doesn't know what important things will be exchanged for Rock Shinobi Village information. No one knows. Now Konoha is recalling all ninjas who are performing tasks. There must be a big move. After a while, the border of Rock Shinobi Village is right in front of you, everyone must be careful. Namikaze Minato stopped on a sturdy tree trunk and looked around. Kakashi and Mu Feng are also on alert, and Might Guy is ready to fight. Mu Feng glanced at Might Guy, but he didn't know it. He was really taken aback. The kid took out the nunchakus and put on the look of his hind fighting to death. Mu Feng couldn't help being amused. This is also the first time Might Guy has given out a mission. For the blessing of dragging the wind, the first mission turned out to be a B-level mission. Might Guy, you're looking for something like this, Kakashi teased. Might Guy is really bad. Hearing what Kakashi said, Might Guy didn't know what to say, he was so scary. Between them, it was too quiet. The atmosphere of this mountain forest is a bit solemn. Mu Feng felt that it was too quiet here, a little bit unreasonable. This big forest didn't even hear the sound of a bird. This forest is not fake, right? No matter what, after exchanging the scrolls, go quickly. Hurry up. Mu Feng made up his mind. With a sudden movement of his eyes, his entire eyes turned blood red, full of blood. Mangekyo Sherinan. Namikaze Minato patronized the alert and did not observe Mu Feng's change. They were even more shocked when they saw that Mu Feng wanted to have Mangekyo Sherinan. Mu Feng looked around, exploring little by little. 1, 2, 3. Whispered in his mouth, he knew they were already surrounded by this time. No matter who Mu Feng is, let's do it for a while. Immediately Mu Feng retracted Mangekyo Sherinan, his eyes became calm, and he said to Namikaze Minato, Teacher, we are surrounded by at least a dozen ninjas. Well, I only perceive 7 or 8 people, how come there are more than a dozen? Namikaze Minato said in disbelief. There are more than a dozen. Yeah, I'm not looking for you, since you have to find something, then fight. Mu Feng said angrily. The people hiding in the dark are dressed in brown clothes and are as strong as cows. They are the people of Rock Shinobi Village and are ordered to come here. Namikaze Minato squatted down, touched the ground with his right hand, and closed his eyes again. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. After speaking, he opened his eyes again with a solemn expression. 8 of the 13 people are at the Jonin level, and the rest are at the Chunin level. Rock Shinobi Village has sent such a strong lineup, what do you want to do? Do you want that scroll? Minato guessed that he knew how important the scroll in his hand was. Once Rock Shinobi Village snatched it, it meant that Konoha's intelligence was mastered by Rock Shinobi Village. At that time, Konoha will face great danger. Never let the scroll be snatched by them. Although those people were observing Mu Feng and them in secret, they had no intention of doing anything yet. The danger these people bring to Mu Feng is a bit big, and he must be cautious. Mu Feng walked to Minato's side and asked in a low voice, what should we do now? Retreat? It has not yet reached the place of that transaction. At this time, when retreating, Rock Shinobi Village will definitely find a reason to ridicule Konoha. Other countries will also attack in groups. No, I can't retreat right now and continue to move forward. Minato knew that although they were surrounded, it was possible that they were observing them and did not intend to move. However, if we go further, our danger will be particularly great. Liu Feng was a little worried. He didn't worry about himself. The most important thing was Kakashi and Might Guy. The strength of the two of them has not fully grown up yet, and there is still such a strong lineup at the place of the trade. Then they definitely can't go back. Ms. Minato, let's retreat. Liu Feng didn't want any accidents. Even if this mission failed, he didn't want Kakashi and Might Guy to be seriously injured. What's the matter with you? Do you retreat on the first mission? Teacher Minato questioned Liu Feng, feeling that Liu Feng was not like the Liu Feng he knew. No, if Kakashi and Might Guy weren't there, then I would have killed it alone. Liu Feng's eyes were extremely firm. He was not afraid of any difficulties alone, not to mention his own whole cards. Fighting alone is more convenient. I am thinking about the whole team, Liu Feng said again. But Minato didn't listen, because this mission was indeed very important, and he couldn't fail. Hurry up to the place of the transaction, Minato said hurriedly, no longer responding to Liu Feng. Kakashi and Might Guy followed, leaving Liu Feng behind. Liu Feng thought in his heart, if this is the case, then I have to be alone. The hands quickly form a seal, Jo Su Chen Zi Su Hai Sin. That is, Shadow Clone. The white smoke dispersed, and an identical Liu Feng appeared in front of him. Liu Feng said, brother, you first follow Teacher Minato, I have some things of my own. Well, good. Immediately, he hurried to chase Minato and the others. Then a few of them shuttled in the mountains, extremely fast, and they kept moving their positions. Let those people not observe Liu Feng's true self. WC, how can it be so fast? The Jonin in front is fast and normal, but those three kids are even faster, and they can reach the level of an elite Chunin, especially the black-haired boy on the left. I can only see his afterimage. It feels like every time I look at him, I feel like I have been in an illusion, a rock shinobi said in shock. What? How is this possible? Dashi's eyes widened after hearing what he said. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if looking for Liu Feng's figure. They have long since disappeared. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation, and he is only about 10 years old by his appearance. How could there be such a strong strength? It's really ridiculous that my subordinates commented on a person like that. If this is the case, it would be incredible. They are here to observe Liu Feng and his team. Today, Konoha's team has rushed to the place of trade, mainly waiting for Master Tsuchikige's order. Let them sit back and wait, all situations depend on the situation. His subordinate was an elite Chunin, but he was able to get an illusion. This, and how terrible it must be before you know it. And what Dashi saw, Liu Feng was an ordinary ninja, nothing special. If he is a genius, Dashi feels that Liu Feng must be killed at all costs. Dashi said to the person behind him, if what you just said is true, we must kill them, especially the child that Shanmu said must be killed. Once he grows up, it will be a huge danger not only for our country, but also for other countries. Murderous intent appeared on Dashi's face, oppressing the people around him. The captain is the captain, powerful, and Dashi is also a member of Tsuchikige's guard. He was sent out this time just to be able to complete this mission. Dashi is careful, and he has not failed. This made Master Tsuchikige trust him. What's the matter? Dashi suddenly felt something wrong around him. This is so easy. All of them can feel a bad premonition. At this time, a huge sound of breaking wind sounded, and the surrounding leaves floated with the wind. Everyone is ready to fight. Dashi sniffed a dangerous aura, and looked around, not letting go of any wind and grass. The sky gradually darkened, and dark clouds covered it. The 13 of them stood in their respective positions, holding kunao in their hands. They looked like they were waiting, and they knew that someone must be here now. For a while, the powerful breath permeating the air swept in. That breath is dangerous to ultimate. Is Konoha the strong one here? Is it that White Fang? When they heard the name of White Fang, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. The title of White Fang is not something that others can enjoy, but for them it is the real Shinigami. No, it can't be White Fang. As early as a month or two ago, White Fang had committed suicide. Soon after White Fang committed suicide, all the news spread to their country. All countries have been around the corner. Don't be afraid, White Fang is dead. No one can stop the advance of our country. After Dashi said this, a trace of pride appeared on his face. Their rock shinobi village is the strongest. Yes? A voice came out. Who is it? Dashi and the others hurriedly followed the voice to find. Kill your people. At this time, a figure in the void appeared in front of them, bursting out a powerful breath. Liu Feng was wearing a wolf mask, afraid that these people would recognize him. It created a strong sense of oppression for them. As for those Chunin ninjas, they were sweating coldly all over their bodies, their eyes fixed on Liu Feng. Who is this person? It can't be White Fang, it's definitely someone else. The eyes under Mu Feng's mask were cold, revealing a murderous intent, and said, "What are you doing here?" He wanted to find out if these people came for them. "Who are you?" Dashi did not answer Mu Feng's question. At the same time, he exploded with his own tyrannical aura to fight against Mu Feng's aura, but it was a bit reluctant. Others saw the boss explode against Mu Feng. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Everyone revealed the powerful chakra. Yellow, brown, green. A strong breath rose to the sky, facing Mu Feng directly. Mu Feng stood in the air, calm as water, as if these attacks would not hinder him in the slightest. This is the confidence of absolute strength. If you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end. Mu Feng looked at them with a smile on his lips. Boom boom boom. Moment. The purple light is even more dazzling and dazzling. The light flashed directly through the entire mountain forest, and all the creatures were not moving. For a moment, the surroundings were full of purple. It seems that the entire mountain forest is the domain of Mufeng. Here he is the king. No one can violate him. The dazzling purple shone on them, causing them to block the light with their hands. It is too dazzling. What kind of ability is this? It seems to be the bloodline limit of Yang Dun. The person next to Dashi analyzed. No, it's not. This ability is probably stronger than Yang Dun. Dashi looked solemn. This is the first time he felt a sense of crisis. Helplessness from the heart. Who are you? This is too strong. Curious about who this person is? He looked like a teenager. How could he be so powerful? This made his heart full of shock and incredible. Retreat first, Dashi said hurriedly. Now that it has been exposed, he retreats quickly. Go, go, go. Everyone said that there are too many things that this person does not know. The purple ray of light exposed them all, and they did not come up with a solution. Retreat now is their best choice. Seeing that they were about to escape, Mu Feng would directly seal the seal. The entire mountain forest was blocked by a purple barrier. No one can go out, and no one can come in. Humph, you still want to leave? Can you walk? Mu Feng let out a cold snort, and the overbearing voice reached them. Hurry up, Dashi said quickly after hearing the man's words. When he came to the purple barrier, he threw out a few kunao directly. Zi zi zi. The few kunao that were thrown out touched the purple barrier. They were directly burned and there was no ashes. Dashi and the others saw this scene before them, and their faces were even more shocked. Can't get out. Dashi turned his gaze to the crowd, very firm, and said in a deep voice, "We can't go back. He is alone, and there is nothing to be afraid of. There are 8 jonin in us. What are you afraid of?" Yes, what are you afraid of him doing? He is not another character at cage level, so he doesn't need to be afraid. They just felt that Mu Feng, a mysterious figure, was a little too weird. Once they don't wear a mask, they definitely won't run away again. But Mu Feng also wore a mask to leave the enemy with a sense of psychic fear, so that the enemy could have an impact. If the 8 ninjas are not affected by any negative effects, they will dispatch together to fight Mu Feng. With Mu Feng's current strength, there is still some gap. After all, Jonin and Shinin are different, and what Jonin brings is a qualitative change. Change from the inside out. 1 Jonin can hold 10 Shinin, or even more. Not to mention other cage-level strengths. Mu Feng also chased him up. The purple armor full of Chaka Labun on his body was extremely dazzling. It seems that there is only one person in the world. It also rushed towards them. The momentum was like 1,000 horses. The wooden knife in his hand also made a roaring sound, as if calling for battle again. Live for war and die for war. The speed is like lightning, leaving only a trail of afterimages in the mountains and forests. Kill. Mu Feng looked at them with sharp eyes. Getting closer, getting closer. Kill him. Seeing his speed, Dashi was shocked again. It's too fast, it's too fast. This person must not be let go, and he must be killed if he dies, Dashi said to the person next to him. Then he took out Kua to face Mu Feng. The momentum of the two parties has reached its peak, the collision of ultimate. Mu Feng slashed over, and the blade light flashed past. With the sound of breaking wind, the blade greeted Dashi and them. The person in the front saw the purple blade light, his eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and he hadn't reacted yet. The blade directly penetrated his body. His eyes widened and he looked at his body. My body is gone. Died. This hadn't even touched Mu Feng, and one person died directly. Dashi hurriedly rushed over, his eyes full of anger. He wanted to avenge his brother. Kill! Dashi roared in a low voice and stabbed at Mu Feng. Kuya view is extremely sharp, straight into Mu Feng. Mu Feng's eyes were calm, and he felt that this talent was truly strong. Bang bang bang. Knife light sword shadow. In an instant, two people handed over a dozen moves, and Mu Feng did not lose sight of it. That terrifying power swept around, shocked them, like the Shura of hell, suppressing everything. His strength is definitely above Jonin, and the big stone is holding his chest with a knife mark on it. That blood flowed, full of this bloody breath. He never thought that he would be injured. This was the first time he had lost. He didn't know how Mu Feng made the move just now. The speed of the draw was so fast that he was caught off guard. After seeing the captain's injury, the people around shouted loudly, "Come on together and kill him." Rush! A group of people rushed directly to Mu Feng, and Mu Feng watched all this. "Do you think this can kill me?" Mu Feng smiled disdainfully and whispered, "This time I will show you my Sherinan. I feel honored, this time will be the last time you see my true strength." Sherinan. Open. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes revealed murderous aura every moment. Everyone saw his eyes, their eyes were huge and full of fear. That's Sherinan. Everyone in the entire ninja world knows the Uchiha family. It is because of one person, Uchiha Madara. A peerless powerhouse. Countless question marks popped up in their minds. Who the hell is this? A member of the Uchiha family? Is it Uchiha Fugaku? Oishi shook his head and felt firmer in his heart. This could not possibly be Uchiha Fugaku. Don't you think about it? Mu Feng looked down at them coldly, revealing an emperor's breath. The blood-red eyes on the mask shocked the dozen people even more. There was a cold sweat on Oishi's forehead, a member of the Uchiha family, and also turned on Mangekyo Sherinan. He has also heard of such people. This is bad news, and he must tell Lord Third Suchikage. Just as Dashi thought about it, Mu Feng rushed down in midair. The sound of the breaking wind made people fearful. Not good. At this time, Dashi roared, but Mu Feng's speed was very fast, and the blade in his hand was looming. The chill on the knife was icy. Mu Feng didn't hesitate, and the powerful breath of chocolate that circulated his whole body was even more diffused, directly slashed at the Dashi. Boom boom boom. The roar that resounded through the world came out. Dashi hurried to escape, but it was too late. No matter how fast you are, can you still have my knife fast? Moment. The blade light passed through Dashi's shoulder, and the entire left arm was directly disconnected. What? The sound of pain spread throughout the forest, extremely miserable. Oishi's pupils burst open, looking at his shoulder, he was already missing an arm. What? It's still poisonous. His eyes were full of incredible, looking towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng spoke again, "What are you guys doing here?" Everyone looked at Mu Feng, but no one dared to go forward. This is only a few minutes. An elite Chunin died, plus his own captain. Such strength is really terrifying. Horrible. Mu Feng looked around at them, as if he wanted the answer he wanted. Looking at their eyes, he knew that there was always someone who would say it. No one said it, and none of them survived. Mu Feng would never show mercy to these enemies, because he is your enemy. Dashi endured great pain, and gave the command to the person beside him, all spread out. Everyone nodded. Everyone scattered around and surrounded Mu Feng. Mu Feng stood in the middle, and the rest formed a prototype. Everyone's eyes showed their original sharpness, staring at Mu Feng's every move. The hands are knotted and pressed on the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, yellow spring marsh. As soon as the voice fell, the soil on the ground began to flow, just like a mudslide. A magnificent scene. Like the turbulent tide, like a breath of wind. More than half of the entire forest was turned into mudslides. They spent all of their chakras just to keep Mu Feng here forever. Mu Feng suddenly felt a change under his feet. All this seems to be following the ninja rhythm of Rock Shinobi Village. He just smiled faintly. There was already a swamp under his feet, and he knew where the swamp was. Once the swamp sinks in, it is impossible to come out. Mu Feng was slowly entering. Those mud rock flows rushed towards Mu Feng from all around Mu Feng. Gradually. At this moment, Mu Feng was already half of them even entering. If you take off Mu Feng's mask, you'll see that Mu Feng's face is very calm. Without the slightest panic, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Is your Rock Shinobi Village just that much strength? Mu Feng looked at them and mocked. Mu Feng's Sherinan had already seen their movements just now, just to get them to the bait. If it was just this strength, Mu Feng would directly destroy them. When everyone heard Mu Feng's ridicule, they watched Mu Feng fall into the swamp, and said with disdain, "You are about to die, and you are still talking cold words here. It's ridiculous, haha." Everyone laughed. There is no sense of fear before. Mu Feng sighed helplessly, and said, "A bunch of ants, I really don't know how you live until now." Only Dashi looked at Mu Feng and felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart again. How could anyone who owned Sherinan be easily trapped by these few of them? No, this is a trap. Dashi's pupils shrank, and he quickly shouted. Just then, the ground trembled violently. With a huge explosion, Mu Feng directly rose into the sky. The purple chakra is like a volcanic eruption, pouring out of Mu Feng. They felt a terrifying force, and they simply couldn't resist it. Mu Feng appeared in midair once and again, without saying anything, directly slashed past with purple sword lights. Some people reacted before they came, and the sword light went straight through. Boom boom boom. The blade light banged on the big tree, and the man also broke the thick tree. Don't give them any chance. Mu Feng put away the knife in his hand. Then I will give you a gift. Quickly seal with both hands, fingers on the lips, fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball that obscured the sky covered more than half of the forest. The great fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters increased the surrounding temperature by more than a dozen degrees. It was already autumn now. It was abruptly made summer by Mu Feng. Once the fireball fell, it was thought that this mountain forest was roasted by the fire. It is estimated that there is not even scum left. How do you fight this? An ordinary ninjutsu, let him expand more than 10 times. Dashi was hiding by a big tree, looking at the huge fireball. His heart was even more frightened. Hurry up and use the earth flow wall. Hearing the captain's order, everyone seemed to be crazy, and chakra blocked all that he had used up. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, earth flow wall. Ninjutsu that gathers the power of everyone to perform. At this time, a wall broke out of the ground and became very hard, constantly elongating, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. They also don't know if they can block it. They just hope so. They are scared. I'm really scared. It feels like this person is Madara. Back then, Madara alone fought Rock Shinobi Village against Konoha. This is absolute strength. Today, Konoha's strongest generation is dead. There is a weak balance between countries. When White Fang was still there, Konoha was the strongest country. Because of the strength of White Fang, it is completely a cage level. It's a pity that White Fang. The huge fireball suddenly fell from the air, and the moment it touched the earth wall was directly melted. What is that fire style? Dashi and his team members were all taken aback. This great fireball can't stop it at all. What kind of character is this? Run away quickly, it's really too late if you don't let it. Want to escape? Mu Feng took a look, then threw down his explosive charm. Boom boom boom. The deafening explosion made the entire mountain forest tremble. What is going on here? Minato, who were trading, and Rock Shinobi Village looked towards the explosion. After the explosion sounded, Mu Feng went to see it again. No one survived. Let Mu Feng kill the group. Mu Feng also consumed a lot of physical energy. Just now, Mu Feng could fully understand their moves because of Sharingan. I have to say that Sharingan is a plug-in in the Hokage world, but the consumption is huge. Just the great fireball technique, a super version of ninjutsu. One of the simplest ninjutsu, let Mu Feng use ultimate, and Mu Feng very precisely controls the amount of chakra. Mu Feng slowly fell to the ground without seeing their bodies. It should have been cremated, with no ashes. A radius of tens of meters is really nothing. If someone sees this scene, they think it must be a superpower to cause such a big damage. Now that they have been killed, although I have not received any news, there is still a wave of enemies missing, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. Mu Feng muttered to himself, looking at everything that was destroyed. Then he looked at Mrs. Minato, and couldn't help but worry. What is going on with you? Mu Feng didn't know the power caused this time, and had already attracted all the attractiveness of the people around him. Go back quickly, now that my clone is not dead, it means there is nothing wrong. Everything is in the plan, go. Mu Feng walked towards there. Ding! Congratulations to the host who killed Rock Shinobi Village for the first time, and rewarded host Earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Isn't this just a defensive ninjutsu? As for being so exciting, Mu Feng said with disdain, because he felt that this ninjutsu was a tasteless one for him. There is no use at all. Ding! This is just a reward, and to improve the host's chakra recovery ability. Ding! After inspection, the physical fitness of host and first Hokage is 20% worse. If the host completes this B-level mission again, it will get first Hokage cells to strengthen the host's physical fitness. What? Is this true? Mu Feng couldn't help being overjoyed. First Hokage's physical quality was the pinnacle of the ninja world, the real immortality. And first Hokage itself has a powerful chakra, the only person in the ninja world who uses wood style. Yamato doesn't count. The difference between his own wood style and first Hokage's wood style is too big. One is to build a house, and the other is to kill people. Mu Feng thought to himself that this task must be completed. That is first Hokage. With a look of excitement, he couldn't help speeding up. It should be in the middle of the transaction now, and Mu Feng must hurry over to prevent accidents and fear that first Hokage's cells will fly away. Hurry up, hurry up. Mu Feng kept chanting, his eyes glowing even more. System, how much contribution do I have now? Ding! After the accumulation of hosts, plus the system itself needs to be upgraded, all hosts are left with 8,000 contribution points. What? Mu Feng was even more dazed, and the contribution points he had worked so hard to accumulate were gone. Mu Feng didn't know in his heart that he had visited the 18th generation of the system's ancestors. This is too dark. The contribution value that you have saved hard, the system will not be upgraded in one sentence. This left Mu Feng speechless. 8,000 contribution points, what else can you do? Hey, I have to start again. Niu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Ding! Host, don't be too sad, because the system itself needs to be upgraded, and after the system is upgraded, it has transformed you 80% of first Hokage cells, and the rest is up to you. Ah yuck, you scam system. Niu Feng yelled as soon as he heard the system's words. Now 8,000 contribution points are used to redeem something. Niu Feng said. Improve my physical attributes, physical skills, and physical fitness. Okay, host. The physical skill is upgraded, and the 8,000 contribution points have been consumed. Damn, what about your physical fitness? Niu Fengji opened his face. The panel displayed by the system. Name Niu Feng attribute fire, wind, thunder, earth, water grade B chakra 2400 plus physical skills. Opening the existence of the 8 gate can already open the king gate. Illusion have Mangekyo Sherinan, Susanoo hasn't turned on yet. Ninjutsu skills fire style, earth style, water style, lightning style ninjutsu. Swordsmanship a level, completely in Jonin. Contribution points 0. Niu Feng looked at his contribution value as 0, and he himself didn't know what to say. Sorry, host, there is no contribution value. Please complete the task. Ding! The system needs to be upgraded, please don't bother host. Ding! The system disappeared in Niu Feng's mind for an instant, and Niu Feng was so angry that he wanted to get the system out and beat him violently. What kind of broken system is this? Just pit the host. Niu Feng was even more speechless. Just then, boom! What's the matter? Niu Feng suddenly felt that his clone disappeared suddenly, with an ominous premonition in his heart. He kept speeding up, watching a purple figure moving in the mountains and forests. The most worrying thing happened. There must be an accident in the mission. When Niu Feng perceives these dozen or so people in the mountains and forests, he feels a little bad. Fortunately, these people were killed. It seems that Rock Shinobi Village has come prepared. Niu Feng looked at the place of the transaction, his eyes sharpened, and a powerful breath spread. He is now going to get in touch with teacher Minato and them immediately. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of a huge explosion resounded throughout the world. Niu Feng, who was walking through the mountains and forests, raised his head slightly, frowned, and his expression became solemn. Isn't that the place where Minato and the people from Rock Shinobi Village traded? No, something must have happened. Kakashi, Might Guy, Minato, you guys have to hold on. I'll be here soon. I just experienced the upgrade of physical skills, coupled with the treatment given to me by the system. Niu Feng had fully recovered, and he faintly felt that his strength was still improving. The whole body felt a lot lighter. While running, looking at the scenery next to him, he couldn't help but slow down. At this time, Niu Feng realized that his speed had not only doubled. It may be faster than lightning. Kakashi was holding his left arm, the blood flowing on his left arm, which made Kakashi endure great pain, his eyes full of anger, and try to stare at him. Might Guy gasped. He didn't suffer too much injury, but he turned on the 8 inner gates technique, which made him overuse. The person in front is also wearing brown clothes, wearing the forehead protector from Rock Shinobi Village, looking at Kakashi. Acknowledge that you two are really geniuses. 2 people beat us more than 50 people, and you killed more than 10 people. Now your teacher has been entangled. With the 2 of you, we can defeat more than 30 of us. Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other at the same time, smiled slightly, not afraid. The situation at this time is already at stake. Kakashi whispered to Might Guy, "Are you afraid? Don't be afraid, because you are the person I respect most. I didn't expect the 2 of us to fight together. This is what I expected the most to happen." Might Guy stared at Kakashi's white face and said with a serious face that he regarded Kakashi as his opponent at the youngest. Kakashi is his goal and his motivation. After hearing this, Kakashi nodded, his eyes gentle, and said, "You are also my opponent in this life. Okay, you two are about to die, and there is still a leisurely conversation here." A dark-skinned man took a step. His skin is dark because they have been exposed to the sun for a long time at Rock Shinobi Village. Although it is not particularly hotter than Sand Shinobi Village, it is almost the same. Kakashi looked at these people, they were so mean. It seems to be a premeditated thing, which made Kakashi change his mind about the entire Rock Shinobi Village. If Kakashi can go back alive this time, he will definitely not be merciful when meeting next time. Kakashi faced them with a fierce face, and said fiercely, "You guys want to kill the 2 of us completely, at least a few people will die to cushion their backs. Haha, just you, come on," Kakashi roared. They looked at these crazy 2 people, and some of them slowly backed away a few steps. Kakashi was right. They also saw clearly the fighting power of Cassius and Might Guy just now. The strength is really terrifying. Horrible. The 2 of them are still young and their potential is even greater. In order to distract that Jonin, they have lost dozens of Jonin. Respect the yellow-haired man Konoha. The Jonin of each Konoha is much stronger than the Jonin of other villages, and the advantage of the Jonin of other countries is that they are more numerous. One person immune to death, then 2 people, if not, 3 people. Wheel battle tactics. Ishikihei, don't talk nonsense with them, just do it. A person in the middle said, and he could feel that these 2 people were simply delaying time. You can't go on like this, or they must be worshipped. Good. As soon as the voice fell, Ishikihei exploded with a breath that belonged to Jonin, and rushed to Kakashi and Might Guy. At this time, Kakashi was already seriously injured, and his entire left arm had lost combat effectiveness. Seeing that the person rushed up with Kyowu, he rushed to the front, and the other 20 people followed behind. The most powerful person here is Ishikihei. He is also the guard of Lord Tsuchikage. Suffering without a sharp edge, he stabbed at Kakashi. Like a lion majesty, he rushed towards Kakashi. That's too late. When Kakashi retreated backwards, he could feel that his chakra was running out. Physical strength has also been exhausted. At this time, Might Guy tried his best and suddenly teleported to the front of Kakashi. Seeing the scene, Ishikihei smiled at the corner of his mouth. The brotherhood is quite deep. Unfortunately, they are enemies. Never show mercy. No, Might Guy, run away. You will die, Might Guy. Quickly get away. Kakashi saw Might Guy standing in front of him, and the back was deeply imprinted in his mind. He instantly understood why his father gave up the task for his comrades. He got it. It's too late, Kakashi roared. He didn't want Might Guy to sacrifice for himself. Shimuhei was extremely fast, and it was only a few seconds, as if ignoring any obstacles, came before them. A joyful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do not. Kakashi's eyes were huge, trying to tear his eyeballs apart. Just then, an aura of destruction swept across. The whole aura is full of bloody smell, like the battlefield of Shura. Immediately afterwards, purple rays of light struck Shimuhei kill. Countless ultimate rays of light smashed through the air. No one can beat, no one can stop, no one dares to stop. What? When the light dissipated, a series of miserable screams resounded throughout the world. Might Guy didn't feel any pain in his body and didn't know what was going on. Am I already dead? He slowly opened his eyes and saw a very bloody scene. The people of Rock Shinobi Village had broken hands or feet. Seeing the scene, Might Guy and Kakashi took a breath, and their hearts were even more shocked. This is just a moment. All at once caused them to lose all their combat effectiveness. These are dozens of ninjas. This is no combat effectiveness. They looked into the air, the familiar figure. Niu Feng. 1 sword per person, purple armor. Exuding a terrifying chill, the surrounding air dropped more than 10 degrees. Niu Feng was angry, and his entire face was expressionless, his eyes fixed on the people in Rock Shinobi Village. They touched Mu Feng's bottom line, and that was his brothers, Kakashi and Might Guy. If he comes later, he might not see Kakashi and Might Guy. He didn't resurrect White Fang, he blamed himself. If he wants to see Kakashi and Might Guy die again, how can he explain to the deceased foster father? I wanted to let you go. It seems unnecessary this time. Niu Feng's tone was full of murderousness, and he whispered, as if it was the gods who gave them orders. Let them have no chance of resistance at all. After seeing Niu Feng, some people trembled slightly and sweated all over. Is this a god? Is this Konoha's genius? Niu Feng's information has long been searched by various countries, and this is Konoha's rare genius in a century. They thought Konoha's Mu Feng's strength was at the level of the elite Chunin, but he met in this way. Wrong, this might be the elite Chunin. F***K, the elite Jonin has the strength. What a broken news. This time, Niu Feng faced their entire team alone. Not at all defeated, almost disabled most of the people. The advantage of this victory fell to Niu Feng. Niu Feng was in mid-air, his eyes were sharp, his hands quickly sealed, said. Water style, great waterfall technique, moment. From behind Niu Feng, a lot of water gushed out. This place is simply inland. He did not expect that Niu Feng would not have to rely on the natural environment to summon a large amount of water with his own strength. Down in the air, it was as spectacular as a waterfall and rushed towards them. When they saw the scene, they hurriedly formed the seal and pressed them on the ground earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of 10 meters long broke out of the ground and stood in front of them. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The force of the waterfall rushed to the wall, and the wall shook slightly. Niu Feng's seals again earth-style, swamp technique. The land in this place became soft, and when they stood there, it turned into a swamp. With the blessing of the great waterfall technique, the marshland is expanding. What's the matter? We are fooled. Can't get out. Those people looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Don't think about running away, you people, you will die this time. The one who moves my brother must die. Niu Feng's face was very cold, and if he hadn't arrived quickly, Kakashi would really have died. Looking at Niu Feng, Kakashi felt even more grateful. This is the brother. In the face of these people, Niu Feng is also very domineering. He did not allow his brother to be hurt, even the slightest harm. Ha, young people dare to speak wild words here. One of the middle-aged people with brown hair slowly walked out from behind. Slow pace, calm eyes, looking at Mu Feng. He has been observing Mu Feng in secret. No one thought that such a young age should have such a strong strength. It was really beyond his expectation. He didn't need to do it this time. Who would have thought that there was an accident this time? Mu Feng turned his gaze to him, and he could feel that this person had a very dangerous aura. It was exactly the same as when I faced Danzo, gloomy and vicious. Mu Feng stared at him. He would kill whoever stops him today. The Buddha blocks and kills the Buddha, and the God blocks and kills the God. You alone, are you sure you can stop me? Mu Feng smiled slightly. Even if he ran out of life, he would kill these people. Try it and you'll know. Good. As soon as the voice fell, the two rushed to each other at the same time. Mu Feng was more like a purple light, flashing past. That person's speed is not particularly fast. His steps are indeed a bit weird, which makes the eyes of the people around them all focus on the two people. Captain, I will definitely win. Well, it certainly will. The entire guard, who can beat the captain? This time, fortunately, the captain showed up, otherwise he would really be planted here. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. One punch hit the opponent's body, and Mu Feng's iron fist hit the opponent's body. That person also punches, and the speed is also extremely fast. What shocked Mu Feng was that his fists were already so powerful that even a Chinin would fall back more than 10 meters after receiving a punch from Mu Feng. The strength of this person is really strong. Mu Feng's expression became solemn again. This person was not easy to deal with. The sound of explosive sonic boom was heard in the air, making Kakashi and the people around him hurriedly cover his ears. The sound resounded all around. Boom boom boom. Neither party has the upper hand. Mu Feng backed more than 10 meters, and he also backed more than 10 meters. His eyes were full of weirdness, and he thought he would be able to restrain this kid steadily. Never leave him. His eyes are instantly filled with ultimate murderous aura. But I really didn't expect that this child's physical skills are so excellent. I have to say that Konoha is the #1 ninja village, and there are so many geniuses. Mu Feng took a deep breath and hurriedly used the system to restore his chakra and mental power. You must be careful when fighting this person. If you are not careful, it is estimated that Mu Feng will be seriously injured. Mu Feng's eyes burst, and his hands quickly formed seals, earth-style, mudslides. Earth-style, mudslide. When he saw Mu Feng's knot, he reacted extremely quickly and made the same action. The mudslide formed from Mu Feng and his side directly collided with each other. Boom boom boom. Just like giant dragons in the sea, colliding together, the resulting turbulence swept across. I really underestimated you. This time I'm going to be serious. The man spoke again, and the breath of the whole body burst out, and the terrifying coercion filled the surroundings. This made Mu Feng feel some pressure. This is by no means an ordinary jonin, it is definitely above the elite jonin. Why haven't I heard of this person? He's very strange. Mu Feng thought in his heart, there are so many masters in the ninja world, even Mu Feng can't remember them all. Just then, the man rushed towards Mu Feng at an extremely fast speed and jumped up like a cheetah, his eyes sharp. When he fell in the air, he kicked out abruptly and headed towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng's eyes glowed. Chance! This is a good opportunity. Mu Feng immediately drew out the knife, and the body of the knife came out of its sheath, illuminating the whole earth with a dazzling light. So dazzling! This made that person have to panic. Just as he covered his eyes with his hand, Mu Feng slashed it directly, passed by in a single sweep. Boom! No, I'm overcast. The person thought in his heart, taking out Kumu from the ninja bag behind him, and blocking him in front of him. That momentum is unstoppable. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, really deaf. The man fell off in an instant, and the dust filled the air. Boom boom boom. The whole earth is shaking, and it is more suitable for them to feel that feeling firsthand. Everyone watched all this, no one was panting, making them all take a breath. That's their captain. Symbol of strength. How could it fail? They couldn't believe this fact in their minds, their captain had no opponents. When the dust is gone, suddenly, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and the crack around it was more like a spider web, exploding. The pit was a few meters deep, and the man fell into the pit. His face was pale and dying. He himself didn't expect Mu Feng's move to be so strong. I thought of a man with white hair and a short sword on his back. He looked like him, his eyes were calm, and his shot was quick and ruthless. The blood on his chest now flows out, making him feel extremely painful. At this time, Mu Feng walked over slowly, his face was extremely cold, his eyes were deep, and he didn't say a word. Just like what he said just now, there is no way to stop him. Even if it's a god, it won't work. Mu Feng looked at the man, and the two looked at each other. After seeing his injury, Mu Feng knew that he would not live long. This battle was learned from White Fang. This is the 6th move in White Fang's 13th formula. With that knife, Mu Feng truly achieved the unity of man and knife. He felt that he had made a breakthrough again in the sword technique, and his speed of the sword was getting faster and faster. If the speed is as fast as ultimate, White Fang said, that will truly break the ultimate in this world. Niu Fang also believed that one day he would have the fastest and most domineering power in the world. He also has to guard the people he wants to protect. At this time, after getting rid of this person, he looked at the person in Rock Shinobi Village in the swamp again. Holding the knife in his hand tightly, a powerful killing intent gushed out again. Ah, no. No, we surrender. After feeling Niu Fang's killing intent, those people begged Niu Fang not to kill them. You said no, don't you want it? Niu Fang's voice was cold. As soon as the voice fell, Niu Fang burst out and shuttled across the swamp. What? Screams came out one after another. Everywhere we went, people died. After Niu Fang passed, the back of them was behind them, and the blades of the sword flashed continuously. The blood is like a fountain, sprinkled on the swamp. A swamp was completely dyed red, as if it was more like a pool of blood. There was a cold, bloody atmosphere all around. Without any expression, these people died one by one. Niu Fang didn't care about their life and death. There was no sway in his heart. He knew if these people could not be killed, this also means that Niu Fang and the others will be killed. In a world where the weak eats the strong, only strength is the last word. In war, no one will kill you just because you are weak. On the contrary, the weaker, those people are basically cannon fodder. Following the screams, there was no more sound. Niu Fang didn't look back at them. And this time, Kakashi and Might Guy stood there calmly, their eyes showing gratitude. Neither of them thought that it was Niu Fang who saved them. Moreover, the combat power Niu Fang showed to Kakashi this time was even stronger. This is Niu Fang's true strength. Niu Fang, thank you, Kakashi said sincerely as he looked at Niu Fang who came by. Niu Fang was startled, then smiled again. It's okay, you are my brother, don't be so polite. Hey, Niu Fang, you are really good. Might Guy didn't know when, he ran to Niu Fang's side and hugged Niu Fang. Not great, you learned the 8 inner gates technique I taught you, and you will be even more powerful than me in the future. Is this true? Might Guy asked in shock after hearing Niu Fang's words. And, this is true, you can rest assured and practice hard, Niu Fang encouraged. In the end, Niu Fang didn't know that the final Might Guy turned into a real powerhouse because of these words, and it played a huge role on the battlefield. Okay, I will definitely practice hard. Kakashi, where is Mr. Minato? Niu Fang turned his gaze to Kakashi and asked curiously. Since Niu Fang came over, he didn't feel Minato's chakra and breath. This made him a little puzzled. What exactly happened? Ms. Minato went to chase the scrolls. Kakashi looked a little dignified and said, Ms. Minato took away most of their fighting power alone. If those people are still there, they will definitely die. Damn it, these people from Rock Shinobi Village are so mean. After Niu Fang heard it, his entire arm swelled, and he couldn't help but exclaimed angrily. How many people did these Rock Shinobi Village bring? And now, is Mrs. Minato very dangerous? Niu Fang thought that Mrs. Minato played against so many people alone, and the opponents were still at the level of the elite Jonin. Niu Fang was a little worried about the safety of teacher Minato. In addition, this time Rock Shinobi Village came prepared. If things are not going well, you should retreat as soon as possible. Don't worry, Minato-sensei is very fast, especially in the second stage of Flying Thunder God, which is really superb, Kakashi said quickly when he saw Niu Fang's nervous look. Niu Fang thought about it, teacher Minato's speed was several times faster than ours. It is estimated that none of those people can catch up with him. Are we waiting now? Niu Fang asked again. All the enemies had been killed by Niu Fang, and they were already safe. But this is the border of Rock Shinobi Village. If anyone wants to find out their whereabouts, they will definitely be followed. Let's retreat quickly. What do you mean, Mufang? Kakashi didn't know what to do. Now Mufang is the only one who has combat effectiveness. Kakashi just treated his left arm just now, it was too difficult. Well, let's retreat, and I will mark the teacher Minato. With that, Niu Fang walked to a big tree, took out kunao, and stroked the tree a few times. This is their unique mark of Kanaha, which every village has, just to cope with this situation. Niu Fang made a few strokes, and then left with Kakashi and the others. Because Kakashi still needs treatment, the injury is too serious. A few days later, Kakashi was lying on the hospital bed, watching Niu Fang and Might Guy. The three of them sat together, laughing. Soon after they returned to Kanaha, Mr. Minato came back. What they didn't expect was that Mr. Minato really snatched Kanaha's scroll back. This makes anyone feel incredible. I didn't expect teacher Minato to complete an incredible task, and I feel that our task has not failed. Yes, I didn't fail in the first place. Minato teacher is really my idol, Might Guy said. In the circumstances at that time, Minato dared to step forward alone, which was already commendable courage. That is simply a tooth extraction. No, Minato is actually better than Tiger, Niu Fang said at this moment. Ha ha, ha ha. When Mu Feng said so, the two of them laughed instantly. At this time, are you really discussing me? A familiar voice came from the door. When Mu Feng heard this voice, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Looking back, Ms. Minato, you are here. Well, come and see you guys, you kid, it's said that you killed them all by yourself? Minato looked at Mu Feng's eyes with a smile on his face. After Mr. Minato returned to that place, there were patches of corpses on the ground. People who die can't die anymore. At the time, this made Mrs. Minato very confused as to what the hell was going on. Could it be that Ziai Xiao is here? He can feel a trace of Ziai Xiao's breath in it. Then after seeing the marks left by them, he went back to Konoha and asked Zixiao. It wasn't, and later he was sure that it was Mu Feng. Some of Mu Feng's moves were learned from Ziai Xiao, and others were learned from White Fang. Teacher Minato is more suitable and suddenly realized that that person is Mu Feng. Well, it's me, teacher. Mu Feng directly admitted that, except for Kakashi and Might Guy, and his master, no one knows that he did it right now. If Minato hadn't asked, Mu Feng wouldn't have said. Yes, Mu Feng's strength has improved very quickly. Minato admired. Minato was also shocked. Some of those people were the Tsuchikage guards, so Mu Feng was killed by himself. This is really scary. No, it's quite different from the teacher. Mu Feng modestly said, his strength has reached the level of the elite Jonin, and to the outside, what Mu Feng showed was only the level of the elite Chunin. This is hiding. I don't want to be discovered by anyone. Mu Feng now knows very well that Rock Shinobi Village will soon go to war with Konoha. This time, the Third Ninja World War is coming. Mu Feng, you did a good job. Minato said to Mu Feng. Yes. Thank you, teacher. I have told Master Hokage about everything. The situation in Konoha and other countries is very pessimistic. Minato sighed deeply when he said this. Konoha is now facing enemies on all sides, and the war breaks out. Teacher, don't worry, we will train as soon as Kakashi recovers from the injury. Improve my abilities and do something for Konoha. Mu Feng said sincerely. As long as the three wars begin, this is Mu Feng's opportunity. He must rise at this time. Teacher, can you teach me Flying Thunder God technique? Mu Feng looked at Minato and said. This caught Minato by surprise. Kakashi and Might Guy were both looking at Mu Feng in surprise. Mu Feng's strength has become more powerful, and he has to learn new ninjutsu. Kakashi was shocked by his modesty and studious. Kakashi feels that Mu Feng is actually a close to perfect person, whose only drawback is that the sword goes slant. This is also Mu Feng's unique idea, but Kakashi doesn't think so. If the sword goes slant, there is no way. And Mu Feng, do you really want to learn Flying Thunder God technique? He didn't think of it himself when he heard that Mu Feng wanted to learn Flying Thunder God technique. And, I always feel that my own speed is not fast, and I can't surpass space and time. This also made Mu Feng extremely distressed, especially last time, when Mu Feng arrived sooner, Kakashi would not be injured. At that time, Mu Feng had a new idea. He wanted to learn Flying Thunder God technique. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique well means that Mu Feng can touch the threshold of time and space. Since you want to learn, it's not impossible. Minato's healing smile, coupled with the fact that I like Mu Feng this child very much. Flying Thunder God technique was actually created by second Hokage from the beginning. It's just that after Mr. Minato has studied well, he can remodel it. Flying Thunder God technique has become more and more adept. Mu Feng, if you want to learn, then I will teach you. Teacher Minato looked at Mu Feng, his eyes full of hope. He believed that Mu Feng would definitely surpass himself after learning Flying Thunder God technique. Okay, teacher. Thank you very much. Mu Feng's eyes were full of surprises. He didn't expect Teacher Minato to agree so readily. A few months later, the Third Ninja World War began. The sky gradually darkened, a black cloud was densely covered, and the sky became more and more gloomy. To the east of Konoha, hundreds of people were wearing black armor, standing neatly, holding kunao in their hands. They have a fierce face and a terrible breath all over, giving people a sense of oppression that is hard to breathe. Pieces of desert, without any cover. A black-clothed man with a black knife in his hand, a slender figure. Mu Feng was alone here with one knife. Mu Feng at this time is far more looking at these figures indifferently and ruthlessly. His eyes were cold, as if he had already put life and death away. The murderous aura exuded was very strong. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning were in the sky, and a burst of thunder resounded through the clouds. Suddenly, kill, kill. The person in the front gave an order, and more than 100 silhouettes rushed towards him, rushing at extremely fast as lightning. Each face was full of fierceness, and the momentum was unstoppable. Mu Feng saw them rushing over and said a word silently, kill. Immediately, Mu Feng greeted him directly. The black knife in his hand seemed simple and unpretentious. This is made of special fine wood, shaved iron like mud, not to mention armor. The black knife in his hand changed from black to blood red, full of blood and glowing. As if it was spiritual, it swept across directly at an enemy, carrying a cold light in the air. The enemy hurriedly blocked it with the kunao in his hand. The black knife collided with the blood-red knife. Only a ding-dong was heard. The black knife was cut in half directly, and his left hand was also chopped off at this moment. Niu Feng shot the knife again. The speed was as fast as ultimate, and no one could see his shot speed clearly. I saw a cold light flashing, passing through the enemy's throat, instantly losing his breath. His eyes were huge, and his face was full of unwillingness. Niu Feng didn't have any expression, his expression still cold, and then he continued to rush forward. Attacking another enemy, a knife pierced the position of the enemy's heart directly, and blood burst out. The knife is out, and people die. The purple light was shining. When these people in black saw such a scene, their faces became a little hard to look, but their hearts became even more angry. Once again rushed towards Niu Feng, but they weren't Niu Feng's opponents at all. Niu Feng held the sword tightly in his right hand and passed by among the crowd. Splashes of blood spattered out, it was scattered everywhere, dyeing his clothes red. With one blade after another, the speed of the sword is getting faster and faster, with cold light. He is now extremely powerful. But he was a person after all, and hundreds of people killed him alone, and he was still injured. There were constant scars on his arms, back, and chest. One person fights hundreds of people. I didn't dare to imagine that if Niu Feng fell, it would mean that Konoha's third front was lost. Niu Feng, don't care about us, leave now. You can't keep it here. There is no need to sacrifice people like you for our old guys. Leave now. The injured ninja shouted loudly, with a solemn voice. They were moved by this, but they did not expect that these people were not abandoned. But they didn't want to watch the boy in front of him die. For people like them, it's not worth it. After Niu Feng heard their shouts, he did not retreat. His eyes were sharp, and he knew that he could only use that trick. He read word by word silently in his heart, sweeping through the army. Suddenly, a cyan light flashed. The whole person's chakra is constantly recovering, and the pain just now is not so uncomfortable. Seeing the sword technique he used, his heart was even more shocked. This is White Fang's sword technique. It was created by the genius White Fang. I didn't expect to see it here. A gray-haired shinin said softly, eyes full of incredible. It's a good knife technique. Everyone said, they felt that this young man was not an ordinary person. This is his White Fang maneuver. Every sword contains great power, one sword, two swords. Niu Feng swung a knife, and the entire sky turned red, and blood flowers bloomed in the sky, just like roses in full bloom. Enemies fell under his sword, and his clothes were completely stained with blood. There are corpses all around in the blood-red ocean, that is countless lives, a sea of blood made up of countless blood. This is Niu Feng's battlefield in the east. The Third Ninja World War came too soon, and Niu Feng stepped into the battlefield before he was completely ready. Niu Feng leaned against a big tree and sat there quietly, healing his wounds. The war brought a huge shock to Niu Feng, and he himself did not expect that the war was really crueler than he believed. Whether it is a child or a girl, as long as they are on the battlefield, both sides are enemies. This was the second relatively large-scale war that Niu Feng had experienced. Just as he just stepped out of the battlefield, their team broke up in the land of the earth. At that time, the ninjas in the land of the earth were even more powerful than last time, and they were really masters. It can also be seen that the land of the land has been prepared for a long time. Niu Feng gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The consumption just now was too great. He also doesn't know what kind of people these are. They are so powerful. Especially after the momentum was completely overwhelmed. If Niu Feng did not rush over, those injured ninjas would be killed by them all. Looking at all this, Niu Feng exclaimed in his heart, my strength is still too weak. That White Fang's move consumes a lot of his mental power, which is not so easy to recover. In fact, Niu Feng had just opened the Jingmen, and a large amount of chakras poured out before completing that move. Otherwise, it is far from enough to rely on one's own chakra. This ninja world war is definitely not to be lost. As long as Niu Feng once Konoha loses, the consequences are really unimaginable. Although he said that he knew the following plot, but now he is no longer connected to the plot, and Niu Feng doesn't know what will happen in the future? Niu Feng stopped thinking about it, and quickly regained his strength. The gray-haired ninja shouted, Mu Feng will be our benefactor from now on, and now he is injured. We are guarding him to prevent him from being in danger again. Well, it makes sense. People saved our lives, and now he is in need of protection, let's come together. One of them stood up and said, these people are Konoha's ninjas, but some are already old. For Konoha, they had to come out again to participate in the war. Konoha's Jonin and Shinin were very few, so I had to let them. As he said, everyone nodded one after another. Slowly walked towards Niu Feng's direction, all eyes looked towards Niu Feng, full of respect. They didn't dare to imagine that a person would actually hold on, and still a child. It is estimated that if this battle were spread out, they would not dare to believe it, as if they themselves couldn't imagine Niu Feng won. Now Mu Feng is their hero and Konoha's hero. They are also fortunate to be able to see a genius in this era to see him grow. The gray-haired old man kept his eyes on Liu Feng. His face revealed a sense of determination, making him seem to see the third Hokage of the year. Just like him, except that third Hokage didn't have the terrifying power of Liu Feng at this time. This is really God bless us Konoha, this time Konoha will never lose. He muttered to himself, with tears in his eyes. He was also afraid that Konoha would lose. But when he saw Liu Feng's mentality and strength, he saw hope. A few of them surrounded Liu Feng, their eyes scanned the outside. Their hearts were even more determined. No one can hurt Liu Feng again this time. There must be no one. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully defending, rewarding contribution value of 5,000. Ah, it's only 5,000, that's too little. Brother system, can you give me more? I am really very poor now. If possible, I will borrow some first, and I will return it to you when the war is over, okay? At this time, he turned into Liu Feng with mental power, and chatted with the system in his mind. Host, no. The contribution value is just that. If you don't want it, I will take it back. Ding! The system still needs to be upgraded. It needs a lot of contribution points. Please host can earn contribution points quickly. Damn, you shit, you still learn to bully. As long as you are a human being, I will pass. When Liu Feng thought of the troubles with the system, he got angry. This system pits myself more than helps myself, and it's really crooked. He has never seen such a system. I really want to kill it. Liu Feng opened his attribute panel again. Name Liu Feng attribute: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth. Water grade B+ chakra, 3000 plus physical skills. Opening the existence of the 8th gate can already open the king gate. Illusion have Mangekyo Sharinan. Susanoo hasn't turned on yet. Ninjutsu skills: fire style, earth style, water style, lightning style ninjutsu. Swordsmanship a level, completely in Jonin. Contribution points 5,000. Now his own chakra has improved, and his level has also improved with him. Liu Feng looked at his attributes panel with a solemn expression. These things were still not enough. He must have another whole card. Brother system, my contribution is now 5,000. Can you see Susanoo's status? Ding! No, host. Rely, 5,000 contribution points can't turn on Susanoo's status. How much is that? Liu Feng asked again. If there is Susanoo, it won't be a problem to survive this war, and there will be no problem to earn contribution points. That was what Liu Feng dreamed of, but it was a pity that the system wouldn't let it go. Survival was a problem. If he encounters more than 500 people, Liu Feng will definitely run away, and he will definitely not be desperate. A person can kill a person with a soft hand, and his wooden sword is brazen, and his sharp edge is completely revealed. Fighting with him in all directions, this wooden knife has been there since he crossed here. Liu Feng knew that this wooden knife was a divine weapon, and as for the origin, he didn't know anything about it. However, host can contribute value in exchange for time used. Yep. How much time can I exchange for this 5,000 contribution value? Ding! It's estimated to be 5 to 10 minutes, no more. What? That's it. You are really cheating the National People's Congress system. Ding! Host, do you want to change it? Change. This is a powerful force injected into Liu Feng's eyes, opening his eyes slowly again, revealing endless sharpness in his eyes. Liu Feng stood up and looked at these people, feeling a little warm in his heart, then walked towards the distance. Liu Feng, why are you going? Kill the enemy, protect the home. The gray old man said silently, killing the enemy and protecting the home. Kill the enemy and protect the home. This is Liu Feng's only thought. Konoha is where he was born. As long as there is a place where leaves fly, the fire will burn. And Liu Feng is now willing to be that raging flame to illuminate Konoha. He has a passion for this place and will not think that Konoha will be defeated. Must win, so that it is possible to maintain the order of the shinobi world. Otherwise, the war will happen again. This war is extremely difficult. It was harder than Liu Feng had imagined, more bloody and cruel. The battlefield is the Shura field. When you meet an enemy, you will die. At this time, Liu Feng was rushing to the next battlefield, which was in the southwest. Tsunade. Can't let my daughter-in-law get hurt, Liu Feng said with a worried expression. That was his wife. The eyes were completely spoiled, and Liu Feng didn't want his wife to be hurt at all. Although no one knows that Liu Feng likes to feel Tsunade. But no one can change what Liu Feng identified, especially with regard to his wife. Liu Feng's pace was slow, walking forward, while observing the sights around here, while figuring out how to win this war. Now the country of the earth and the country of the wind have begun to attack Konoha. The resources of the two countries are far comparable to Konoha. Liu Feng also knew that Thunder Country would definitely participate in this war. They had always been a war-loving crowd, and they preferred to use battle to solve anything. Liu Feng felt a headache when he thought of Thunder Country's duo. Both of them are good persimmons. And Killer Bee is 8 Tails Jinchuriki, which is the most troublesome thing. As long as they are thoroughly conquered, only then can they truly surrender. Niu Feng muttered to himself, Niu Feng must think clearly about these things, then defeat the Kingdom of Wind, and help my daughter-in-law. Niu Feng was very happy when he thought of the appearance of his daughter-in-law Tsunade. That beautiful face makes people love it. Niu Feng is particularly fond of Tsunade, the kind of carefree girl. In addition, Tsunade's heart is kind, which makes Niu Feng always believe that Tsunade is his wife. This life is Tsunade. Anyone who dares to hurt my daughter-in-law, I can't spare him, Niu Feng said with anger. Hurry over. Immediately, Niu Feng quickened his pace, and one more second to see Tsunade, he was more delighted. My heart even silently said, I'm here, my wife. At dusk, the sun sets. The battlefield in the southwest was littered with corpses. The forest was stained with blood red, and the air was full of blood. Tsunade was in the middle of the crowd, watching these comrades in arms. One by one died here. Her heart hurts, the kind of piercing pain. Some of these people are still young, and some are even the same as Mufeng's people. They all died here. They haven't experienced anything yet, they are still young. They just died like this. Tsunade said with tears, the scale of this war is bigger than ever. She didn't want a war, but she had no choice. After sacrificing so many people, I barely resisted. If one country beats two countries, Konoha is also unable to make progress this time. Captain, shall we retreat this time? Next to Tsunade, he was wearing a green vest and his name was Senju Ming. It is also the Senju family. Senju Ming looks at Tsunade's beauty with eyes full of love. He became Jonin just to protect Tsunade. Don't retreat. If we retreat, our defense line will be completely broken. Tsunade's expression was a little sad, and a trace of guilt flashed. Had it not been for Tsunade's commanding mistakes, there would have been a failure this time. Constantly retreating will cause certain losses to one's own people. The sacrifice of so many people has already caused Tsunade's heart to suffer. She didn't want too many people to die because of her. Suddenly there was a kind of fear in her eyes. She was afraid this time because she would lose. There was a trace of retreat in my heart. Tsunade thought of the promise he made to third generation at that time, and he must protect Konoha. When third Hokage handed over the command of the Southwest Theater to Tsunade, he asked, Tsunade, no one in the village can stand up anymore, so I can only work hard for you. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are in the Northwest and East war zones, and now the Kingdom of Wind has begun an aggression against our country. I have to use you. I'm really sorry. Third Hokage's eyes were filled with dismay. Tsunade took the command card with those hands and said firmly, Master Hokage, you can rest assured. I will definitely guard the line of defense and will not let them in. Hokage looked at Tsunade with a serious look. Who would have thought that the little girl had grown up completely? Be sure to hold on. Well, even at the expense of myself, I will guard the line of defense. Your promise must be fulfilled by yourself. Tsunade wants to do what he says, not to let these dead people feel chilly. Okay, we will stay here forever. Senju Ming will agree no matter what Tsunade says. As long as Tsunade is not in danger, nothing matters to him. It's really like the guard of Tsunade, guarding him tightly by Tsunade's side. Tsunade once again exuded her strong breath, which made Senju Ming a little surprised. His hands trembled with excitement. Tsunade really recovered his aura. We are going to attack this time, everyone is ready. Tsunade turned around and said to the men behind him, Yep, attack? It's just us, are we going to attack? One of them said dissatisfied from the crowd. Now that they have sacrificed more than half of their people, they have no chance of winning at all. If you attack now, isn't it looking for death? It should be a retreat now. Yes. We just want to offense, and offense is the best defense. You open your big eyes and look at your dead brothers. They sacrificed for us. Don't we avenge them? Tsunade pointed at the corpse next to him and said in a deep voice. Obviously, those people listened to Tsunade's words and looked at the devastated body, and they slowly lowered their heads. The blood on the corpse has been flowing, forming a blood-red small river, flowing. Tsunade looked at their movements and said again, You guys think about why it is not you who sacrificed, but them. You still want to retreat? You said, we can still retreat there? Tsunade clenched her white hands, frowned, and shouted sharply. We have nowhere to go now. If we retreat, the enemies of the Kingdom of Wind will definitely attack the family in our village. At that time, our family will definitely be slaughtered by the enemy. Is this what you say you want to see? If it weren't for them, we would have died long ago. Tsunade took a step forward, grabbed a man's clothes, and yelled at him, It's already dead, do you understand? Retreating really makes me look down on you. These people were killed by the people of the Kingdom of Wind just to protect them from retreating to safety. Their eyes were full of anger, looking at the corpses. Full of unwillingness. Captain, we will not retreat. Captain, we will attack and avenge the dead brothers. Yes, offense. Vengeance for my brothers. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices loud and loud. The momentum reached its peak in an instant, and there was no one to stop, everyone's eyes full of fighting spirit, longing for victory. We have failed many times, and then we should come to meet the victory. I was even more excited inside. Fighting, only fighting can make us feel meaningful. Fight! Fight! Tsunade felt their strong breath, looked at them, showed a long-lost smile, and said loudly. There was a warm current in her heart, which made her feel warm. Will never abandon his comrades in arms. This is Konoha's ninja, fighting for his comrades. Okay, for brother, for Konoha. Never go back, never go back. They screamed frantically one by one. Tsuna and everyone are waiting for their enemies. They picked up Kunao, concentrated their attention, and stared forward. No more fear in his eyes, and began to become fearless. The place to die is to die. Call out. The wind rose, and the fallen leaves on the big tree began to fall. The fourth Kaze Cage, Luo Sha, learned the third Kaze Cage magnet-style dust. At this time, the strength of Sand Shinobi Village increased significantly because of fourth Kaze Cage, Luo Sha. A steady stream of economic resources has allowed the entire Sand Shinobi Village to upgrade their ninja and equipment to a higher level, plus imitating Hokage, establishing schools, and Umbu. The current Sand Shinobi Village can be said to be Konoha's second strength. Today, Luo Sha led the troops to sweep across the southwest theater. With deep eyes, wearing ordinary brown clothes, the breath of a superior person makes people feel oppressed. Go, I don't believe that little girl, where else can they escape? Luosha and the group are looking for Tsunade in them. With such sharp eyes, Luosha wanted to get Konoha's resources even more. Master Feng Ying, it's still not clear where they are? I also wearing brown clothes, squatting, saluted. What? Have you not found it yet? Luosha's eyes suddenly moved, full of her strong killing intent. Still not, their anti-reconnaissance ability is too strong. The person felt the murderous intent of Luosha, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Feng Ying, please trust us, we will definitely find him. The man said again, just not to make Luosha angry. Okay, then I'll give you some more time. You have to find out quickly. Luosha's eyes were cold, staring at everything. The terrifying coercion around the man made him breathless. Yes, Master Feng Ying. That person made contact with Luosha's eyes, and his cold eyes made people extremely scared. I thought to myself that this shouldn't provoke him, so he hurriedly quit. Luosha stayed on the spot, frowning slightly, a flash of anger, and said, the girl Tsunade still has some skills. The last time she was able to break the poison of 1,000 generations, it is really unexpected. This time I will meet you. How can you escape this time? Luosha looked at the sand in her hand and was slowly flowing away from her hand. This sand is like a Tsunade troop, everything is in his master. After that, the man hurried forward with a few people to investigate. They were the investigative team, specially responsible for the enemy's tracks and movements, and the master's good information in advance is very beneficial for combat. They were also responsible for Tsunade's successful escape this time. Now it's time for atonement. Then wait slowly. If you really find you, Tsunade, you Konoha will completely lose, Luosha muttered to herself. He also didn't believe Konoha's strength was able to resist attacks from 3 countries by 1 country. Luosha also wanted to see how Konoha should respond now. These 3 countries are the country of wind, the country of soil, and the country of thunder. The 3 of them are in an alliance, as long as 1 country withdraws. This alliance will be dissolved. But Luosha didn't care about this. What he wanted was Konoha's economic source and geographic location. In addition, Konoha has 2 tail beasts, and their Sand Shinobi village has only 1 tail beast. The tail beast is like a huge weapon, and invincible. If any village has a tail beast, which village is very powerful? Konoha is now the well-deserved number 1. First, that is also Luosha's dream. He wants to make Sand Shinobi village stronger and not be bullied by other countries. Now is the best opportunity. The Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth have begun to attack Konoha again. This was already causing Konoha to attack from side to side, and with the Wind Country in the southwest, Konoha could no longer send strong troops to resist. White Fang is also dead, and now there is only Sunin left. Luosha faced Tsunade and had already beaten Tsunade back again and again. I must seize Konoha's resources. After he finished speaking, his eyes were full of scorching heat, as if it were a raging fire. The resources are enough to upgrade Sand Shinobi village to a level, allowing them to completely open the gap with Konoha. It is possible that Sand Shinobi village will become the first village. Luosha's ambition was gradually exposed, but ambition alone was not enough, she had to have real strength to guard it. At that time, the disappearance of the 3rd Kaze Cage allowed Luosha to become the 4th Kaze Cage. He still doesn't know what happened to the death of 3rd Kaze Cage? Coupled with Thunder Country's attack on Sand Shinobi village, this makes Luosha very upset. Had it not been for Luosha in Sand Shinobi village, it is estimated that Sand Shinobi village would have been broken by Thunder Country. If it hadn't been for those Konoha people to haunt them with a mortal heart, it would make their movements a little slow. Tsunade are not their opponents at all. Captain, found it. The man quickly came to Luosha, bowed, and saluted. Where? In our northwest corner. Okay, the troops set out to the northwest corner with all their strength. Okay, Luosha heard Tsunade's position, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He knew that there should not be a few people in Tsunade's troops now, not to mention that their troops were the strongest. Rasha mobilized more than half of the troops in Sand Shinobi village to join the battle. Reluctant to bear children, can't catch wolves. This is the truth. This time, Kanaha's remaining troops could be swept away. Especially the person of Third Hokage. What would he think if he heard that the northwest direction had been breached by the Kingdom of Wind? Luosha secretly said in her heart that this time he would never let Tsunade escape like last time. Set off. Yes, yes. After hearing the order, everyone quickly began to march forward in accordance with the team line. Everyone wears armor belonging to Sand Shinobi village, which is made of dust. It's a bit cumbersome. When its defense power is among the armors of other countries, its defense power is the first. Doesn't affect the speed much. This is the golden force of Sand Shinobi village, shining with dazzling light. Feng Ying will be there as soon as the golden force comes out. They are used to protect Master Feng Ying, which was created by Luosha. Everyone has the strength of Jonin, and everyone can become a separate combat unit to complete the mission. They moved very fast as lightning, and the golden figures began to flash across the forest. Neat and orderly, this is a king's army. There is also a golden knife on their backs, which is extremely sharp. Exuding an aura of horror, it swept in. Luosha was very confident and defeated Kanaha's troops. Shouted to the people behind, hurry up, they should be resting at this time. We must seize the time and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Yes, yes, everyone knows that now is the finishing touch. Apart from Tsunade's terrifying power, no one is afraid. Such a powerful force is invincible on any battlefield. The momentum is amazing, and the strength has reached an unimaginable level. Luosha, his speed was faster, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone can't catch up with Luosha's speed, it's too fast to imagine. This is to prevent them from escaping again. At this time, everyone stopped, looking at the scene. It was even more shocked in their hearts. There was a bloody smell in the air, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Those who have experienced the Second Ninja World War saw it a little better. In the forest, there are corpses everywhere, including Kanaha's ninja corpses, and Sand Shinobi village's ninja corpses. Generally speaking, Kanaha's death toll is far greater than Sand Shinobi village. This was led by Kazekage Luosha for the third time, and Kanaha kept backing away. At this time they have nowhere to go. Life is so fragile, everyone has only one life. Especially in this ninja world, if you want to work hard to live, you must have strong strength. The war can be described as tragic, and no one knows that if the battle is ended as soon as possible, a small amount of death will be achieved. This time Kanaha was badly injured. Da. There was the sound of footsteps in the forest, that terrifying breath. They are here, we are ready to fight. The beautiful figure is hidden beside a big tree, beautiful eyes have been staring at the front, observing every move in front of him. It is Tsunade. There was peace on her beautiful face. Tsunade had already experienced this kind of war, and she knew how to win. Tsunade and their troops had already hidden their breath, and stayed quietly on the spot, like a sculpture, motionless. The concealment ability is very powerful, and these people have been integrated with this environment. Everyone's face showed a solemn look, and they were ready. In this battle against Sand Shinobi village, England never won, and this time, they want to win. Tsunade looked at those big bodies, it was the people of Luosha. Everyone is wearing golden armor, with extremely sharp eyes and no emotion at all. This is Luosha's golden army. Her eyes stared at them sternly, her expression a bit solemn. Sure enough, Luosha still sent their most elite troops, wanting to put us to death. Haha, don't be too early. If you want to kill us, you will also suffer a heavy loss. Tsunade's mouth showed a smile. Rasha wanted to annihilate us, and his troops would lose more than half of them at this speed. When Tsunade was thinking, they were very fast, almost like lightning. In the face of such an emergency, if it were to other commanders, it would be surrendered. This is a hell, and there is a smell of death everywhere. Everyone's heart was trembling, and they clearly felt that there was going to be a big battle. In the end, Tsunade knew very well in her heart that the chance of them surviving was not great, and it might be a 30% chance. It was too small, and Tsunade didn't tell his men about the chance of death. Just tell them that as long as they fight to the death, there will be a possibility of survival. Facing Luosha's chase these few days, they are already exhausted and have not slept well every day. Everyone has a trace of blood red in their eyes. Stubbornly holding on, they trusted their captain, Tsunade, even more. This is a belief. The more I believe, the more my own potential can be stimulated in this environment. They're coming soon, get ready. Tsunade turned around slightly, looked at the waiting staff behind him, and whispered. As soon as the voice fell, everyone raised their heads slightly, and their faces were full of firmness. Everyone looked at Tsunade, and they saw hope in Tsunade's eyes. They believed that this war will be won. Countless towering trees, covering the sky and sun, have become Tsunade hiding places. Under the scorching sun, the dazzling eyes made people afraid to look straight. Da. The footsteps are getting closer, and the number of people is also particularly large. At this time, boom boom boom, the loud explosions sounded deafening. Kill! Tsunade watched Luosha's golden troops enter the trap she made, and suddenly, with joy on his face, he shot out and roared. With Tsunade's roar, everyone thought it was a stimulant, with a flame of revenge in their eyes, and they rushed to the opposite side. So many of their brothers were all killed, with a fire in their stomachs, and they all vented like a volcano was about to erupt. Kill! Vengeance for my brothers. Everyone was roaring. They saw people from San Shinobi village entering the trap. This is a good opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. After Luosha heard the explosion, he quickly ordered his men to retreat. He knew it was a trap. Hearing Konoha's slaying sound again, his face became harder and harder to look like. Who would have thought that this was the result when he came out? With both hands clenched tightly, the veined sword, like lion majesty, spreading across his arms. Retreat first. Luosha looked at this situation and couldn't face it hard. Her eyes became gloomy. Yes, some of the golden troops did not enter the trap or hesitate to retreat. Those who entered the trap lay on the ground one by one, full of blood, and injured their arms or legs. The blood kept flowing, and the ground was stained blood red, making people unbearable to look straight. Unprecedented shame came to my heart. Tsunade hit the golden troops who had not hurried to retreat, with a heavy punch, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. The fist was fierce, and the force was heavy, like an overwhelming G on the chest of others. The heavy collision sound made people even more frightened to hear. Click! The person wearing the golden armor did not expect that his bones were directly broken, and he was still wearing the armor. The fist directly smashed the part of the armor on the chest, and the bones of the chest were smashed to pieces by Tsunade. The man used his trembling finger to point at Tsunade, and said a few words on his lips. His eyes were full of incredible, as if to say, how could this be possible? Everyone was extremely shocked, especially the Golden Army. They knew how hard their armor was. The results of it? Shattered with a punch. This power is even more unimaginable. The scene became extremely silent, seeing that Tsunade possessed such terrifying power. Everyone's complexion became hard to look. Terrifying power. It's horrible. The speed will be as fast as lightning. If it weren't for Luosha here, they might want to escape. How do you fight this? And Konoha saw their captain so powerful here, who said that women are inferior to men. Tsunade looked indifferent, and when he thought of his dead comrades in arms, his anger couldn't vent. With some blood on her slender hands, it ticked down, which was the price of breaking the armor. The armor was made by Luosha himself, and it was impossible to pass through as long as it was iron. Luosha was even more shocked when she saw such a scene. This woman's power is really huge, you can't go head-on. Luosha kept staring at Tsunade and muttered to herself, he wants to compete with Tsunade in a simple way, and is definitely not her opponent. The title of Sunin is indeed well-deserved. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked at Luosha, and the killing intent on his body was revealed, and he couldn't control it at all. It seemed that you couldn't escape this time. The fist was slightly clenched, and there was a slight movement. The whole body of chakra was concentrated on the hand, and a certain strength was being accumulated, as if it was about to explode. At this time, she challenged Luosha naked. Although Luosha's strength has reached cage level, Tsunade's strength is about to reach cage level. But Luosha didn't care, but smiled. The real winner has not yet appeared, this is just the beginning. Tsunade's men, like a beast, burst out with a violent breath, and rushed towards those people. Kill! Kill! Never let one go. Everyone broke out with roars, tigers roaring in the mountains and forests. Those who enter the trap have no chance to resist, let them blow up. All the traps are explosive symbols, not a few thousand, there are also 10,000. The first battle passed quickly, in just a few minutes. Mainly because of the trap created by Tsunade, they lost a lot of money. In addition, Luoha did not hesitate to see such a scene, and quickly retreated. No more people were sent to resist Tsunade's attack. At that time, Tsunade's morale reached its peak in an instant. Even more unstoppable. Everyone exploded with super-level combat power. Even if Luosha and the others fought desperately, they also couldn't take any advantage. Most of the ground on the ground are golden troops, and those who die can't die anymore. We won. We really won. Everyone cheered and joyed even more. If it weren't for Tsunade to tell them not to give up, how could there be such a result? This was the first battle, and Konoha won with very few casualties. How can this not make people happy? They don't know why Tsunade has so many explosive charms, and they don't have the mind to think about them. Only Tsunade knew about this kind of thing. A slender figure appeared in his mind, a handsome face, and his eyes showed light that he shouldn't have at this age. It is Mu Feng. It turned out that this little guy helped me. Tsunade was also full of doubts. After the treatment of Mu Feng gave her something, which was an explosion charm. At that time, Mu Feng looked at Tsunade with extremely sincere eyes, and whispered to her, "Sister, take it. This thing, when you encounter real danger, you can take it out. It can definitely save your life." Tsunade's long eyelashes, eyes full of tenderness, raised his head slightly, staring at Mu Feng's face. No one has ever cared about Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade had a warm heart that filled her whole body. "If you don't hold it, I'm angry." Mu Feng suddenly changed his style, making Tsunade startled for a moment, puffing his cheeks, Sundara said. Seeing Mu Feng, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. "Well, good brother, I can't hold it." Tsunade stretched out his white hands, which were even more white and flawless, without any blemishes, and his tone was gentle. At that time, Tsunade never thought that this little guy would have so many explosive charms. At this critical moment, they actually saved their lives. This is all Mu Feng's credit. Luosha looked at his men lying there one by one, her eyes filled with endless anger, and blood was dripping in her heart. It was the Golden Army he had built by himself. At that time, the Golden Troops did not suffer such a big loss when they were fighting against Thunder Country. Looking at Tsunade and their camp, they were happy. The previous failures almost completely wiped out their confidence. But this time the loss was stronger than Konoha's combined losses in the previous few times. This made Luosha believe that Konoha was still strong, and that a lean camel was bigger than a horse. "I have lost a whole third, Tsunade, wait, I will let you repay it all." Luosha thought to himself. This has made Luosha completely angry. Even if Konoha is stronger, I don't believe that he has been fighting against the three countries. Luosha's ambition for Konoha remains unchanged, and it can even be said that he has once again inspired his strong fighting spirit. Ha ha! The real war has just begun. Luosha snorted coldly and calmed down her emotions slowly. "I am a commander, and I can't influence my decision because of these, otherwise the consequences will be even more disastrous." He stepped forward, and there were cracks and gullies in the shape of spider webs on the whole ground. The killing intent released was even more pervasive, and those people who were pressing could not breathe. The people behind him lowered their heads slightly, their eyes daring not to look at Luosha, and even their breathing became more cautious. Luosha's temper has always been weird, and Luosha's heart is even more embarrassed by the loss this time. He raised his head and looked at all this calmly. The sky gradually darkened, and the blood red on the ground appeared more vivid under the moonlight. The atmosphere became a little dignified, and this night was destined to be sleepless. Tsunade's beautiful face showed a long-lost smile, smiled slightly, and looked at each of them. If you look closely, the whole person's momentum has changed a little bit. Seeing self-confidence from their eyes, Tsunade was even more clear in his heart. This kind of combat state can have the ability to fight against Luosha and their troops, otherwise they will definitely be defeated by the Golden Troops. Tomorrow is destined to be a bloody battle. When Tsunade thought that Rasha would definitely attack tomorrow, this victory was pure Rasha and the others' carelessness. Tsunade's number is no more than 300, and Luosha's Golden Army is estimated to have more than 700. This is Tsunade's greatest resistance. Moreover, the members of the Golden Army are generally at the level of elite Chunin, and there are at least more than 300 Jonin inside. Jonin of more than 300 people. Tsunade was full of worry when he thought about this, and there were more than 100 of them here, and she didn't know how to fight tomorrow. Those Golden Troops still have armor, and they have run out of ammunition and food. Well, brothers, as soon as the voice fell, serious expressions appeared on everyone's face. Turn around and stand straight, facing Tsunade. Arranged neatly, without any sound. Only the faint sound of wind was heard. It was already autumn. It's just that the current wind is not so fierce. Standing in the middle of them, Tsunade was brave, with an overwhelming pressure on his body, and said in a deep voice, "We won this time, but it doesn't mean we can win next time. We still need to work hard to break the boat. Tomorrow will be a decisive battle." When they heard this, everyone's eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. They all knew that this victory was not a big deal, and tomorrow's decisive battle was the most important. This time determines Konoha's fate. If he wins, Guy can return home, and Konoha's pressure will be greatly reduced. Only the Land of the Earth and the Land of Thunder are left. With Konoha's strength, he will definitely win. But if they lose, then they will use the power of three countries to attack Konoha. At that time, Konoha will be truly alive and dead. If we want to live, then we have to work hard. Think about your family still waiting for you. Think about it. If we lose, Konoha will also be breached. A sharp meaning flashed in Tsunade's eyes. This time, even if he sacrificed his life, he would leave them all behind. Her voice was not too big or too small, and it was in everyone's ears. No more words. Everyone is thinking of their most important person in their hearts, and they also know that someone is destined to die tomorrow. But who of them will be alive? They are not clear. Thinking of their family members, he raised his head slightly. His eyes revealed a firmness. Protect their families, even if they sacrifice themselves, but also protect their families. At this time, a voice came out. To die on the battlefield, don't hesitate. Dead on the battlefield. Dead on the battlefield. The voices of 300 people resounded loudly, and their voices resounded throughout the jungle, revealing a resolute meaning, endlessly dying. The scene has a sense of killing. Tsunade heard their voices, her beautiful eyes also showed a touch of persistence. She must fulfill the promise to Master Hokage. Seeing such a situation, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which worked. If they really fight tomorrow, Luosha and the others won't be able to make much money. Even if the golden troops are godlike troops, they will have no temper. Everyone looked at Luosha and their camp. It was they who made Konoha have to be involved in the war. There is endless hatred for them. Okay, brothers, see our realization tomorrow. It's life or death. You all put me back a few times. Tsunade looked around at them and said, as long as everyone pulls at least 2 dead people, the balance of war will tilt to us. Captain, don't worry, we can definitely pull up a few pads to let them know that Konoha's ninja is not good to bully. Yes, we Konoha shinobi are so bully. Let them know how good we are. There is perseverance and coldness in everyone's eyes. Okay, Tsunade smiled. This is Konoha's ninja. His strength is not good, but he cannot lose his momentum. He said loudly, tomorrow's battle will be fierce. Let's go and rest now. Senju Ming, you take a few people to stay in guard. Be careful of Luosha and their sneak attacks. Tsunade turned and looked next to him, staring at Senju Ming. Senju Ming didn't have any expression on his face, and he bowed and said, yes, be careful of Luosha. Tsunade warned, she was also worried that Luosha would attack them in the middle of the night. Place some observer hands in advance just in case. Today's battle has completely boosted their morale, and they can definitely win in one go. Tsunade watched the lights over there, and that direction was Luosha and their camp. It is estimated that they should be discussing their battle tomorrow. Standing there quietly, the tall figure, watching silently, when he thought that his cold eyes did not match his age, he suddenly laughed, making Senju Ming a little unprepared. He knew that it was because of that boy. With his ability, even if he came, the outcome was still doomed. Therefore, Senju Ming did not have much hope for him. Today, this war has reached the end, the last battle. Princess, if you really want to lose tomorrow, can you retreat at that time? Senju Ming's face showed a trace of seriousness. He was the princess's guard. There are only 2 of them left in the Senju clan, one is a princess, and the other is Senju. And Tsunade's younger brother had already died in the war. Shut up. Tsunade's face changed as soon as he heard the words retreat and roared. The figure flickered, and he came to Senju Ming's face in an instant, and put Killua on his neck, and the cold killing intent filled Senju Ming's surroundings. Senju Ming didn't see Tsunade's movements at all, it was too fast. Locking in on Senju Ming, he swallowed and didn't dare to move at all. He knew Tsunade's character and might actually kill him. In this situation, let's talk about retreating, and I will definitely kill you. Tsunade's eyes became cold, and at this time, there must be no one to attack their morale. Well, princess, I was wrong. Senju Ming saw Tsunade's angry look and stared at him, making him sweat on his back. His body was motionless, and he felt great danger. An expression of fear appeared in his eyes. Tsunade slowly put away her kunao, smiled slightly at Senju Ming, and stepped out. Boom! Senju Ming flew out like a cannonball. The huge trees fell one by one, which blocked Senju Ming. This kick almost kicked Senju Ming to death. No one can provoke Tsunade's temper. If tomorrow isn't the last battle, you will definitely die today, so I will save your life this time. At this time, Tsunade's eyes had changed when he saw him. Senju knew that their relationship would never go back this time. A sleepless night made Tsunade feel a little lonely. Now that the war is coming, I still miss him. Bah. Tsunade's jade-white face was flushed. With those slender hands, she gently touched her hot face, and she thought in her heart, I will rely on you in this life. I don't know if I can go back this time, I really want to see him again. Even if it is the last time, I am willing. Tsunade looked at the moon at night, the moon shone on the earth, everything was so warm. Be sure to go back. I have a lot to say, I haven't told you. Tsunade is all in his heart at this time, and this is also the last day that may be the last day. She was also afraid that she would die tomorrow, but where she was going to die. For Konoha, she can sacrifice her happiness. When I met him for the first time, it was also on a street at dusk. Tsunade had no money to eat, and her stomach was grunting when she was hungry. Niu Feng did not dislike her, and took her to Konoha's most delicious and most expensive barbecue restaurant to eat, and also let her drink Konoha's most famous wine. From that time on, Tsunade began to pay attention to Niu Feng. As for when he likes it, Tsunade is also unclear. She only knew that after seeing Niu Feng, she instantly lost her temper and became gentle. I don't know if you know I like you? Tsunade even felt like she was unrequited love, but she had a kind of intuition that she was determined that Niu Feng would like her. Then Tsunade looked at his proud figure, and smiled with his moderately thick red lips. I don't believe you still don't like me. The figure is plump and round, and the curves are charming, which makes all women feel complacent. This is the capital of Tsunade. Tsunade's beautiful eyes and those warm and moist eyes are full of wind. That handsome face is even more heartwarming when people see it. The night is still so quiet, but the atmosphere is a bit heavy. Everyone can't sleep at this time, just because of tomorrow's final battle. Can't fall asleep over and over again, this is probably nervous. Tsunade planned to stay up this night, also to prevent them from sneaking, and Tsunade also prepared traps around them, just to prevent them from sneaking at night. She knew Luasha's careful thinking, especially after he lost the battle, he would definitely go crazy. Tsunade had already figured out his temper and character by the time Tsunade was about to go on an expedition. Now waiting for Rasha to come, Tsunade hid beside a huge rock, just to observe the movement on the opposite side. The corner of Tsunade's mouth slowly opened in a playful arc. Lhasa, I don't believe you are not fooled. Just at this time, the rumbling thunder sounded, deafening. Tsunade suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, where there were even more dark clouds. It's going to rain soon. Tsunade couldn't help but worry a little, and the weather just made it worse. Hoo. The violent wind blew. The night sky became darker and darker, as if it was the realm of night, without a trace of light. At this time, everyone looks at the sky. If it starts to rain, it means that you must not be able to sleep that night. Suddenly, the storm came, and the squally wind rolled over, covering the sky and the sun. The thunder roared through the clouds, making it impossible for anyone to sleep. Wow! The rain fell down like a heavy rain, and it didn't give people any chance to react at all. How can you sleep? Hey, I didn't expect the last night to be spent like this. Everyone is sighing, they all know that such weather is a sign of bad weather. This spooky weather makes people even more uncomfortable. Tsunade heard the conversations of his subordinates, and a trace of dignity appeared on his glamorous face. No one thought that this would happen. Does God not give us any chance? The rain fell on Tsunade's beautiful jasper-like face, and there was a faint silence in his eyes, but it was only a moment, replaced by a firm gaze. Looking at the dark sky, she frowned, her eyes even more desolate. This time she knew that she might lose with. Is it really going to lose this time? She shook her head, no longer thinking about these things. Soon, the raindrops fell more and more, and the puffy raindrops hit her, and she did not feel the coldness of her body, but there was a kind of release. Contrary to Tsunade's accident, Luosha did not send anyone to attack them. This made Tsunade a little uneasy. She didn't know what Luosha was doing, but she didn't attack them, which didn't fit his character at all. In the morning fog is everywhere. Everyone rubbed their distressed eyes and woke up from their deep sleep. Today is a special day, everyone knows that today is a decisive battle. His eyes are filled with endless fighting spirit, endless. After all, it came. Tsunade also woke up at this time, and only slept for a while, but his delicate face seemed more energetic, without any decadent appearance. Everyone stood in front of Tsunade, standing neatly there. All were watching Tsunade, not only marveling at her beautiful face, but also her admirable strength. Tsunade is even more famous among Konoha, one of the real Sunin. How can people who have fought Hanzo for a long time not be admired? Now we have no retreat. There is no luck or anything. The war has come and we all have to rely on ourselves. As long as you dare to work hard, then you are the one who survived. Be sure to believe in yourself. If you don't even believe in yourself, then you don't die. Who will die? There was a serious look on Tsunade's face. These were all experiences summed up on the battlefield. The first is to trust yourself and believe that you will survive. Anything is surviving before you can do other things. We don't have any resources this time. You must give me a hard time, not only to push people, but also to yourself. Yes, we will definitely win this time. A lean ninja shouted, believing that their captain would definitely be able to lead them to victory. In the last war, his brother was killed by Sand Shinobi in order to cover him. At that time, he watched all that, but could do nothing. His body trembled, tears flowed uncontrollably, his fists were clenched tightly, his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh, and blood was flowing from them. From then on, he will take revenge. Don't worry, you can't lose with me. At this moment, Tsunade had absolute confidence on his face, as if he would definitely not lose. This battle must be won. You must win beautifully and completely convince them. Sand Shinobi Village. Everyone is waiting for Tsunade's order, and the captain is the soul of a team. Execution is the key to a squad. Looking at it now, Tsunade has completely mastered the squad. Her eyes are full of awe. Tsunade scanned them and saw a strong sense of war in their eyes, wanting to burst out. With a slight smile, Tsunade wanted this kind of aura. The momentum reached its peak in an instant, and this will be a brand new team. Tsunade said in a deep voice, this will be the place to witness us. Behind us is Konoha. We cannot lose, we must win. Must win. Kill, kill. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices loud and loud. A smile appeared on Tsunade's handsome face, and then she became serious. She always reminded herself that this was war and must be cautious. Then he took a step forward and said in a deep voice, go. Yes, Everyone followed Tsunade's footsteps, and their movements were very light, like wild cats at night, silent. Shuttle through the mountains and forests. This is the early morning, plus the cause of the fog. Tsunade stopped suddenly, with a thoughtful look on his face, and did not move on. The people behind also stopped, and their faces were full of doubts. Captain, what is this going to do? Isn't it leaving now? Why stop here? At this time, Senju Ming watched Tsunade stop, his eyes flickered, and then asked Tsunade with a puzzled look, Captain, why don't we keep moving forward? Wait. I can't go forward yet. Tsunade said seriously, she felt a little abnormal. Judging from years of combat experience, there was no bird chirping in the front, which made Tsunade a little confused. What is going on in the front? Senju knew that Tsunade hadn't left yet, and smiled with Tsunade again, Captain, are you too cautious? It's too quiet up front. Tsunade continued to observe, but didn't find any problems. There is no one in front at all, let's move forward, Senju Ming urged. At this time, Tsunade turned around, his eyes sharpened, and asked, Senju Ming, are you the captain, or am I the captain? It goes without saying, of course you are the captain. Senju Ming spreads his hands, and Tsunade is of course the captain. Knowing that I am the captain, the orders I give will be executed in the future, don't ask why. Tsunade said coldly. She didn't like some people to influence her own judgment, let alone someone who had not experienced many wars. Senju Ming's strength is at most the level of Jonin. If it weren't for the fact that he was a member of the Senju clan, he would not be awarded the title of Jonin at all. Yes, Captain. Senju knew that Tsunade must be because of what happened last night. This woman is already holding a grudge. The moment Senju Ming bowed and lowered his head, a smile appeared on the corner of Senju's mouth. No one saw it. Tsunade nodded, and then asked everyone to stay where they were, without making any noises. The line of sight inside was somewhat blocked. At this time, Tsunade ordered Hyaga Ridge, you use Byakugan to observe the field of vision. Byakugan of the Hyaga family does not have any dead ends within the range of 360 degrees. The role of Byakugan is actually greater than that of Sherinan in war. Yes, a girl with short hair and ears, her white face looked a little immature, but in the war, she must stand up and observe all this as a pioneer. Byakugan, open it. Hyaga Ridge put his hands together. Suddenly, Byakugan turned on, looking at everything in front of her, her head was slowly turning, just to observe carefully, just in case something was missed. War is not only about strength, but more about details. Hyaga Ridge looked at the vast expanse of whiteness and slowly swept across from the southwest, observing the surroundings. Nothing happened yet. Just then, someone, Hyaga Ling suddenly said to Tsunade, in which direction, how many people are there? Tsunade didn't have much surprise on his face. Rasha didn't send anyone to attack the troops at night, which already made Tsunade feel strange. Now sending someone to ambush in front, which is normal in Tsunade's view. In the southeast, there are probably more than 100 people, and they are all lying in ambush on some strong old trees. Some people are on the branches above the trees, and some people are hiding behind the trees. Hyaga Ridge observed their positions and reported their positions to Tsunade again and again. Everyone heard what Hyaga Ling said, and was a little grateful that Tsunade asked Hyaga Ling to observe them in advance. Otherwise, if they go forward blindly, it is estimated that people will be caught off guard. Fine, it's still the captain's thoughtful consideration. Yes, it's safest to follow the captain. At this time, Senju Ming's face was a little gloomy, and no one saw his expression change. Tsunade once again gave orders to Hyaga Ridge, look if there are any enemies in the east, and I'll continue to observe. Immediately, Hyaga Ling's gaze turned to the east, focusing on all the chakras on his body, so that he could see farther. Seeing the distance all the time, there is no enemy. Captain, there is no enemy in the east. However, from a long distance, a breath came to this side, and it appeared vaguely. According to my judgment, there is only one person, Hyaga Ling said in a low voice. A person? Tsunade doesn't know if that person is an enemy, but it's not enough to justify him. That's okay, thanks for your hard work, Hyaga Ling, let's go and rest first. Tsunade patted Hyaga Ling on the shoulder. When Tsunade's hand patted Hyaga Ridge was taken aback and looked at Tsunade gratefully. Captain, you don't need to waste your chakra to recover me like this. It's okay. Tsunade smiled slightly. She knew that Hyaga Ridge had consumed some chakra in order to observe further. You recover well. Okay. After Hyaga Ridge was restored, Hyaga Ridge went down. Tsunade thought in his heart, as I expected, Luosha finally ambushed people on our road. It should go east now, and then round back to the back of Luosha's troops, to catch them all. Tsunade immediately issued an order, we are going to the east. Everyone obeyed Tsunade's orders, and now they must trust Tsunade. This is their only choice. Senju was startled at the same place, pondered for a while, and then followed. Today's plan has changed, and no one is in the direction of the war. And right in front of them, there really was a figure, rushing over here. Send someone to leave a few people, and then Tsunade put his hands together, shadow clone technique, boom. White smoke came, and people who were exactly like Tsunade stood in front of Tsunade. This is shadow clone technique. Tsunade appeared as a clone of more than a dozen people. Looking at these people, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's it. I don't know if Luasha can see it. These more than a dozen people are equivalent to their army. Although the number is relatively small, no one can match the powerful aura of Tsunade. In terms of momentum, it can be said to be perfect. This can definitely be tricked into Luosha. Tsunade looked at the location where Luasha's troops were in ambush, with a confident expression on his face, and whispered, "Let's see if your golden troops are good or we are good." The front is full of white mist. In this scenario, Tsunade guessed that Rasha should have caused it. But it doesn't matter now, I have already seen through it. All of them went east, and let the Hyaga family lead the way, so that they could better observe the situation ahead. After this incident, everyone admired Tsunade even more. Although she is a woman, she is not a vase. People in the past admired Tsunade might be the last war. Tsunade took them to a comeback and won. Some of them think it's just a fluke, but what about now? They have no place to show themselves, and this is the real commander. The observation is more careful than them, and the thinking is more thoughtful than them. Terrifying strength, coupled with mature mind. Such people are gold everywhere. The forest in the east is much wilder than the place just now, especially the big trees are thick and long, and if a few people hug each other, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold them. It can be seen how strong it is. The emerald-colored silver-colored leaves swayed in the breeze, which made Tsunade feel a little uneasy, and then passed by. The east is already their best choice, although there is no road, it is better than the ambush ahead. Tsunade is going to sneak over from the east, everyone's pace is slow. This was caused by the environment on the east side, and then after the heavy rain at night, the entire east side became relatively humid. Everyone's path left a mark. Tsunade is at the forefront. She wants to boost morale for everyone and let everyone know that she has been with everyone. Die together, fight together. Tsunade's eyes became extremely persistent, the desire for victory. L arrived ultimate. And take them home with these brothers intact. These are people who live in Konoha together, guarding their homes together. What the hell is this? There is no sound here, as if we are ourselves. It's still a tree in front. Such a big tree has been like this since we came in. It's thick and strong. When on earth are we going? This is only a while. Some people started to complain. Brothers, hold on, we will get to the place soon. Tsunade looked ahead, there was no end at all. Now Tsunade has no choice but to walk forward. I understand their feelings very well, even Tsunade doesn't know what is going on. Why is the east side even more terrible than just now? At this time, the troops' minds are distracted, so this team will not have any combat effectiveness. Everyone shut up and just listen to my orders. Tsunade turned around and said sharply. She must suppress everyone in this unit. Although they have complaints, it is now a war and absolutely not possible. If someone makes another noise, then his fate will be punished as a deserter. Tsunade added again. After everyone heard it, they all took a breath. Deserter. Then put to death directly. Deserters are the most humiliating existence in any country in the ninja world. Someone is regarded as a deserter, then it will be a stain in this person's life, which will never be erased. Tsunade was already angry. Everyone's expressions became more cautious, completely different from what they were just now. No longer talking, the audience became quiet in an instant. Silence is silent. Everyone was following Tsunade's footsteps. Although they were unwilling in their hearts, that was their captain, the leader of this force. Everyone should obey him. No one knows that if Tsunade commanded the wrong way, then the war hadn't started and it would have been lost. This is what Tsunade worries about most. She also felt that the forest to the east gave her a strange feeling and even a hint of danger. Tsunade is also looking for that breath, can't observe anything at all? Then, facing the Hyaga family, he whispered, "You guys, look in the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and tell me if you notice any changes." Tsunade's expression became a little solemn, and her beautiful eyes kept watching the surroundings. Now I want those in the Hyaga family to be able to observe some problems. Yes, Captain, we will observe all this right away. These are in different directions, on the branches, looking into the distance. There was still a tree in front, and no creatures or people were found. This makes everyone feel a little uneasy. No one can still talk about the past, there is nothing to live. This is a little weird. The forest in the east made them feel a little strange, and after observing it, they came to Tsunade's front. There is no one on the east side, no one to the south, there is no one in the west either, same to the north. After they reported to Tsunade, Tsunade's heart trembled even more. What happened? Tsunade didn't know what happened, and he didn't even have a living creature. There is a problem with this east forest. Tsunade took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and gradually calmed himself down. At this time, you must be calm. Is this Luoha's trap again? Tsunade asked with some confusion. At the beginning, Tsunade had already observed the location of Luasha and the others, lying in ambush in front of them, but now the forest in the east also made him feel uneasy. Just then, boom boom boom, whoosh whoosh, a group of figures appeared around Tsunade, wearing golden armor, without any expression on their faces, and their eyes were full of murderousness, staring at Konoha's troops firmly. What exactly is going on? We were actually surrounded. We are not far away from their traps. How could this be? Everyone looked at all this and couldn't believe it. Falling into Luosha's trap again. Tsunade and all of them watched the scene, especially Tsunade's heart was full of doubts, and his face was full of disbelief. How can this be? How does he know we are here? Countless questions have surfaced on Tsunade's face. Not only Tsunade, but also those in the Hyuga family can't even imagine what is going on. They have seen it with their own eyes. Luosha's troops are lying in ambush there. How could they know that we are here? Luosha showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth and stared at Tsunade. Tsunade, we meet again, snort. Tsunade rolled his face and snorted coldly, ignoring Luosha. Seeing Tsunade like this, Luosha felt a little embarrassed on her face, and thought to herself, this girl is really shameless. If it wasn't for her influence in Konoha, she would have died long ago if she talked to me like this. NS, are you wondering how we got here? Luosha said to Tsunade again, with a weird tone, as if everything was under his control. Tsunade, they all want to look at Luosha, wanting to know what the hell is going on? This answer can only be found in Luosha. They knew very well that Luosha's troops surrounded them must know the movements of all of them. Tsunade's beautiful eyes kept staring at Luosha, and she couldn't figure out what was going on. I thought to myself, is there a spy? Spy? There was panic in Tsunade's heart, because Tsunade and the others were personally selected by Tsunade. If there were spies, then there must be quite a few in this unit. At this time, Luosha looked at Tsunade and smiled, knowing what she was thinking in her mind. Tsunade, do you really want to know how we found you? Luosha continued to whisper. At this time, Tsunade took a step forward, bursting out a strong breath, and the surrounding enemies retreated a little. The horrible breath gives people an ultimate sense of oppression. This made Luosha frown, and seeing the breath erupting from Tsunade made him feel a little oppressed. It deserves the title of Sunin. The strength is really different, but it doesn't matter anymore. Tsunade also smiled softly and asked, Master Fengying, we are so secretive again. How did you find us? I'm really curious. Can you tell me something? You'll know this in a while. Apparently Luosha didn't want to finish talking. She directly released her cold murderous intent, and said with a cold smile, Tsunade, if you surrender now, it's still too late, so I will tell you all of this. Your wishful thinking is very good. Tsunade knew Luosha's plan very well in his heart. Once they surrender, their life and death will be handed over to Luosha and the others. He knows that these people have an advantage in number, not to mention that they have a particularly strong strength in terms of strength. Compared with them, Tsunade now has a ratio. Now Luosha is the master of all this. Since Tsunade and the others do not surrender, they just do it directly. Go on, kill. Tsunade roared, stepping out of the ground. A powerful force surged out, and the ground burst instantly. For a time, the wind was blowing everywhere. No one can resist the domineering power of Tsunade. The figure flashed even more quickly, as fast as lightning. When he came to an enemy, he had not had time to react. Boom! A heavy iron fist hit him in the face. The entire face was distorted by the beating, and immediately, blood flew out directly. And at this time, the beautiful eyes rushed over without any hesitation. That person felt like he had run into a big mountain, and that power could not be shaken. Tsunade is like a storm, where there is no grass. Basically, things can be solved with one punch to the enemy, but Tsunade's heart is even more angry. She knew that all the responsibilities were on her own body. This put everyone in a desperate situation, and Tsunade blamed himself even more. One punch after another greeted him, and all of them were not as strong as Tsunade. So none of them can stop Tsunade. Luosha watched what happened on it, her eyes calm, and said, send another team of golden troops to see how well Tsunade can fight. Yes, the person next to Luosha bowed after seeing it. At this time, whoosh whoosh, in front of Tsunade was another group of golden troops. Tsunade gasped for breath, because she had consumed a lot of chakra after the consumption just now. Physical strength is also consumed, but the blood in Tsunade's entire body was surging, his eyes opened suddenly, and there was endless fighting spirit in his eyes. Kill, come one, I will kill one. Tsunade yelled at Luosha, as if to provoke Luosha again. Luosha looked at her quietly, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth, to see how long you can hold on. Tell those around you, if this team can't consume Tsunade, then send me another team. Yes. Just before they talk, Tsunade was already fighting with them. She even shuttled freely in the battlefield, relying on her excellent physical skills. However, Tsunade's men are not so prestigious, they are all directly injured there. Some people are even dead. There is still a gap between Tsunade's army and Luosha's army. They don't have golden armor like Luasha's army, and their strength is at the Chunin level. This is only a while. Tsunade and the others were half dead, and all of them hurriedly to lose in this war. Their hearts were full of fear, and they were a little afraid of Luasha's golden army. It's really too strong in defense. This is really the level of the gap. Except for Tsunade's powerful strength, no one can be alone. Under the encirclement and suppression of the golden army, more and more people died. Luosha looked at all this. It was almost time to end. There is a teenager, fast, shuttled in the forest. This boy is exactly Niu Feng. Ding! Mission 1, Tsunade is in danger, save Tsunade. What? Niu Feng's expression changed slightly, his wife was in danger. Niu Feng opened his attribute panel again. Name: Niu Feng attribute: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth. Water grade, B+ chakra, 3000 plus physical skills. Opening the existence of the 8 gate can already open the King gate. Illusion, have Mangekyo Sherinan, Susanoo hasn't turned on yet. Ninjutsu skills, Fire style, Earth style, Water style, Lightning style ninjutsu. Swordsmanship, a level, completely in Jonin. Contribution points, 5000. Turn on all Susanoo's status. Tsunade, wait for me. Niu Feng knew that Tsunade was in extreme danger now. San Shinobi Village will never let go of this opportunity and will definitely catch them all. Niu Feng's face became more solemn, and he secretly said in his heart, if you San Shinobi Village really hurt my daughter-in-law, I must kill him today. He doesn't care, it is his wife. Can you suffer any grievances, let alone injuries? This is also the last thing Niu Feng wants to see. Tsunade is his reverse scale, no one can move. At this time, Niu Feng poured out all the chakras, bursting out a powerful breath, and there were waves of shocks around him. With his legs bent slightly, he jumped on the branch. Boom! It left deep footprints on the tree. The aura of the whole person reached its peak in an instant. His strength is constantly improving. The terrifying power was being released, and Niu Feng could feel the continuous power pouring in, and there was a trace of joy on his face after all. Speed and power have been directly improved by several grades. The blue-purple light radiated around Niu Feng, dazzling. The aura around him instantly became different. Niu Feng's eyes revealed fierceness, and his body was full of murderous aura. He was worried that Tsunade would really be injured, and he had to reach that battlefield quickly. In addition, the system asked to save Tsunade as soon as possible, and Niu Feng guessed in his heart that this was definitely an ambush by Tsunade. Otherwise, how could it be dangerous with Tsunade's strength? She is the coach. It doesn't matter, go quickly. Niu Feng shook his head. Only when he reached their battlefield could he know everything inside. The battle has entered a fever pitch. There was some blood on Tsunade's beautiful face, and his eyes were full of gloom, staring at these golden troops. Their strength is also at the level of Jonin, but here in Tsunade, they work together to exert their greatest power. The fact that Tsunade can be restrained is really shocking to everyone. When did these golden troops become so strong? At this time. Boom boom boom. Tsunade threw some exploding symbols, and suddenly, fireballs were everywhere, and a great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters exploded, and its power was even greater. Step back a few meters to avoid being burned by the fire. The temperature of this degree is too high, and once burned by the fire, it is undoubtedly mortal. Even Tsunade was a little afraid of these. The golden force did not catch up to Tsunade, and the two sides were separated by several tens of meters. The sharpness of the eyes collided, and no one could take advantage of both sides. The person who was defeated by Tsunade had already become a bloody corpse and fell to the ground. The air is full of extremely bloody smell. If anyone who has never been on the battlefield sees such a cruel scene, they will definitely feel fear in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Just like Tsunade in the original book, because her brother caused the fear of blood. In the eyes of others, this is really a fatal weakness of Tsunade. This is why, among these Hokichs, Tsunade is somewhat weak. Tsunade clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Suddenly, pouch. A mouthful of blood will even gush out. Very bright. It was a member of the Golden Army who punched Tsunade from behind. Had it not been for Tsunade's Baihao technique, this punch would definitely make her fall to the ground. She wanted to rest a little longer, just to be able to recover more of her own chakra and physical strength. It consumes too much. Although her chakra volume is several times that of others, she has already matched the entire team alone. That's the Golden Army. It can be seen how terrifying the true strength of Tsunade is. During the short-term confrontation, Tsunade even observed that the Golden Army was a whole. Their chakras should be used among everyone. In the beginning, when Tsunade was fighting with the first person, the Golden Army was at a time when it was scattered. And now Luasha has sent a team to compete with Tsunade alone. Tsunade fights one troop alone, and then another troop comes. This is a wheel war. Although Tsunade knew about it, she still had no way to solve this problem. At this time, Seeing that Tsunade was already exhausted, Luosha sneered at the corners of her mouth, her eyes darkened, and she stood with her hands behind her, and ordered to the people below, offense, don't give her a chance to breathe. Continue to attack. Kill. The voice was loud and murderous. A group of people killed Tsunade again, holding kunao in their hands. They were like no robots, and they never stopped. Luosha's golden army is mainly aimed at Tsunade. Among them, Tsunade is the strongest combat power. Luosha stood there quietly, watching the battle between Tsunade and the Golden Forces, and thought to herself, Tsunade, how long can you continue to last? Don't let me down, Konoha's ninja. Kill. Tsunade hit the enemy's armor directly with a punch, making a dull crash. Without piercing his armor, Tsunade knew in his heart that the current physical exertion was too serious, and he didn't have much strength at all. Boom, boom, boom. Tsunade stretched out his fist again, and slammed up with one punch, fast and without a shadow, hitting him in the chest abruptly. The man backed away, and he could feel the internal organs shaking in his body, showing how terrifying Tsunade's strange power was. At this time, the breath that Tsunade exudes was frightening. It makes people retreat unconsciously, and the heart is extremely shocked. Is this really a woman? More terrifying than a man's strength. Whoosh! A figure fell directly on the ground, cracks appeared on the ground. Rosa! Everyone in the Golden Army consciously took a step back. She doesn't have much stamina. Give me the attack again. Luosha stared at Tsunade with both eyes, like Lion Majesty stared at Tsunade. The current Tsunade is exhausted. There is no fighting power at all, and her troops are almost gone. There are more than 30 people left. This time, I will tell you the truth. Luosha smiled slightly. You look back. Tsunade had an unknown premonition in his heart, and he slowly turned around, his eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. How could it be him? How can this be? I'm surprised, Princess Tsunade. A familiar figure walked toward Tsunade. The voice was extremely gloomy, and in this unit, only Senju Ming was named Princess Tsunade. You traitor, get out. Tsunade roared with an angry expression on his face. Snort. Today is your death date. Senju Ming slashed at Tsunade. At this time, boom, a dazzling purple blade flashed past and slashed toward Senju Ming. Senju Ming was cut in half directly. Sorry, I'm late, Mu Feng said distressfully, looking at that beautiful face. Mu Feng's eyes became extremely sharp, and seeing the hurt on Tsunade's body made him feel even more guilty. He knew that Tsunade's scars were all caused by the guy in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, Mu Feng erupted with a very strong murderous intent, covering the surroundings. Luosha, who was standing in front of him, showed a cold killing intent in his eyes. He knew that this person's strength was not below him, and might even be higher than him. The murderous aura released was stronger than Luosha's, which shocked Luosha's heart extremely. At such a young age, he possesses such a powerful murderous aura. Luosha was also taken aback when Konoha appeared such a monster. Never heard of it. Luosha stared at Mu Feng's eyes like a huge stare. With an angry expression, he looks very much like White Fang now. A person is not afraid of many enemies in the encirclement. This is strength, absolute confidence. Luosha saw White Fang back then, especially in the Second World War in the ninja world. White Fang alone could block the attacks of thousands of people. Who are you? Are you looking for death? Luosha took a step towards Mu Feng, and the domineering force burst out directly. The surrounding airflow is even more sweeping. The one who killed you. Mu Feng said word by word, with a cold tone, like a freezing sky. Luosha snorted coldly. A child is so arrogant, I can't tolerate him so arrogant. Luosha thought secretly. At this time, Mu Feng immediately took the initiative, and his figure flashed as fast as lightning, allowing people to see that it was his afterimage. Fast speed. Luosha saw this scene and exclaimed, "Is this fast?" There was a voice directly behind Luosha, but she hadn't reacted yet. Mu Feng was already behind Luosha and jumped up. In mid-air, under the sun. At this time, Mu Feng was like an emperor, looking down at Luosha. Luosha felt her back feel even colder, staring at herself like Lion Majesty. There was some cold sweat on his forehead. This forced Luosha to retreat, raising his hands, and the surrounding gold dust directly surrounded him as a backing. In the mid-air Mu Feng, it is natural that Master Fengying of this generation uses dust, which is real gold. It is also an absolute defense. For physical skills, it is extremely difficult to attack at all. After all, there are not many people with geniuses like Might Guy. Since you don't need physique, you have to try water style first. Mu Feng quickly sealed his hands at this time, and said, water style, great waterfall technique. The voice just fell. The water from the sky gushes out, flowing straight down in midair. This scene is extremely magnificent. This made all the people around me admire this scene. The people at Sand Shinobi Village opened their mouths without a single step, and their eyes were full of weirdness. Impossible. How can this be? Everyone didn't believe that this was the damage caused by Mu Feng. Luo Xie uses gold dust, and he has also a large-scale ninjutsu. Niu Feng did the same, but when water style encountered gold dust, the gold dust would not have any effect. The entire waterfall is very spectacular, and the gold dust underneath is shaped like an umbrella. The diameter is about 10 meters long to withstand the impact of the waterfall. Luo Xie's face became difficult to look. Who can think of someone who doesn't know where they come from, so powerful? And the most important thing is to use water style, which is not a natural nemesis. How do you fight this? Luo Xie was speechless for a while. At this moment, he was holding the dust in his hands and resisting it. There is no water source around. Niu Feng's water style is completely formed with his own chakra, and making such a wide range of ninjutsu consumes chakra. There was a sneer at the corner of Luo Xie's mouth, and she thought in her heart, this kid must be chakra in perfect condition. According to his use, it won't take long before he has completely consumed chakra. Water style, great waterfall technique. Seeing that the effect was pretty good, Niu Feng used the same ninjutsu again. Damn, come back. Sha done, defense. Luo Xie gathered chakra into her hand again, raised her hand, and faced the sky. The placer gold and the surrounding sand broke out of the earth and condensed on it. The placer gold just now has been washed away by the waterfall, and Luo Xie knows that placer gold can't help but water style. Defense, how do you defend? Look at my super waterfall technique. Niu Feng roared angrily. At this moment, he was like an angry child, with all the angry expressions on his face. Let you bully my daughter-in-law. That's someone you can bully. Today I will let you try the consequences, what is called regret. The waterfall from the sky has doubled, and the flow of the waterfall rushes down, just like a water dragon, rushing towards Luoxia, with amazing aura. The huge surfing strengthened once again, gradually destroying Luoxia's newly formed placer gold. The voice resounded through the world. This makes Luo Xie very disturbed. I don't know how to get rid of it, and the people around can only watch it all. They dare not intervene in such a powerful battle. Maybe, as soon as it passed, the life was gone. No one dared to take this step. What they didn't expect was their captain, Luo Xie, was actually crushed and beaten. This makes them more curious about who this person is? There will be such a strong strength. This makes it easier to deal with Luo Xie. People like Tsunade are not Luo Xie's opponents at all. Tsunade's main abilities are strange power and healing, so it is impossible to suppress Luoxia. What's more, if Niu Feng didn't arrive in time, it would wipe out Tsunade and the others. In a short time, boom boom boom, there was a huge explosion, and the shaking ground was shaking violently. There is nothing left around them, and the trees are cut off by shock waves. Everyone had to step back several tens of meters. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would probably stay here forever. This is the damage caused by Niu Feng and Luo Xie. Tsunade's sultry face is also unbelievable. Niu Feng's progress will be so great. Is he a full attribute? Tsunade saw that Niu Feng was able to use water style. The previous Niu Feng applied fire style, earth style, wind style, plus this time water style. These are already 4 attributes. Tsunade was even more shocked in his heart. Could it be that Mu Feng is really a ninja with all attributes, and that would be the same as the old man? It turns out that Niu Feng is the one who really has the talent. It was when Tsunade was thinking about it. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Boom boom boom. Luo Xie fell directly on the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Niu Feng's eyes kept staring at Luo Xie, making Luo Xie's whole body chill. Luo Xie was also looking at Niu Feng's pupils at the same time, like an abyss. It's like being hit by an illusion. Suddenly, pain. How can I have pain? Luo Xie saw a slight wound on her left face. Although it is small, blood still flows out. If it had been in the past, Luo Xie would definitely not care about this. Luo Xie was shocked. How did Niu Feng make the move? Unexpectedly, he didn't see his shooting speed, which made Luo Xie a trace of fear flashed in her heart. Luo Xie coughed twice and coughed a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing all this, Luo Xie also couldn't believe it. Not only Luoxia, but even his subordinates felt incredible when he saw him vomiting blood. He covered his chest, breathing a little uncomfortably. This guy is really strong, Luo Xie thought in her heart, and she wondered again, who is this guy anyway? Such a terrifying strength, should be quite famous in the entire ninja world? Luo Xie thought of Kanaha's characters. No one who became famous was as young as Niu Feng. It also made him lose face as Master Feng Ying. His eyes became cold, and an unknown person like Niu Feng actually hurt him. How could this make him not angry? At this time, Niu Feng was still in the air, his eyes full of anger, and his killing intent towards Luo Xie remained undiminished. Bullying his wife, don't beat you to death, we're to beat you. Niu Feng wanted to wash a arrogant rhino, whoever stopped him would hit him. Coupled with Niu Feng's tyrannical strength, ninjutsu is even more so. In their current, or even the last one, Niu Feng said this, no one can play. Niu Feng looked at Luo Xia and said lightly, "The last thing you should do today is to hurt Tsunade." As soon as the voice fell, everyone was stunned. I realized it in an instant. It turned out that it was all because of Tsunade. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Luo Xia's mouth, and he gently wiped it with his right hand, as well as the blood on his left cheek. Boom! The gold dust in a radius of 10 miles just broke out of the ground, like a giant dragon, surrounding him, trying to surround Niu Feng, and then there is nowhere to go. And everything within a radius was destroyed by gold dust. Seeing this scene, the Golden Army kept backing away. They knew their target, and Rasha was furious. The killing intent towards Niu Feng became stronger and stronger. "Do you think this can trap me?" Niu Feng smiled lightly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Suddenly, kill! Stop water flow! Total annihilation! Niu Feng once again jumped up in midair, leaping several tens of meters. Is this the height that an ordinary ninja can jump? Obviously impossible. Roared, the voice resounded throughout the world. The air even fluctuates, with the sound of breaking wind mixed in it. Luo Xia's heart trembled, and he felt that Niu Feng at this time was like a primitive beast, exuding a fierce aura. Make him startled at the same place, and he didn't move for a few seconds. This directly created a good opportunity for Mu Feng. For this kind of thing, Niu Feng would definitely not hesitate. Niu Feng drew the knife from his body, slashed it, and the purple blade flashed past. Boom! 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 Everyone stared at Niu Feng's movements blankly. Boom! 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 Anyone who cuts the placer gold with a single cut can understand it, just like the power of a cut to break the sea, dividing the entire sea surface into two sides. It takes a lot of swordsmanship to completely disconnect. The ancients had a sword to break the mountains and rivers, and I have a sword to break the dust, Niu Feng said slowly. Seeing that the placer gold is still growing, a steady stream, Niu Feng didn't have the slightest fear when he saw such a scene. If one cut doesn't work, then two cuts. Bang bang bang. Niu Feng kept wielding such a wooden knife and swept across it, like a mighty army. The whole person's state exploded in an instant, with endless fighting spirit. Fighting proudly. Daomang slashed over, with patches of wind, very sharp. Placer gold is constantly being disconnected. At this time, Luo Xia's face became difficult to look. Niu Feng's moves are very simple and straightforward, just those few moves. One cut, one horizontal. Unpretentious. The power has reached ultimate. You only have this strength? Niu Feng provoked Luo Xia again. This is just the beginning. Luo Xia's voice was cold, already completely irritated by Niu Feng. Okay, come on. Niu Feng waved the knife again. Once again, purple light rose into the sky, shining on the endless earth. I go. What kind of skill is this? This breath is comparable to a Hokage-level powerhouse. Niu Feng's chakra came out completely, and that chakra was raging around him very violently. The huge wind and waves weighed on the people around him. Luo Xia looked at his chakra, her face was full of black lines, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Is this F***Ka human? This is very unlucky. How could I meet such a person? Boom boom boom. The whole ground was shaking, and there were even scars. After seeing this, the people of the Golden Army kept wanting to flash past them, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Niu Feng raised the wooden knife with both hands, and the blade of the knife let out a strong aura. The purple light has been connected with the sky. The sky became dark in dark clouds. The purple slash seems to be able to cut everything, nothing can be resisted. How can this be resisted? It must be dead if you can't stop it. The people in San Shinobi Village watched Niu Feng's movements, and there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. This level of battle is not something they can intervene at all. Tsunade looked at that handsome face, his eyes were even more full of him. Luo Xia's face changed drastically, and his hands quickly formed seals. All the placer gold gathered in Luo Xia. Hurry up. Jian speeds up again, the master is holding such a large range of placer gold. Placer gold gathered into a huge shield, at least about 10 meters thick. But this also made Luo Xia a little worried about whether he could withstand Niu Feng's move. Niu Feng roared, if you can catch this trick, I won't fight you again. Kill! Suddenly, the purple ray of light flourished, followed below, and slashed directly in the past. Hey! The endless light collided with the shield formed by the dust. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise, and the people around even covered their ears. The sound waves that formed were like the sea, with waves of waves hitting. Even though the members of the Golden Army were wearing armor, they felt their steps were shaking. This destructive power is too great. It is incredible. The earth is shaking, smoke and dust are everywhere, and rubble is flying around. Niu Feng also used up all of chakra, leaving Sherinan alone. He fell slowly and was caught by Tsunade. His stamina was exhausted, even chakra was exhausted. The moment he was caught by Tsunade, Niu Feng's eyes kept watching Tsunade's beautiful face. It was perfect. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? And the figure is also very good. Niu Feng is excited even thinking about it. It must be his wife from now on. Are you okay, Niu Feng? Tsunade's face was a little worried. She didn't know whether it was Niu Feng to save her, or to go alone, fearless. Tsunade's heart was moved. It's okay, sister. He won't die this time, and he has to be seriously injured. Dare my favorite sister, I really eat the guts of the leopard, Niu Feng said even more angrily, with a tone of haki. He is very clear about his own strength. Tsunade looked at Niu Feng's resolute face and those black eyes, very focused. Niu Feng stood up, like an emperor at this time, staring at the place where Luosha fell. It was dusty and I couldn't see what was going on inside. Luosha's golden army is also anxiously awaiting the result. After this battle, they let them know this young man, Niu Feng, Konoha's genius. For a while, the smoke cleared. Everyone's eyes focused on the dusty place. To their shock, there was no one. Instead, there is a big hole about 8 meters in diameter, and I don't know how deep it is. What they confirmed was that Luosha was defeated. Sand Shinobi Village completely lost in this battle. Luosha fell inside, with scars on his forehead, arms, chest, and thighs. Large and small scars have left Luosha's brain blank for a while. He thoroughly felt Niu Feng's terrifying power. This is too domineering. Niu Feng took a step forward, his temperament changed, bright and dazzling. That terrible look is even more unmatched by others. Niu Feng stood above, looking down at Luosha. Do you still think you can do it now? Niu Feng used a haughty tone, contemptuously at Luosha. His eyes were filled with disdain. Luosha did not speak at this time, he had no strength anymore. Hear Niu Feng's mockery. The blood-red face became extremely ugly, his eyes blank. This person must not stay. Niu Feng was still young, once he grew up. In the future, none of the other 4 countries will be his opponent. At that time, Konoha will use his own power to suppress Shikoku. This is the most terrible thing. Boom! Niu Feng stomped the ground above with 1 foot, and the surrounding area was like a spider web, with ravines. Those cracked ground fell directly on the place where Luosha lay. Pouch! Luosha glanced, and a few blood spurted out of her mouth. The bones in his chest had been broken, and Luosha felt it, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Although Luosha breathed slowly, she could feel a sharp pain in her lungs. He was helpless, a dignified wind shadow, unexpectedly could not beat an unknown character Konoha. If this were to let people in the ninja world know, how ridiculous it would be. At this time, Niu Feng looked at Luosha like this. Although he survived, it is estimated that he is half crippled. It's not good to provoke, not to provoke me. Niu Feng slowly turned around, looked at the Golden Army, and smiled slightly. Let me see what kind of troops your master Feng Ying has cultivated. This is irony, naked irony. However, Niu Feng had already defeated Luosha, and these little soldiers were even more of a concern. At this time, the Golden Army still had half of its personnel, and their state was even more prosperous. It is impossible for Tsunade alone to deal with so many people. What's more, it was Niu Feng, he had consumed too much chakra just now. Niu Feng, don't. Tsunade looked at him with worry in his eyes, and shook his head slightly at him. She was afraid that Niu Feng was holding on now, and worried that Niu Feng would have an accident. Niu Feng smiled at Tsunade. Sister, don't worry. I want to take you home. Yeah. Tsunade's tone was full of tenderness. So he no longer worried about Niu Feng. Call. At this moment, a frightening breath was released from Niu Feng. That coercion was like a mountain on everyone in the Golden Army, pressing heavily. They couldn't breathe under pressure. It's just a moment. Their faces all changed, and their bodies swayed unconsciously. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Luosha could feel Niu Feng's horrible breath there, and her heart was even colder. Those of his troops are probably. The people at Sand Shinobi Village knew nothing about the boy in front of him. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying, not to mention the unknown strength. And everyone in Konoha knew that this boy had many backgrounds. Master Zixiao's disciple, White Fang's righteous son. These 2 identities alone have overwhelmed most of Konoha's ninjas. They all know that it is possible that Niu Feng will take charge of Konoha in the future. Do you surrender? Niu Feng Haki asked. If it is best for these people to surrender, some time can be saved. If they don't surrender, then hit them to surrender. When Niu Feng asked them this sentence, one of them came out and roared, never surrender. Okay, fight to the death. I will fight with you alone. Life and death have nothing to do with others. Niu Feng said. The voice was not too loud, and everyone around him could hear it. He will use his own strength to fight against the 200 troops. Well, based on this, I admire you. The eyes of the person in the forefront of the Golden Army were full of respect. He is also the captain of this unit, except for Luosha, he is now the strongest. Most of the people in this unit are of Jonin's level. More than 200 Jonin's chakras are really beyond imagination. Even Tsunade didn't dare to say so arrogantly, and singled them out. His mind burst even more. how crazy Niu Feng was. This is how arrogant, how confident. All the eyes of Kanaha were projected to Niu Feng, and he had seen someone arrogant, but he had never seen someone so mad. Tsunade looked at his back, he was deeply imprinted in Tsunade's heart. A smile appeared on her charming face, and she muttered to herself, "This is the person I want to marry in the future." Niu Feng must protect Tsunade no matter how great the danger is, even if he is injured. This is enough to move Tsunade. Under the shining of the sun, his resolute face, sharp eyes, and slender figure. That back figure is so dazzling. Boom! Niu Feng's legs were slightly bent, and all the chakras gathered on the legs, their toes hit the ground and shot out. In Mu Feng's concept, the war would not end without surrender. This is what White Fang told him, that he should not be taken lightly against any enemy. Even if the enemy is weak, get serious. Niu Feng quickly passed by, shuttled back and forth on this battlefield. A fist blasted past, and countless fists faced the Golden Army. The fist style is extremely overbearing, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. Everyone is united. Since we can defeat our master Feng Ying, this person is very strong. If there is a need, we have to make sacrifices, even if we die together. The captain of the Golden Army whispered to the people behind him. The tone is firm, and there may be real sacrifices. Even if it is himself, his eyes are filled with incomparable determination, and he must be killed. He is ready to die. When other people saw the captain like this, their eyes became calm. At that time, I will too. Me too. Even if you don't say the captain, we will do whatever it takes. Everyone looked at Niu Feng, who rushed up again. This time, there was no fear in their eyes, and they didn't back down anymore. What they face is a real killer. The breath of death is getting closer and closer. A group of figures stood upright there. Some are on the tree, some are hidden behind the big tree, and some are hidden in the dark. There are also bushes, but they are wearing golden armor. No matter where they are, they will emit golden light. Niu Feng's strength is already above them. They must unite, and they can even bring all chakras together in one person. In this way, the attack power of all of them is gathered on one attack point, and this kind of destructive power is the real terror. After all, Niu Feng was still alone, and he didn't use the wooden knife anymore. The wooden sword consumed his energy too much. If it hadn't been for Niu Feng's previous mental power, he would have been consumed by Luo She a long time ago. At this time, Niu Feng didn't use wooden knives anymore. It wasn't any weapon. It only depended on his ninjutsu and physical skills to completely defeat them. While running madly, Jiyan was fast. The speed of Jiyan was too fast. Chakra runs quickly in the body, maintaining the highest output, and Niu Feng roars, fire style, great fireball technique, moment. A fireball with a size of more than 10 meters sprayed out, and the surrounding air instantly became several temperatures hotter. It's like being around a volcanic eruption, making people feel hot. The fireball directly greeted the Golden Forces. Although the strength of the Golden Army and Niu Feng are not the same level, they are at least jonin. Just when the fireball was very close to them, whoosh, the captain disappeared instantly on the spot. It's fast. When Niu Feng looked at him, a sentence came to mind. Niu Feng didn't dare to be careless. After all, their combined strengths could at least fight against another cage-level character. How could such a troop not be scary? It was just a moment when Niu Feng was surprised. A sweeping leg came towards him, aggressively. There was another person who didn't know where he came from, and appeared directly above Niu Feng. Another person appeared behind Niu Feng, holding a huge knife. The blade is estimated to be 2 meters long, revealing an evil aura. The dark breath made Niu Feng feel a little uncomfortable. There was a sneer at the corner of the captain's mouth. The three men attacked at the same time, with craziness in their eyes, and they were bound to kill Niu Feng, even at the expense of yourself. 3 elite jonin. The 3 of them are already the top combat effectiveness of the Golden Army. The rest of the Golden Army were still hiding in the dark, watching all this. This is the captain's strategy. If Niu Feng really can't kill Niu Feng, then they will die. Not good. When Tsunade saw this scene, he secretly said, "Sure enough, ginger is still old and spicy." Tsunade knew that Mu Feng would suffer. With one foot stepped out, the whole body has revealed a strong breath. No one knows. At this time Niu Feng will be at a disadvantage. If it is serious, it will even die. Those people are also very agile. After all, they are also elite jonin. There is not much difference in speed. The 3 attacked Mu Feng at the same time, and no one knew whether Mu Feng could withstand it. But Mu Feng immediately put his hands on his chest. Boom! There was a dull crashing sound. The big knife slashed on Mu Feng's body, and it was distorted. Nothing at all. Boom! Moreover, the other kicked Mu Feng and suddenly felt that Mu Feng was like an iron plate. Harder is harder than stone. The captain retreated directly more than 10 meters before stabilizing his figure. Is that a real person? This made the leader of the Golden Army look depressed. Among their Sand Shinobi village, he was the only one who was good at physical skills. Especially his strength and speed. It is day after day, year after year, how many times he practiced to become Jonin. All the power comes from oneself. A wild boar can be kicked to death by 100 catties. But now, this is too fierce. He couldn't even kick this boy. It's not just that he is depressed, but his men took a breath when they saw this scene. What kind of body is this? Is it a godlike body? The knife didn't slash either. There was not only shock in their eyes, but also a trace of despair. How to fight such a monster? It's really like a tail beast. What shocked everyone was that everyone looked blank. Damn it. F***K. This is a person? There are countless question marks in everyone's hearts. What's the matter? At this time, is it just this point of attack power? Mu Feng smiled. This point of attack was just tickling to him. There is no real harm at all. He stretched his waist, his eyes became serious. It's my turn now. Boom. Purple flames enveloped Mu Feng, and purple chakra covered his body. Whoosh. Everyone hasn't reacted yet. One punch hit Captain Gold in the chest. Boom boom boom. He flew out directly like a missile, and stopped knowing how many trees were broken. But Tsunade looked at Mu Feng's speed, invincible. She was no longer worried about Mu Feng. Oh, what's the matter with me? Tsunade's small face instantly turned red, but, she knew that Mu Feng had always cared about her and would not let her suffer any wrongdoing. In fact, Tsunade was even more happy in her heart, but it was a time of war and she did not dare to show it. But Tsunade didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, these golden troops were trained by Luosha himself. Their strength is also very strong. At this moment, Tsunade took out a handful of kunao from her body. If Mu Feng was really in danger, she would definitely come forward. He stayed quietly on the spot, took a deep breath, and recovered his injury with Baihao technique. She looked at Luosha, worried that Luosha would suddenly come out to attack Mu Feng. Tsunade would never give him this opportunity, and made up his mind to protect Mu Feng. At the same time, looking at Mu Feng, his eyes were full of tenderness. And Mu Feng's astonishing blow made everyone underestimate his strength again. Too strong. Incredibly powerful. After seeing Mu Feng's shot, the two people who shot against Mu Feng had a tacit understanding and jumped back at the same time, backing more than 10 meters. Keep away from Mu Feng to prevent Mu Feng from attacking in an instant. For Mu Feng, a dozen meters is 1 second. They even took the shuriken and kuna from their ninja bag, and their eyes turned to Mu Feng again. Hoo. With the sound of breaking through the sky, shuriken and ku extremely quickly shot towards Mu Feng. It's like a meteor in the sky, passing by in a flash, and the speed is almost ultimate. One attacked above Mu Feng, and the other attacked below Mu Feng. They were also just to be on the safe side, and they didn't reserve the ability to really attack Mu Feng. The battle just now had completely let them see the gap between them and Mu Feng. At this moment, they just want to retreat as a whole, in order to preserve the power of Sand Shinobi Village. Sand Shinobi Village cannot be without Fangying and Golden Forces. Sand Shinobi Village is also ranked second among the top 5 countries. Other countries also look at each other. As long as any country is weaker than several other countries, it will definitely be attacked. This is an indisputable fact. Shuriken and Kyowa were about to shoot Mu Feng within a distance of less than 1 meter. At this moment, boom, a purple flash flashed past. The wooden knife was in Mu Feng's hand, and his eyes became a little playful. With this attack, can you knock me down? This is far from enough. These attacks were directly broken with a single knife. Puff puff. Those shurikens and Kyowa were directly cut off by Mu Feng, and no one really saw Mu Feng's sword movements. Those ninjas all fell in front of Mu Feng's eyes, and some were broken not only in half, but several broken. The two people were even more stunned, their minds were crazy. Encountering this person makes them even have no desire to fight. The gap is too big. Not only the two of them, but also the captain who was beaten by Mu Feng to vomit blood, looked at Mu Feng, his face pale. After he saw this scene, his face became extremely solemn, but his face flashed with a trace of helplessness. Can't beat it. The fighting spirit that was so full just now, all the scum that was beaten by Mu Feng was left. Everyone felt Mu Feng's strong killing intent. The captain is also in deep thought. Do you want to fight now? And Luosha felt the trace of killing intent, and her blood-red face became shocked. In my heart, I thought, don't be foolish to go up and fight Mu Feng with the Golden Army. Once you fight with Mu Feng, the Golden Army will definitely be defeated. This is the mainstay of Sand Shinobi Village. Luosha prayed and ran quickly. What he didn't know was that Mu Feng had already beaten several of them. Compared with any of them, Mu Feng's strength and speed were absolutely crushing. Why did Tsunade no longer worry after seeing it? She knew that Mu Feng's strength was enough. Mu Feng's counterattack has just begun. After Mu Feng looked at them back more than 10 meters, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When they saw Mu Feng, they knew that Mu Feng had a back move waiting for them. He muttered to himself, no one in the Golden Army wants to leave today. Tsunade looked at Mu Feng like that, feeling that Niu Feng's current strength had surpassed him, heaven-defying strength. The game that was about to be lost was abruptly pulled back by Niu Feng. This is something no one thought of. Moreover, when the Tsunade troops looked at Niu Feng, they looked even more in awe. No one can compare with him, they admire Niu Feng even more. Moreover, they are also proud of being Konoha. Niu Feng's pace was slow, and he walked to the center where the golden troops were hiding. Stand there straight. One person, one knife. Like a god of war. The knife just now astounded everyone even more. If that cut is a normal jonin, it is estimated that one cut will kill. He couldn't hold Niu Feng's knife at all. The point is that this is a one-shot. If Niu Feng keeps cutting, who can stop it? Unless first Hokage and that person come, they won't stop Niu Feng from killing. At this time, the atmosphere was a bit solemn, and the knife just now shocked them. The people of the Golden Army hiding in the dark watched quietly, staying hidden, not daring to come out and attack Niu Feng. He attacked Mufeng when his brain was sick, or he didn't want to live to find Mufeng. Niu Feng became their Shinigami at this time, and their lives were mastered by him. The speed of the knife just now was a bit slow, and I still need to hone my own knife skills. Why hasn't anyone attacked me yet? Niu Feng observed the surroundings, still quieting up as always. When he looked at Tsunade and them again, Tsunade looked at him at the same time. That seductive blush appeared on Tsunade's beautiful cheeks. Niu Feng blinked at her, also a little embarrassed. Tsunade was a little embarrassed and turned his head away. At this time, his face became even redder. The people behind saw these two people, and even covered their faces. Feeling that Niu Feng is really powerful, this time. Still thinking about sprinkling dog food. How do we people who are single dogs and injured people live? Get treatment quickly. Ding! Congratulations to host for defeating 4th Hokage, Luosha. Reward 5,000 contribution points. A familiar yet mechanical voice sounded. I'll go, it's so good. How long has it been since Niu Feng has earned another 5,000 contribution points? Worth it. Worth it. I also married a wife, but this time I made a lot of money. Niu Feng thought with joy in his heart. Although it was a little troublesome, he still made a lot of money. I thought I would use my Sharingan. The war is about to end before it is used. This made Niu Feng hadn't had enough addiction yet, and was now holding the golden troops to start. If I collect the golden troops, will Luosha be P********* D to death? Thinking about it this way, I feel excited. Niu Feng thought again, now that he has 10,000 contribution points, he exchanges these contribution points for things that control people. He can also harvest a troop, which allows Niu Feng to have his own troop. This is really okay. Brother system, there is nothing to control people. Niu Feng asked. Host, yes, let me think about it and introduce it to you. Do you still use thinking? Niu Feng was very surprised. The system also requires thinking. Pill of life and death, you can bind life to host. If host dies, he will die too. The price of the pill of life and death is 10,000 contribution value. 1. Life-threatening pills, after being taken by someone, host can master his soul and know everything about them. The price of life-threatening pills is 20,000 contribution points. 1. Damn! You're starting to cheat people again. Niu Feng cursed. This thing is too expensive. There is one more, host can think about it. That is to use distinguished heavenly gods, which can only be used 5 times in host. 1 time, 10,000 contribution value. Niu Feng's expression became gentle. This is okay. That's it, just use distinguished heavenly gods. At this time, ding! Distinguished heavenly gods will be credited to host's brain. A pair of scarlet eyes opened, and the shape of the eyes changed even more. Niu Feng was practicing this in his mind, and if he could persuade him, he wouldn't need his Sharingan. According to the system, distinguished heavenly gods can only be used 5 times in the system. And the system tells that the side effect is that once you use it, you can't use Sharingan for at least 1 month. In addition, every time I use it, I consume a lot of energy. Niu Feng was thinking about whether or not to use it. He could also accept the price the system told him. One person's power is ultimately limited, and the power of multiple people is the influence. At this time, Niu Feng patted both hands and dried. Still no one dared to come out to attack Niu Feng. Niu Feng walked quietly, following his own rhythm, step by step. When he came to the Golden Army, he stopped moving. Looking at him, his eyes became gentle. The captain of this Golden Army raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with determination, and he didn't know why Niu Feng came here. I'll give you a choice, you don't need to die, Niu Feng said lightly. Suddenly, his face is full of shock. What does he want to do? What choice? He asked, looking up. Surrender to me. Niu Feng stared at him, looking extremely serious. Haki said. What? Surrender to him. These 4 characters appeared in the captain's mind. How can this be? Our whole life is fighting for Sand Shinobi Village, how can we betray? This is absolutely impossible, you don't want to think about it. He said righteously, it is absolutely impossible to betray Master Feng Ying. At this time, after hearing his answer, Mu Feng frowned, and thought, sure enough, as I guessed, Feng Ying can brainwash them. It seems that they have to use that trick. If you really want to use distinguished heavenly gods, I will persuade you again. Mu Feng insisted, aren't you thinking about it? If you surrender to me, with my help, you will definitely increase your combat effectiveness by 4 or 5 times, far stronger than it is now. What? 4 or 5 times? He was stunned in place, completely forgetting the pain, very surprised. Even Master Feng Ying didn't dare to say that. He looked at the boy in front of him, his words filled with confidence. Mu Feng looked at him deeply. He lowered his head and said nothing, knowing that his heart was a little touched. In the ninja world, what people most eagerly pursue is strength. Who doesn't want great strength? If you don't want it, unless you don't want to live. He was indeed a little touched, but he was led by Master Feng Ying and trained them since he was a child. If he really rebelled, his conscience would also hurt, so he shook his head decisively. It's not Konoha you surrender, but me. You have to figure out this, you can still love your own Sand Shinobi village. Mu Feng explained once again that if he surrendered, it would be his own army, not Konoha's. These are two different things. Mu Feng thought in his heart, after all, I am also a man who wants to unify the entire country. How can you make a mistake for a country? He was even more stunned, not surrendering to Konoha, but the boy in front of him. He knew that this young man would cap the pinnacle of the shinobi world in the future. I won't surrender, you should give up. Our golden army is just for Sand Shinobi village and will not follow anyone, he said firmly and died. If you surrender to him, it would be rebellious. In the world of ninjas, the most shameful thing about ninjas is to betray ninjas. Okay, then don't blame me, Mu Feng said without any expression on his face. At this time, Mu Feng's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and those bloody eyes appeared in front of the leader of the Golden Force for the first time. After he saw it, he didn't know what to say, he just pointed his finger at Mu Feng and wanted to shout. However, it was too late. Distinguished heavenly gods, start. Mu Feng said, his eyes changed from three-hook jade to Mangekyo. Use distinguished heavenly gods on him. Once distinguished heavenly gods is launched, it will never change. The illusion technique against him cannot be eliminated, this is the strongest illusion technique in the ninja world. At this time, the eyes of the leader of the Golden Force also changed, and there was no expression on his face. He forgot about the pain and his eyes turned red, but not like Sharinan. Instead, he was caught in the illusion, slowly raised his head, looking at Mu Feng, no hatred of Mu Feng in his eyes. It's obedience, absolute obedience. Mu Feng felt that his temperament had changed, and also faintly felt that his strength had risen somewhat. The morning light shone in, Mu Feng stood motionless, the scarlet Sharinan was extremely dazzling. Fortunately, Tsunade closed their eyes and recovered from their injuries. If they opened their eyes now, they would definitely be shocked that Mu Feng actually owns Mangekyo Sharinan. Those in the Golden Army were also different. When they saw Mu Feng's eyes, their eyes were huge, staring at Mu Feng firmly. What did he do to the captain? What's the matter with the captain? Actually bowed his head to him. Incredibly, they didn't believe that this was what the captain did. Mu Feng knew that there were all the golden troops around him, and asked, what is your name, and how many people are there in your golden troops? Master, my name is Feng Zhuanggayo, the captain of the Golden Army. There are more than 300 people in the Golden Army. Some people have been sacrificed in this war, and now there are 213 people left after adding me. 170 of them are Jonin now, and the others are between Jonin and Elite Jonin, Feng Zhuanggayo said respectfully. Mu Feng nodded, he knew that all Feng Zhuanggayo's answers were correct. What the people of the Golden Army hiding in the dark didn't know was that everything they had was in Mu Feng's master. Mu Feng smiled slightly. In fact, he used distinguished heavenly gods in this area. Except for Tsunade, everyone should have been illusioned. When those people saw Mu Feng's eyes, they were hit by Mu Feng's illusion. All members of the Golden Army looked at Mu Feng, and everyone's eyes changed at this time. One by one came towards Mu Feng, his eyes filled with blazing heat. Standing in the middle, Mu Feng said in a deep voice to them, now you have to recognize that I am your master, you are my guardians, and you have to obey my orders. They slowly lowered their heads and said respectfully, yes, now you still go back to Sand Shinobi village, if there is a need, I will find you. Yes. Mu Feng was overjoyed, and thought to himself, I don't know Luo Shen knows that I took his golden army, what will happen? Haha, no matter. This time, Sand Shinobi village will withdraw from the war. This complete golden army has completely become Mu Feng's. Mu Feng thought to himself, this is my beginning. This is Tsunade's place, and Luo Shen lost his wife and broke down this time. Once Sand Shinobi village exits the war, Konoha's pressure will be greatly reduced. Free up your hands to deal with the village of Turin and Laiyan. The strength of these two villages is also very terrifying. If Konoha had a lot of excellent ninjas during this period, it would have been particularly difficult to deal with these two countries. Luo Xia, who had fallen in the pit, remained motionless, still, her eyes sluggish, and Niu Feng's blow to him was a bit hard. Now I'm calm again, what happened just now? Luo Xia muttered to herself. The shock just now was violent throughout the place. He has become a little disappointed without waiting for the golden troops to come and rescue him for so long, even a little desperate. When he fought against Niu Feng, he already knew Niu Feng's true strength. In the Golden Army, no one is Niu Feng's opponent. Rasha is now covered with injuries, and her whole body aches when she moves. It's really a bunch of rubbish, so many people are united together, and they won't be destroyed by the regiment. Luo Xia felt that something had happened to everyone in the Golden Army, and his tone was also a bit complaining. That was the person he trained by himself. If he were killed by Niu Feng, he would feel even more unhappy. Luo Xia looked at her injury again, sighed slightly. She didn't know if she could survive. All this is in the unknown, but the more unknown things are, the more they are in danger. It is estimated that I will have to lie down for a few months without getting out of bed. This is just Luo Xia's preliminary guess. Luo Xia hides the hatred in her heart deepest, and he must repay this hatred. Niu Feng took them to another place, which was very hidden. All the members of the Golden Army are here, looking at Niu Feng. At this time, Niu Feng exudes the aura of a superior. Regardless of Niu Feng's young age, since Niu Feng has followed Ziyi Xiao, his whole person has the aura of a superior person. This is the charm of Zixiao. The 8 legends of Konoha, besides White Fang, now the top combat power is Zixiao. No one can break Zixiao's absolute defense. Third Hokage always said, there is Zixiao in Konoha, then I can rest assured. What kind of trust is this? As long as there is Zixiao, Konoha is even more peaceful. Now the third time is the World War. Originally, Zixiao wanted to participate in the battle, but Konoha was empty inside and had to be guarded by someone. Now that Zixiao can't go out, other countries are also relieved. Ziyi Xiao's combat effectiveness is even more crazy. Now you wait for us to evacuate, and take your Fengying-sama back to San Shinobi village. Niu Feng asked again, giving them a reason. Niu Feng beat Luo Xia like that. It is estimated that after the Golden Troop rescued him, they would definitely have to go back to recover from his injuries. If your master Fengying wants to order you and him to chase me, will you follow me? Feng Zhuanggaya stood there straight, observed the master. Obeying the master, these 4 words made Niu Feng even more happy. This is the distinguished heavenly gods, which has completely turned their ideas into Niu Feng's will. They were born to protect Mufeng, but Mufeng also consumes a lot of energy, and these energy can only be restored with rest. Niu Feng now also rescued Tsunade and the others, mainly Tsunade. That is his wife. When the time comes, you will follow Luo Xia to chase us, come to my eyes, and I will kill him with my own hands. Niu Feng's eyes became cold, and his murderous aura was released again. This murderous aura permeated the surroundings. Well, you have already come out with Luo Xia, don't let him have any doubts, at this time. Feng Zhuanggaya even took out Killua from the ninja bag behind him, and raised it high to face his abdomen. Pouch. Killua directly pierced his abdomen, blood spurted out, and he was holding back the severe pain. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pulled out Killua, which was full of blood and bright. Niu Feng took a deep look at Feng Zhuanggaya, watching the whole process of his movements. This kid has a bit of strength. Niu Feng also admired his decisiveness, and his cruelty to himself was worthy of cultivation. Those scarlet eyes were full of appreciation. Someone also stood up and slapped his thigh directly. Pierce into the thigh. What? The man was not as strong as Feng Zhuanggaya, and still made a sound, but the sound was not loud. At this time, one by one, they hurt themselves. Niu Feng nodded in satisfaction, so Luo Xia couldn't be doubted. My goal has also been achieved. Luo Xia had been taken out by the Golden Troops, and her whole body was wounded. He almost lost his consciousness, especially in his thighs and abdomen, and was almost beaten by Niu Feng. It can be seen how terrifying Niu Feng's power is. Let's go, take Luo Xia and go back. Niu Feng, standing in front of them, stood with his hands holding hands, looked at them, and said softly, I have to go home quickly, or Tsunade will be worried too. Mainly because he wanted to see Tsunade so much. Tsunade suddenly felt murderous, and hurriedly opened his eyes, fearing that Niu Feng might have an accident. She is most worried about Niu Feng now. Tsunade looked around, and those people were recovering from their injuries. These people also experienced several wars with Tsunade. These people are the last of the war. Now there are only dozens of people left in the army, which is really wounded, disabled. It was just a group of wounded soldiers. Tsunade couldn't bear it, and there were tears on his face. In order to protect Tsunade and Konoha, these people sacrificed themselves. Blood has flowed for Konoha, and those who sacrificed have given their precious lives for Konoha. They had no chance to meet Konoha again. That's a life, but they are all dead. I must take them home and take their bodies home, Tsunade said firmly. She had promised her brothers that she would take them home. Her beautiful face, frowning, looked at the blood in front of her. The air was full of bloody smell, and he looked for Mu Feng's figure again. What's the matter? Where are they? Where is Mu Feng? Tsunade hurriedly stood up, his eyes kept searching. Where is he? What about the people from the Golden Army? Could it be that Mu Feng alone prevented him from attacking us and led them in another direction? Tsunade stood there, thinking blindly. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid, for fear that he would never see Mu Feng again. Are you looking for me? A gentle voice came. Tsunade turned his head abruptly, seeing the familiar face with joy. He is back. I will take you home. Mu Feng just wanted to take her home. She was a woman, with these teams, abruptly defending Luosh's crazy offensive for more than 10 days. Konoha knows that Tsunade is the disciple of Third Hokage and is known as one of Sunin. It is even more honorable. That kind of situation made Tsunade participate in this war. Tsunade knew that it was a life of 9 deaths, and the hope of surviving was very small. Her eyes were full of firmness and pride in her bones, and no one could break her. Mu Feng gently put Tsunade in his arms and hugged her tightly. The scent on that body made Mu Feng linger, and the turbulent Tsunade that made Mu Feng's first close contact. So big. Looking at Tsunade's moderately thick red lips, it was really beautiful, and Mu Feng couldn't help but want to kiss her. Worthy of being my daughter-in-law. I will recognize you for the rest of my life. Mu Feng was determined to make this choice even more firmly in his heart. Before him, he had never said that he was so obsessed with women. It is a preference for Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade slowly raised his pretty face and looked at Mu Feng, a boy younger than himself. This familiar face will always be remembered in Tsunade's heart. Forever. Forever. Her lips opened, she wanted to say something, but she didn't tell Mu Feng. There was a smile on her face, it felt so good. A flush appeared on her little face, and her face flushed. The two of them hugged each other tightly, and they didn't speak to each other. I'm late this time, no one will bully you in the future, sister. Mu Feng looked at Tsunade earnestly, everything was so natural. I swear in my heart not to let Tsunade suffer any wrongdoing in the future. When he heard these words, Tsunade felt a warmth in his heart, as if he was in that cold winter. The cold wind was biting, but if Mu Feng is by his side, then this is spring, and it will not feel any cold. Well, my sister will rely on you from now on, Tsunade said shyly, his eyes full of tenderness. Mu Feng felt Tsunade's love. Tsunade is a tofu heart with a knife mouth. Her heart is very kind. Throughout Konoha, everyone thought Tsunade was a weird, violent maniac. In fact, they were all wrong. She was strong on the surface and weak in her heart, but no one could touch the bottom of her heart, so she mistakenly thought that Tsunade was. No one will chase Tsunade. Although Jiraiya likes Tsunade, that kind of personality may not match Tsunade's type. It will not only move Tsunade, but it's not love. Mu Feng, where are those people? Tsunade looked at Mu Feng with worry in his eyes. It's impossible for them to kill all those people, right? Are those in the Golden Army? Yin and 4th Kazekage, I didn't find him either. Maybe he also escaped. Tsunade guessed, Rosa was so badly injured, how could he escape? Could it be that his men saved them? Tsunade was surprised, feeling a little weird. Well, yes, it's a bit difficult for me to deal with their team members alone. Mu Feng scratched his head and said helplessly. Humph, then you have to go up and challenge the whole team one by one. At this moment, Tsunade gave him a blank look. Mu Feng singled out the entire team. If he really defeated them thoroughly, it is estimated that Mu Feng would also be in danger. At that time, there was not only one Sand Shinobi village dealing with Konoha, it was even possible that 4 countries would unite to deal with Konoha. Mu Feng will break the balance between these 5 powers. Tsunade put his white hands around Mu Feng's neck and said gently, don't do that in the future, I'm worried about you. Yin, I know my sister. There is no next time. Mu Feng nodded vigorously, and looked at this gentle Tsunade without any resistance. It's so pretty. Mu Feng still listened to Tsunade's words especially, not for anything else, because Tsunade is his wife. And he knew that Tsunade had a very bad temper, and Mu Feng knew that he was going to be a strict wife in his life. However, it's good to be strict with your wife. You don't have to worry about anything. Mu Feng muttered to himself, thinking that when he retires, he can take his children to play, drink some tea every day, rest and take a walk. Mu Feng is also particularly willing to try something like this. Tsunade was even more taken aback, not knowing what Mu Feng said anymore. It's just a week one, my child. How come it's progressing so fast? Tsunade blushed even more. The two of them hugged for a long time, and finally Mu Feng told Tsunade to retreat with her men, and they reluctantly separated. Now, the Third Ninja World War has entered a white-hot stage. Mu Feng also completed his task. At this time, a mechanical voice rang beside Mu Feng's ear. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task, rewarding contribution value of 5,000. Oh, the system has been so friendly to me lately, and I'm a little bit unbelievable. Niu Feng remembered the fact that the system had pitted him, and now everything is over after all. There is nothing to mention. Niu Feng opened his property page again. Name: Niu Feng. Attribute: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth. Water grade: B plus. Chakra: 3500 plus. Physical skills: opening the existence of the 8 gate can already open the king gate. Illusion: have Mangekyo Sharinan, opened by Suzano. Ninjutsu skills: fire style, earth style, water style, lightning style ninjutsu. Swordsmanship: a level, completely in Jonin. Contribution points: 5000. Now that Niu Feng has 5000 contribution points again, he no longer exchanges things. I need to save some flowers this time, because there is still a foster father. When Niu Feng thought of the foster father who could give his life for himself, tears were already in his eyes. Everything he owns was given to him by White Fang, and Kakashi has been with him and growing up with him. He must resurrect his adoptive father. Niu Feng took them back to the base camp just now. This base camp contains Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, and several others. Stop, who are you? A younger ninja asked. Konoha's ninja, Niu Feng. Who is Niu Feng? I don't know. That person doesn't even know who Niu Feng is? Huh, you don't even know me? Niu Feng's eyes were a little angry, and when he was about to step forward, his slender hand patted Niu Feng's shoulder. Niu Feng looked back and found that it was Tsunade. Tsunade smiled softly at Niu Feng. I'll do it. Okay. Niu Feng waited on the spot. Maybe he was too young, not many people knew him. Tsunade Haki stepped forward. The young ninja's eyes were huge, and his mouth opened wide. Tsunade, here you are. Why can't I come? Tsunade snorted coldly. Hurry up and report it. The young ninja didn't dare to show any slack on his face, so he ran over and reported to Jiraiya. Coming to the entrance of the base camp, Niu Feng said in a deep voice to the ninja who was guarding the entrance. In the past few days, the country of the earth and the country of thunder suddenly attacked Konoha frantically. The front lines are furiously blocking, and now Orochimaru and Jiraiya are absolute commanders. All orders must be obeyed. Their orders. Jiraiya didn't laugh as he did in the past, frowned, and there was a kind of anxiety between her eyebrows. Jiraiya even withstood tremendous pressure from the failure of the front line. Master Jiraiya, Master Tsunade is back, the young ninja said hurriedly. Yep, then let her come over now, Jiraiya ordered quickly, and he was deeply relieved. When Tsunade came back, he thought that Tsunade was already safe, and San Shinobi Village retreated. Next, it depends on the direction of the war. The young ninja came back, stood in front of Tsunade, and said respectfully, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama asked you to go there quickly. You go there quickly. Others can't go in. I got it. I didn't expect that the current commander was Jiraiya. Isn't there anyone around 3rd Hokage? Tsunade complained as he walked over. But instead of going to the base camp, he pulled Mufang aside and stared at the young ninja and said, This is Konoha's hero, White Fang's righteous son, Zixiao's disciple, a true genius. Do you see it clearly? Can he go in? The young ninja's eyes were huge, stunned, and nodded fiercely. If he can't get in, no one can get in. This would be a shame. Even the people next to him focused all their eyes on the boy next to Tsunade. The surroundings are even quieter. Everyone remembered Niu Feng's figure. Then Tsunade took Niu Feng in. Jiraiya is the least reliable among them, especially in many tasks. Jiraiya is the first to attack each other. However, every time they were discovered by others, Tsunade and Orochimaru struggled to complete the task together. Orochimaru didn't complain about him at that time, but Tsunade she had an opinion on Jiraiya. However, the friendship between the three of them is particularly good. In addition, Jiraiya likes Tsunade. No matter what Tsunade says about him or how he beats him, Jiraiya still doesn't hate Tsunade. Also in the Second Ninja World War, the three of them fought Hanzo. That was the existence of a demigod, and the fight in the Second Ninja World War was even more tragic. Especially Konoha. At that time, White Fang was the most powerful, a figure of Hokage level, who killed God when he met the gods. No one can stop. At that time, Konoha appeared countless characters, plus the current genius. 8 of them were called one of Konoha's 8 legends. Jiraiya. Tsunade opened the tent with his hands and glared at Jiraiya. The voice was loud, and all the ninjas around heard Tsunade's roar, which showed Tsunade's anger. When Tsunade blocked Luosha, he had already launched a signal in mid-air, and even after waiting for a long time, no one came to support her, causing all of her subordinates to become desperate and depressed. If it weren't for Niu Feng to arrive in time, she and her men would all be killed in battle. Jiraiya is even more confused. What is going on? When Tsunade came back, how could he have such a temper? Suddenly, Jiraiya didn't even dare to go forward, and deliberately stepped back a few steps, and asked, Tsunade, what's the matter with you? What do you mean? You know it well. Tsunade didn't show him a face at all, and snorted coldly. Stepping forward, the whole person exploded with a strong aura, and this will be a battlefield. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and grabbed him hard. The strength was so great that Jiraiya couldn't resist at all. Boom! A dull crash. Jiraiya hit the wall hard and leaned back. The back of his body was concave, and the wall was almost torn down. Not only Jiraiya felt that Tsunade had changed, but Orochimaru was also aware of it. Liu Feng stood there quietly. Tsunade just vented her anger. After all, not much of her subordinates survived. These are all Tsunade promises to take them home, but he brought back those few people. Tsunade's heart was full of guilt, and it was her who wished to die. The blame for all this is that there is no reinforcement to support them, making them resist for more than 10 days. That was more than 10 days. Every day someone is dying, and everyone is facing fear at the time. At first I thought that support would come, Tsunade comforted them, but waited until they were about to die. They also did not see any shadow of the resource. At that time, I knew that there would be no more support. His face is full of doubts. Why did Tsunade be like this? What's the matter with you? Jiraiya was breathing heavily, and Tsunade pressed her neck forcibly with her hands, and couldn't move at all. He really wanted to know what happened to Tsunade. Jiraiya's entire face turned pale, and her tone was a little weak, and said, Tsunade, we have something to say, we can discuss and solve it together. Solved? Tell me how to solve it. Tsunade's eyes were full of anger, gritted his teeth, and asked, solve? How do you want to solve it? How to solve the problem? Can my subordinate survive? What? Jiraiya, how do you solve it? Can my subordinates come back? Tsunade had already burst into tears at this time, those subordinates who sacrificed to protect him. They actually hoped to be able to come back, but... Tsunade, don't get excited, what the hell is going on? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and cried, and he didn't feel like it. He felt that it must be because of the battle with Rasha. Why don't you give us support? Tsunade said angrily, if it weren't for you, how could my subordinates die? How could they die? Do you know that we guarded there for more than 10 days? Rosanna sent all the elites, and it was a crazy blow to us. I sent a signal to the base camp and asked you to support us. You have never sent support to me. Tsunade was in pain as he spoke. Those hundreds of lives, if you don't, you won't have them. That's it. Tsunade's voice was choked. The hand holding Jiraiya's neck also slowly lowered and squatted there, covering his face with both hands. Only a choked cry was heard, and no one could see Tsunade's painful appearance. After listening to what Tsunade said, Jiraiya was even more stunned. Did not send support to them? But Jiraiya didn't see the flare gun that Tsunade fired. This incident was even more puzzling, Tsunade said. He fired a flare gun, but Jiraiya didn't see it here. Not only Jiraiya, but it is estimated that no one in the base camp saw the flare. Jiraiya thought to himself, someone must have done something in this matter. Seeing Tsunade crying horribly, Liu Feng stepped forward and slowly pulled Tsunade up. His eyes turned red when he looked at Tsunade. The beautiful face was very full of tears. Looking at Liu Feng, it was like being wronged by life. Tsunade held Liu Feng tightly with both hands, not wanting Liu Feng to leave. Liu Feng was even more distressed and uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jiraiya suddenly realized that his face was so ugly that he must be an inner ghost. He hates the inner ghost the most. Since Tsunade has sent a support signal, it stands to reason that after seeing the signal, Jiraiya immediately sent someone to support Tsunade. Instead of waiting until Tsunade comes back alive, he wants to kill Tsunade and let Konoha-Sunen break completely, so that his purpose will be achieved. Jiraiya said to Orochimaru next to him. The erect pupils made people shudder even more. Filled with the breath of death, Orochimaru stayed quietly in place, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't reply, he had to tell Tsunade of his guess. Tsunade's eyes were full of shock, and his body was extremely stiff. The fact that this matter is true makes people feel a bit weird. There is no need to think about it, let alone how can an elite jonin like Tsunade fail to see through this. Tsunade wiped his tears with those white hands and stopped crying. It's no use crying no matter how much. People cannot come back from death. The most important thing is not to let her brothers die in vain. Everyone knows that Tsunade is the one who protects the calf the most. As long as it is the person she wants to protect, even Hokage can't help it. In addition, Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan and grandson of first Hokage. With these identities, who provokes Tsunade? Everyone can't wait to hide far away. Liu Feng stroked Tsunade's hair, keeping his eyes on Tsunade's beautiful face, hugging Tsunade all the time, and whispered, don't cry, don't feel guilty. You can come back alive, this is their biggest wish. As for revenge, leave it to me. Liu Feng said to Tsunade, his tone firm. Perseverance appeared on his face, and he hugged Tsunade tightly again, guarding by Tsunade's side. Jiraiya's envious eyes kept staring at the two people. Liu Feng fed them all the dog food, especially Jiraiya, with envy and hatred in his heart. Yes, Tsunade responded softly. But Tsunade also wanted to personally avenge their brother. She asked Jiraiya, the flares we released at night must be visible here at base camp. Think about who is on duty at night. At night, Jiraiya was lost in thought. It seemed that Jiraiya was on duty for more than 10 nights. Orochimaru commanded during the day, he rested at night, and then Jiraiya commanded and was on duty. It was me at night, but I really didn't see it. Jiraiya spread his hands and raised his helpless eyes. He really couldn't explain the matter, and was afraid that the person would want to put the blame on Jiraiya. In a few days, Namikaze Minato will be on duty with me at night, and the two of us have seen the signal of support. Jiraiya tried his best to show sincerity, then looked at Tsunade and motioned to Namikaze Minato, who was standing in the corner. Namikaze Minato didn't say a word from the corner. He also understood what happened to Tsunade. He didn't expect that there was a ghost in the base camp, which shocked him very much. Compared with these villages, Konoha's chance of rebelliousness is very small. But he didn't expect that this kind of thing happened before his eyes, and Namikaze Minato, who was originally elegant, was also angry in his heart. Tsunade almost had no life because of this, and once Tsunade failed to defend it at that time, then Luosha will definitely bring his golden troops to attack this base camp. At that time, it was the real danger. When Namikaze Minato thought of the pros and cons, he made up his mind to catch this inner ghost. Namikaze Minato calmly explained, Master Jiraiya and I were on duty at night, and the two of us did not notice the flare you sent. You should believe me this time, Tsunade. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, surely not to please the inner ghost. Yin, then there are ghosts in this base camp. Tsunade calmed down his sadness and restored his former peace. Only when calm, the choice made may be correct. Tsunade instantly remembered Senju Minglei, who had always been her guard, but she did not expect him to be an inner ghost, if it weren't for Tsunade and their troops to be surrounded by Rasha. It was when Luosha felt that he could master everything, it was revealed that Senju Ming was the inner ghost. In any case, Tsunade didn't believe in this fact, but he followed Tsunade since childhood and became Tsunade's guard. People so close betrayed Tsunade. Tsunade really didn't know how those people did it. At that time, he was hurt by the people closest to him, so he felt. At this time, Jiraiya clenched his hand hard, the veins swelled, and said coldly, don't let me catch that guy, or it will make that guy better than dead. Being wronged by Tsunade, plus still in the base camp, he is still a ghost. If such people are not eliminated, he will get the news in time, and then send the news to other countries. At that time, other countries will seize the opportunity. The killing intent in Tsunade's eyes was completely revealed, and all the thoughts in his heart were exposed in his eyes. He must be killed. Niu Feng remained motionless, and only Tsunade could affect his emotions, otherwise no one would affect him. Only when Tsunade cried, he really felt distressed, as if his heart was taken out, that kind of heart-piercing. I don't know what to say, just simply hugging Tsunade. In fact, it means that he is staying with you in this way, Tsunade. No matter what difficulties you have in your life, I will always be with you, cry with you, and laugh with you. Niu Feng stretched his head again and said softly to Tsunade's left ear. In an instant, a blush appeared on Tsunade's face. Yes. Tsunade said blankly, with a dull expression. In fact, he is also very curious about who the ghost is. The inner ghost should be the people inside, and Niu Feng simply looked around at these people in the tent. Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Niu Feng himself. These 5 people are definitely not the inner ghosts, so the inner ghosts must be the outsiders, and they may not be in this base camp. But in Konoha, this is also possible. These people all have decision-making power, and they are some top-secret information of the Master, which cannot be leaked out. The current situation is that the Land of the Earth and the Land of Thunder have been attacked, and there are now 1,000 people in the base camp. Thousands of troops have already been sent, and the base camp is really empty now. If both countries had to send elites to attack this base camp, it would definitely be self-defeating. Our main task now is the Land of the Earth, the Land of Thunder, and the Inner Ghost. We must be found out. Jiraiya calmly analyzed. Now, the Land of the Earth has been completely occupied at the Shinyubi Bridge, and the Konoha troops have been named. They have sent out the signal flare, and they need rescue. Because our troops there are only 4 people. They are still guarding stubbornly, and they haven't returned, waiting for our banquet. I want this task to be given to you, Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya turned his attention to Namikaze Minato at this time. Niu Feng heard the current situation and knew that the God Wukun Bridge War was coming. This is also the reason for participating in the Third Ninja War. The time has come to change the fate of Kakashi and Obito. If Niu Feng can prevent success, then the Fourth Ninja World War will not happen. Good. Namikaze Minato nodded. Namikaze Minato participated in the Battle of Godless Kun Kiao, and Niu Feng was in a daze, and was plunged into the memories of the year. Minato's combat power was very strong. Although Namikaze Minato is said to be a late show, his speed is already the first among Konoha. Special skill, Flying Thunder God technique. This battle Namikaze Minato will prove himself. Niu Feng's eyes also began to look at Namikaze Minato, and Namikaze Minato was also handsome and handsome. I think of Namikaze Minato, but there is no bloodline boundary, just an ordinary person. He has no background in Hokage in all dynasties. He can become Hokage by his own efforts. At this time, when Orochimaru looked at him, a hint of jealousy flashed past his eyes. However, Niu Feng could still observe this subtle change. Niu Feng glanced at it and remembered it. In the future, Orochimaru is even more ready to rebel, and he must also be prepared. Ding! Assign the main task of the host. The task is to find the inner ghost and change the fate of Kakashi and Obito. The task is rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. Whether to accept. Accept. Niu Feng didn't hesitate, and it was troublesome to find the inner ghost. As for changing the fate of Kakashi and Obito, the system should not be assigned. Niu Feng would do it himself. Niu Feng didn't want to see the fourth war in the ninja world either. At that time, I saw Obito announce the start of the fourth war in the ninja world. What a hacky is this? For Lin, he wants to create a better world. At that time, Niu Feng was also moved by Obito, and then Obito's fate was very miserable. Niu Feng said softly to Namikaze Minato, Ms. Minato, please take care of Kakashi and Obito. Both of them have more potential to be wireless. Jiraiya heard the words Obito. Isn't that the tail of the crane? How come Obito is put on the battlefield? Is his ability enough? Jiraiya said to Namikaze Minato. If the children in Konoha are not capable, they must not be allowed on the battlefield. This is the rule. Obito is the last in their class, but he is famous. Putting him in the war is not just cannon fodder on the battlefield. If you go, you must be sent to death. Well, his abilities are a little lacking, but Konoha's ninjas are really too few, and they don't have enough supplies. Hokage-sama is also helpless, let them go to the battlefield to temper themselves. After all, training on the battlefield can grow quickly. Minato explained that this was not what he meant. All the decision-making power lies with Lord Hokage. Jiraiya frowned even more when he heard it, and he did not expect that there were fewer and fewer people now. Konoha has more elite jonin than the other 4 countries, but genin and shinin are not as good as other countries. So Konoha mostly concentrates on cultivating an elite-level jonin. Minato, your squad plus, there are only 5 people, and I don't have extra support to send you, everything depends on you. Jiraiya was a little ashamed. He doesn't have too many people now. The 1,000 people in the base camp can't move, and they all have to guard the base camp. What's more, the wounded are all in the base camp to protect their safety. Jiraiya has more than enough energy but lacks energy. Nothing, Lord Jiraiya, our team can complete the task, don't worry. Minato patted his chest and said confidently, that's good, this battle is up to you. Jiraiya told Namikaze Minato, trusting Minato from the bottom of his heart. You must come back safely. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with tenderness and said softly, Minato is his proud disciple, and he doesn't want to lose this disciple. Jiraiya has a look of relief on his face. Going here must be very dangerous. If Jiraiya went personally, he himself would not dare to guarantee the success of the mission, and Minato gave him a guarantee, indicating that Minato has absolute self-confidence. Jiraiya just likes Minato like this, then stepped forward, with a worried look on his face, and once again said to Minato, you must be more careful. Yeah, I'll go and prepare now. Minato said in a deep voice. The situation is urgent, Minato and the others are going to leave right away. Then Minato went out from the tent, with that sturdy face, looking deeply at the blue sky, eyes full of determination. He said in his heart, Kushina, you are waiting for me to come back. He is most worried about Kushina, and he misses Kushina in his heart. Go, be sure to complete the task. Minato muttered to himself. In front of the base camp, Niu Feng and Tsunade looked at the 4 people in front. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and the girl, Linear. This is the first time Niu Feng has seen Obito wearing goggles, just like Naruto before. It's really very similar. Obito didn't laugh, his eyes were full of expectation. Niu Feng guessed that this should be his first time on the battlefield. Obito hasn't seen a real war yet. I thought to myself, after experiencing the war, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. Minato, take good care of these children, they are Konoha's future. Jiraiya said, looking at the children here, I felt very uncomfortable. It was their age at school, let them go to the battlefield. Jiraiya also couldn't bear it, but this was a war and had to compromise. Don't worry, I will take care of them. After all, they are my disciples. Minato nodded, then slowly turned around and glanced at them, understanding what Jiraiya meant. Kakashi stood still, taking a deep look at Niu Feng. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. Brothers, don't have to say too much, both sides understand each other. Niu Feng then looked at Lin meaningfully. The immature face, the eyes are full of innocence. Niu Feng thought even more, no wonder, Obito and the others like Linear at this time. There is a sharp pain in the waist. Looking down, it turned out that Tsunade pinched Mu Feng's waist with his hands. Give it a hard pinch. Tsunade glared at Niu Feng. Moment. Niu Feng suddenly realized that Tsunade was jealous. What do you think? Niu Feng said softly to Tsunade, how could I like such a girl? You are my little princess, little baby. I like you the most, you can't even eat it. Niu Feng said softly, with a very gentle tone. Tsunade snorted coldly and cast a blank look at Niu Feng. Speech, why didn't I find you like this before? Tsunade grinned, and then twisted Niu Feng's waist with his hand again. Oh, it hurts, I know I was wrong, I really know it was wrong. Niu Feng pleaded bitterly. It's pretty much the same. Niu Feng knew that Tsunade couldn't eat it, and a warm current poured into his body, making him very happy. Smelling the unique scent of Tsunade is really lingering. At this time, Minato, it's getting late, so let's go quickly, Jiraiya said to Minato, and it was the next day when they rushed past. The four-person team doesn't know how many will survive. Looking at the backs of a few of them, Niu Feng was deeply touched by the cruelty of the war. Boom! Step out and rush to Minato and them. Niu Feng's speed was very fast, and in just 1 second, he appeared in front of Kakashi, and Jiraiya and the others were extremely shocked. What speed is this? All they saw were after images, one can imagine how fast he is. Orochimaru, who was standing on the side, looked at all this, only Niu Feng could not see clearly, muttering to himself, it's stronger than before. Last time, Orochimaru played against him. Although he was a little relaxed, Orochimaru got serious and still hadn't played Mufeng. This time, Niu Feng showed faster than lightning. At the moment Niu Feng started, the purple light was extremely dazzling. Jiraiya and they all knew that this was Zai Xiao's absolute defense, and they thought in their hearts that he had learned Zai Xiao's trick. With speed and absolute defense, he is invincible among Jonin, and Orochimaru can deeply figure out how overbearing Niu Feng's power was that time. Niu Feng, what is he going to do? Jiraiya asked suddenly. He wanted to know what Niu Feng said to Kakashi. Not only Jiraiya, Orochimaru also wanted to know, and wanted his body even more. Study his body well, maybe there will be surprises. Orochimaru thought in his heart. You have to dare to touch Niu Feng's hair, I will never end with you in my life. Tsunade beside him couldn't help but furious. Who is Niu Feng? That is my man. Can you move? Tsunade snorted, eyes full of anger, and stared at Orochimaru. The killing intent was everywhere, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. Cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead, while Jiraiya's back was all sweaty. This Tsunade has changed too much now. Killing at every turn, sure enough, a woman in love is terrible. Jiraiya hurriedly stayed away from Orochimaru, for fear that Tsunade's temper would also involve him, and stay away. You guys talk about you, I'll go see Minato, Jiraiya said hurriedly. Kakashi, this is Kakashi for you. You must take it with you to write it. In the most dangerous moment, he will save your life. Niu Feng's eyes are full of sincerity, and Kakashi must keep it away. Kakashi was completely blank, but he believed what Mufeng said was right. After all, what Niu Feng said was successfully verified every time. Niu Feng gave him kunao, and Kakashi looked at this kunao, and it was no ordinary, but it was newer and more refined. Then Niu Feng mobilized chakra in his body and touched Kyowu again. There were some runes under Kyowu, but none of them could be seen. Kakashi nodded and said, thank you, Mufeng, I will take it away. That's good, everything must be careful. Don't use that ninjutsu until the critical moment. Niu Feng said softly again. Yes. Well, you guys go back quickly, Kakashi said. Niu Feng responded, yes. Must come back alive. At this moment, Jiraiya appeared next to Niu Feng, and Niu Feng could feel the powerful breath of Jiraiya in an instant. It is stronger than Tsunade and Orochimaru, especially the influx of chakra. It seems that there is no end. That's Xianshu, Niu Feng decided in his heart. In the days of Xianshu, Jiraiya was more talented than Orochimaru. The figures of these people drifted away until the news disappeared. Children, they're all gone, don't watch. Next, we will rely on ourselves. Our task is also very difficult, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. After solving the problem of the land, the rest is the land of thunder. The third day, in the command room. Now Thunder Country has sent 8,000 elites to attack us here. And we have sent 1,000 elites and they have been swept over by them. We have 1,000 combat effectiveness left in our base camp, and the rest are wounded, unable to fight at all, Jiraiya said heavily. Niu Feng was shocked at the time, I rely on. Damn it. Scared to death. The third Raikage of Thunder Country also died at this time. They blocked 10,000 people, but Mufeng's strength and Raikage's disparity were even greater. Not to mention 10,000, 8,000, or 5,000 people, Mufeng felt that it was a waste of energy. This is the third ninja war. Is there any chance of Thunder Country? IF***** K. 8,000 elite, this one can only hit 5. What's more, when I heard that there are 8,000 elites on the opposite side, we only have 1,000 elites here. It is estimated that they all want to surrender. How does this make them fight? I was so scared to death. Mu Feng suspected that the bug in Thunder Kingdom was even worse than his own. Ding! The task is to stop the attack of the Kingdom of Thunder and reward 20,000 contribution points. Can you accept it? Not accepted. Mu Feng said in a deep voice. He didn't want to. That's 8,000 people. How do you tell me to fight, system? It's not pitting me, let alone me, plus everyone here probably can't stop them. Beat, fart. Mu Feng cursed in his heart. He shouldn't do the death. Ding! Host wants to accept. If this is 8,000 people is not prevented, then Konoha will cease to exist. This. Mu Feng stayed on the spot, his expression a little hard to look at. Thunder Country is really ruthless. They vowed not to give up unless Konoha was eaten. Konoha was at the weakest time now, and Thunder Country was like Lion Majesty, biting Konoha hard and not letting go. At this time, there was a brief silence in the command room. How did these 8,000 people stop? How old is Jiraiya? Instantly old. His hair was originally white, but now it's a little withered. He didn't want to see the scene where Konoha was breached. Konoha was his home. What do you think? Is there any good way? Jiraiya looked around and looked at them. The atmosphere became quiet. The people around him didn't say a word, but that was 8,000 people who would die. There is no hope of survival at all, but if they don't stop, then the elite of Thunder Country will go straight to Konoha. Who would want to do such a dangerous task? This is already a SSS level task. No one wanted to go, and even more worried about Jiraiya. What should we do now? No one wants to go, especially those Jonin who have not taken that step forward. They are all hesitating. Mu Feng glanced at them, and sure enough, everyone was like this. The look in his eyes became a little disappointed and changed. These people have changed. All live for their own lives, there is no selfishness. Doesn't anyone want to snipe? Jiraiya's staring eyes burst, and the whole person trembled with anger. Jiraiya felt that this was no longer Konoha. I'll say it again, don't you have a warrior? Jiraiya questioned. You are really cowards. Watching our homes be occupied by others at this moment. Tsunade wanted to take a step. Mu Feng reached out and stopped her. Looking back, Mu Feng gently shook his head at her. Don't go. Mu Feng didn't want Tsunade to be hurt again. Last time, it was Mu Feng who was unclear. If Mu Feng had reached the level of the elite Jonin at that time, he would definitely not let Tsunade on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Tsunade slowly moved Mu Feng's hand away, still taking that step. Unexpectedly, Tsunade moved his hand away from Mu Feng's expectation. He knew that Tsunade had a deep love for Konoha. Very deep, very deep. Only one voice was heard. I'm coming. Tsunade's beautiful face suddenly became firm, his eyes filled with firmness. This is her homeland, where she has lived since she was a child. It was also the village created by her grandfather. There is a special feeling towards this village. Behind me is my home, I have nothing to retire. If I were to die, I would die on the battlefield. Fight for the family, never retreat. Tsunade is not loud, but it can touch people's hearts. The chakra on his body burst out and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. A woman who has such courage is really not letting the eyebrows be shaved by Jinguo. Looking at Tsunade, Mu Feng's eyes became complicated, and she met Tsunade again. Tsunade's words deeply shocked Mu Feng and everyone around him. Jiraiya was also very surprised by Tsunade's performance. Just then, I'm coming too. Orochimaru took that step slowly. At the beginning, Orochimaru was also very hesitant, because it was 8,000 elites. Orochimaru had thought of any way, but it didn't work. Especially in the face of absolute strength, any method simply won't work. This is a mortal war, but Orochimaru seized Tsunade's words, his heart is touched. Everyone looked at these two people, their eyes full of respect. This is the strong one, in any difficulty, can come forward. Tsunade and Orochimaru are such people. Boom! A familiar figure moved forward again. Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at him together. Mu Feng. The smile is very sunny, and the smile is bright. Mu Feng glanced lightly. Jiraiya, I didn't disappoint you. Then he looked at Tsunade again and smiled. Where are you? Where I am. Mu Feng slowly turned to look at that pretty face and smiled. His tone was full of seriousness, and he couldn't think of waiting for Tsunade to come back. This time, they will fight together. Mu Feng said silently in his heart, this time, let them take a good look at how powerful Konoha really is. Then, Mu Feng looked at Orochimaru, took a meaningful look at Orochimaru, and said, if you can come back alive this time, I will give you a gift. The corners of his mouth opened a few mouths, and there was no sound. Orochimaru looked at him, judging from the shape of his mouth, his eyes widened and his face was incredible. It seemed that all the secrets in her body had been exposed. A cold sweat. Who is Mu Feng? What Mu Feng said was, living forever. Orochimaru didn't tell anyone this secret. How could he know this? This makes Orochimaru feel that he is transparent, in Mu Feng's eyes. Orochimaru once again sensed Mu Feng's power. Bang bang bang. Orochimaru's figure hit the wall directly, and a crack like a spider web appeared. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Pouch! Orochimaru vomited blood, and the erect pupils were filled with fear. His face became very ugly. I have really attached importance to this Mufang, and only a few months later, his strength directly abused Orochimaru. Let Orochimaru sigh, is this true talent? That kind of unknown power made Orochimaru feel terrible. That is Shinigami's breath. Orochimaru, how do you feel now? Mufang stepped forward, pulled Orochimaru up, and gently said to his ear, my power is not something you can have, and don't mess with Tsunade. You are very strong, I really want to know who you are. Orochimaru didn't fear at all, even if Mufang was dangerous to him, he didn't care. Who am I? You only need to know that I am Konoha's ninja. Mufang stared at his eyes and said seriously, Konoha's ninja. Orochimaru froze in place, startled, and fell into a kind of memory. As long as you live, I will give you a gift, you will love it. Mufang stared into Orochimaru's eyes and said, I'm coming too. A ninja also walked forward, his eyes full of firmness and faith. Mufang looked at him, feeling that he was not old and his face was still a little immature, but there was light in his eyes that young people could not have. And Mufang should be the youngest here, but now he has grown to a little over 1.7 meters. That upright posture, after experiencing the tempering of war, the immaturity on his face has long since vanished, but on the contrary, his face appears more resolute. I am coming too, said a thin teenager. Subsequently, I am coming too, I am coming too. The voices of impassioned enthusiasm resounded here. Here Jonin will all participate in the battle. Although I don't know if they can protect them, they will definitely not retreat. Jiraiya looked at them deeply and fell silent for a while, with a relieved smile on his face. This is Konoha's ninja. This is the will of the real fire. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit, that kind of fearless fighting spirit. There are a dozen elite-level Jonin here, and Jiraiya will also send 700 elite Chunin to defend with them. Brothers, this time I thank you on behalf of Konoha. Konoha will always remember you, and you will be the greatest heroes. After speaking, everyone focused on Jiraiya. Jiraiya took a step forward slowly, standing straight. In front of them, bowed his head. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jiraiya lifted his head slightly, looked at them, and said in a deep voice, Konoha's hope is left to you. Everyone stood in a row, and the task this time was extremely difficult. Master Jiraiya, we will definitely complete the task. Definitely will complete the task. You just wait for our guy to return. The voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, revealing a sense of solemnity. These are people who have experienced hundreds of battles, all of them are experienced and veterans on the battlefield. Some still participate voices came to Jiraiya's mind. He smiled slightly, and said silently in his heart, I hope I can live with some people. Jiraiya has seen too many deaths. The crying eyes of the people were red, their voices were hoarse, and no one came back alive. War will only bring huge disasters to people. So Jiraiya is more like ending this war, not wanting people to bear the suffering of the war. It's so cruel. Too many people have not returned. Jiraiya is not the kind of person who loves war, he yearns for peace even more. I prefer that I have not experienced war in my life, and that is a good life. I'm waiting for you, you must be careful. Jiraiya said to them, be careful. 700 elite Chunin were sent to them, and then a dozen Jonin were added. Jiraiya also knew that this force was not enough for the 8,000 people in the Thunder Country, let alone guarding the line of defense. There is no hope at all. Jiraiya told them that they must hold on for 3 days. After 3 days, Konoha's support will definitely come. Then it is time for us to fight back, and Jiraiya inspires everyone. Mufang knew that Jiraiya was brainwashing these people, and shook his head. There are 8,000 people, that is, 1,000 corpses, and those 8,000 people can eat us clean overnight. Master Jiraiya, there are so many of us, who is the captain anyway, said a dark-skinned ninja, suddenly thinking that they are a temporary team and there is no captain at all. Without a captain, there is no commander. This is also a thing. Jiraiya touched his chin, looked at them for a moment, and slowly said, who do you think is your captain? Should we choose the captain ourselves? Lord Jiraiya. These people are a little unbelievable, they choose the captain themselves. The strongest is the captain. Suddenly a voice sounded, and the words spoke out everyone's heart. For an instant, Mufang once again became the focus of all of them, the man who could defeat Orochimaru in one blow. How can the strength be not strong? Orochimaru was also a super genius in their class. Now he was hit by Mufang with a hit, and no one saw how fast Mufang's movements were. Only Mufang knew about it. He couldn't help but look at his chest and muttered in his heart, it's not good for you to spy on someone. You have to look for me. Look for me, but you have to spy on the system. I don't know what to say about you, Orochimaru. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be a second hand. Mufang wanted to laugh when he thought of Orochimaru's actions just now. Isn't that purely seeking death? Niu Feng even thought of a sentence and wanted to tell Orochimaru that this is a typical curiosity that killed a cat. Orochimaru also looked at Niu Feng. He had never seen such a handsome man before. Niu Feng's face is not particularly white, but there is a special charm on his body that attracts everyone. With that straight figure and firm eyes, the girl didn't love it when she saw it. Coupled with strength, it is also very tyrannical. Everyone here believes that Niu Feng's strength is already considered top-notch. There is no need to compare at all. At this time, I quit. I also quit. Niu Feng was shocked. I rely on. This hasn't gone to fight yet, so I quit. He originally wanted to find someone to compare it with, but he didn't expect that these people would not play cards according to the routine at all. What is this called? Originally, Niu Feng wanted to perform in front of Tsunade, but no one was stupid. Whoever singles out with Niu Feng is not just looking for abuse. Before fighting the enemy, he was beaten by Niu Feng. Who wants to? All of them glanced at each other and withdrew directly. They agree and must not fight with Niu Feng. There are only two of them, Tsunade and Orochimaru, and Niu Feng must not be able to fight Tsunade. Then he asked Orochimaru, how about it, Orochimaru, shall we fight again? Niu Feng still remembered the recent revenge, he hadn't avenged it yet. Now is a good opportunity. At this time, when Orochimaru heard Niu Feng's cold smile, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Feeling danger, Orochimaru glanced at Niu Feng, and Niu Feng smiled at him, decisively said, I also quit. For an instant, Niu Feng looked speechless and said, it's really shameful that you don't fight with a child like me. After Orochimaru heard it, he thought to himself, a ghost believes in you. Go and see who fights you. Don't you get it for long enough? Now, Niu Feng and Tsunade are left. Then I will fight you. Tsunade said softly while standing in front of Niu Feng. No, I also quit. Niu Feng quickly looked at Jiraiya, raised his right hand, and shouted, ha ha, ah ha ha. Everyone was laughing, knowing that Niu Feng likes Tsunade. Niu Feng, why did you surrender? No, you don't mean that no one dares to fight you, this is not here, why? You dare not. Someone among them shouted, making Niu Feng a little embarrassed. This time it was a shame. After Tsunade heard this, a smile appeared on her face, so she strode towards Niu Feng. Holding Niu Feng's arm gently, standing in front of everyone, said to everyone, that's my Niu Feng loves me, what do you know? The tone is full of love, and this love is given to Niu Feng. Niu Feng's heart was full of tenderness, and his body was full of strength. This is the power of love. The audience was at a loss, Tsunade changed. Shocked. All took a breath. They all experienced what Tsunade looked like before. Looking at the wounds on their bodies, you know how terrifying the previous Tsunade was. Niu Feng saw tears in those people's eyes, they were not tears of regret. That is joy, joy from the heart. Tsunade is definitely the goddess of Konoha in terms of body and appearance. It's just that Tsunade has a weird temper, otherwise there will definitely be a large group of people chasing Tsunade. But now, Niu Feng is like a pioneer, soaking up their best-looking girl. What was not done, let Niu Feng do it. Even more incredible is that because of Niu Feng's village, Tsunade has become gentle. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked at Niu Feng and smiled softly. Niu Feng was in the same place for a moment, he finally knew that Young Fengguo played the princes. When Tsunade was so gentle, Niu Feng was also shocked by Tsunade's performance just now. This is too gentle. Everyone's eyes are full of envy. I am envious that this kid Niu Feng has such a good blessing to get Tsunade in his hands. Tsunade's figure is first-rate, and his face doesn't belong to anyone. Niu Feng, this kid, really has a good harvest of strength and love. Then, we assume that Tsunade is your captain. Jiraiya said to them, you only have one captain, and that is Tsunade. At that time, you must obey the command. Otherwise, military law will deal with it. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Then he turned his eyes to Tsunade and said to him, Tsunade, they will leave it to you. Yeah. Tsunade responded with a firm tone. The entire face that was already overwhelming is even more beautiful. The whole person is more perfect. Now Tsunade is the captain, and Niu Feng is his guard. You guys get ready now, you will be ready to go this afternoon. Jiraiya ordered. Tsunade said, okay, let's get ready now. Well, you must prepare more therapeutic supplies. Jiraiya knew very well that it would be a cruel war in a few days. At that time, they will see a real river of blood, very bright. Even Jiraiya thinks of the war that year, he is still a little bit jealous in his heart now. Healing supplies must be available, and Tsunade and his troops won't be able to hold on for long, after all, they are truly 8,000 elites. There are only more than 10,000 ninjas in Konoha's village. It is conceivable that Lei Higuo has been preparing for this time for many years. Jiraiya admired it in his heart, it is worthy of being a war-loving country. Whenever there is a chance, we must put the battlefield on the territory of your country. This time, it will be overwhelming. Jiraiya is full of murderous intent. He is going to find who is the inner ghost in their base camp now? The inner ghost will also have a malignant tumor, and if it is not cleared in time, it will eventually be a big mistake. In the room, Tsunade and Mu Feng were sorting out what they needed. Tsunade bent down in front of Mu Feng, and he had a clear view of his body. Mu Feng looked straight, and his nosebleeds began to flow out. Seeing Mu Feng's appearance, Tsunade looked down at his chest, and couldn't help but shyly said, "Look again and dig out your eyeballs. It's big." Mu Feng didn't notice what Tsunade had just said. He looked ahead and suddenly said something. Tsunade's pretty face blushed, and Qingguo Qingchen's face became even more beautiful. "Don't watch it." Tsunade covered it with a cold snort. "Well, don't watch it. Daughter-in-law, you are mainly too charming," Mu Feng said sweetly. The purpose of making Tsunade happy is mainly to prevent Tsunade from worrying and nervous about the task. Anyway, Mu Feng also followed Tsunade. Make up his mind, if Tsunade really can't hold on to them, he will use that technique. It is still possible for one person to fight against thousands of people. By the way, you should go to the system to accept that task. In case it succeeds, that's 20,000 contribution points, so you can change a lot of things. Brother system. Mu Feng searched for the system in his mind. I called a few times, but I didn't even hear the sound of the system. Mu Feng couldn't help getting angry. The system was exactly what he wanted. Look for him, he is not there. If not, he is looking for you. Mu Feng knew his rules. This system is really cheating. Ding! Is there anything host looking for the system? A familiar voice sounded, and Mu Feng suddenly felt pleasantly surprised. Brother system, I want to accept the mission of sniping the elite of the Land of Thunder. Host accepts that task. Well, yes. I want to accept it. Please consider it carefully, because once you accept the task, you think it must be completed. If not done, then you will be punished. Ah, why haven't I heard that there is punishment? Yes, because the system has been upgraded to version 2.0 this time. The difficulty of the task will also increase, so there will be punishment. Damn, I really didn't expect the system to break through. It would also increase the difficulty and the punishment mode. Are you sure that increased the difficulty? Isn't the system going backwards? Mu Feng questioned. Well, does host still have to accept this task? Accept. Okay, host accepts it successfully. I hope host can succeed. Anyway, it was executed together, and this time I found a sharpening stone for myself. Back then, Reikage fought 10,000 people alone, and died. There was nothing left, only fame. And this time, I will not only survive, but also make my own name. Mu Feng clenched his fist, the veins on his arm soared, mobilizing chakra in his body. Mu Feng suddenly felt that his whole body was full of strength. His eyes are full of warfare. Have you packed up? Tsunade asked. It's almost done. Mu Feng has been sealing a bunch of explosive charms and sealing them on a scroll, which is convenient and easy to use. Sealing continuously, Mu Feng just went to seal. As for the explosive charms, they were all exchanged for brother system. This thing is cheap and very usable. So this is Mu Feng's favorite. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door sounded. Bang bang bang. Please come in, Tsunade said. A ninja wearing a mask appeared at the door, his eyes calm, looked at them, and said to Mu Feng and them, Master Jiraiya, please come over. Tsunade's beautiful eyes showed a surprised look, looked at Mu Feng, and said, what did Jiraiya tell you to do? I don't know, I'll go there first and take a look. Mu Feng also doesn't know what Jiraiya wants to do. Anyway, just take a look and know what's going on. Yes, go. Tsunade went on to sort out her medical supplies. Mu Feng followed the Umbu ninja and left. In the command room, there was only Jiraiya standing there alone, with a sad expression on his face and anxiety between his eyebrows. Mu Feng stood behind Jiraiya, waiting quietly. He was very patient, looking at Jiraiya's back. There was a slight touch in his heart. Remembering that year, Jiraiya said, the sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya was also suffering in her life. His apprentice killed him. He even felt that he was a failure in his life, and Mu Feng was even more lonely when he saw Jiraiya die. In order to be able to understand Pain's information, he could have escaped, but he died. You are here. Jiraiya slowly turned around and said in a deep voice to Mu Feng, well, don't you know what happened to Master Jiraiya looking for me? Mu Feng replied, I came to you mainly because of one thing. Jiraiya's eyes became serious, and he whispered, inner ghost. What? Mu Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. He knew that the inner ghost had not been found yet and this was a hidden danger. This hidden danger must be eliminated. Master Jiraiya, do you know who the ghost is? Mu Feng asked. He also wanted to clear this hidden danger sooner. Mu Feng's most fear is that the inner ghost will also follow their team, which is very difficult to handle. I haven't found him yet, but I have a method that needs you to execute it. Jiraiya said slowly, and he didn't know whether his method would work. Any solution? You get closer, I'll tell you. After Mu Feng heard Jiraiya's words, he walked over, and the two of them spoke close to their ears. Take this scroll. If there is a ghost in it, you can use this scroll and just unlock the seal. Jiraiya handed the delicate scroll to Mu Feng. The scroll was golden, shining with light. When Mu Feng took over the scroll, he could feel the powerful force inside, which was unimaginable. He had a strange face, and he didn't know what the inside of the scroll looked like. This scroll, I can feel a dangerous existence, Master Jiraiya really cannot be embarrassed. Mu Feng thought in his heart, fighting against 6 Panins alone, and without any pain information, for had already been killed. Mu Feng thought that if Jiraiya knew about pain, he would definitely be able to go back alive. That incomparably powerful combat power is the #1 among Sunin. Jiraiya looked at Mu Feng with a heavy face, and said, Mu Feng, you must remember to use it only at a critical moment. Moreover, there is only one chance here, and once it's used up, it's gone. I suspect that the inner ghost will follow you. Then you will observe it secretly and hide your figure first. Only at the critical moment, you will attack them. Jiraiya pondered, he knew that there should be more than one inner ghost. He must dig the roots and find the person behind them. Only in this way can they disappear completely. After Mu Feng listened to Jiraiya's instructions, his eyes were full of seriousness, but he was really serious about Jiraiya's words. Then carefully placed the scroll, took a deep look at Jiraiya, and said to him, I will definitely complete the task and catch who is behind me. The talents in the back are the most terrifying. They have not noticed the spies for so long. Had it not been for Tsunade this time, it is estimated that Jiraiya would never have known the existence of an inner ghost. Jiraiya looked at Mu Feng with admiration in his eyes, and said, at a young age, he has such a high level of achievement, which can be compared with the original first Hokage. No, Lord Jiraiya, you praise me too much. Ambush hurriedly shook his hands and explained quickly. First Hokage, that is the eternal god. Is that something he can get involved? In the entire ninja world, no one disrespects First Hokage. I believe you, it will definitely be able to surpass First Hokage. Jiraiya's eyes were full of hope, and he could feel Mu Feng's potential. His potential can even be said that Konoha has the strongest talent in a century. In addition, Mu Feng can work hard enough to become another ninja at cage level. It is just around the corner. You pack that scroll and remember what I told you. Jiraiya slowly turned around, stood with her hand in hand, and said to Mu Feng, be careful about everything, and take care of Tsunade. Jiraiya turned around with a touch of complex emotions on her face, staying where she was, motionless, as if she had fallen into a childhood memory. Some depression, not only the feelings, but also Jiraiya's affection for Konoha. Jiraiya was thinking about life alone. In this third ninja battle, he became the commander-in-chief, which really exceeded anyone's expectations. Everyone thought it was Orochimaru, but when the result came out, Jiraiya was right and Orochimaru was supporting Jiraiya. At that time, Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru's eyes had dimmed. Since then, Orochimaru has changed, and Jiraiya wants to discuss with him many times, but Orochimaru ignores Jiraiya at all except for the war. This makes Jiraiya feel that he is further away from Orochimaru. In this war, he didn't have any confidence. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger in the past. Mu Feng's eyes were shocked, he knew that Jiraiya had always liked Tsunade. Mu Feng couldn't see, Jiraiya's eyes were already full of tears, knowing that Tsunade didn't like him, he could only put this love in his heart. But Tsunade didn't like his type, and Jiraiya was just unrequited love. Is this a compromise? Mu Feng asked himself in his heart, no matter who it is, Tsunade will be my daughter-in-law from now on. If you can't take her away, you will never be able to. That's how Mu Feng wants to become strong. You can't hide from Tsunade forever. As long as you have a strong strength, you can protect the one you love. Then I'm leaving, Lord Jiraiya. Mu Feng said lightly, turning and leaving. Tsunade, you have a good vision. Mu Feng came back and saw that Tsunade was still sorting her things. Tsunade didn't realize that Mu Feng was already standing at the door at this time, silently. Tsunade muttered, why haven't you come back yet? Why did Jiraiya ask Mu Feng to go over? After Mu Feng heard it, he looked at Tsunade's beautiful back and smiled slightly. It was really beautiful. He walked towards Tsunade, his steps were very light, it could even be said that there was no sound. Someone. Just when Tsunade sensed someone behind him, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes changed from shock to shyness. You are back, why don't you say anything? It really scares me to death. I forgot. I missed you. Mu Feng said softly and gently, then hugged Tsunade's slender waist and kissed him directly. Tsunade was instantly bewildered by Mu Feng's movements, she felt a sweet smell. This was also Mu Feng's first kiss, very deep. Tsunade also responded. The house is full of sweetness. Hoo, big villain. Tsunade beat Mu Feng's chest with her little hand, and her face flushed. Those beautiful eyes are full of tenderness. Mu Feng looked at the sexy red lips and wanted to kiss him again. If you hit me again, I will be kissing. Ha, dare you. Tsunade's tone was a little bit shy, and turned his head away from Mu Feng. A blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks, this was also her first time. Very sweet, very sweet. Tsunade is very shy, and she never thought that Mu Feng would be so direct. There was a smile on her face, full of happiness. A face full of ambiguity, a full face of happiness. The atmosphere is sweet and perfect. Niu Feng still held her gently with his hands, smelling the fragrance on his body. He slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. At this moment, so happy. Niu Feng wanted to stay at this moment forever. Time passed for a long time, and the two of them fell asleep in bed. It may be too tired. Tsunade fell into a deep sleep in Niu Feng's arms. After taking a nap, Niu Feng became energetic and felt that his whole body was full of strength. Moreover, Tsunade cooks himself and makes a bowl of ramen for Niu Feng. Although the conditions are limited, Tsunade's cooking skills are very good. It's the afternoon, and we have to leave. Niu Feng looked outside after eating the noodles. As the sun sets, the sun leans on them, everything is so natural. Everyone must gather at the door of the base camp. Those dozen figures appeared in front of the base camp, where everyone was waiting, looking at the dozen figures. These are all elite level Jonin, one grade higher than ordinary Jonin. I'll go, isn't that our goddess of Konoha? Tsunade, that is my goddess. Unexpectedly, being able to fight alongside her would be dead without regrets in this life. Orochimaru-sama is also here, the legendary Sunin, two of them are here. The eyes of everyone looked at them, their eyes were full of blazing heat, and the intent to fight about to erupt in their bodies. All the passions of all were released. One by one, an astonishing breath erupted. Jiraiya stood behind, looking at it all, with a long-lost smile on his face. All Konoha's elite are here, and what awaits them will be a fierce war. And that young man, how could he be at the forefront? The person standing below looked at the younger teenager and was a little surprised, thinking that he was standing in the wrong position. Sudden, a hand appeared on his shoulder, and he whispered, "Don't you know who that person is?" The man shook his head. He felt that the boy was so young that he was about to go to the battlefield, and he couldn't bear it. "This, you don't even know, he is Konoha's true genius. White Fang's adopted son, Zixiao's proud disciple." The man looked at the boy, his eyes full of envy. If he could get the guidance of White Fang and Zixiao, he would not stop at the level of the elite Chunin. He is also 90% sure that he can break through Jonin. And now, all this is just his fantasy. Is it so powerful? Yeah. His name is Niu Feng. Konoha has hope for the future. This time it is for him to come out and practice. It's amazing. At this time, Tsunade looked at the people underground and smiled slightly. That beautiful face is even more admirable. This is their goddess. Wow, the goddess is so pretty. Tsunade slowly took a step forward and said softly to everyone, "Everyone, the war is coming. The Thunder Country has now attacked us, and now Konoha is behind us. This time, we are fighting to death. Fight to the death, fight to the death." Their voices were loud, and their fighting spirit was bold. Everyone looked at Tsunade, heroic. Konoha is their home, and they hate the country of thunder. Okay, let's set off now. At this moment, Niu Feng glanced at Jiraiya. At this time, Jiraiya hammered her chest with her right hand and told Niu Feng to take care. Niu Feng knew that his task was very heavy. Tsunade has assigned Niu Feng to them. Niu Feng is responsible for Tsunade's left, while Orochimaru is Tsunade's right. His face was heavy, his slender arms were bandaged, and all the equipment was ready. Konoha was really mysterious this time. They walked towards the route that those people attacked, very fast. The troops are divided into 3 teams, left, center, and right. There is a big river in the forest in front. And, Niu Feng had a strange feeling in his heart. "Tsunade, it smells," Niu Feng said to Tsunade. He also knew the bloody smell and familiar feeling. After Tsunade heard Niu Feng's words, his face looked a little surprised. "Why is there a bloody smell here?" Tsunade said. She didn't smell anything, very puzzled. "Yes, your nose should not work." Niu Feng looked around, there should be no animals in it, and those animals probably smelled some odors. "No, I also feel a kind of danger, everyone, be careful." Niu Feng held his wooden knife directly, the wooden knife emitting a purple light. This wooden knife already seemed to have spirituality, and it was in a tacit agreement with Niu Feng. Niu Feng looked wary and raised his hand to make a concealed gesture. Tsunade looked around, feeling that Niu Feng was a little fussy, and the surrounding area was even quieter, then looked at Niu Feng and said, "Niu Feng, are you hallucinating? How could there be someone?" Then Tsunade took out a map from him, and Orochimaru next to him also walked over. The two people looked at the map and discussed it. Said to Niu Feng again, "We are still a long distance away from the destination, there is no one here at all." Tsunade felt that Niu Feng was too sensitive, he should have gone through too many wars, and a little nervous. Stepping forward, "Yo in judo, don't be nervous, it will be fine if you experience more." "No, Tsunade, I really feel dangerous, you have to believe me." Niu Feng looked at Tsunade's face and said seriously, "I thought to myself, I have super perception, how can I be nervous? Since there is a corpse here, there will definitely be someone. It should be the country of thunder to investigate the enemy." Niu Feng followed the bloody smell and walked forward slowly. His perception can't be wrong, there is definitely someone, and then he held Tsunade's slender hand and said, "Wait for me here first, and I'll be back in a while. Also, let the big troops wait here, trust me once." Liu Feng once again warned that they don't expect Tsunade to believe him, they just need to protect Tsunade's safety. At this time, Orochimaru walked at Tsunade's side, with erect pupils, looking at Liu Feng's sound in shadow, as if he had seen White Fang back then. The same is true, one person solves everyone's fight. It's so alike. Orochimaru whispered. White Fang is not only a symbol of Konoha, but also a hero in everyone's heart. Everyone respects White Fang very much. I know who you are talking about, but my man will definitely become the strongest person in the ninja world. When Tsunade finished speaking, he looked at the sky, filled with longing. Then let's wait and see, Orochimaru said coldly, and he also wanted to see where this boy could grow up. Just as Liu Feng walked forward, his eyes changed, from 1 Go Jade to 2 Go Jade, then 3 Go Jade, and finally to Mangekyo. At this moment, the world seemed to be still. Liu Feng's eyes looked to one side, and Liu Feng saw everything clearly. It's like zooming in several times, some of them are carefully observed. Is this the power of the Uchiha family? So powerful. A figure flashed in front of Liu Feng's eyes, and Liu Feng just glanced at it and saw his clothes and movements. Especially under the eyes of Mangekyo, nothing can escape these eyes. Liu Feng followed without hesitation. The man was very fast, but Liu Feng still followed him closely, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters from him. Liu Feng wanted to see how many people they had. The strength of this person was also the level of the elite Chunin. Once there were more people, Liu Fengma went back to report the enemy. The trees inside are really too tall and sturdy. A big tree is more than 10 meters high, even 40 to 50 meters tall. It's completely an old forest deep in the mountains. Deep in the mountains and old forest, Liu Feng walked deeper and deeper, guessing in his heart, sure enough, there are no creatures here. This should be the ghost of Thunder Country. A cold breath made Liu Feng feel extremely cold. Liu Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he felt that he might be discovered. He hurriedly hid behind a big tree and stopped watching that person. The man took the forehead protector from Thunder Country, and looked back, there was nothing. It's strange, I always feel that someone is following me. The man muttered to himself, and then walked forward again. At this time, Liu Feng mobilized his chakra, flowing into all his meridians, and a warm current poured into his heart. Not in the cold, Liu Feng looked ahead, there was no one at this time. He was a little angry, but he didn't expect to be lost. What should I do now? Liu Feng thought in his heart. Now if he goes back, Tsunade sees himself like this and knows that there is nothing to gain, so he must let the large group go forward again. This will enter their trap, which is a bad thing. It suddenly occurred to Liu Feng that the ghost must be in the army, and he told Thunder Country all the whereabouts of the army. Boom! A punch on the big tree, the tree trembled slightly, and the fallen leaves fell with the wind. No, you must catch that inner ghost. Liu Feng was startled, that inner ghost had already broken Liu Feng twice. Look again, I don't believe in catching these little guys. Liu Feng said with firm eyes, his strength has already surpassed Chunin's level. If it wasn't for that person who was a little wary just now, he turned around and took a look, Liu Feng would hide. Liu Feng guessed that the person should be in front, and then moved in midair, each time it was an afterimage, faster than lightning. Looking around, Liu Feng kept mobilizing chakra in her body, running wildly. His Mangekyo Sharinan consumes chakra too much, and it has side effects on his eyesight. If it does not become the eternal Mangekyo, then it is definitely a burden. No wonder Uchiha Itachi is not good, his strength was unimaginable, but he was seriously ill. Otherwise, his intelligence and strength are comparable to that of Madara, who is invincible. Killed Kakashi with one move, breaking all school records when he was young. No one has broken the record of Itachi. One can imagine how powerful Itachi was back then. Liu Feng observed everything here quietly, and any wind and grass could not hide from Liu Feng's eyes. The obsession in his heart drove him to find that person. It's definitely not alone. The bloody smell is too terrifying. It fills the surrounding air. It must be hidden by a secret technique. Liu Feng smelled his nose again. He didn't know why Tsunade and the others couldn't smell the bloody smell, but Liu Feng could smell it. It's not certain how many people will be killed to form such a smell. And Liu Feng found a footprint, and observing the footprint, the feet are relatively small, and the sides are relatively narrow. It was determined that this was a woman's foot, which made Liu Feng a little confused. How come there are women? Liu Feng had some doubts on his face, he never thought that he would be a woman. Thinking of the fierce and ferocious look of the woman in the Thunder Country, Liu Feng's whole body trembled a little. But even if they were women, Liu Feng had to judge them as enemies. It should be right in front. Liu Feng firmly believed in his instinct. He believed in himself very much. He felt a touch of solemnity around him. The ground is full of fallen leaves, and it looks like a dead silence. Liu Feng walked over cautiously, like a wildcat at night, walking without any sound. Shan is good at investigating the enemy's situation. Just as Mu Feng was looking for them, a stern voice came from the side. "Don't move, who are you?" Mu Feng stayed in place, knowing that life should be coming from his right, slowly turned around to the right, and looked up. "I'm not moving, I'm lost, sister." A dark-skinned female ninja stared at Mu Feng, her eyes cold, and she looked at Mu Feng vigilantly. For fear that Mu Feng would have any tricks, he looked at Mu Feng and said, "Lost? It's impossible, there is no village around. Where did you come from?" I walked over from Kirigakure and got lost," Mu Feng replied calmly. Seeing that this female ninja still didn't believe in herself, Mu Feng moving slowly. That female ninja doesn't know what to do? Some hesitation. When Mu Feng moved again, he suddenly found a handful of Kyowo on his neck. An icy feeling swept across Mu Feng's body, and his heart was even more shocked. The cool breeze blew on Mu Feng's body, making Mu Feng feel the chill all over his body. There is no one here, there is no breath at all, this is too concealed. This made Mu Feng dare not look back now. Only a low-level voice was heard in Mu Feng's ears. "Don't move, you move again, the next second you can go to hell." Mu Feng didn't dare to look back at all. The man put Kyowo on Mu Feng's neck. Kyowo was even sharper, and with a slight stroke, blood overflowed. Mu Feng closed his eyes again, and the chakra inside his body was pouring out very much. The brawny man standing behind Mu Feng felt a strong aura in Mu Feng's body. That kind of domineering power was very much like their Lord Raikage. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly a violent purple chakra appeared on Mu Feng, and purple armor formed around his body. This is lightning-style armor. The strong man couldn't help being shocked. He didn't expect that this young man could have armor on his body like Raikage. This armor is very similar to Raikage's armor, but the color is a little different. At the same time as his shock, seeing that Mu Feng was about to move, the female ninja next to her said to the brawny man, "Be careful." When the strong man just came back in a daze, he only heard the sound of being late, and the strong man hurriedly stroked Mu Feng's neck with Kyowo. Suddenly, a spark passed by, making a dull noise. Kyowo could not touch his neck, his armor had already taken shape. Only a crack was left in the purple armor. For Mu Feng, this is nothing at all. The plug-in of this armor is that as long as Mu Feng's chakra has enough, then his armor will not be broken. This is the first stage of absolute defense. As soon as Mu Feng's words fell, his eyes became sharp and Konoha kicked directly. Boom! Kicked at the supremacy of the brawny man. Makes the strong man back again and again, his face becomes difficult to look. In an instant, Mu Feng dashed forward, like a rocket, ramming straight. In the face of absolute power, there is absolutely nothingness, and no one can stop Mu Feng's rush. A heavy fist blasted at the strong man, murderous, his eyes full of fierceness. The brawny man didn't react at all. "You still want to kill me? Go back and practice for a few years." Mu Feng showed disdain on his face and mocked the past directly. Mu Feng not only had to crush the past in strength, but also had to outdo it in his mouth. That person has no chance to react at all. Only a popping sound was heard. Mu Feng shot instantly, with a sharp fist, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. The heavy boxing shadow dazzled the brawny man. Mu Feng directly hit his fatal place, hit hard, and beat him to death. The speed is getting faster and faster, the eyes have endless light, and the fist is clenched with the strength of the whole body, and the whole veins on the arm burst. The brawny man felt that he would face an unprecedented attack, and his breathing became even more rapid. She shouted at the female ninja, "Run now." The female ninja turned around and ran away without looking back. "Damn! I'm still miscalculating, let's catch you." Mu Feng looked at the brawny man. "Take me another punch." A dazzling light flashed in Mu Feng's eyes, his body moved quickly, and he punched the brawny man directly. The man's face changed drastically, as if he saw Shinigami. He squatted down quickly. Boom! Boom! Mu Feng hit a thick tree with a punch, and suddenly the tree fell heavily to the ground. The man's eyes were full of fear, and he was scared. He was so scared that he didn't use ninjutsu himself. That terrifying power made him lose courage. With a punch, all his fighting intent was dispelled, and Mu Feng released his murderous intent, covering the surroundings. Every time he punched, Mu Feng exhausted all his strength without any reservation. He almost died. Just now, Mu Feng felt the coming of Shinigami. The anger in my heart can be imagined, and I vent all my anger on that person. Mu Feng stopped spraying him, and directly picked up his wooden knife. It slashed in the past, and a purple light flashed. What? The man directly covered his right arm and stayed in place, screaming in pain. Mu Feng's entire right arm was directly disconnected, causing the strong man to howl. He didn't expect it to be a wooden knife. He didn't see Mu Feng's speed of drawing the sword clearly. As soon as the man heard the sound of the sword, the light of the sword had already been cut. The sharpness was revealed, and there was a chill around him. "Which country are you from?" Mu Feng said coldly, without any sympathy on his face, without any emotion. "Feelings are best not to be used on the battlefield." The brawny man's eyes were already full of fear, and without hesitation, he said quickly, I am a scout from the Thunder Country, and our captain asked us to investigate the enemy of Konoha's troops here. Sure enough, it looks exactly like me. Niu Feng thought in his heart, and the heavy stone in his heart fell. It didn't look like he was lying again. Niu Feng faced him and said in a deep voice again, is that female ninja also one of the investigators? No, no. She is not, she is a member of the medical unit, who has no combat effectiveness, the brawny man hurriedly said, with tears in his eyes. Youth, I don't want to die yet, can you let me go? The man raised his head slightly and looked at Niu Feng. Niu Feng's eyes were still cold, and he slashed across it. Suddenly, blood burst out, his eyes widened, and he didn't expect to die like this. Niu Feng never felt that he was particularly cruel, facing the enemy. In Niu Feng's heart, he had to work hard, and he could not have any soft heart. Once the heart softens, then it is oneself who will die. Looking at the dead strong man, his skin was also very dark. The people in Thunder Country are so arrogant, this time I will accompany you to have a good time. Niu Feng's mouth showed a smile. He really wants to meet that rakage and have a good fight with him. Now no one can really force Niu Feng's absolute strength, which makes Niu Feng long for a battle. The strength has reached a bottleneck, which makes him very helpless. If no one can force him out yet, it is estimated that he will go back and play a game with Third Hokage. A good opponent can really promote a person's growth. The strong man didn't want to believe that he actually died in this wilderness. At that time, he personally promised to come back alive. After all, he still didn't come back. However, it is not a loss for you to die in my hands, Niu Feng said lightly while looking at his body. This person is at Chunin level. Holding Kyo in his hand, when Niu Feng was not here at the time, if Niu Feng were to give Niu Feng a fatal blow, it would definitely cause Niu Feng to be seriously injured. But it was still overturned by Niu Feng. Niu Feng's absolute defense can only be destroyed by the enemy if the enemy is stronger than him. Otherwise, he won't be able to break his armor at all. Not to mention suffering. Niu Feng was also purely using physical skills, and in a short period of time, he directly killed the brawny man in seconds. I still haven't found the female ninja, Niu Feng muttered to himself. After he killed the brawny man, he hurried to find the female ninja. But no matter what, I had to take this corpse back. Tsunade should believe me this time, Niu Feng thought to himself, finally exasperating. If it were Kakashi, they would definitely obey my orders. Ugh, after all, he is not the captain, nor does he have credibility. As long as Orochimaru and Tsunade saw my combat effectiveness, the rest should not know who I am. Niu Feng thought to himself, but it's okay, so that no one knows my true combat effectiveness, and I must catch the inner ghost at that time. Otherwise, I have been living like this, every day, I feel a little worried. Niu Feng then resisted the brawny man. The weight of a brawny man is definitely not a big deal. A few months before Niu Feng, Tenten had done strength training, but this was much more difficult. Niu Feng didn't take much effort, and started to walk back. Looking at the sky, it gradually darkened. The weather is about to change, so I have to leave as soon as possible. After speaking, Niu Feng quickened his pace. Especially in this kind of forest where you can't see a few people in a year, there must be some fear. Niu Feng was in the darkness, turning into a purple lightning, moving fast. Zi zi zi. When passing by those flowers and plants, sparks came out. Niu Feng is more like a rocket, no matter what creature it is, he can't stop Niu Feng's steps, calmly looking forward. He raised his head slightly and looked into the air. There was an inconspicuous light in front of him. The light is like a lighthouse in the dark night, illuminating the way people go home. That must be my daughter-in-law. Tsunade was worried about me and made it out specially. When it comes to his wife, Tsunade, Niu Feng's eyes are even more tender. Niu Feng became more confident, and his wife was still waiting for him. I think of Tsunade's beautiful face, Niu Feng's happiness. He knew that it was definitely specially set by Tsunade for her. Although Tsunade said that he was not worried about Mu Feng knew that it was a knife mouth and a tofu heart. This is simply impossible. Niu Feng ran all the way, like a primitive beast, unstoppable. Wife, still waiting for me, speed up. Accelerate, accelerate. Sprinting again, I saw a purple light shuttle pass there. It's all Niu Feng's obsession. And Tsunade sighed, with a worried look, looked into the distance. It's night. Although it was dark ahead, the lighthouse behind Tsunade was able to wait for Niu Feng. She was also worried that Niu Feng would get lost, and said anxiously, this fellow Niu Feng has been so long, and I don't know how to come back. Tsunade knew that Niu Feng was worried about their troops. With so many people, let Tsunade lead them, so he should be more careful. What's more, this battle played a key role. They still don't know who the Thunder Country sent, and they don't even know the other party's information. This is what scares them the most. The problem now is that Tsunade doesn't know where Niu Feng has gone. Tsunade has sent several groups of people out, but those who came back told Tsunade that there was no news of Mu Feng. Let's wait here patiently. You went out on your own, and you didn't see any traces. Tsunade couldn't help complaining when looking at the front there was still no one. Especially Mu Feng also comforted Tsunade. This time he had an unknown feeling, that kind of powerful strength, it might even be impossible for Mu Feng to resist. Mu Feng also didn't know what power it was, and adding Mu Feng also smelled blood. These unusual things made Mu Feng feel uneasy. There was a sense of anxiety, so Mu Feng had to go and see if there was any danger in front of him for safety. Tsunade also agreed, and the troops stayed there and waited. Oh, hasn't the boy come back yet? Didn't he say there is danger? What's the matter? Is it because he is in danger? Maybe, someone has encountered an enemy and is fighting. Everyone was even talking about that boy. The troops stay in place, which means that the journey will be delayed. If the troops in front are not supported or arrived in time, the line of defense will be completely broken. This battlefield has not been fought, it is over. Orochimaru also stayed in place, alone, in one place. Looking at the sky, don't know what you are thinking about? In Orochimaru's eyes, only those sciences would completely fascinate him. It has reached a state of madness. Tsunade heard that the people in the army were a little dissatisfied, and his face was a little hard to look. I just took over this team, my prestige has not yet risen. Can only bear it, but Tsunade can't bear it. What's the matter? What do you have to say? What happened to Mufeng? Tsunade yelled at the young ninja. Tsunade could say Mufeng, but others couldn't. Tsunade wanted to protect himself in this way, no one could slander him. She believed that Mufeng's intuition was Mufeng's ability to turn the tide every time. No, nothing. The ninja lowered his head that year. He was also on the battlefield for the first time, and he was the first person in their class to become Jonin, so he was a little proud. Hearing Tsunade's roar, the man dared not speak for a moment. The whole audience was quiet for 100 years, and no one thought that Tsunade would become angry. His face was full of anger, and this was the first time I saw Tsunade angry. Tsunade's eyes became sharp, and his voice said in a gloomy voice, "It is said that the new official will have 3 jobs, and I will give you 3 jobs today. In my army, especially in front of me, I don't allow anyone to speak ill of my family Mufeng. No one will do." Suddenly, Tsunade exploded with a strong aura, and the surrounding atmosphere became heavy. Everyone looked at Tsunade with some fear in their eyes. It releases a sense of oppression that makes people afraid to take a breath. Everyone had a cold sweat on their foreheads, their newly appointed captain. Looking at the time, it hasn't been 5 hours, and Tsunade has been completely offended. My heart is even more speechless. What is this called? Those who didn't say a word watched closely by the side. They seemed to know that Mu Feng was her Nilan. After this time, no one dared to say bad things about Mu Feng in the future. Just then, a young man who was not afraid of death stood up, looked directly at Tsunade's eyes, resisted Tsunade's pressure, and said with disdain, "Mufeng, what credit does he have? If he gets him so, our schedule will definitely be delayed for a day, so the war is even more dangerous. If we don't go to support them in time and attack those people in the Thunder Country, then we will lose. Who will bear the responsibility?" This young man who was not afraid of death, just watched Tsunade's answer closely. I thought to myself, look at you like this, I see how you answer. Tsunade was thinking on the spot, with a worrisome expression on his face. Everyone saw Tsunade's hesitation. If this young man convinced Tsunade, her prestige would be greatly reduced. No one will listen to him honestly. When they were unexpected, Tsunade didn't think about these issues. As long as Mu Feng can come back, she believes that all this can be resolved. Especially Mu Feng's firm gaze made Tsunade completely believe it. Okay, then I'll tell you. Tsunade took a step forward. Hoo. A gust of wind blows. Tsunade stared at him tightly, thinking in his heart, there is really no fear of death. Let's see how I treat you. Don't you think Mu Feng has no credit? Now, I will tell you about Mu Feng. Tsunade said word by word, Haki said. Mu Feng became genin from an ordinary person in 1 month, and then he played it all over, without any rivals. Even the first person in the Uchiha family was defeated by Mu Feng. Tsunade added again. Hearing this, they all took a breath. From ordinary people to genin, in a month, what kind of top talent is this? No one knows that from ordinary people to genin, it takes less than half a year, and it takes more than a year. But where's Mu Feng? They lowered their heads in shame, with some weird expressions in their eyes. Also, both Mu Feng and Kakashi graduated early. You should only graduate this year. Everyone raised their heads again, their eyes were surprised, and they looked at Tsunade. Tsunade looked at their expressions and smiled. Mu Feng is not good, are you kidding me? If it were not for Mu Feng's low key, it is estimated that the other 4 countries would send people to assassinate him. Fear that he will grow up, that is an absolute god-level talent. This is not the envy of others. As you think, it's Mufeng and Kakashi. There will be no other people. You said that Mufeng is not good, and there is no credit? Then I will tell you more. Tsunade's face was full of pride. This time, against Luo Xia, Mu Feng came alone to fight against the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village, especially the golden unit of Luoxia. Tsunade said again, putting the word gold very seriously to let everyone know. Everyone knew that Luoxia's golden army was invincible and unstoppable. Meeting the gods and killing the gods did not stop them. Mu Feng is alone against Luoxia and his Luoxia troops, and he is not at a disadvantage. Can you? Tsunade looked at the young ninja who was not afraid of death, and said lightly, do you think you can win this victory if you send you over? At this time, the audience was silent. These amazing information shocked them again. The young ninja who was not afraid of death even lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Now I feel that I am a scum, not a person of the same grade as Mu Feng at all. People never said anything, but what about him? At the beginning, he saw that Mu Feng was so young and possessed so much power, and he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Why is this? He admired Tsunade from his heart, and Tsunade and their son indeed spread throughout Konoha. Is Konoha's pride, and Mu Feng? Nothing. Why sit with Tsunade? So I caught up with Tsunade. This makes him feel outrageous, feels this is an illusion. Hearing what Tsunade said, he stopped talking. The young ninja was even more ashamed in his heart, his face full of embarrassment. These alone are enough to abuse everyone. Anyone in it, who came out to stand alone against Mu Feng, would probably be brutally abused. Today, Mu Feng felt something wrong, and went to investigate the enemy's situation personally. You guys unexpectedly. Tsunade looked at them with a little joy in his heart. That's her man, how could he not be good? You really disappointed me. Tsunade turned her back and continued to wait for the person she wanted to wait for. She has a hunch that Mu Feng will come back. Orochimaru stood there, watching Tsunade training them, the erect pupils shining brightly. You all go back quickly. Tsunade turned around again. It's not too early now. Tsunade wanted to let them go to rest as soon as possible, and set off tomorrow. But what puzzled Tsunade was that no one moved. They all stood upright, and looked ahead, as if waiting for someone else. Hurry up and go back to rest, have you heard? Tsunade suddenly roared, what is going on? At this time, it was the young man who came out, bowed slightly to Tsunade, and said, Captain, we have to wait for our hero to come back. No matter how late it is, we have to wait to go home with him. Captain, we have to wait for our hero to return home. Go home, go home. There were loud voices. Tsunade smiled slightly after hearing it. Okay, then we will wait together. The audience fell silent, and everyone's eyes were full of shock. It's coming, it's coming. Mu Feng muttered to himself. He could feel a force of nature against him, a strong wind blocking Mu Feng's speed. The speed has reached ultimate. It is twice as fast as lightning. Too fast. It's so fast. If anyone sees it, he is like an aurora passing by. The person in Mu Feng's body was leaning back, and the ghost knew what was wrong with him. He was killed by Mu Feng with a single knife. If it wasn't for his own wife to believe, he would never carry such a heavy guy on his back. And when you travel in this forest, you are easy to be seen as a fool. Mu Feng thought about returning to Tsunade, seeing Tsunade earlier. It's almost here. Mu Feng raised his head slightly, watching the lighthouse getting closer and closer to him. My heart is full of confidence. In a few minutes, Mu Feng will definitely be able to see Tsunade. I thought to myself, I don't know if Tsunade is there waiting for me, but I will see him soon, so happy. It's been a long time since I saw Tsunade, and Mu Feng missed it so much. Sure enough, it was two people who were in love. At this time, Mu Feng sneezed, and suddenly, Mu Feng felt more and more that Tsunade was waiting for him. He didn't know that his current image had become taller in the hearts of others. He powerful, low-key and humble. Zi. Mu Feng quickly stopped his speed like a break, and he was only a dozen meters away from waiting for the lighthouse. It's just a few steps, and I can't run past it. At this time, it should be low-key. Here. It's finally here. Mu Feng looked at the lighthouse, the light from the lighthouse illuminating the surroundings. If it weren't for this lighthouse, it is estimated that Mu Feng should be lost. As soon as he saw this lighthouse, Mu Feng thought of Tsunade. Tsunade should be worried about Mu Feng. No matter where Mu Feng is, he is also a boy who deserves to be cared for. Not only girls need to be respected and cared for, but boys also need to be cared for and cared for. Mu Feng put the corpse down and tidied up his clothes. There was blood on the clothes, but this didn't affect Mu Feng's temperament. Even in the dark, he couldn't stop Mu Feng's sharp eyes and resolute face. Mu Feng's whole person became thinner because of the war, but his mind became more and more mature. His eyes were looking forward, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and that smile showed his happiness. Why do you laugh? That's because there is someone in front of him that he especially wants to see, and that person is Tsunade. The beautiful figure, waiting in the breeze, formed a beautiful landscape. Daughter-in-law, I'm back. Mu Feng shouted loudly to the front, shouting presumptuously, that was his wife. It must be loud, and the sound is even more resounding throughout the mountains and forests. What to shout? I thought you couldn't come back. Tsunade hurried over, a big rock in his heart fell. Fortunately, Niu Feng has nothing to do, and I'm really worried about Tsunade. Why did you come back? How is the situation? Tsunade wrapped his hands behind Niu Feng's back, hugged Niu Feng tightly, and pressed his head against Niu Feng's chest. It's a bit far away, so I'm coming back late, which makes you worry, wife. Niu Feng said softly, his tone full of gentleness. Isn't your wife? Tsunade said shyly, and hammered Niu Feng's chest with his hands. Niu Feng's eyes were full of light, and he smiled softly, knowing that Tsunade must be too worried about Niu Feng. This is also the realization of Tsunade and Mu Feng. I also have someone I love the most. Niu Feng raised his head slightly and looked at the dark sky. There were only a few small stars shining in the sky. Niu Feng hugged Tsunade tightly, and slowly said, there is an ambush ahead. What? Tsunade was shocked. There was an ambush in front of him, and his heart trembled. What the hell is going on? Tsunade asked again. The people from the Thunder State faction are investigating our situation. It can be said that they have arrived early. Niu Feng calmed down his feelings and said slowly. The tone was a little helpless, and he didn't expect the people from Thunder Country to arrive early. This also means that Niu Feng's war will start ahead of schedule. Niu Feng let go of Tsunade's arm and slowly turned around. Tsunade was stunned and looked at him. He dragged the body of the strong man out just to convince Tsunade. There is also for Tsunade to give orders to her large forces. With this corpse, people in the entire army will believe that the elite of Thunder Country has arrived here. This is not good for Konoha. Tsunade frowned, looked at Niu Feng, and said to Niu Feng, I want to hear your opinion. Fighting with them here, although we are few, but we only need to hold on for 3 days, even if we succeed. And, you are right, we insist on guarding for 3 days. You divide these people into groups and fight separately in this mountain forest. Each team is a combat team, and each team must be equipped with medical staff, who can treat them at any time. Yeah. Tsunade nodded, completely observing Niu Feng's opinion. In this way, Niu Feng was divided into small teams, which could effectively delay time. We are fighting a time war, not life and death. It was their time. Niu Feng just told Tsunade about this method because he only believed in Tsunade alone. In addition, there are ghosts in the army and cannot give instructions. Therefore, Tsunade can only know his plan first. And the person who released the plan is Tsunade. Well, I see. Niu Feng. This time our actions, only the two of us know. Don't you tell Orochimaru? Niu Feng asked again. After all, Orochimaru is also the deputy commander, so it's not good not to tell him. Orochimaru was a very good person before he rebelled, but he didn't like to talk, because his parents also died in the war, and gradually became taciturn. He doesn't have many friends. Tsunade and Jiraiya are definitely his good friends. However, Orochimaru is also relatively cold-blooded. After all, there are not many ruthless people who can kill his master with his own hands. Big Snake counts as one. Tsunade thought that Orochimaru would follow them too. Do you want to tell him? She was also hesitant, but the three of them had been fighting together for many years. There is the least trust. Tsunade meditated. Orochimaru is not an outsider, he is also his comrade in arms. Okay, let's tell him the plan. Tsunade looked at Niu Feng's eyes and said lightly. There was endless light in Niu Feng's eyes, and Tsunade was still attracted by that resolute face. It is so temperamental. Tsunade hugged Niu Feng again, with a happy smile on his face. The intruding hug made Niu Feng a little too wrong to guard, but Niu Feng still felt the softness of Tsunade and was immersed in it. Looking down, his eyes lit up. I'm so happy. So big and so soft. Tsunade felt a strange feeling, raised her pretty face, and looked at Niu Feng's squinted eyes. Snort. Knowing that Niu Feng is not a good person, she squinted. Men are big pig hooves. Tsunade rolled his head and whispered. However, Tsunade looked down at his figure again, with a hint of pride on his face. Capital is still very large. Worthy of being Konoha's #1. Hey, daughter-in-law, you turn around. Let me tell you a word. Niu Feng turned his head when he saw Tsunade, knowing that Tsunade was shy. Seeing that Tsunade didn't resist, he let himself hold and looked at her. Niu Feng was even more excited in his heart. Even if a poor person had money in an instant, he couldn't spend it all. It's really cool. And, what's the matter? After all, Tsunade listened to Niu Feng's words and slowly turned around, her pretty face lifted slightly, flushed, and asked, what's the matter? Before Niu Feng could reply, Niu Feng kissed him domineering again. Tsunade was kissed directly, and Niu Feng held her with both hands. His eyes widened, and he didn't expect to be kissed by Niu Feng again. Niu Feng is a big bad guy, a big bad guy. Always bully me, never ignore him again. However, the taste is still a bit sweet, really sweet. Tsunade's heart thumped and thumped like a deer. The only light in the night sky is the moon, illuminating the earth. The surroundings are even more quiet, which makes people feel a little bit depressed. This should be the prelude to the war, it is really suppressed. There is always a feeling of suffocation, and everyone does not speak. When Mu Feng and Tsunade came back, everyone looked at the backs of these two men. Everyone was shocked, and felt that this was the real appearance of a talented woman. A match made in heaven. When they saw Tsunade's blushing blush, they sighed in their hearts, this is definitely taken down by the kid Mu Feng. Mu Feng is still good, and both battlefields and love are a win-win situation. At this time, when Mu Feng saw so many people standing upright in rows, he was magnificent. The primitive breath made Mu Feng feel that Konoha's background was very deep. Usually the number of people watching Konoha is very small, but in battle, almost all of them are elites. No one is waste, all are fighting for Konoha. Seeing this magnificent scene, Mu Feng sighed, as expected of Konoha, he has the strength to occupy the number one position for many years. This time, let's see how powerful these ninjas are. Mu Feng can feel the belief that each of them is strong in their bodies, and should instill the Hokage concept in the third generation. Everyone knows that third Hokage has also changed from a generation of heroes to an excellent politician, and it has been constantly brainwashing Konoha's people. Everyone took Konoha as their faith. What's going on? Is it waiting for me? Mu Feng looked at Tsunade next to him, and asked, almost always waiting for them, but who is waiting, I don't know. It is possible to wait for Tsunade, after all, Tsunade is the captain, to protect her safety. And Mu Feng is just an unknown ninja, so he can better execute Master Jiraiya's plan, Mu Feng thought in his heart. That's waiting for you. Tsunade showed a smile on his face, knowing what Mu Feng was thinking, so he said quickly, ah, wait for me again. Mu Feng asked in surprise, how could it be possible to wait for him again? These people probably don't know Mu Feng. Yes, just waiting for you. Mu Feng, you are a great hero and should be remembered by everyone, Tsunade said to Mu Feng suddenly, with soft light in his eyes. Mu Feng is not only Konoha's hero, but also her hero, no one can take away. No one took my Mu Feng, my old lady, I blasted her. Tsunade thought in his heart and made up his mind. Mu Feng is so good, I don't know how many people are worried about going back to the village in the future. I'm a hero. How is this possible? Mu Feng pointed at herself, and said incredibly, what she did was very hidden, how could they know it? Could it be that you told me everything about me? Mu Feng looked at Tsunade's pretty face, white and flawless. Yeah, yes, or what do you think? Tsunade blinked, his eyes are very beautiful, very beautiful. Mu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth in the same place, but he understood. All the things I did were exposed. It turned out to be Tsunade's publicity. I can't say that Tsunade's publicity ability is really amazing. If she wants to promote it, it will definitely be the most popular in the world. No one can replace her, just her figure and appearance. Which one is not top-notch? When Mu Feng was not paying attention to Tsunade, he sighed slightly and thought in his heart, I will probably report everything to Tsunade in the future. Maybe I have become a strict wife. Yes, it's very likely. Look at this posture. Mu Feng glanced at Tsunade with a corner. Tsunade's painting style has changed even more. This is really changing his face too quickly, his face is serious, and it gives people a sense of oppression invisibly. Mu Feng and Tsunade walked up to them and greeted them. All the eyes of those ninjas gathered towards Mu Feng, their eyes lit up, and their eyes were full of respect. In the darkness, Mu Feng's sunny smile made people feel confident. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked at all this with interest. Her man is very good. A deep voice came out, said, salute to our hero, pay tribute, pay tribute. After hearing this voice, everyone looked directly into Mu Feng's eyes. At this moment, Mu Feng became serious. Mu Feng didn't expect this to be a back and forth, and others looked at him differently. I'm not a hero, I'm just Konoha's ninja. Mu Feng looked at them calmly, his eyes full of faith, and already regarded Konoha as his home. You are the real heroes, ordinary and great. Mu Feng said sonorously every word. An ordinary ninja guarded Konoha. Even if they encounter a strong opponent, they are not willing to surrender. They are just ordinary ninjas. Do some great things. Konoha became stronger only with you. Mu Feng's words touched their hearts. At this time, their hearts were already shocked. They looked at Mu Feng, listened to what Mu Feng said, and said each word in their hearts. At this time, Mu Feng stood there with a dazzling light. Tsunade stared at him blankly. Even Orochimaru in the distance looked at Mu Feng, thinking about something in his heart. He first saw this boy, a few months ago. It's much immature than it is now, and it's no longer what it used to be. What the hell did he experience? Orochimaru's erect pupils looked at Mu Feng with a hint of weirdness in his eyes. He didn't know what Mu Feng had experienced. Why does it grow so fast, the strength rises so much? Orochimaru suddenly remembered one thing, that is, Mu Feng said in the base camp, when you come back alive, I will give you a gift. What is that gift? Orochimaru muttered to himself. His gaze was a little dull, it was completely different. Pouch. Orochimaru suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. I feel a pain in my body. Orochimaru has been in poor health since he was a child and has a physical illness. Especially after experiencing the war, it became more serious. This time, Orochimaru looked at the blood in his hand and knew that his condition had worsened again. His face was as pale as paper. Orochimaru knows his physical condition, coupled with an eternal attachment to life, exploring the world. Therefore, he also defected to Konoha and became a betrayal. Unexpectedly, my body is getting worse every day. It's terrible. What is eternity? Orochimaru stared blankly at the blood in his hands, then looked towards the sky. Orochimaru thought about how to become eternal in life, forever young. In fact, he was also afraid of death. Who is not afraid of death? They are all ordinary people, and there will always be people. Mu Feng told them many things, some in life, and ninjutsu, physique, and illusion. In all aspects, Mu Feng is involved, and his own perception is very thorough. They listened very seriously, and some of them improved instantly during the Mu Feng lecture. This is perceptual power and spiritual power. It can accumulate to a certain extent by itself, and then add other people's guidance. Chunin, like those elites, can break through to Jonin. Their eyes are filled with great admiration, and they can feel it so thoroughly at a young age. Deciphering various ninjutsu, and when to use what kind of ninjutsu, and the precise control of its own chakra. All of these need to be explored. This is not Mu Feng relying on the system, usually also strength and training. Everyone sees the excellent side of Mu Feng, but no one has thought about Mu Feng's efforts. Only Tsunade next to him knows better. At that time, after Mu Feng and Danzo had fought, Tsunade treated him. That night, Tsunade had been in therapy. Wait until the day. Tsunade woke up and found that Mu Feng had disappeared. Then he saw Mu Feng practicing his sword in the courtyard. Each of the slashes seemed to be Mu Feng's full blow. As long as every action is done well, it is possible to become perfect. Mu Feng told everyone what he felt. Those elite Chunin have benefited a lot. Who would have imagined that they would have unexpected gains just waiting for Mu Feng to come back here? Okay, it's already midnight, everyone. It's time to rest. Mu Feng knew it was midnight, but they were in full condition. That's okay, we'll go back quickly. Yes, let Mu Feng and the others take a rest. It is even more tiring for us all day. Let the family have a good rest. Yes, you must rest as soon as possible. There is still a schedule tomorrow. These elite Chunin said. They all hurriedly went back to rest. At this time, hey, I finally left. Mu Feng sighed as he watched everyone finished walking. It's so exhausting. I experienced life and death today. When I just came back, I haven't made any affection with my daughter-in-law, so I even taught you a lesson, Mu Feng thought in his heart. Tsunade touched Mu Feng's arm affectionately, his face flushed a little and shyly said, "Where are you sleeping today?" "Yep. Where to sleep?" Mu Feng was a little surprised. "This is not a question, of course I slept with you. Can you make me sleep? Then you can't blow me to death." No, this is definitely testing me. Mu Feng thought in his heart, how should he answer this time? Of course I am willing to sleep with my daughter-in-law, because I mainly want to protect my daughter-in-law's safety, Mu Feng said solemnly. Mu Feng felt somewhat satisfied with this answer. There was a smile on Tsunade's face. Looking at Mu Feng, she didn't expect Mu Feng to talk like this. It was so sweet. It was directly sweet to Tsunade's heart. "Oh, yes, I can say it. Do you often lie to girls like this?" Tsunade asked rhetorically. "Ah, how is this possible? The girl I met for the first time is you." Mu Feng's face is even more black, and the girl's psychology is different. Fortunately, he almost died. A false alarm. At this time, Mu Feng hugged Tsunade, bowed his head and said to Tsunade, "I will be with you today." "Ha!" Tsunade gave Mu Feng a white look. "I feel bigger." Mu Feng lowered his head to see the rough waves in Tsunade again, and whispered. However, let Tsunade hear it anyway. Subconsciously blocking that place with his arm, the little face blushed. "Very cute." Mu Feng directly hugged the Princess Tsunade. Tsunade didn't react at all, and instantly red appeared from his neck. Go back to sleep." Mu Feng smiled slightly. Tsunade didn't fight against Mu Feng, but rather obeyed Mu Feng. There is no meaning to blame, now it is Mu Feng who wants to sleep with him. The next day, the morning sun will always make people remember so deeply. Mu Feng was already up and made some noodles for Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade who was sleeping, she felt a sense of happiness slowly in her heart. Suddenly, Mu Feng walked over gently, patted Tsunade's arm cautiously, and said, "It's time to get up, lazy pig." Ah! To Mu Feng's surprise, Tsunade was awake. Mu Feng always thought she was still asleep. For the first time last night, Tsunade was still shy, and later let go, which made Mu Feng a little overwhelmed. However, Mu Feng felt that he was the happiest person, and Tsunade entrusted himself to Mu Feng. Mu Feng pulled Tsunade up and told her to eat quickly. Because Thunder Country's actions were so fast, Mu Feng and the others were a little caught off guard. Now Mu Feng felt anxious, so Mu Feng always looked wary since waking up. When Mu Feng came out, the elite Chinen was also resting. She sighed, "Hurry up and rest now. If you don't let the rest, there will be no chance to rest." Half of these people had just been promoted to Chinen. When the war came, Konoha had no such personnel, so he could only recruit people continuously. In addition, we hired some people from the organization, and then we got some people out. Although they are people of the elite Chinen level, they are also the first time they have experienced such a large-scale war. Mu Feng looked around carefully. Some people just closed their eyes to rest their minds, and some people wrote something again, which should be a suicide note to their family members. Once on the battlefield, I don't know if I can come back alive. There are only children and women in the village. They are waiting for their husbands to return. Every time I look at them from the door of the house, I can see them from behind until they disappear. These people are almost all young people. Mu Feng sighed slightly. This is war. However, his own strength is not strong, otherwise Mu Feng wants the world to become peaceful. All these wars do not want to exist. At this moment, Mu Feng had the idea to become stronger again. Strength is the most powerful guarantee in the world, and it also has the most right to speak. Ninja is a world where the weak eat the strong. Mu Feng's expression was a bit heavy, his steps were slow, everything was under Mu Feng's observation. He wanted to find the inner ghost more now, but when he found these ninjas, he had an intuition that the inner ghost was hiding inside. Who the hell is it? This person hides so deeply that there is hardly any flaws. Mu Feng went around the entire circle, but he didn't see any suspicious people. It seems that he still can't be found. Mu Feng muttered to himself, already aware of the horror of this person. Although he still didn't know who he was, Mu Feng felt that his strength must be extraordinary. This time the task is a bit difficult. Mu Feng looked around, but didn't find it, so he didn't plan to look for it anymore. Just wait for him to show up. Anyway, I have the scroll of Jiraiya, and I will unblock the scroll directly. Mu Feng thought to himself, smiling. Now that Jiraiya is ready for herself, Mu Feng doesn't need to worry. Just let that inner ghost live for a few more days. Mu Feng looked around again. Nothing unusual. When you are exposed, it will be your death date. Assemble, assemble all. There was a man wearing a black coat with 2 scars on his face, and that scar was extremely hideous. In the front center, shouted loudly, in 30 seconds, all the assembly is completed. All the resting people got up instantly after hearing the sound of the assembly. Their expressions were serious, and their eyes became frenzied. All of them burst out with a wave of murderous aura. Mu Feng could feel the tense atmosphere in the surrounding air. 1 second, 2 seconds. One by one quickly ran in front of him, standing straight. At this moment, everyone had an uncomfortable expression on their faces. Well, is this a sense of oppression? Mu Feng instantly raised his head and looked. It turned out to be him. He actually came here. Mu Feng squinted his eyes and smiled slightly. The man in front of him was the real tough guy. Under the severe torture of the enemy, he did not say a word and did not betray Konoha. Even the enemy has some admiration for him. The scar on that face was bleeding from scratch at that time. Ibis is an important figure in Konoha. Mu Feng felt the pressure that came from him, but Mu Feng's feeling of pressure on this point was nothing. Now Ibis, like Kakashi, should be a Chunin. However, Kakashi is a fighting ninja, and Ibis specializes in one area. Ibis's psychological research on the enemy is an ultimate man. It can be said that no one in Konoha can surpass him, and his own strength is also terrifying. Hello everyone, you should be clear that I am Ibis. Today we will be divided into 3 teams. Ibis's face was full of seriousness and said in a deep voice, 3 teams, how is this going? When everyone heard that they were going to be divided into 3 teams, they were a little uneasy. There are more than 800 of them, and there are more than 8,000 people in the Kingdom of Thunder. But if you separate like this, the egg hits the stone, and you can't help it. The faces of the ninjas below are a bit ugly. More than 800 people are divided into 3 teams, one team is about 300, how do you fight this? How to stop it? Quiet! Ibizai roared angrily. These people are really too much, and they can't help it. Dividing into 3 teams and entangled with them, this is more time consuming. Ibis looked at the ninjas below and explained. Each team has a captain. The first team is Tsunade. The second team is Orochimaru. The third team is Mu Feng. You can choose the captain by yourself, there is no limit on the number of people. Ibizai said, her sharp eyes scanned everyone around. This time the team represents a different task. Generally speaking, which captain is strong, his team members are strong in life-saving ability. Everyone looked at these 3 people, but Orochimaru and Tsunade are indeed more famous than Mu Feng. Especially Orochimaru and Tsunade both participated in a ninja war. The scale is about the same as this time. That time it was in the country of rain, and this time it was a chaos in several countries. All are in an era of melee. The more such an era, the easier it is to become famous. Now it's up to everyone's choice. Let Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Mufang stand in front. Which team you choose will stand behind them, Ibisi explained, then looked at Tsunade and the three of them. At this time, Tsunade and the three of them came to the front, moved a little apart, and stood at the forefront. Everyone started to think about which team to choose. Orochimaru was very dumbfounded. He didn't know about it. He guessed that it was definitely Mufang's idea. His forehead went black, and he cursed secretly in his heart, "Don't tell me this kind of big thing, just wait." Mufang. And Mufang, who was next to him, suddenly sneezed twice. Could someone be calling me? When Orochimaru heard Mufang sneezing, he felt a little joy in his heart. He didn't think he was looking at Mufang. At the same time, Mufang also slowly turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. Looking at him, he thought to himself, "Is Orochimaru saying bad things about me in my heart? The others are gone, it should be him." Orochimaru looked at Mufang, and when he saw Mufang still staring at him, his heart was a little flustered. What's the matter with this kid? Is it possible that he discovered it? Impossible. I didn't scold him either, he can't see through my heart. Orochimaru's and Mufang's eyes met, and they smiled slightly at Mufang, turning into friendly eyes. At this time, Mufang was very sure that it was Orochimaru's ghost. Hee, it must be him. A smile appeared in Mufang's mouth. That smile was very cold, very cold. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Orochimaru was even more panicked when he saw Mufang's response. How come I offend this kid? Feeling helpless, Orochimaru swears secretly that he will not provoke anyone in the future. This person is indeed a bit pervert. How could it be so terrible? Orochimaru, be careful from now on. A familiar voice reached Orochimaru's ears, and turned around again to see that it was still Mufang. Do you remember that I told you last time that you must come back alive and I will give you a gift? Mufang smiled meaningfully. What the hell is this gift? Orochimaru's face was a little puzzled. This is the second time Mufang said about it, but the premise is to come back alive. Orochimaru felt a sense of anxiety in his heart. Find the shadow area in Orochimaru's heart. Just as the two of them were talking, these elite Shinins had already chosen their team. All of them have experienced a deliberate choice, and they must choose the best person under comprehensive consideration. The queue at Tsunade is very long. According to statistics, there should be more than 400 people. On the other hand, Orochimaru and Mufang are relatively few. There should be more than 200 people in Orochimaru. Mufang has the least number of players, that is, more than 100 people. But Mufang didn't feel discouraged at all, instead he was still energetic. In Mufang's eyes, it was easier to take care of him if there were fewer people. Just like the previous high school, a class with more than 60 students, how can teachers take care of every student? If there are more than 30 students in a class, the effect may be better than that of more than 60 students. The words are rough and not rough, for Mufang, it is so smooth in Mufang's heart. When it's time to run, you can run faster like this. When Mufang thought of this in his mind, there was a burst of joy in his heart. The fewer people, the harder it is to be discovered. Mufang looked at Orochimaru and the group of people and muttered. However, like Orochimaru and Tsunade, they don't think like that. The more people, the better, and the team is more difficult to defeat. To consume more time in the Thunder Country, Tsunade looked at Mufang with a worried expression on his face. They were so kind of him, how could it be possible to complete the task? At this time, Tsunade left the place and walked towards Mufang. Orochimaru on the side smiled slightly and knew what Tsunade wanted to do. Tsunade walked in front of Mufang, touched the corner of Mufang's clothes with her little hand, and just wanted to say something. When she saw Mufang's movements, she closed her mouth. Knowing what she wanted to say, Mufang held Tsunade lightly, smelling Tsunade's unique scent again, and was immersed in it. Little baby, do you want to give me some of your people? Mufang lowered his head and looked straight into Tsunade's eyes. He said softly, I know what you mean, but that's not okay. Why? Tsunade asked suspiciously. Tsunade's heart was even more shocked. How could Mufang know what she was thinking? And she thought, Mufang knows me best. But if you don't give it to the staff, then Mufang's danger will be greater. What can I do about this? Tsunade was a little embarrassed. He scanned the back of Mufang and estimated that the number of people behind Mufang was less than 150. If you meet people from the Thunder Country, one person and one ninjutsu can kill Mufang and his team. Don't worry about me too much. In fact, it is better to have fewer people, so that it is not easy to be discovered. Mufang said softly. He knew that Tsunade was worried that there were not enough people behind him, and his eyes were firm again. These people are enough for me to kill the head of the general together. Going to the head of the admiral, Tsunade was even more shocked. Even Orochimaru on the side turned to look at Mufang when he heard Mufang's words. Suddenly found that Mufang haki at this moment was incomparable. There are only 100 people, so you can take the head of the admiral. How confident this is. Little baby, if you distribute those of you to me, who do you think will come over? Those people have thought about it well, and they must think that it is most appropriate to follow you. Then if they follow me, they might not obey orders like this. What Mu Feng said was even more true. Tsunade didn't know who he would send to follow Mu Feng, so he still followed Mu Feng's advice. Well, don't worry, I will definitely be back. It's you have to protect yourself, Mu Feng exhorted. Similarly, Tsunade is what Mu Feng is most worried about. As for Orochimaru, it depends on his own destiny. One more thing in Mufeng is that the inner ghost doesn't know which team it is in. If Mufeng is here, then it would be better. Tsunade is still a little bit reluctant to leave Mufeng, fearing that Mufeng will be injured. But how she persuaded Mufeng would not listen to him. He firmly said, this person is enough. These people will be the elite team in the future. Even Mufeng didn't expect that this team and the Golden Army would become gods in the ninja realm in the future. If you are really in danger at that time, then fire a flare, and then I will look for you, Mufeng said, giving Tsunade a flare. Yeah, Tsunade nodded obediently, and then went back. She knows that Mufeng will always be so good. Generally, Mufeng saves others, and very few people save Mufeng. Now that Mufeng is so powerful, Orochimaru dare not say that he will be able to defeat Mufeng. After hearing what Mufeng said, Tsunade felt a little relieved in his heart. This is a special flare. Once it fires, Mufeng will use Flying Thunder God technique to transmit it. In the past few days, in addition to thinking about how to deal with inner ghosts, Mufeng was also training Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique was originally created by the second Hokage, and Mufeng had to admire his talent. Basically all the forbidden techniques in Konoha were created by the second Hokage. Then fourth Hokage became famous with this Flying Thunder God technique. Fourth Hokage developed the Flying Thunder God technique to the second stage, and it was already very strong. Now Mufeng is only in the first stage. This is the transfer of space. The transfer is not good. Mufeng is afraid that he does not know where to be transferred. He also experimented many times and finally succeeded. After success, he first marked the ninja for Tsunade. Within 30 kilometers, Mufeng can instantly transfer. If it exceeds this 30 kilometers, then the transfer place is very uncertain and extremely dangerous, and it consumes chakra and mental power very much. This is also the result of Mufeng dare not use it many times. Just after Tsunade returned, Ibis told them again, you three teams, Tsunade is in charge of the east, Mufeng is in the west, and Orochimaru is in the south. These three places have our own line of defense. If Thunder Country's elite moves quickly, then there will be no line of defense. Then you will deal with them in this forest. Ibizai said, pointing to this huge forest, endlessly. The tall trees are even dozens of meters long. People here are small existences. After entering, they may get lost. Ibizai reminded him that this forest is really too big. At this moment, Mufeng looked back at the forest, feeling a little flustered in his heart. If it hadn't been for the lighthouse that night, it was estimated that Mufeng would not be able to return, so he would go there for the night. Fortunately, this time there are many people, and I will definitely not get lost. Mufeng muttered to himself, not that he is a road idiot, but that the forest is too big. If I want to die at night, I can't come back by myself. This forest is really unimaginable. Now that there are more people, everything is easier to handle. Mufeng smiled, completely unaware that because his voice was a little loud. Let the people behind hear it. When the people behind heard Mufeng's words, they looked at a loss. Did they choose Mufeng right? Hearing this, Mufeng felt a little flustered, and the young man instantly regretted it. Luju even showed a desperate expression, but this Mufeng was miserable. No one could have imagined that Mufeng simply played his cards in an unreasonable way. He put an unreliable label on Mufeng, and thought to himself, I have lost a lot of money. I really regret it. I knew it would be better to choose Orochimaru and Tsunade. They are at least more reliable than Mufeng. Really black lines on his face, this young ninja also looked helpless. Since he made a mistake, just keep following it. It doesn't matter anymore, anyway, it's all dead. No matter how dead, this young ninja is numb. If Mufeng looked back, he would definitely be surprised that the young ninja was Konoha's army master, Lu Ju. The other two people behind are Yamanaka Ueki, Akamaika Dingza. These people all obeyed Lu Ju's command. It was precisely because Lu Ju liked Mufeng's strength and youth, and even the ninjutsu that he taught at night was brilliant, and he could come back safely at night. He felt like a reliable person. Who knows that this kid came back looking at the lighthouse, and Lu Ju became speechless for an instant. He thought that after the team set off, there would be a pushover. At that time, Lu Ju had to stand up and command. Oh, it was sloppy after all. Lu Ju patted his head. Because of yesterday's events, Lu Ju stood in Mufeng's team, but when he heard Mufeng's self-talk, Lu Ju really regretted that he was not afraid of his opponent being strong, but he was afraid that his teammates would be amused in cheating. This time Lu Ju knew that he couldn't hide it, so let's go with the flow. After all, there are still people with me. Shikagia smiled and looked at Yamanaka Kiyaki and Akamaika Dingza. At this time, Akamaika Dingza didn't know what was going on. He still kept eating in his mouth, just like Koji back then. Very simple and honest, strong body. Set off. The voice fell off. Whoosh whoosh. The people in front of Ibizai disappeared in the same place, so fast. The figure was like lightning, and Mu Feng swaggered over. Except for Mu Feng's swaying appearance, the others are very cautious, and their looks are serious and their eyes are wary. I walked silently, and kept observing the surroundings. As long as any wind and grass move, those young ninjas will observe for a long time, for fear of accidents. They are the first time after all, so be cautious. But Mu Feng felt that they were a little nervous. But the few people closest to Mu Feng attracted Mu Feng. These 3 people weren't nervous like the other young people and didn't care. Suddenly, Mu Feng turned his head and took a closer look. Lu Ju's appearance was instantly happy, and he thought in his heart, this is not Lu Ju, but he has vision. I am such a potential person, and that's why people like me. Not bad. Are you Lu Ju? Mu Feng asked gently. Well, I'm Liu, followed by Yamanaka Ueki and Akamaike Dingza. Liu also smiled slightly, responding to Mu Feng, thinking that the other party was also very polite. Then he pointed his finger at the other 2 teenagers and slowly said, they are also my good friends. They have heard of you a long time ago, Mu Feng. Why, my strength is not very good. Mu Feng said modestly, then looked at Lu Ju. What do you think of our method like this? This method. Lu Ju touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, the method is good, but it has a fatal weakness. Oh, what's the weakness? Mu Feng was also somewhat satisfied with his method, not knowing what the flaws were. The destructive power is not enough to attract all of their troops. Lu Ju opened his eyes and said slowly, if we were a very strong mobile team and caused huge damage to them, they would definitely send these 8,000 elites. Encircle us. Yes. Mu Feng suddenly realized that he very much agreed with Lu Ju's view. The 3 teams just gave him a little bit of harm, and they would definitely not care. After all, the most important thing is Kanaha's base camp. These little flies will definitely not care about their attacks. It's as if the army of Lazi Nation is a big tank, and Mu Feng and their 3 teams are just a few ordinary cars, and they want to bump into the tanks. Whether it's hard or not, just touch it. It's a pity that there are only 100 people on Mu Feng's side. They definitely don't need to touch them, and they ran when they saw it. Lu Ju really died. Lu Ju, Kanaha's strategist. Mu Feng glanced at Lu Ju deeply, his face showing admiration and joy. Lu Ju, this team will be handed over to you, this time you come to command, and I will be the main attacker myself. Mu Feng said to Lu Ju. But Lu Ju just wanted to refuse. Mu Feng grabbed Lu Ju's hand and said to everyone in their team, brothers, everyone will follow Lu Ju's orders in the future. Have you heard? Yes. 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 Lu Ju smiled awkwardly at everyone, and wanted to go and condolences Mu Feng's ancestors. How could there be such a trick? Ugh. Mu Feng's methods were really extraordinary, and Lu Ju felt very uncomfortable. Once I was pitted, it was still unfamiliar. But the second time I was pitted, it was really. Brothers, let's continue walking. Mu Feng said loudly again, everyone should not hide from him, just walk away. In Lu Ju's helplessness, he still followed Mu Feng and left. Their team is responsible for the west, so this time after entering the forest, they have to go west. In the morning, the forest is a bit foggy. The line of sight is a bit bad, but it can still be seen tens of meters ahead. Mu Feng was at the forefront of the team, releasing a powerful chakra, and exuding a strong killing intent towards the surroundings. Just like the ancient fierce beasts, creatures within a radius of a few miles scarcely dared to approach. At first, Mu Feng wanted to sneak past, quietly. But it suddenly occurred to him that Tsunade was even more dangerous than his own. In this case, once the enemy is found, the first thought in the mind is to escape. Turning around, Mu Feng asked everyone, if there is an enemy ahead, what shall we do? Fight them, and never retreat. Never surrender, just fight him. Desperately with the Kingdom of Thunder, desperately to hold back the elite of the Kingdom of Thunder. These elite ninjas, 1 sentence for you, 1 sentence for me, said boldly and ambitiously. With a black line on his face, I believe you ghosts. Had it not been for Mu Feng's early knowledge of their character, Mu Feng would have almost believed it. Lu Ju looked at these people and knew that they were just acting, thinking in his heart, it's really a headache, this is their rhetoric. When the Kingdom of Thunder really comes, it will definitely show up. Mu Feng looked at them, silent, his eyes sharpened, and the atmosphere became a little heavy. Do you want to fight the Thunder Country to the death? Mu Feng asked suddenly. This time I also told everyone, this time they are 8,000 people. I have never fought such a battle in my entire life. There are more than 100 people against more than 8,000 people. Do you think there is a chance of winning? Had never fought such a battle in his entire life, Louis really wanted to give him a Byakugan. Do you think we are willing to fight? We have never fought such a battle of regret in our entire life. Knowing that they will die, they will also go. Had to go. Lu Ju also had a flash of fighting spirit in his eyes, and although Lu Ju was a bit lazy, his brain was in Konoha, and it could even be said that he was #1 in the entire ninja world. That brain intelligence is definitely the most terrifying existence. Since we are ninjas, we will die. Niu Feng's words made them hesitate. Looking at them, a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. If you are a ninja, you will die. These words deeply shocked the young people like Lu Ju. The ninja will die. Thinking deeper, that's what it's all about. They are like the troops of the country. If the country is in any danger, the ninja must step forward. There are also some tasks that ninjas will participate in. For the country, for the people of the village, every ninja will do this. Niu Feng's tone was more solemn than before, and Niu Feng was the first to participate in such a large-scale war. Looking at these players, most of them are young ninjas. They should all have a very good relationship with Lu Ju and others, so it is the wisest choice to hand it over to Lu Ju's command. If we really meet those people, don't you really fight them hard? You have to be clear that your lives are more precious than theirs, but don't go desperately. If you can run, then run. Don't hesitate, there is hope only if you live. Niu Feng told them, after all, they are basically young ninjas, and they have very little experience. These ninjas who followed Mufeng nodded vigorously at Mufeng. Don't be afraid of being ashamed. I was not strong enough back then, so I just ran away. It's nothing more than running too much, so you have experience. Don't be afraid, I'll take you with you this time. Niu Feng smiled in a very gentle tone. Everyone showed shocked eyes, with a trace of worship. Lu Ju covered his face, he wanted to cry. What happened to these people? Niu Feng just said that, I guess everyone listens to him now. Lu Ju is also quite able to admire Mu Feng's flickering ability. Lu Ju finally knew how Mu Feng could manage Tsunade-sama. It's just that, I can't deal with Tsunade. Hey, he still gave it a routine. There was a slight smile on that immature face. Don't get nervous, this kind of atmosphere is really good. Moreover, their strength is not particularly strong. It is impossible for everyone to be like Mu Feng. There are people who are linked, and it will be fine. Mu Feng's escape speed had already been trained during the graduation exam. This is what Mu Feng wants to fight and run. Let the enemy fully enter their rhythm, so Mu Feng said again, in order to gain greater honor, we must not be let those old people look down on us, so we must fight the strongest. Let them see, our team is the strongest. At that time, we will just run if we can't fight, or fight to death if we can. Niu Feng said earnestly again. The enemy retreats, we will fight. The enemy attacks, we retreat. This is our strategy, I won't consume them. Niu Feng looked at them, Haki said. Damn it. My captain, why didn't we think of this strategy? Lu Ju thought to himself, he never thought that Niu Feng could come up with such a strategy, which shows that Niu Feng's intelligence is high. Niu Feng thought in his heart, it was our person who came up with it. It was because of this that our country completely emerged at that time. Thinking about the suffering of those veterans back then, it's really nothing now. At that time, there was no food, and there were chasing soldiers before and after. This time, Lu Ju, you lead the team to command inside. Niu Feng Wang thought of Lu Ju and said seriously. Under this circumstance, he can only believe in Lu Ju. After all, the future military division will uniformly command the entire ninja army. Every word is a strategy. Niu Feng is also envious of Lu Ju's command, but fortunately Niu Feng has a system to improve his strength. Otherwise, there is no plug-in in the entire ninja world that is cannon fodder. Absolute cannon fodder. Lu Ju took a deep breath, calmed his mood, dispelled all the negative emotions, and calmed himself. Only when you calm down can you think about something seriously. Lu Ju stood up, took off a branch, and drew it on the ground. We are going west, Master Orochimaru is south, Master Tsunade is east, Shikaiju said. And among the three teams, the strongest is probably from Tsunade-sama, with more than 400 people, and most of the Jonin are in Tsunade, and there are some in Orochimaru. Lu Ju looked at Niu Feng and said helplessly, and we only have you here to fight against Jonin, so our strength is the worst. When the time comes, follow the strategy you just mentioned. Keep the original strength, and then we should get some traps in the west. At this time, Lu Ju thought to each other, get a series of explosive charms. Should we have a series of explosive charms? Lu Ju asked Mufeng. It just needs a lot of explosive charms. Serial explosive talisman. First of all, a series of explosive symbols requires a large number of explosive symbols. Niu Feng thought about it, and he felt a burst of joy in his heart. He has explosives, and there are still quite a few. It's mainly the number of explosive charms, which we carry is very limited. Lu Ju thought that the explosive charms were taken according to the regulations, not at all. Alas, Lu Ju is also a little worried. Why did he stand on this guy himself? Lu could not run even if he wanted to run for a long time, and thought to himself, let's do it well, I won't be with this guy next time. It's a pitfall, he didn't think about it. Isn't it just an explosion talisman? What are you worried about? Niu Feng smiled, and then took out a scroll from his body, which was not the scroll Jiraiya gave him. This scroll is very dark, with a bunch of explosive symbols sealed inside. Do you have one? Lu Ju looked at Mu Feng and asked in surprise, how could this kid have explosive charms? Wouldn't it be reasonable to say that the number of our explosive charms is the same? It's really unclear, just look at Mu Feng's operation. He had to wait patiently. Mu Feng opened the scroll, placed it on the ground, bit his finger, and began to knot his hands. Click! The eyes of the audience once again focused on Mu Feng, watching his movements. I was even more surprised, so fast. Is this Jonin? Jonin's sealing speed is not so fast. My hands are like shadows, and I still don't see the after images. Lu Ju took a deep look at Mu Feng, and felt that this guy's strength was absolutely extraordinary, and there was also an unknown power. In an instant, after Mu Feng Jiyin was finished, he pressed his hands on the scroll, leaving a palm print, saying, Jiyin, open boom. The sound rang, and a cloud of white mist rose. Everyone looked at the white mist, and when the white mist dissipated, everyone's eyes widened and their faces were incredibly full. Even Akamika Dingza opened his mouth, the snack in his hand stagnated in the air, and did not eat it. His eyes kept staring at the shock brought by Mu Feng's scroll. Lu Ju swallowed even more. This kid is sure that this is a war, and he might think that this guy is going to bomb the arsenal. An explosive symbol a few meters high suddenly appeared in front of them. Hoo. When the breeze blew, Lu Ju was shocked when he saw this scene, and then said quickly, hurry up and protect the exploding talisman, don't let the wind blow away. I want to cry without tears. If the wind blows away, it will be a big loss. With so much, Mu Feng is really hidden. Lu Ju suddenly thought, will this kid steal Kanaha's warehouse? Otherwise, how could there be so many explosive charms, not to mention making them into a series of explosive charms, just throw them at will, this can't be done. Looking at the explosion amulet that was several meters high, these ninjas instantly knew what a rich man was. This is called adequate equipment, and then they touched their own flat ninja bag. It was really a big gap. Everyone is very thankful that Mu Feng is his teammate, otherwise, Mu Feng, yep. Mu Feng turned around and looked at Lu Ju. What happened? Did you steal our Kanaha warehouse? Lu Ju asked. Depend on, do you think it's possible? I'm struggling to get in. How to steal the warehouse is so big. Mu Feng looked speechless, and went to steal the warehouse by himself. Kanaha couldn't kill me. I don't think there are as many warehouses as yours. Where did you get it? Lu Ju asked with some curiosity. This guy's family background is also average, and he doesn't look like such a rich person. How could he have so much money? You don't understand, Tsunade. Mu Feng looked proud, looking at Lu Ju's envious eyes. Tsunade. Lu Ju suddenly realized. No wonder Mu Feng has so many things. Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan, and there are so many things. This is nothing to Tsunade. Everyone's jealousy, envy and hatred, they all looked at Mu Feng. Mu Feng felt that they were about to eat it. What's wrong with this group of people? Just a few explosive charms are not enough for me to play. If someone were to be able to hear Mu Feng, everyone would be surprised. Lu Ju looked at Mu Feng stunned, and finally understood. This guy was taken care of by Tsunade, so I'll take it away. Sure enough, it's better to be a rich woman. Rich lady is really fragrant. Ugh, that is, Mu Feng, if others go to Tsunade, they will definitely be blown to death. Lu Ju recalled the scene, he couldn't help but shook his head. He has put Mu Feng on the blacklist in his heart. Since there are so many explosive charms, then, Lu Ju showed a smile at the corner of Mu Feng's mouth, and that smile seemed to be unkind. And, Mu Feng looked at Lu Ju blankly, not knowing what Lu Ju wanted. I plan to use explosive charms in the front, on the trees, on the ground, and on our suffering. There are explosive charms everywhere, so throw them to death. Don't be afraid to throw it out, anyway, we have a lot of captains. Lu Ju said to the person behind him. Those people heard it, and there was excitement on their faces, and there was endless fighting spirit in an instant. After Mu Feng heard it, his face was even more black. How could I say that I can throw it away? What you threw is the contribution value I have saved with hard work, Mu Feng said distressfully. Captain, can we take the initiative to attack now? One of the thin ninjas suddenly poked out his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Hearing the tactics Lu Ju told them, there was no fear. Damn, that's daring. I'm really not afraid of death. Mu Feng thought in his heart. It was the first time he had seen such a person who was not afraid of death, especially the 8,000 elites in the Thunder Country. How does this make Mu Feng and the others fight? He was also a little embarrassed. With the explosive charm, he might not have such courage. Are you proactively attacking? We are consuming their time this time, not head-on with them. Also, what's the point of fighting with those with well-developed limbs and simple minds? Mu Feng explained, all of those people's brains rusted out. Oh, then I'll know. The ninja chuckled and stretched back. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was a little cheerful. It's like a vacation. The laughter spread throughout the forest. Orochimaru and their troops are hiding, waiting for the arrival of the Kingdom of Thunder. Master Orochimaru, listen, what is that sound? The person next to Orochimaru said to Orochimaru, his ears are naturally sharp, and he can hear any sound within 10 miles. The laughter laughed unscrupulously. Orochimaru also listened carefully. The laughter came from the west, which made him a little puzzled. Isn't Mu Feng's place in the west? What's wrong over there? Orochimaru looked confused. Not only Orochimaru, but Tsunade also heard laughter, all from Mu Feng. Everyone in the other troops thought Mu Feng was crazy? I'll go, and sure enough, the troops brought out by the genius are different. It's really terrifying. A person who laughs shows that they have the strength, and the whole army is laughing. There is a problem with this matter. Fart, a troop is laughing, it shows that they have strength. A ninja finally couldn't help but said. Hearing Mu Feng's smile, they felt that they were on the wrong team. Hee hee, do you think it's possible? They laughed so loudly, they must be looking for death. Another ninja said angrily, making such a big movement, then how could the people of Thunder Country not hear the laughter? Mu Feng and the others just laughed unintentionally, they didn't expect to attract so much attention. Okay, don't laugh, everyone, you guys go and investigate in front to see what the situation is like. There was no smile on Mu Feng's face for an instant, and he pointed at the Hyaga family members and said, the Hyaga family is also Konoha's big family, and their Byakugan is really good at investigating. Therefore, each team has members of the Hyaga family, and their mission is very important. There was a swish. Yes. Several people knelt on one knee, their eyes full of respect, and they even followed Mu Feng's team and they had to follow his instructions. Disappearing directly in place, extremely fast. This is the speed of the elite Chunin. The elite Chunin has become a little stricter in physical skills and forbearance. And Jonin is the use of those ninjutsu, precise control of the amount of chakra. The details determine the outcome of a person. The real Jonin, as well as those elite Jonin, are all with superb intelligence, coupled with superb physical skills, and the most important thing is the control of chakra volume. Why is the selection of Jonin stricter? Here is the reason. The efficiency must be high, and the smallest amount of chakra can be used to achieve the greatest effect. This is Jonin. The rest of the people followed Lu Ju and began to learn about security explosion charms. Everyone received 100 explosion charms. If they are not enough, they can get them again. Mu Feng's expression was also a little indifferent. Explosive talisman is enough. As long as people are alive, explosive talisman can be used at will, as long as the person does not die, provided that the ambush is good. This time Mu Feng had lost money. All the wives are gone. Just when everyone was going to follow the deer for a long time, waited for Mu Feng's voice. Don't care too much about the explosive charms. I care most about your lives, not the explosive charms. The explosion is gone, I can still get it. If you are, I really can't get it. Mu Feng warned again that he didn't want to return to Konoha with their bodies. I don't want to experience that feeling. Well, you all go. Remember, come back alive, you will always be my subordinates. Also, our team is called the Blood Shadow Force. Where there is blood, there is your shadow. Guard Konoha, 9 deaths without regrets. Let's go. Everyone looked at Mu Feng deeply, his face still so fortitude. All were silent, and then slowly turned around. This time, they had a belief in their hearts. Besides Konoha, they also had their blood shadow troops. His eyes are extremely firm. They feel that their choice is correct this time. Guard Konoha, 9 deaths without regrets. I'm leaving, I don't regret my choice. Luju looked towards him and smiled, feeling that he knew this guy pretty well, and he was a friend worth paying for. Do you really want to do this? I think I can think of a better way. Luju stopped at this time and said to Mu Feng again. Luju made up his mind to win this war. Mu Feng turned around, didn't look back, just replied briefly. No, that's it. Mu Feng did not make any contribution to the country back then, nor did he truly feel the feelings of the country. This time, he has the true feelings of family and country. What is home, what is country? Once again, he looked into the space, azure blue, and he was not sure whether he could go back alive this time. Tsunade, this is the first time I lied to you, and this is the last time. Mu Feng's eyes had already had tears, they rolled in his eyes, but they never came down. Mu Feng thought, as long as Tsunade is alive and happy, so he is satisfied. Don't be lonely for life like before. Mu Feng also wanted to go to the end with her, accompany her, and comfort her when she was sad. How can I make her sad, and I don't want Tsunade to be hurt. Every time Tsunade was injured, Mu Feng's heart would be very painful, as if his heart was being pulled out abruptly. It hurts too much. It is impossible to imagine that Mu Feng misses Tsunade day and night, using training to suppress herself every day. Mu Feng knew that Mu Feng loved Tsunade very deeply, and if Mu Feng really couldn't go back this time, he has prepared all the things for cultivation to help Tsunade improve. In the later stages, Jonin was all cannon fodder. The other characters at cage level are almost outrageous. Tsunade was hiding behind a big tree, and then closed his eyes. They are already on this side, just waiting for the arrival of Thunder Country. This time, it's enough for them to eat a pot. We will wait for you in the land of thunder. Tsunade's face showed a beautiful smile, thinking that the land of thunder would feel over. But at this time, what's the matter? Tsunade felt an inexplicable distress in his heart. It hurts. What's wrong with me? Tsunade's face suddenly paled, and her heart was so painful that she could not breathe. Captain, what's the matter with you? You bear it, I will treat you. A female ninja in her 20s, but her calmness gave Tsunade some appreciation. Not chaos in the face of danger, this is an evaluation of this girl. Hold on, Captain. The girl was not anxious at all, but was very serious about orderly checking Tsunade. You guys hold the captain for me. The medical staff next to her hurriedly pressed Tsunade and examined her. There was sweat on Tsunade's forehead and palms. She gritted her teeth and forcibly endured the severe pain, waiting for the medical staff to complete the examination. For a while, Tsunade's whole body was soaked, revealing the best figure, and his eyes were extremely firm. During the inspection, nothing was said. Okay, Captain, you don't have any problems. The girl rejoiced, but also with doubts. Why would it cause the captain to ache? I am also not very clear, and I still have an ominous premonition.